1 foot back. Tummy's tight, back's nice and straight. Push up, get around to the back of your chair. I'll turn my chair, but you should be in back of yours. Let's stomp. Gentle, center, side, and center. Back, center. Now come up on your toes. Change legs. Front, center. Put some weight on that leg. Back, center. Lift up on those toes and do it again. Front, center, side, center, back, center. Come up on your toes and change. Front, side, back, up on those toes. Great job. Now lift your hip. The foot should clear the floor. Release. Lift twice. Do it again. Lift. Hold it there. Release. Lift twice. Do it again. Lift. Hold it. Release. Lift twice. And change. One more time. Lift. Hold it. Release. Lift twice. Now here's your change. Up to the side. Bring it down. Now to the back. Do it again on this side. Lift and down. Squeeze to the back. Let's do it all again. Lift to the side. Bring it center. Then squeeze the buttocks. Change sides. Lift, center, and squeeze. Now here's your change. Lift to the side. Bring it down. Now hamstring. Up, and down. Change. Lift and down. Hamstring. Up, and down. Lift. Bring it center. Now hamstring. Great job. Change. Lift and down. Now get ready for the quadricep. Here we go. Extend, bend, extend and bend. Extend and bend. Now this time rest your heel. Take the toes side to side, touching the floor. Change legs, extend and bend. Toes are turned out. Now rest your heel. Take those toes side to side. Now here comes a change. Tap twice. Front and side. Back and center. Change. Front and side. Back and center. Change. Front, side, back, center. One more set now. You're doing great. Back to that quad press. Here we go. Extend and bend. Now this time when you rest the heel, keep the toes turned up. Take the toes side to side. Change. Extend and bend. Extend, bend. This time rest the heel. Take the toes side to side. Now here's a change. Up on the toes, down on the heels. Toe, toe, heel, heel. Toe, toe, heel, heel. Now just keep going. Toe, toe, heel, heel. Great job. Just one more set now. Now here's a balancing move. Up on one foot, then come up on the toes and down. Balance on one foot, then come up on the toes and down. Balance, up on the toes and down. One more. Balance, up on the toes and down. Let's circle out the foot, the whole outline of the shoe. You can feel all those muscles working. Now side to side. And change. Circle it out. Now take the foot side, side, side. Now little toe to outside or inside heel and back. Now the big toe. Draw a diagonal line from the big toe to the heel. Now little toe to the inside heel. And now the big toe to the outside heel. Great job. Let's stretch out. Calf stretch. Right foot forward, left foot back. Your knee is over the ankle. Toes are forward, tummy's in, backs are straight. Let's go right to hip flexor. Lift the back heel, bend the knees, tilt the tailbone forward. Feel that stretch right here in the front of your left hip. Should feel good. Release, press it down. Left foot forward, right foot back. Knee over the ankle. You should feel the stretch in the back of the lower leg here. Relax. Hip flexor. Lift the heel. Bend both knees. Tailbone tucks under. Feel the stretch right here in the front of your hip. Take a breath. Press it down. And release. Let's stretch out the hamstring. Heel rest. Toe pulls up. And release. release. Rest the other heel, pull up on the toe. Great job. One more time to each side. Reach with your hip. And again, can you feel that stretch in the hamstring group of muscles? Take a deep breath, feet together, sink straight down, easy, easy, and up. Do it again. You'll feel the stretch right above the heel. And release. This is the second calf muscle that you have to stretch. Great job. That was such a great workout. You did a great job.
For your free copy of the Sit and Be Fit newsletter and information on video and audio tapes, including specialty videos for chronic conditions such as arthritis, please write Sit and Be Fit, P.O. Box 8033, Spokane, Washington, 99203, or call 509-448-9438, or visit our website at sitandbefit.com.
Hi, I'm Judy Shepard-Missett, founder and CEO of Jazzercise, and welcome to Jazz Cardio Strength Stretch, a 30-minute total body workout that will tighten and tone your body. Get your heart pumping and burn mega calories in our cardio section, and then sculpt and lengthen your muscles in the strength and stretch routines. Now today, I'll be joined by Shanna Missett-Nelson, Jazzercise Executive Vice President, Rich Mundy, Jazzercise Instructor and District Manager, Miss Shell Short, and Antonia Roots, Certified Jazzercise Instructors. Grab a set of handheld weights, water, and your workout towel, and let's get started. Okay, let's march. Now, you gotta pick up your knees, pick up your feet, march all over the room. This is about warming up, getting your body ready for all that strenuous stuff to come. Now let's do a little touch, and touch on the diagonal. So, you push the foot out there and touch it. Out to the side, diagonal. There you go. And again. Keep going, keep going. We're gonna do 4 of them. And now the head goes 4, 3, 2, 1. And touch, 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 touch. And 4, 3. If you notice, it goes on the diagonal, like so. And now it's 4, 3, 2, and 1. And again, 1, and 2, 3, and 4. And now it's 1, 2, 3. Let's march on the diagonal. Up we go. Take it back. 2 plies. 1, 2. Now push like crazy. Yeah. Up, up. And plie. And push. Arms way out straight. And again. Come on, it's time to push all the negativity out of your life. Right there. Yeah. And back. You gotta move that body for me. Touch it for 4. Oh yeah. Shoulders go 4, 3, 2, 1. And touch 4, 3, 2, 1. Diagonal. Oh, there it is. And again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now it's 4, it's 3, it's 2, It's one last set. Okay. And go, and go, and 4, 3. March it on the diag. Here it is. Bring it back. 2 plies. Push, push, and now it's 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, if you need a little bit less strenuous version, follow Shanna on the left of your screen. And again, a 1, a 2. Push, 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 push. Plie. Bend it, touch it for 4. Now rib cage, reach diagonally. Yeah, yeah, touch. And again, move that body for me. Reach, stretch, stretch. Okay, keep it coming. And now it's out. Ribs separate from the hip and move it as the music says. 1, 2, 3, let's do a march. Take it back. And a plie, bend the knees. That's what a plie is, you know. Go, go. Hey, hey. And bend, bend, push. 4, 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Back. And bend, bend, and push. One more. Oh, I love this music. Go again. 1, 2, straight arms. Okay, touch it for 4. Hup, hup. Hip diagonal for 4. Hip bone, hip bone, hip bone, hip bone. Touch. Yeah, yeah. Diagonal. There you go. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ha. Hoo. Ha. Yeah. Yeah. Do it again. Hey. Ha. Nice. And hip, hip. Now let's do a little stretching on the diagonal out. Now, pull it back, stretch that left quad hip flexor, diagonally lunge, stretch. Straighten the right leg, hamstring, arm goes back. Left side, lunge diagonal. Bring it back, stretch that quad hip flexor. Out over again. Oh, arm back, leg straight, hamstring. Now let's march, up, up, take it back. Plie, yeah, yeah, push, 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 yes! And again, hop, 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 bend, bend. 1, 2, 3, 2 more, 1 to the right. Plie, push, and 1 to the left. And you're all ready to keep it rocking. Okay, here we go. Hold it, rock on.
There it is. 2 reaches on the right. Reach and pull it in. Good. Left side. Go straight up. Think reach, pull down. Again. Taking it to a flex palm. Press those shoulders back by tightening those rhomboids. Really work that back. Good. Now get in plie and make sure you're pumping those heels. We're moving. Chassé to the right. While changing front, give it 3 hops and hold the 3rd. Good. Take it left. And hold it. 3, 2, 1. Get some air on that chassé by pushing the balls of the feet off the floor and using those arms to pump the body up. Good. And again. 3, 2, hold it. 2 more, gang. And lift, lift, hold. All right, we're taking it back to that reach right. Now press it back too. Good, left side. And press. Keep those heels pumping on the press. Good, again, reach. Make sure you feel that stretch all the way through. And again. And press, and press. Good. Strong with those reaches out in. 2 extra. And press. Last one. Here we go. We're moving. Chassé to the right. Let's do it. Ball change front. 3 hops. Good. And again. Make sure on the hop, those feet are together so that we Really protect those knees. Good. Pull it up, and hold it. Good. Keep it going. Don't forget to get some air. If you don't want to hop, follow Shanna doing the light. Keep it going. This is our long set. Power through it. Lift, hold it. Good, last one. Here we go. 2 reaches up and press back. Good, again left. Pump those heels. Woo! How we feeling, ladies? Good. And again, come on, really isolate that back. Woo! We have a little break come in. Here we go. I want you to reach it across right, tuck that pelvis under, reverse. Good. Pull that belly button to the spine. Lift that back heel. Use this time to breathe. You only have one left. Chassé, let's do it. Ball change. 3 hops. Woo! Now you should be pros at this hop. So I want you to make it a little bit bigger for the last round. Let's do it. Come on, pull it up, and hold. Keep breathing. Pump those arms. Woo! Lift, hold it. Back to that reach. Here we go. Pull it back. Lift those heels. Left side. Come on. Taking it home. Don't you feel great? Come on. All the way to the end. Really elongate that torso. Nice. And left side. Big finish. 1 reach right and hold it. Give me a smile.
When you perform this next routine, I want you to extend that leg and push that arm. Straighten both, tighten every single muscle in each limb, and enjoy it. It's worth it. Okay, you ready? Double push the arm and the leg on the diagonal. Now I want you to tighten every muscle. Deltoids, quads, glutes, hamstrings. Attitude, go. There you go. Lift up, turn out from your hip. Give it a little hop, unless you want to do the less strenuous version. Follow wrench. Are you ready? Heel, toe, heel, arm up, in, and left, and right, and left. Now 2 hops, chassé, chase the foot. That's what a chassé is. 1 foot chasing the other. Heel, and heel, and heel. And 2 hops, chase away. Oh yeah. Get ready for that double push. Tight, abs tight, glutes tight, delts tight, attitude. Turn out from the hip. Oh yeah. Double push again, tight. Oh yeah, up, hey, ha. Turn out from the hip, attitude, ah. There you go. Heel toe. Ha. Ha. Again. 2 hops with a chassé. Chase the foot. Oh yes. Heel toe. Woo. Ha. Again. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, hop. Okay, double push, guys. Tighten, push, extend, lift the chest, attitude. Oh yeah. Back to the push. Uh-huh. We're going for a ride, all right. A cardio ride. Again. Heel toe. Yeah. Yeah. And again, light on your feet. 2 hops, chasse. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Heel and toe. Hey, hey, up, hop. Hop. Touch, touch, hop, hop. Ho, ho. Woo, baby. Double push. Hey, again, lift. In the chest, attitude. 8 of them. We're going over that high mountain. Oh, yes. Hop, hop. Attitude, go. Okay, get ready. Heel. Ho, ho. Push. Lift. Extend. 2 hops. Chasse. Hey, hey. Big moves. Heel, toe. Come on. We're almost there. Oh, yeah. Hop, hop. Hop, hop. Now I want 1 double push. And hold it, yeah.
All right, hear that beat? Give me a skip. Now really pull those knees up. Give me all the energy you've got. We're gonna work hard and burn a lot of calories on this routine. Pump it and pump it. Now 2 little touches and a little triplet. Then left. Now 8 skips right in the middle. And again, 2 touches and a triplet and a triplet. Now skip. You're looking good. Keep going and touch, touch, and triplet. Now remember that triplet is 3 steps to 2 beats of music. So you have to have articulate feet and 8 of them. Give me 8. Now 4 attitude lifts in front. Pull it up. Now curl that hamstring and back. Come on, squeeze. Now hip lift to the side. Use your obliques. And back to the back. Now attitude front. Turn that hip up and knee in the toe just automatically follows. And hip pike, pick it up. Now curl it and back again. Good. All right, 2 touches, go. Touch, touch, and triplet. 8 little skips right here. Pull them up, pull them up, pull them up. And again, tap, tap. Now, of course, if you want to take it a little bit lighter, follow Michelle for the light version. And touch, and triplet, and triplet. Give me 8. Are you breathing hard? Tap, and tap. Now 8. All right, back to that attitude. Lift tall. Now use those hamstrings and curl. Now obliques, lift. Squeeze your core in back. That's a little brain work for you, isn't it? And take it back, take it back. And hip pike. I love that we can work our abdominals during this section, don't you? All right, do it again. Lift. Big breath. In, back, and curl. Now hip pike. Hike it up. And back to the hamstring. All right, we're gonna get a little crazy. 2 taps. Now skip. 2 front, 2 right, 2 rear, 2 left. Now touch. And triplet. Now face front, then left, then rear, then left. Now touch. Did you make it all the way around with me? 2 front, 2 right, 2 rear, and again, 2 touches. Back to the left. All right, attitude lift. Oh, are you facing the right way? Now curl. Good job, keep it up. Hip hike. You're in the home stretch. Curl back. And hold it right there and smile, yeah.
All right, find the beat right here, and I want you to hop it in and out. Those feet are gonna be hopping in and out to the side. Keep those toes and knees to the front, tighten up through that core, and get ready. It's a fun routine. You're gonna rock lunge to the right for 2, down and out. Now hop it in and out in the middle. Go down to the left, get down, pull it up, pull it in, hop it out, man. Now when you pull that body up, I want you to think, squeeze your core, tighten through the abdominals, and get that upper body down there, down, pull up, hop it, go again,
in and out. Keep going, it's down, pull up. Hop in and out. One more. Now get that right leg ready, cross it over, ball change 4. 4 left, do it again. Now look out, lunge it, 2 down, 2 up. Take it down, pull it up. You want to lower through the legs, not the upper body. Right leg, cross it over. Left side, go again. Lunge it, down, up, pull it up. 2 more. From the beginning, here we go. Rock lunge down for 2. Down, pull it up. Hop it, in and out. Left side. It's in and out. Go again, pull it. We are working now. Hop it. Keep going, guys, come on. Think, squeeze, tighten that core. Use those major muscles, quadriceps. Get the heart rate up there, keep it up there. 1 more. Here we go, cross right, let's go, ball change. Ball change. 2 more. Down and up, let's lunge it. Down, pull up. Upper body tall, lower through the legs. Right leg crosses over. Try to keep your shoulders and hips square to the front. Down and up. Come on. Yeah. All right, here we go. Rock lunge, down, up. Hop it. Left side. In and out. Okay, we're working. We're breathing now. Do it again, guys. Come on. Push, pull. Use that upper body. Squeeze your shoulder blades together. And again. Hop it. Left side, down, pull up. Hip. And again. Now, we have a tricky part coming. You have to cheat for me, and cheating is okay. Now, rock lunge 2 times only. Right leg, cross it. Let's go. Left side. Do it again. Lunge it, down, up. Come on, it's down. Pull the body up. Lift it. Right leg, let's cross. Come on, move. Again. Down, up. Lift, breathe. Back to those lunges, down, up. Push it. Come on, don't give up now. Keep it going. And again, right side. Hop it. 1 more. Feet apart, hold it.
Okay, now here we go. Lift your arms up overhead nice and easy. Anchor down your rib cage. And then you're gonna swing side to side. Then contract in the center for 2. Pull in your abdominals. The arms only move side to side. They stay up tall when you contract. And center. And again, take it side to side. You should start feeling those oblique muscles working. Center. And sway. Center, keep those hips still. Over. And pull. Pull. And crunch. Right here, center it. And side to side. And center crunch. All right, now we're gonna do something different. You're gonna lean forward slightly, push forward for 4. Now push front, pull back, front, back, forward. Front, back, forward again. Abs are still pulled in. Keep going. Front, and pull, reach. Come on, lift tall, abs are in tight. Front, back, forward. Front, keep it up, almost there. Be sure and squeeze your triceps as you pull back and push back. In. Now walk to the right, you're gonna lift up, press up toward the ceiling. Pull in with your obliques and lift. Kind of push into the hip and up, hold, turn and look at your hands as they come up. Push, palm up towards the ceiling. Lean, up, hold, contract. Keep going, couple more. You should be feeling them now. Nice oblique work. Long and lean. Feet apart overhead. And crunch. Halfway home. You got it. Think nice tight abs. Sway. And center. Hips are still. Make sure not to shrug. Keep your abs in tight. Shoulders down. And back. And side to side. And front. Keep going. One more. Now we're going to push forward for 4. Alternating hands. Reach front. Push, pull, reach. Push. And again, push it forward. Come on, press both forward, both back, both front and back. To the end. Walk. And hold. And press. And squeeze, lift, lean into it, push into the hips. Obliques are tight. Keep pulling them in. Remember the lower abdominals are pulled in too. Up, push, almost there. Couple more. And lean, hold it up.
Okay, if you don't have a pair of weights, go grab them and come on back. Then turn those feet out and give me a nice little plie to warm up your legs. Now, stand up tall. Be sure to pull in on your abdominals. Good posture. Going to do lots of muscle work on this routine. Now, lunge it into the right leg. Over and pull it back. Over and back. Squeeze. So you want to pull the weight over with your biceps and your pec. Then as you rotate through the torso, squeeze those rhomboids in your middle back. And again, push. The whole time you're doing that, you're really pressing into the heel, loading up that leg, and working your glute max and hamstring. Pull it back and back. One more. Now step together and bicep curl, right and left. Careful not to swing. You want to pull the weights into your body. Now, palms are back. Press them out away from your body. Squeeze those triceps to extend your elbow. Left side coming up. Go over and back. Push, pull. Good. Are you feeling that nice stretch through your torso? This routine has a lot in it for your upper body and your lower body together. Keep going. Push down and lift. Squeeze that elbow. Pull those arms back. Nice. 2 more. 1 more. Now bring those feet together, back to the bicep, right, left, and squeeze. Pull that weight into your body. Now palms back and press it out. Try not to hunch your shoulders up. Relax those shoulders. Now we need an extra set of biceps. Pull it in. Good. Lift tall, tight core. All right, back to the right side and go. Over, pull back. Come on, you can do it. This is your short set. And rotate. And squeeze. 1 more. And the other side. Here we go. Left. Left leg, right arm working. Can you feel your waistline getting toner with each time we turn? And lift. And press. 1 more. Now bring those feet together. Pull it up. Right, left. Bicep, bicep. How we feeling back there? Press it out. Squeeze. All right, this is all we've got. Time for a nice little stretch. Come on down. Put those weights on the floor. Now walk your hands over to the right side and stretch those hamstrings. Then walk your hands all the way over to the left and stretch. And back in the middle and round it up. Now you're gonna release your back down. Touch that floor, straighten your knees, and round it up right through your spine. Release, lead with your chest. Down, straighten those knees, and round it up. Now take that right leg out and stretch. Right here, little hamstring. Now pull it up with your core and lean back with the quad hip flexor. Beautiful stretch right on the front of your body and down your side. Now left leg stretches out. And stretch right there. Little hamstring right there. Now pull yourself up. Lean back with that quad. Stretch right through your torso. gorgeous. And bring it together, big deep breath. And you did it. Great job.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help by fostering a child. If you are ready to make this commitment, call 455-0181 for more information. Become a foster parent.
Looking for something to do? Want to find out what's happening in your neighborhood? Maybe see the latest newsletter or cool video? Just become a fan of Clark County on Facebook or follow us on Twitter, and information will be waiting for you. From Summerlin to Henderson and Spring Valley to Laughlin, find out more about your neighborhood using social media. Sign up is quick and easy, so check us out at Facebook and Twitter, and we'll take care of the rest.
What is better than late night TV? I ask you, is there anything better? I Dream of Jeannie. I don't think so. Oh, one thing better. Food that goes with late night TV. I'm a little torn. I want to watch, I want to cook. Come on, let's go make something. It's gonna be delicious. I'm out of paper towel. Look at that. You can make it. Who doesn't want that? Oh. You know, the kids, they don't think I can make kettle corn. Dad, you just buy kettle corn. Sorry. That's real popcorn. Real popcorn because we're really making it. We need a big pot. And a big lid, because if you don't have a lid for your popcorn, it's going everywhere. 3 things, that's all. Half a cup of popcorn. Now, you know I'm not a big measuring guy, but for this, we're going for it. 2 other things. One is a 1/4 cup of sugar. Okay, and vegetable oil. See? 1/4 cup. Not too hard. Perfect late night snack. We're gonna go medium heat, and I like to just mix it all first. I want all of the sugar mixed in with the oil. Sorry, noisy. Now, if you've ever made popcorn from kernels before, you know the drill. Let it sit. When the first one starts to pop, then you go into action. You got to keep it shaking. I'm like I'm at the crap stables. Let's go. Come on, 7. So this late night eating thing, nobody said it was all that exciting. The exciting part is what's happening over there. Leave It to Beaver, I Dream of Jeannie, Monsters. Okay, now you got to keep it moving. If you don't... Oh, I forgot those... I forgot these guys. See, now look at... Uh-oh. I got a bit of a clump going here. I got trouble. Okay. camera right. Why is this side not moving? You could buy kettle corn, but it would make for crappy television. And you know what? Here's the deal. It's 11:30, you watch and Leave It to Beaver, and you go, hey, I'd like some kettle corn. Oh, we forgot to buy some. But Sam showed us how to do it. Let's get it out of the fridge. Wait, let's get it out of the cupboard. That's where it is. I see, I got a clump thing here that I want to get at. Uh-oh. I lost a couple. Honey, come look at this guy. He's making popcorn on TV. I ain't never seen nothing like it. The neighbors are not happy with me right now. You know why that doesn't bother me? Those guys are so nice. They'd take anything from me. Those guys, that way, I don't like them. If you have neighbors like that, I feel bad for you. You want to catch it before they start burning. And I think we're almost there. This is not such bad TV. And you can probably make this right now. Okay, I'm stopping there. We're gonna take it out here, get it in our bowl. Look at that. Okay, you know what? I did pretty darn good. See that? That's not bad. It's very hot right now. It's gonna stick a little bit when it cools. So what you do, you go through, you just bust it up with your hands, and you've got the world's best kettle corn. 11:30 at night. I shouldn't be this hot. You know, we could have filmed this when it was earlier, but we didn't. Let's do that. Okay, this is so good. But we're building up. Next, we're gonna make a little late night I Dream of Jeannie pizza. You're gonna like this. Hang in.
Lucy, do you realize that that's the seventh person that you called?
He kills me, you know?
Yeah, I know.
He kills me. But we can't sit here and watch them. We got stuff we have to make.
Oh, baby! Did I thank you properly?
Yes, but do it again. You got the best thank yous in town.
So here's the thing. This one, you're actually getting 2 recipes for the price of 1. Oh yeah, I forgot, you're actually not paying for any of this. So you're getting 2 for free instead of 1 for free. Because this one not only is the perfect late time, nighttime, watching TV kind of food to pull out, but it's absolutely my favorite all-time appetizer. Perfect appetizer. I'm gonna grab something out of the cupboard. Turns out there's a new addition to the Sam the Cooking Guy family. And her name is Haley. Get used to that little face. You'll be seeing a lot of it soon. You could have kissed me, you know, this would have been. Let's try again. I'll tell you what. Now you kiss. Okay, that's not working. Okay, you go down here, little girl, and I'm gonna continue on. Now that we've had our fun with little Haley, we're just getting one of these Italian crusts. And the beautiful thing about this recipe is that these guys, they can live in the freezer for, you know, 4 or 5 months, whatever. All right, 1 ingredient right here. We need 1, 2, 3 more. These 2 happen to be together. And here's the other one. Okay, first one down, garlic and herb cheese. You've seen these things, they come in the store. There's a couple of different makes. It's a soft cheese with no way to open up the top. Oh, there it is, little tiny. Okay, here's a tip. Don't bite your nails because it makes like this almost impossible. There we go, I got it. I don't got it. You know, you just serve this stuff with crackers. That's basically what it's meant for, but we're not doing that. We're gonna take it and we're gonna put it on here. We'll use the whole thing. That's good. That's what we need. Okay. Next, pesto. You've all seen this in the store. Maybe you're buying this to put on top of some pasta. Basil, garlic, pine nuts. We're gonna go maybe half of this. Hear the beeping? My oven's ready. Did I tell you? 450 degrees? It's actually not 450, it's 440. Timer off. All right, that's fine. And the last thing, shredded Parmesan. And you notice I said shredded because there's a grated version of this. Grated is like the fine dust, like you'd sprinkle on pizza. I'm done. Now we just take this guy, we slide it in. 450 up top. Go back to what you're watching. Come back in 12 minutes. Okay, that's wrong. That is not right. Pizza's looking very good though. That smoke? I had nothing to do with that smoke. You see, what happens is stuff gets on the bottom, and it's not me. I'm as neat as they come in here. Look at the floor. Okay, you see, the garbage on the floor, we clean it up after. We keep the counters clean though. But now we're gonna get our pizza out of here. Our late night pizza or our appetizer pizza. I do not know where that smoke came from, but it is not related to me. I mean, hey, look, I don't like to blow my own horn, but if I was sitting here watching, okay, I do. I like to blow my own horn. Here's what I'd like to say. If I was sitting here watching the Munsters and I got a little hungry, felt like a little munch, and somebody brought this out to me, I'd love them forever. Should we cut it? Should we bust into it? Come on, let's get a knife. Oh! Who put this knife in upside down? But it's awkward. Now I gotta, how do I do this? Oh, geez. We're not cutting the pizza. Yeah, we are. Come on, baby, come on. Look at that. Maybe you should wait a second. That would be better. It's so good. I feel like I do that a lot. Okay. You have to make this. It's just not me saying it. Well, it is right here, but there's plenty of people that have been here that have had this that would say to you right now, you have to make this. But as good as this is, maybe the ultimate late night munchie food. Coming up next. You know, who doesn't want to sit here all night and watch this? But we can't. We've got to cook stuff. Let's go. There's times when I think what I'm going to show you now is too easy. I just shouldn't do this. I mean, it's not like I'm really making any of the ingredients myself. I'm just putting things together. But oh boy, it's so good. I had to share it. And I'm telling you, late night, for me, and hunger, this is what it's all about. This is the answer to the telephone ringing. The hunger telephone. The hunger call. That's what I mean. See that? It's just turkey. Honey turkey. Like this in a sandwich, it's pretty good. But when we add heat to it and we grill it, now we're talking. And this is not the same grill because it's not, nothing's light. Oh! Did you see that? My life flashed before my eyes. Here's the elements to this. Turkey. I bought it. It's just sitting in my fridge. Could you buy the packaged turkey? Of course you could buy the packaged turkey. We're gonna need a little cheese. I'm going with Munster. Oh, Munster cheese. What are we watching? The Munsters. Could you use provolone? Absolutely. Could you use your favorite Danish cheese? You know what? If you like it, you can use it. Instead of bread, we're going bagel. These guys could be living in the freezer. You know, bread in the freezer for... Are you just going to stand there all day?
I'm scared to go in the kitchen.
I got all kinds... Oh, yeah.
You're cutting yourself, you're blowing
I almost blew myself up. Come on in, you'll be okay. Bread in a freezer is not a bad thing. You can take a dozen bagels and stick them in there, a loaf of bread. Look at right here. Loaf of bread. You buy them when they're on sale and you throw them in there. And just, you know what, you don't want them in there for 4 months or anything. But pull them out, throw them in the toaster, good as new. I've got my oven on to broil because I'm gonna do my bagels. And you can see it glowing hot. My bagels are gonna go on here, okay? And I like to do that, I like to flatten down a little bit. I don't know why, I just do. But they don't go in yet. First is gonna go the turkey. And I'm gonna take a bunch of turkey because I'm not playing games here. This is for me. Now I'm just gonna spread it out and it's gonna go in here. And I'm gonna make just a little mayo thing to go on this. And I'm gonna use, you know, whatever. Tablespoon in a little bit. I'm gonna add a little honey mustard, fat teaspoon of that. I mix these together. I gotta go with substandard tongs. See it's starting to brown? That's what I want. We're gonna throw the bagels in here, put the turkey away. I'm good. Okay, I bought these big tomatoes. I like their size, and I like the fact that when I cut them, I'm gonna have one giant slice. Did I tell you when you put this turkey in there hot, it's very different? Cheese time. Your show ends, you got a couple minutes before the next one. Now, it's not like you got 2 hours to whip something up. We're going just like that. Here's the other thing we're gonna do. I want that cheese to melt. Now I'm gonna get my bagel out of here. And I'm gonna take some of this. You have to make sure you're going on the bottom because you want to put the lid on the proper side, right? We want this gooey. That's what we want. Tomato. Right there. Ready? Perfect. Okay? You can't use your tongs. Now you need... Now you need a spatula. Put that on there. Holy smokes. Get yourself a plate. And that goes on there. Now, if you're looking at this, if you've just tuned in and you're looking at this and you're going, ooh, what is that? Taste it first. Before you judge me, taste that. And then tell me this doesn't belong in late night TV munchie land. All right, see? Tastes like I'm king of the world. Yeah, sorry, too much? Too much? That's what it tastes like. After this, maybe the goofiest thing we've ever made, but is it delicious. Okay, here we go. Final one. Late night munchiedom. Late night munchiedom. There's two weird things in this. Okay, the whole thing's weird. We'll start with this first one. Ready? Chili. I don't care whose you use. Honestly. Use any chili you like. And no, I didn't make it. Yes, that's obvious. Don't send me emails. I'd say don't send me letters, but nobody writes a freaking letter anymore. It's a lost art. This is going on a little pot on the stove. If I can find it. I got it. A little heat. Oops. Remember, this is not going out food. This is not having people come over food. This is, I'm sitting around, I'm watching late night TV, maybe watching a movie, and I'm hungry, Sammy boy. What am I gonna make? Okay, here's the second weird part. You can stay there. You ready? Fritos. But no, the Fritos aren't going in the chili. The chili is going in the Fritos. How can that be? Of course it can be. You know, you got a few decisions you have to make in this whole 3-ingredient thing. Chili with beans, chili with no beans, chili with meat, chili with no meat. Spicy chili, not spicy chili. There's a lot of versions of that. But this needs to be hot because it's gonna melt the cheese that's gonna go on top of it. Let's get the cheese. Shredded Colby Jack. That's what I'm using. That's done. Yeah, exactly what you think. Make some friends with this. I'm not putting my hand in the bag, and now the cheese. Come on. You ready for this? Now at this point, you have another choice. Fork or spoon? It's pretty obvious. Spoon. A little mixing. Can't believe what this guy made on TV. He put chili in a freaking Fritos bag and put cheese on it. Yeah, I did. And then I put Cholula on it, buddy, because that's what it needs. It's perfectly self-contained. No fuss, no muss. Now we go sit down and we keep watching.
Oh, sure, Dad. A whole bunch of big junk.
Mayfield Park Field Day.
Ward's the best, isn't he?
Yeah, Dad. I finished second in the 100-yard dash. First
No,
in the
this is the
long jump,
best.
and third in the high jump.
I know it looks silly,
I'm supposed to take
but it's
the
really
third
good.
round and put my name on it. Boy, I think that's just wonderful.
I hope you've enjoyed
I think we have a future to come.
late night munchy stuff, because I have. I'm Sam the cooking guy.
You got Beaver. Well, I went
Oh,
the 50-yard dash.
I'll see you next time.
But I didn't get to finish.
You didn't get to finish.
No.
And if you want any of the recipes we made tonight,
Gold.
check the website, ctn.org. Okay. So they tell me I say okay too much. Okay. Out of the sugar pourer. Okay. Okay, now you got to keep it moving. Okay. Is everybody going to be quiet now? Okay. Okay, first one down. Okay, here's a tip. That's what I did. Okay, you can come on. Nice job. Nobody will ever know. Thank you, Zaki. Oh, see.
Daddy got cut again.
Sorry, I'm laughing, dude.
It's a lot hotter than you'd think it would be for. Look at how dark it is outside. It is so dark you can't even see out there. I think we're getting a little action in here. Back up quick. You think Emerald started like this?
Say that every week.
At least, there, did you get that one?
With you talking.
Sorry.
Okay. Was it a bad one?
That's bad enough.
Well, it's bleeding, but is it bad as that first one?
You mean where I lost a piece?
Yeah.
It's never been that bad.
What gets you moving?
Because when you get moving an hour a day,
You'll have the energy to skate through anything. So whether you like to work the half pipe,
Kick the soccer ball around.
Or ride your bike.
Carve out some time every day to get moving.
But do it your way.
Because it can be whatever you want it to be. Just get active.
Wrap it up.
Move it your way and be a player.
Get up and play an hour a day, Doc. Check out how to be a player at letsmove.gov.
Head online to get tips on great ways to get moving every day.
That's www.letsmove.gov.
We live here, we work here, we enjoy the Valley and all it has to offer. But not everyone plays by the rules, and Nevada is losing out on thousands of dollars that help fund schools, roadwork, and government services. Well, the rules just got tougher. A new state law enables the Las Vegas Township Constable to crack down on residents who don't pay their fair share and register their vehicles within 60 days. Avoid a ticket and hefty fines. If you live here, register your vehicles in Nevada. Pay your fair share.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help. Our biggest needs are for foster parents able to take large sibling groups, teenagers, and children with special health care needs. Won't you open your home and your heart? Foster parents and foster children come in all colors of love. If you have the passion and commitment to make a difference, call 455-0181 for more information about Clark County Foster Care. Become a foster parent.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
From a distance, it's easy to feel close to wildlife. They're beautiful when they're safe in their natural habitat, and we're safe in ours. But when our environments overlap, there can be dangerous consequences. The threat of physical harm, damage to property, and disease become very real. That's where we can help. Our wildlife biologists work with state biologists to find safe, humane solutions to the conflict, finding the best balance between humans and wildlife. I guess you could say that's the nature of our business.
Looking for something to do? Want to find out what's happening in your neighborhood? Maybe see the latest newsletter or cool video? Just become a fan of Clark County on Facebook or follow us on Twitter, and information will be waiting for you. From Summerlin to Henderson and Spring Valley to Laughlin, find out more about your neighborhood using social media. Sign up is quick and easy, so check us out at Facebook and Twitter, and we'll take care of the rest.
Staying safe and protecting your valuables in Clark County parks just takes a few precautions. Leave your belongings at home or secure in your vehicle, and always lock your vehicle. Park in well-lit areas and be aware of your surroundings. Don't let children wander into restrooms alone, and always know where your children are. Carry a cell phone in the event you need assistance. Don't be confrontational with lawbreakers. Call police. Just a friendly reminder from your Clark County Park Police.
Responsible dog and cat owners already know the benefits of spaying and neutering their pets, and now it's the law. All pet owners in Clark County are required to spay or neuter their cat or dog. The only exceptions will be for pet fanciers or registered breeders, service dogs, or if your veterinarian determines your animal's health will be compromised due to sterilization. Prevent a litter, fix your critter. For more information, call Clark County Animal Control at 455-7710.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk District E issues and county issues with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. So we're here at the Clark County Wetlands Park in District E. District E is the county's most central district, generally bounded on the west at Decatur Boulevard. This district stretches across Las Vegas Boulevard all the way to Frenchman's Mountain, including parts of Henderson near Lake Las Vegas and east of Lake Mead Boulevard. District E stretches through some of our more mature neighborhoods and includes the Clark County Wetlands Park, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and a large part of Las Vegas Boulevard. Commissioner, this is a fantastic day out here. A typical day, really. There's busloads of kids out here. Beautiful outdoor classroom at one of the most ecological, very important places in the valley.
Absolutely. It's a huge conservation issue. The county invested millions, as well as the federal government. Most of it was actually funded through the SNPLMA, or the land sales that were done back about 10, 12, 20 years ago probably. But this has been now open and it's well used. Unfortunately, we still have issues with vagrants and graffiti and shooting and just a mess. So we've actually been convening with Metro, with school police, Parks and Rec, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation to try to figure out how we can get a handle on this. They've torn down most of the fencing out along the trails. They're setting those on fire, so we're trying to find out how we can handle that part of it. We've had shootings. I want it safe for people that are bicycling or hiking. There's no shooting allowed out here, and people are out there just driving up illegally up the washes and just letting gunfire go, not realizing, I think, that there are people out there using the trails as we want and putting them at risk. So we've been meeting with Metro for about 6 months now, trying to lay out some agendas, and they've been wonderful. We've actually asked the county for additional park police to designate them here, and I believe that they're going to comply with that or that request. So we're trying to do some other things as well to make sure that we have more community policing out here.
What else can be done, Commissioner? I mean, it is 2,900 acres, and I know a lot of what you've been talking about is on the one end. There's basically only one access way in off of Hollywood on the far side, right?
Yeah, the Sunrise Trailhead is where a bunch of it happens, but it's all up and down there. There's behind the Las Vegas High School, there's a group that meets called Little Mexico, so that's their party time, but they've had shootings there. We've had students we had a young man die. Another one was out here just last week I read about that flipped his truck and got caught with guns, got caught with, one person is still in critical condition. Part of it has to do is I want to ask the parents, there are curfews, and you need to make sure you know where your young man, woman, child, whatever are at, number one. Number two, anybody that wants to use this, we need to share it in a very conservation way. We shouldn't be driving up big trucks up and down the washes. It degrades the land. It affects the animals that are out there and the plant life. So part of what we're trying to do is ask the community to protect this jewel. You spent millions and millions of tax dollars that went to this. We should respect it and make sure we respect each other.
And obviously the ecological part of it, controls our water that flows into Lake Mead, provides purifies it.
It purifies the water. We have, I don't even know how many weirs. I know that there's 3 to 5 weirs that we still have to construct, that we have to to work with Bureau of Rec on. But in the long run, this is a jewel. It is the wetlands. It's where all your water comes to. We filter, clean it through the Water Reclamation Department, which is just down the street, and then repurpose it. And so, you know, we shouldn't trash things the way that people have been doing. It's unfortunate.
Commissioner, a little bit further up the Wash area is Desert Rose Golf Course. All of us golfers are getting quite excited that is going to open, I believe, hopefully sometime in March. Can you just bring us up to date on that
Sure, they're
project?
just about done. We were waiting for FEMA to finally approve the maps so I can get my folks out of the floodplain. They don't have to pay that insurance anymore. They've submitted everything. I got an email that they're about a week out, and then once they do that, we'll begin the notification process. That's part one. Part two, though, we had a stakeholders group, the neighbors, the golfers. They renamed it. They wanted to go back to something that was more historical and traditional. So they've come up with the club at Sunrise. And then we have the Winterwood Grill, which will be there. That'll be available not only for eating, but also for leasing out. So if people want to do weddings or graduation parties, it's a beautiful setting. I think they'll be very happy. So we're looking at the opening now around the first week of April is where we're at.
And again, you mentioned the flood control component talk a little bit about that, how vital that is to the overall flood project.
It was huge. This was the most expensive flood project ever done in the history of the state. It was over $101 million, and that's part of it is not just the flood channel at the golf course and rebuilding it, but it was also all the sewer lines that had to go between the county and the city were being redone at the same time. So unfortunately, we had a gentleman that died during that last round of flooding. So the flood, FEMA puts them into a flood zone. When you do the project, then once you have redone it and they accept it, then they can take the people back out of the flood zone and they don't have to maintain the flood insurance, which saves them hundreds of dollars. So that's what we're still waiting on from FEMA. We did everything on our part in a very timely manner. We've been waiting since December, I believe, to hear one way or another. So FEMA, I just saw an email a week ago, and they're within a week or so of making the finalization on that. Then they'll notify the neighbors once they take it out of the floodplain. There may be some additional ways to get them credit for their insurance because some folks have already paid for the year, so that's part of what we're waiting for.
And then on the recreation part of things, us golfers
Yes.
I've played there many times, and it was, in mixed conditions, but now it looks beautiful. It's going to be a magnificent course.
I'm so excited about it. It is an asset to the community. I made a commitment when I first ran for office that we would not convert that. We would keep it green. And the golf course, they wanted it natural through the wash. We only did a concrete at the bottom of it, so it's easier for them to clean. The main thing is we're trying to make sure that we don't have the trash that comes down the flood when we have a flood patrol. There used to be times when I would be out there and there'd be grocery carts and mattresses and everything else. So I just ask people, stop the illegal dumping, be respectful, because that does impact it. But the golfers are going to love it. I don't golf, but I've had golfers on my committee working with the developers all the way through this, so their input's been very well taken. We've recited where some of the courses were so that the houses have less impact with the balls in the long run. So we tried to really learn from it. The mobile home park that's along there, we rebuilt their fencing and did it so that we could protect from the raccoons being able to get up and under and get into their mobile home park. So we've tried to do everything we possibly could based on what the constituents have said that they wanted out there while that project was going on.
Commissioner, Maryland Parkway is a large part of District E and something I know you've been working on for a long, long time. And there's several different components now. There's a Southern Nevada Strong, which has helped on strategy in Maryland Parkway. You've also had a number of stakeholder meetings and public meetings at Winchester and other places. Bring us up to date on what's going on on Maryland Parkway.
Maryland Parkway is another jewel, in my opinion. I mean, I've always lived off of Maryland Parkway, so that's kind of my neighborhood. But when we're really looking at revitalizing it, and without a redevelopment area, the county doesn't have one. How do you redo that? Part of it came just from private sector because Mr. Sansone and his business company bought the Boulevard Mall. They've been revitalizing that. It looks marvelous. They've done a fantastic job. They're about 80 to 90, I think 90% rented, maybe even more so by this time. The Nevada Hispanic Museum is located in there. We just opened John's Incredible Pizza. Goodwill is there. It is just changed the whole face along that corridor. That said, you have also then you have the airport, you have then the university, university area, you have the retail, then as you move further down, you have Sunrise and the behavioral hospitals, so that's kind of a medical component, and then it naturally leads into the city of Las Vegas, down almost to the Bonneville station. I have been promoting since I got here that we should really do light rail. If we're in the middle of EIS, we have to secure the money. It's very expensive. But RTC is working very closely with our business group that we formed almost 4 years ago now to really give us good guidance. So as they work through grants for that, how do we at least get rapid bus transit down there until we can actually get light rail to interconnect the airport all the way to downtown North Las Vegas? I think it's absolutely key. It's pivotal in and of itself because it revitalizes, but it'll be a different way to show people that we can move resources, people around. We want them safe. We want bike lanes. We want the buses. We want the transit component to come in because that adds to the beauty of it. You can get to the hospital, you can get to the airport, you can get to the university, you can get to retail. So all of that is part of what we're looking at. We even got a National Endowment for the Arts grant that was written by Nevada Strong, Southern Nevada Strong. So they got $50,000 grant. We had a neighborhood meeting to really identify the planning part of that because we want to incorporate public art throughout as well. And in the long run, we just had a meeting last week. Art Prize may select us for, and that would be a wonderful corridor to do that. So that's another exciting venue. We had over 100 people that showed up for that meeting, so that was pretty good.
And what other cities? I know we've studied some Tempe's and Portland, Salt Lake cities. You're looking at other models to not reinvent the wheel, but to cherry pick some of their terrific ideas. Exactly, and there's a trip. I think Commissioner Brown's going to Denver this week. I was not able to go, but I was there for convention back in 2008 and quite familiar with it. I rode public transit everywhere. Boise, they went to Salt Lake City. So we've been looking at where do we glean ideas. So as you said, not to reinvent the wheel. I want to beautify Maryland Parkway, for example, but there's other areas as well that we're working on. If you'll notice, the orange cones, be patient, because that means that that's people working. That means that we're actually putting those dollars, those fuel tax dollars, back into infrastructure. So we have over 132 projects out right now through RTC. There will be a November ballot question, and hopefully the public will support that because that continues the program. That means we get more resurfacing, more rebuilding. We just had Eastern's being done, McLeod's being done right now. Hollywood is slated to be redesigned. We just let a RFP to look at a roundabout up on Hollywood. I know some of the constituents may not care for that, but you have to really look at traffic calming devices. We built our roads, some of our roads, way too wide. It's a drag racing. The kids are speeding up and down. So we'll do a temporary one to model it, to see what happens with the school buses, what happens with traffic, before we make the final decision on that. But I do think it's the right way to go. All right. We must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
You can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail. Go to the Clark County Election Department website, enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
District E is home to the Clark County Wetlands Park. A massive 2,900 acres, the Clark County Wetlands Park is one of the largest remaining wetlands areas in the Southwest. Home to nearly 300 plants and animal species, the wetlands is more than a nature conservatory. It's also an ecological boon, providing a filter for water purity as it flows to Lake Mead. The 13 miles of outdoor trails are open from dusk till dawn. The Wetlands Park is located in District E near Sam Boyd Stadium, and that's where we are. We're talking issues with your Commissioner, Chris June Kiliani. Commissioner, the Las Vegas Strip, Las Vegas Boulevard, there's been a lot of, which is part of District E also, there's been a lot of talk there. And you were, I think, the one that brought to the table perhaps making it a mall, pedestrian mall. One way to improve traffic is to eliminate it.
Exactly.
Talk to me.
It was somewhat rejected, but that's okay. You don't ever change anything if you don't have the conversation. And maybe I'm a little bit ahead of my time, but I think a pedestrian mall makes good sense on the Strip. I still recognize we would still maintain public transit lanes with taxis and emergency vehicles. So it's not completely pedestrian free, but in the long run, it saves money. It's safer for people. You have different venues that you can do. We already close it for New Year's, so it's not like we don't do this from time to time, but you can complement it where you're still allowing for that public component for travel, but the majority of it becomes pedestrian. There is a big problem, though, and that how do you get to the back of the house where your employees are going and then where your deliveries have come in? And so part of this was to ask the casinos to start thinking that as they're developing or redeveloping, that you make sure you don't landlock yourself, that you have good circulation on your property, you have ingress and egress on both sides. Some of the properties only have access off of the Strip, which is ridiculous. So, and then we have to do a better job when we approve zoning to make sure that we've got the right lanes, that they've got the proper ingress and egress instead of just, this is the design, go for it. We have to look longer term. This could be something 10 years down the road. That's fine. I want Maryland first. I want Dennis from Public Works just came up with a brilliant idea on Harmon to do a flyover off of Tropicana. It would complement the university. If they did do the university stadium, we actually have a meeting this afternoon on that. What traffic do you need to deal with there? So those are the more important pieces. Looking again at Swenson and Paradise, maybe being one way again. Different things. So low-hanging fruit that we can actually put into place now, we're moving forward on. We just approved 2 new bridges on the Strip, pedestrian bridges. No matter what, you still need that access until you need to, people need to be able to safely get it back and forth. So those were approved last week by the County Commission. But I do think that the conversation should not be lost, that we have to do a better job on planning. We have to do a better job on how we utilize that public property that is the Strip. It belongs to the public, and we need to think differently maybe 10 years down the road. Hopefully sooner, but in the long run, it's safer. You don't have cars driving up on curbs, running people over. As long as you accommodated then your TNCs and your taxis and your bus, then you should be able to really do a blend. And we should look at other areas that have been able to put that together.
And of course, light rail and other public transit systems are all part of the conversation as well.
Correct.
Give me your opinion on light rail or any of those others, how much of a boon they would be, Commissioner.
I think it'd be awesome. I mean, if you look at Denver, for example, or Salt Lake City, or even Phoenix, it's a phenomenal program that they put together with light rail. It revitalizes an area. It gives people different access that they don't have. And what we have to start to remember or think, I mean, I travel, so I've been to many of these places. I don't talk about it if I haven't seen it. Our tourists that are coming in are from Asia and Europe. They are used to public transit that is completely different than what we have here. We're very antiquated, as much as we had the monorail, which is a mono, but it's got a purpose. It's here, so we got to make it better. But we don't need to extend a monorail. We really should look then at light rail. And that was always my frustration with when that came into play 20 plus years ago, is it kind of ruined people's minds for what light rail really is and can be. We need that interconnectivity. It's no different than I-11. We need to make sure that we're allowing for goods and services to be able to move around. So logistics ports are what are needed still that need to be out there for planning. If we can get trucks to offload before they come into the city, it saves wear and tear on our roadways. So there's different ways to distribute your goods and services, and that's part of the conversation as well. And then if I-11 actually goes on the backside more closely actually closer to get to Nellis Air Force Base and onto Apex. If they're now talking about running it up here on this side, the most extreme east side, that lessens traffic, that gets the trucks out of the mix in town, but it also can connect to a logistics port at Apex. You could also have a logistics port on the border of California near the Sloan area. So those are things that are still being discussed as well.
Let's go back to the Strip again for a little bit, Commissioner. The North Strip, obviously SLS is there, Resort World's broken ground, Alon, and now the Convention Center looks like it will probably be taking over the spot where the Riviera is. Is that really going to rejuvenate the north end of the Strip?
Absolutely. MGM just was successful in getting the Country Music Awards. That'll be on the old Rock and Rio site. Then next year Rock and Rio comes back, so that foot traffic helps. Fontainebleau, there's a company that's looking at the purchase of it. They're doing their due diligence right now, but that would be exciting if that happens. Jackie Robinson still is working on his all-net. You've got Elan, which is going to be a wonderful boutique-ish more kind of hotel. You have Resorts World, which they're working right now. They're doing their underground utilities. So all of that, once that mass, they just have to be careful not to roll out too many rooms too fast. You need to make sure, again, that you have access back and forth. So there's lights and bridges that may be needed. Councilman Coffin and I share. He's on the south side, or the north side of Sahara. I'm on the south side. So we actually left footprints on both corners so that if we ever have to do a pedestrian bridge to join the two, that we're prepared for that part of it. SLS I was just there for the Dash and Dine with KMPR. It was phenomenal. I mean, Jose's, the meats, incredible. The Mediterranean restaurants there. I didn't get to eat the Japanese restaurant, but so you've got some jewels. My neighbors actually, because we can walk to that. So I'm hoping they can hang in there until we get that more. You need a critical mass, and then it flows to the downtown. It helps Stratosphere. It helps all those other pieces going down that route. But I'm excited about it. You know, money's been tough for everybody, private sector as well as public sector. So they have to do it right, but they've been approved, and so I'm excited to see what comes out of all of this.
Another smaller component, I know last year we named a street after Mr. Sammy Davis Jr., and we've got another one coming up. Riviera Boulevard is changing its name to somebody.
Elvis
I can't believe we have never named a street after that gentleman to begin with,
I know,
Commissioner.
Isn't that? I'm so glad Westgate brought that up. Mr. Siegel and Mark Waltrip, his son-in-law, they've been very progressive. If you have not been inside Westgate, you really ought to. They've done a phenomenal job of redesigning and bringing some life back. But yes, with the Riv gone, I hope we save the sign in some way. But that will become Elvis Presley Drive. And then the Sammy Davis, long overdue. I'm so thrilled that I was able to put that together in a very, very quick time. Even though it's been approved for like 8 years, nobody ever told us that they hadn't moved forward. So they came to me, and I thank you, Public Works. We did it within about 3 months. So I'm excited about that. But the best thing is our Public Arts Committee that we formed when I got the public art funding money has decided that they want to do a public art piece where the three come together: Sinatra Drive, Sammy Davis Jr., and the Rat Pack, basically. So I don't know if it'll be a mural there or a statue or what, but I'm excited that it'll have a public art component as well.
Commissioner, since the last time we talked, medical marijuana is now a reality in District E and across Clark County. Are you satisfied with how the rollout has been and how this privileged licensed business is taking shape in Clark County?
So far, I've not had complaints. There's one right down the street from my house in Yo, but you have Euphoria that was the first one that opened. You have we have one here on Boulder Highway that just opened, Nevada Pure. Their cultivation, but they just got their dispensary. The main thing is I think the state will have to go back and make some tweaks to a couple of things, such as the volume that you have to test to prove your growth is awful lot, and so it really removes, for those folks that were trying to get up and running, they really didn't. It took like half their product that you could use to stock rather than for the lab testing. So they need to review that part of it. But again, the voters will have an opportunity to decide if they want recreational in November this year.
Most people seem to think that that will probably pass. Are business people coming to you already and, you know, coming with business ideas for that, or
No.
has that not yet?
No, I think they're going to see what happens, and I think those that have already been approved will probably be the main people in the market. You don't want to, again, flood that market either, so they're going to have to be careful. I just hope that Metro will start focusing on the illegal deliveries because those folks are not legitimized. They don't have a business license. They're competing with the business people, and we need to shut them down. And they know where they're at. You can go on your website right now and do weed something, and it shows you every place they're at. Just go in and bust those people. They're not doing business correctly. They should not be competing with those that are properly licensed.
All right, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
District E is home to the Hollywood Regional Park Recreation and Aquatic Center. The rec center often offers dozens of classes, programs, and events every month. Their well-equipped gym gives workout fanatics a sparkling place to sweat and run and lift while enjoying a magnificent view of the valley below. The Aquatic Center is the newest in Clark County, with year-round swimming inside and an outdoor pool designed with more than a nod to Tinseltown and popcorn in a gorgeous outdoor setting. The Hollywood complex is located in the far east part of District E at 1650 South Hollywood Boulevard. And speaking of District E, we're talking with your elected representative, Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Commissioner, coming into the Wetlands Park today, driving down Boulder Highway, a lot of activity going on there.
A lot of
Tell me
activity.
what's
We've
going on
had
there.
too many deaths, and that is, again, it's a state highway. So NDOT came together with our Public Works and with Metro. Metro called, Captain Owen called a meeting. We have to do something. It's too wide. So actually our Public Works staff have come up with a plan where we can actually narrow it, get some crossings, upgrade the lighting so it's safer for people. But people need to then use those crosswalks and not cross midway. So that's part of what we're working on to save them. You also mentioned Hollywood. That was promised to be a regional park. It's been on plans for 20 plus years. I've been here 11 years now, and it's very frustrating to me. So I've asked Parks to go back and get me a map with what's currently on it and take all the other stuff they promised to people. We resurvey the neighborhood and start putting back in then other program areas that the neighborhood has asked for. I did get some snipplema money to add to lighting and bathrooms for the ballparks. We'll have more ballparks. That actually generates revenue for parks so that we can put it back in. But people want other activities that are out there, and they were promised a regional park. The problem is the county, all of our regional parks, not one of them is finished because we didn't finance it as a regional park, and I think that's misleading to folks. So I'm going to do my last 3 years as much as I possibly can to make sure that our parks and recreation areas are redone and revitalized and added to and really reflect what the community around them want. Especially after 20 years, it's changed. So I don't want to put something out there that nobody really cares for any longer. So that's what I'm working on. And in fact, Commissioner Kirkpatrick and I have a town hall to just discuss, because we share property lines basically. We thought, let's do that. We've never done that before. She's only been on the commission for a year, but she's a go-getter. And so we're going to have a, talk with the community about what their needs are. Bob Price, a community center, Hollywood, zoning issues, traffic issues, lights, where do you need those types of things. So that's, I try to do town halls in all the quadrants of my district. And so this will be my next one that I'm having coming up.
Awesome. Well, our time is up. I know we could talk for another hour or two on District E and everything else. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Pleasure.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Special thanks to Commissioner Chris June Kiliani for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District E. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Even
Rocky knows his owner should pick up after him in the park. Dog waste is unsanitary and potentially harmful to people. A variety of disposal tools are available. Choose the one that suits you and properly dispose of dog waste in any trash can in the park. Be polite. Scoop that poop. It's easy to be a responsible dog owner.
Ma'am, driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride can help you find people to carpool with. Visit their site at rtcsnv.com.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources, but now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
When I was 15, I became homeless because my mom was battling an addiction.
My dad was very abusive.
Dad was kind of intolerable.
I was taken away at age 2.
Became homeless at the age of 14.
My mom was a meth addict. She couldn't take care of me.
Drugs and different men in her life were more important than my well-being.
Drugs, prostitution.
A lot of days I went hungry.
Some nights I would just be so emotionally torn up that I would just walk.
You're so alone. There's no one
You
there.
don't know if you're going to have food today.
Felt unsafe.
It's hopeless. Everything you do is hopeless.
You don't know what's going to happen next.
How am I going to eat today?
It was never a choice. It was just how it happened.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4.
Just ahead on UMC Digest, we'll take you inside one of our operating suites to show you the latest in surgical robotic technology. Then a vest saved this man's life during a heart attack. We'll tell you how it works. And we'll introduce you to a teenager who survived devastating burns after a campfire explosion. Her outlook on life now is sure to make you smile. The UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen, and we're very glad you're with us. UMC offers the highest level of care in the state. We're home to Nevada's only Level 1 Trauma Center, Nevada's only designated Pediatric Trauma Center, Nevada's only Burn Care Center, and the only transplant center in Nevada. Our teams are able to take care of the most ill and injured patients in Nevada with the highest amount of skill and technology. That level of expertise ensures we're able to care for patients who may not survive anywhere else. Patients like Andrew Lynn. When Andrew Lynn was rushed through the doors of this trauma center, it was a case not even our trauma team had ever seen before. And they've seen just about every kind of injury imaginable. But with Andrew's case, well, people usually don't survive this kind of injury. Take a look.
I think it's a 30.
Here, throw here, bud.
30, Daddy.
I want mine, Daddy.
Andrew Lynn had already survived a tour of duty in Iraq and being hit by a drunk driver. Then, while driving late at night, he fell asleep at the wheel and hit a chain link fence. A fence pole went through the windshield and then through his mouth, narrowly missing his spine and puncturing clear through the back of his neck.
They started taking him out of the car and they put him on a stretcher, and as they came around the corner, my wife says, "Hey, he's got a pipe sticking out his head."
When the paramedics came, I guess they thought I was deceased,
and I wasn't, clearly. So they started working to cut the pipe to get me out. When I was cut free, from what they've told me, I actually climbed out of the car and hopped onto the gurney all by myself, which I'm sure was a little trippy.
Andrew was transported to the UMC Trauma Center with the pole still going through his head.
He had a hard time kind of wrapping his head around it, no pun intended, about what had really happened to him and what he had been through. And you know, when I had talked to him about the part about how he was trying to text on his telephone, he couldn't remember any of it.
Dr. Coates had to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew's mouth and neck, not something doctors learn in medical school.
The minute you pull this pipe out, you know, all hell could break loose and they could start bleeding profusely.
So we called in a team of specialists only on call at UMC to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew. In fact, the whole team at UMC came together in trauma OR, even down to a hospital engineering team who had to bring a saw to sever a smooth edge, and a nurse who ran ice-cold water through that pipe so it didn't heat up in Andy's head while they were sawing.
So that was really the concern, was, you know, whether or not he was going to have permanent injury from lack of blood flow to his brain, and we were very fortunate that he didn't.
Dr. Nancy Donahoe and Dr. Jeffrey Moxley assisted Dr. Coates during a case none of them could believe.
If Andy's car had been going in any of 3 different planes of space, he would likely be dead at the scene. If the pole had ever been coming in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene. And if his head had been positioned inside of the car in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene.
The specialists were able to get the pole out of Andrew, left unscathed except for some oral issues, but alive.
It took a long time to be able to open my mouth again, because with the damage to the muscle and the tissue, it's almost like my mouth healed shut because it was wired shut. And those muscles healed in the shut position. So I actually had to pry my mouth open over time with popsicle sticks, or the tongue depressors. You'd stick them in, a stack of them in between my teeth on this side, and then I would wedge another one in between the middle and pry it open.
Andrew's injuries now were cosmetic. Miraculously, he was able to stand up and walk just 2 days after that pole came out of his head.
Especially if I felt horrible sitting in the intensive care unit, because you see people who are really in bad shape. And I remember, you know, feeling really bad about seeing people in that bad a shape.
Andrew's case made national attention because of his incredible injury and the superb team who saved his life.
I tend to believe that there's just a higher power at work there. I remember Dr. Moxley, one of the things he told me was he couldn't have surgically put that pipe in any better than it was.
How do you explain that he's even alive, Doctor?
It's a miracle. It really is.
Andrew attended our trauma survivor celebration that is hosted by Caesar's Palace every year. Another patient who joined us that day was Casey Nita. You might remember her story in the media after she was involved in a campfire explosion last summer. That explosion nearly took her life and caused her an extremely painful recovery. But she refused to let it ruin her soul, because as you will see, Casey is one of the most positive people you will ever meet. It was supposed to be a celebration, a graduation party with friends, enjoying a bonfire on the outskirts of Henderson.
And so we set up our bonfire and we were hanging out, and I was paying attention to my friends, and within 10 seconds it exploded. And I remember being on fire and then being out, and then going up to my friend and telling her I need help. So we all piled into the trucks and we drove.
Casey was the most severely burned of 7 teens who suffered injuries. The kids drove themselves to the closest hospital, where they were quickly transported to UMC's Burn Care Center, the only burn care center in Nevada.
I wasn't aware of how badly I was injured because I told my mom to bring me a spare set of clothes like I was going to go home.
Once at UMC, Casey was heavily sedated in a coma for 15 days.
When I first got Casey's consult, she was in the pediatric intensive care unit. She was intubated, she was sedated, and the prognosis was no one really knew. She was burned almost her entire body, so 85% of her body had sustained second and third degree burns. So no one really knew what was going to happen.
Casey slowly came to, and family therapist Kara Goodman was also at her bedside.
My first visit with Casey was in pediatric ICU, and when I first came to see her, it was the most amazing visit. She was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in, the most excruciating pain, and it was a horrible circumstance, but our visit, she brought tears to my eyes because she was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in this terrible circumstance and in this terrible accident, but she talked in the most beautiful way. It was just, I couldn't believe that this 16-year-old girl could take this circumstance that she had been in and want to be positive and she wanted to make an impact on my life.
Casey would have an excruciating road of recovery ahead of her, with sometimes twice daily debridements, where her burned skin had to be scrubbed in order to clear infection and promote new growth.
All of the physical things that they face, the debridements, the dressing changes, are incredibly painful, but psychologically also. They're here, they're burned, so they face some sort of trauma, whether it's a fire, a car accident, some sort of trauma that they've been through. So a lot of times they're facing some sort of, maybe they're going through flashbacks or they're having nightmares. They're facing some sort of maybe post-trauma. So it's psychologically very difficult for them as well.
A lot of emotional support, talking her through it, giving her the confidence that she can overcome. Music was a big coping mechanism for her. We would, turn the iPad on and turn Pandora on, and she would sing through dressing changes, and that was kind of just a way to connect with all the nurses too. Is, oh, have you heard the new, Taylor Swift song? And so that was kind of just her way of kind of escaping from the pain and just being able to sing and get her mind off it.
UMC trauma and burn surgeon Dr. Terry Lewis understands his patients are enduring physical and emotional pain.
The injury, the pain, the potential changes in how you look, and she saw the other kids that were hurt all get better more quickly and get back to school, and she was still hurting, and it was really a struggle.
Casey's road wasn't easy, and she would go home and return to UMC a few times more for her care. But her strength came from within, a will to live and a fight to survive.
And I really believe that that's what got her through everything that she's been through, because it was horrific what she had to do, and I don't know how she did it, but I believe it's because she had that strength inside of her before that she was able to do that.
Get better every day, look better every day. That's what I want to keep doing. Getting better every day, improving every day. And I hope to impress other people, to make them want to move forward and hope that they can do better with their lives.
Surviving a burn injury with unimaginable pain, recovery, and the physical and emotional scars patients will always carry with them is only made easier with a strong support system.
She's had Kim and Kara, and they take real good care of her. She's a good patient, but they go out of their way to really help her, and it has helped her.
The Burn Center, it's a team effort, and there's a lot of people involved in. And a special shout out really goes to Kim, because her therapy, whether it's distraction or being with Casey at every operation, coming in and meeting her to help with the anxiety of the surgery beforehand and afterward, being there when she woke, and she really helped her prepare herself mentally for the operations and all the therapy she did, and that has been her help in getting Casey on the road just can't be underestimated.
Casey regularly participates in UMC's Burn Care Support Group, hosted by both Kara and Kimberly.
I'm not a burn survivor, and I've never had a burn injury, so I don't know how it is. But when Casey's met other teenagers, have been in the same spot, and they can talk about what lotions works, you know, how their physical therapy has been, what exercises help, you know, keeping the skin flexible.
Casey also went to burn camp with other pediatric burn survivors and is now back in school with a painful past behind her as she looks ahead to her senior year.
I was elected by my student class to be on the homecoming court this year.
She's making remarkable progress. She still has some work to do. She got some scar tissue work to do, some rehab and physical therapy that's going to be a lot of work, but she's going after it now, and I have no doubts that she'll get back to 100% here very shortly.
She continues to surprise me every day. I mean, everyone that has ever met her knows she's courageous. I mean, to face situations that you're fearful of, and to come in for a dressing change that may be an hour, maybe 2 hours, and you have a smile on your face, like, not everyone can do that. So, I mean, she was just awesome and strong and courageous from the start.
That it's never as bad as you think it is. You can always find the bright side of something. You can always make it through it. Always.
The UMC Lions Burn Care Center is the only one in the state. We treat patients from a 10,000 square mile radius and offer community education on how to prevent burns. Some tips include: make sure you have smoke alarms in your home on every floor and near sleeping rooms. Test those smoke alarms once a month. Cook with care and never leave children alone in the kitchen. And check your water heater's temperature to make sure it's at 120 degrees or lower, especially if you have little ones. When we come back, another amazing story of survival, this time from a man who drowned and was under the water for 10 minutes before he was pulled out. His story on the other side of this break.
When you make a wish for yourself, you fulfill the wish of another. Coins from the Front Caesars Palace Fountain are collected and donated to the trauma and burn care units at University Medical Center, Southern Nevada's only public hospital. Our trauma and burn care centers provide the highest level of care in all of Nevada, right when people need it the most. So far, your precious pennies have done a lot of good. We encourage you to keep those good wishes coming. Thank you for your generosity. Together, we shine.
I survived because of the transplant center.
I survived because of the burn care center.
I survived because of the trauma center.
UMC. Together, we shine.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We take you now out to Lake Mead, where Quincy Davidson's fight to survive began. It was a day on Lake Mead with friends until something went terribly wrong for Quincy Davidson.
We were just hanging out, like, on the shore, playing around, and then decided to go out into the water and started paddling out just near the shoreline at first, and then progressively made our way out, and I fell off of the raft into the water and was trying to go the opposite direction of the current, but I was swimming towards the current instead, and it pulled me back, and my friend Candace pulled me up, but she started falling down with me, so in order to get herself back up, she had to let me go.
He had fallen into the water and was maybe submerged for as long as 10 minutes, and that his family members and friends got him out of the water and started resuscitative measures, which is CPR, on scene. And then we had heard that he had received probably about 45 minutes of CPR, both from family members and the EMS staff when he was en route.
Quincy was transported to another hospital and then came to UMC for a higher level of care.
And then when he got to us, he was completely supported with the breathing tube, with IVs, and was unresponsive. So wasn't opening his eyes, obviously couldn't speak, wasn't really doing anything for us.
The prognosis wasn't good. Quincy's lungs had become polluted with the water from Lake Mead. He had a pulmonary contusion and liver injuries.
away from the drowning, just the fact that he had CPR for so long, typically those patients don't really regain much brain function after they haven't had good blood flow to the brain for such a long period of time.
Quincy was in a coma in UMC's trauma intensive care unit for nearly 6 weeks, totally unresponsive.
We weren't very optimistic when he came in. The fact that he was completely unresponsive when he got here is also a pretty bad sign. So usually if the ones that do have some function come back, they usually come to us with a little bit of an exam. Maybe they can open their eyes, maybe they can do some posturing that gives us some idea that there's some brain cells that are still functioning there. And we didn't have any evidence of that with Quincy.
For weeks, the trauma intensive care team looked for any sign of response from Quincy.
There was members on the respiratory team that were just awesome because we spoke and I needed to know what he needed to do and where he needed to be at in order to get off the ventilator, which he was on for almost 2.5 months.
Then one day, out of the blue, Quincy woke up.
So I could hear what everyone was saying, or I think I was talking, but I really wasn't, and there were just thoughts in my head or what I wanted to say.
Quincy had to learn to walk and talk, how to read and write again, and he had a great support network to motivate him every step of the way.
Love of my family and my friends and them wanting me to get back to normal. I really think that helped push me.
There's no rhyme or reason for Quincy's recovery. After weeks in a coma, the textbooks say it shouldn't happen, but it did.
Miraculous.
I was able to lose something that was precious to me, but yet it was given back to me, not only for my second chance, but also for my family. And it allows others to see the work that where doctors never treated a case like this before. Now they have some idea on what to do if the next case should ever come through.
Just so glad that Quincy's doing well, and it's just so encouraging for us to see our patients after they're at the end of their course and they're recovered and back with their families, and it just makes us feel like we're really doing good work here.
And don't ever take anything or anyone for granted, especially yourself or those around you. And you never know what role someone is going to play in your life, so just try to be nice and open to everybody.
At UMC, we have the most advanced technology in the state in use in our surgical suites. Our surgical robot takes minimally invasive procedures to a whole new level, cutting down on recovery times and improving outcomes. Take a look. It's state-of-the-art equipment that actually allows for surgeons to have one more hand during a procedure. Controlling the robot from a console, UMC surgeons are able to do very intricate work for patients using minimally invasive techniques, allowing for quicker recovery times, less pain, less bleeding, and shorter hospitalizations. UMC's Da Vinci Xi is 3D and HD, giving surgeons a highly magnified view, virtually extending their hands and their eyes right into the patient.
Little differences make a big difference in a difficult scenario. So if I have a patient who, again, had recurrent cancer, I would usually say in the past, well, the easiest way to do this is open surgery, just to be on the safe side. But having this advanced technology right now, I can still offer minimal invasive approaches at the same time dealing with very, very difficult scenarios.
Heather Richardson is just that kind of patient, dealing with multiple surgeries for a variety of health issues over the years. This time was for gallbladder surgery.
My surgeon, who had done prior surgeries, told me he was going to use the robot this time. So how it worked out incredibly. This was actually my 7th abdominal surgery, so I have a complex surgical history, and I have to say that it worked out incredibly.
The surgery was a success, and she had a much shorter recovery time than in the past.
The recovery time is incredibly different. I was able to get up, walk around. The level of trauma to my abdomen is significantly reduced with the robot. So, and the complexity of what they were able to do with the robot and the precision is amazing. It's state-of-the-art equipment. I'm shocked what they were able to do.
The UMC robot has what's called an endo wrist, which makes it very flexible. Conventional laparoscopy utilizes instruments similar to chopsticks. The robot here at UMC allows the surgeon to control 3 arms with a switch on a foot pedal that is assigned to either the left or the right hand, rather than relying on an assistant's hands. It also has a 3D camera, much like the difference between watching a movie from a VHS tape or watching it on a 3D movie screen. All advances that show UMC's commitment to providing the highest level of care in Nevada.
We appreciate all our surgeons, and they're entrusting of us to take care of their patients. This is great for the surgical residents, for the community, and it's teaching them to have the latest technology when they come out of schools.
UMC saved my life a few years ago. I've received great care here. The staff here is amazing, and the surgeons that practice here are amazing, and I always trust my care here at UMC. So.
For more information on UMC's surgical robotic technology, please visit our website at umcsn.com/robotics. When we come back, we'll explain how a vest saved a man's life while he was having a heart attack. That's next.
If something's got you down, then get up and get to UMC Quick Care for aches, sneezes, blahs, and breaks. Get in, get out, get better. UMC Quick Care. There's one near you.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. When a patient is having a heart attack, time is obviously of the essence to get them to a hospital. Mere minutes can make the difference in survival. For patients who have had a previous heart attack, their physician may advise them to wear a life vest. That life vest saved one of our patients' lives. Kevin Stockton didn't know he had heart problems until he started to feel the symptoms.
Originally, it was a heart attack, chest pains. Went to the emergency room. They diagnosed that I was having a heart attack.
Kevin had angioplasty and a stent to remove the blockage, but something still wasn't right.
They were monitoring my heart the whole time, and they felt that something abnormal had gone on. I remember at one moment the nurse ran into my room, said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, fine." I didn't notice anything, but apparently something registered. And so when I asked my new cardiologist, Dr. Wesley, "Can I go home?" he said, "Well, we saw something abnormal." I said, "But I feel fine, let me go home." And he's like, "Well, only if you go home with the life vest." I said, "Life vest? Okay."
So life vest is a wearable defibrillator. It's geared to treat patients who are sort of in limbo between indications for permanent ICD.
Kevin wasn't too sure about this vest. Could it really save his life?
During the training, I told the representative, yeah, you already told me that part. And he's like, no, look, sir, you have to understand how important this is, how vital it is. And, they really impressed upon me to take it really seriously. But still, when I left the hospital, I said, this is never going to be necessary.
He couldn't have predicted what happened just a few hours later.
I just had gotten home and went to bed, hoping I'd get a first good night's sleep now that I was at home in my own bed and everything. And 6 hours after I got home, I was awakened by being defibrillated.
So it actually shocks you?
Yeah, and in fact, when I became conscious, I realized what had happened, and it was actually making the noise that it makes prior to doing it. Again, it looked like it was getting ready to do it again. And
then he received a call from Life Vest, who was monitoring Kevin.
I told them that I was going to the emergency room. They asked me where I was going. I said I was going to UMC. They said, okay, in a half an hour, have them look for a fax of the transmission of the data that we collected. And sure enough, I came down here. I was admitted again to the emergency room, and they received the information from the company, and then they came to show me the tape that basically portrayed exactly what happened to me, and it was pretty frightening because I saw where my heart stopped, and I thought about
this situation. I was in bed alone. My wife wanted to let me sleep. And I thought, God, if my heart had stopped, no one would have known. And my wife would have just come in and found me in the morning. And I thought, that's amazing.
Kevin is right. Without UMC and the vest that instantly treats a patient in cardiac arrest, Kevin wouldn't be alive to tell his story.
It's kind of a misnomer because it's kind of not like a vest. It's more like a sling. It's very unobtrusive. If you wear a T-shirt, it basically obscures that the patient has it. So there's an electrode on the back that adheres to the skin, and then there's an anterior electrode that's very, very small and can't really see it. And then there's a belt and a little battery pack and logic center which recognizes these rhythms and then treats them automatically.
Even if I didn't have the vest but somebody knew something was wrong, gosh, everything would have happened so fast. I don't think I would have had a chance to even get help from somewhere else. So I'm convinced that if I hadn't been wearing the life vest, I wouldn't be here today.
Thank you very much for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on any of the unique service lines we offer, trauma, burn, transplant, or children's hospital, please visit our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on Facebook. We'll see you next time right here on UMC Digest. Until then, take care.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. On December 17, 1991, the Clark County Department of Aviation celebrated the grand opening of what was then dubbed the Charter International Terminal. In 2012, Terminal 3 replaced this aging facility, which in later years had become known as Terminal 2. It wasn't the greatest facility, but it did play a vital role in McCarran's history. Here's a look back at Terminal 2.
Early this year, excavators and other heavy equipment began tearing down Terminal 2.
With the increase in our international traffic, the facility was too small and no longer met the needs of our airlines and customers.
In 1968, McCarran Airport was officially renamed McCarran International Airport, and in 1971 it became an official port of entry for U.S. Customs, allowing for direct international charter flights. But without a full-service terminal, McCarran was not yet truly international.
Before we had an international terminal here, basically people came into Phoenix, they came into LA, they came into San Francisco. Then they had to transition to a domestic flight if they were going to come here. It didn't make it easy to come to Las Vegas.
In the 1970s and 80s, what would become Terminal 2 was two separate facilities. One housed PSA Airlines and the other American Airlines. Later, the PSA building was transformed into a small international terminal. But as Las Vegas became a destination for travelers abroad, the facility needed an upgrade.
And so the airport looked at, in its planning, what could they do to better handle charter flights, international flights, and what they ended up doing was redesigning these two buildings and putting them together into what became the Charter International Terminal.
Later, the facility was renamed Terminal 2. The 183,000 square foot building had 2 stories and featured 8 gates, 7 with wide-body aircraft capability. The terminal housed all federal inspection services and included a duty-free shop, a few eateries, and a news and gift concession. In the early days of its operation, this small facility served our passengers well and was admired for its easy access.
Passengers could get dropped off at the curb. Ticket counters were just inside, and with only 8 gates, once they got through security, their gate was just steps away. They just loved it.
Terminal 2 had a VIP lounge that catered to international travelers, but some employees remember a less than first-class experience.
Unfortunately, every time it rained in Las Vegas, for some reason, it always rained in my particular office. No matter what they did to fix it, it just seems to always rain in my office. So we always had plastic tarps to throw over my desk every time the forecast was for rain, which was rare in Las Vegas.
Another downside to the humble terminal was its lack of amenities, especially dining options.
There was a Pizza Hut and Burger King, and that was your choice. And that's what we ate every day. And I never brought lunch, so Burger King and Pizza Hut was my daily routine.
All salvageable building materials are being separated and hauled off for recycling. Once the miscellaneous concrete and other products are cleared, the site will be graded. Regardless of Terminal 2's quirks and modest size, many who work there say it deserves its place in history and in their hearts.
No matter who you worked for, everybody knew everybody because you saw their faces every single day that you came into work, and that's something we're going to miss dearly.
It was like a little family because everybody was so close and you saw everybody every day.
I spent probably 10 years in Terminal 2, maybe a little bit longer. So yeah, to me it was home.
For more than 25 years, Terminal 2 served as Las Vegas's gateway to the world. Soon the old structure will be gone, but with convenient airfield access, the site gives the Department of Aviation options for future development and new memories.
McCarran hosts thousands of arriving passengers each day. Once on the ground, these travelers are ready to experience the sights and sounds of Las Vegas as soon as possible. New technology and a team of dedicated transportation specialists make taking a taxi a convenient option.
Number 12 plays this way.
For many travelers, getting out of the airport means getting into a cab. On average, more than 3 million passengers move through these lines and into the back of a taxi each year, making this airport loading zone at Terminal 1 likely one of the busiest in the United States.
Well, we monitor the convention schedule from the LVCVA on a monthly basis, so we know exactly what days are going to be our peak days for that month. We add transportation specialists to our taxi operation on a needed basis so we can maintain a high level of customer service.
Most of the time, passengers can catch a cab in less than 10 minutes, but during peak periods on Thursdays through Sundays, average wait times can increase.
Coming in, core number 18.
To keep the lines moving as quickly as possible, McCarran's friendly transportation specialists assist passengers, adjust the queues, and direct cabs to the appropriate loading space.
19.
McCarran recently implemented new technology that allows the airport to track taxi wait times. Computer monitors are strategically placed before the queue and show passengers approximate wait times, which are often less than expected.
Well, previous to the sign, a passenger would come out and see a line, and it can seem daunting at times. They don't really understand that it does move quickly with the help of our transportation specialists, but we want to give them more real-time information so they can judge accordingly.
Big conventions translate into busy curbs at McCarran. On January 6th of 2016, during the peak of the Consumer Electronics Show, transportation specialists loaded 830 cabs an hour, or 14 per minute. That's more than 16,619 cabs during the course of the workday.
I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and there's no place I want to be.
And from time to time, we'll even provide entertainment for passengers while they wait. We'll tell you more about that later.
In spite of the high volume, McCarran's taxi curbs are also some of the most efficient, giving Las Vegas visitors a convenient choice for getting to their final destination.
To help welcome our passengers as soon as they get to the airport, we've launched a new campaign we like to call Voices of Vegas. Let's take a listen.
Voices of Vegas is a new program focused entirely on the Las Vegas music scene.
Rather than playing generic music throughout the terminals, we are broadcasting songs from the Rat Pack, Elvis Presley, Shania Twain, other resort headliners and artists with a Las Vegas connection.
Heartache number 3.
Voices of Vegas also includes live performances in the airport to help welcome visitors to Southern Nevada.
You know, I think they've really liked it here. We've had a lot of great compliments, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of iPhones out recording, a lot of people dancing.
During community events and popular conventions such as the Consumer Electronics Show and the National Finals Rodeo, the music is a big hit with passengers.
Oh yeah, while you're waiting on your baggage, waiting for your bags to get off the plane, and nothing better to hear some country music.
My mom's coming in to help me with my twin girls, and we got here early, so I thought I'd have the girls come in, and thank goodness there's entertainment for them.
The program also expands the existing partnership with the Clark County School District.
It's just cool seeing like all the people around here like enjoying the music.
Local students perform during special occasions such as Mexican Independence Day and the annual tree lighting ceremony.
Come on now, let's celebrate, the season is here.
Hi, I'm Marie, and I'm a little bit...
If you listen closely, you'll also hear audio messages from local fan favorites Donnie and Marie, Imagine Dragons, and Britney Spears.
Hi, it's Britney Spears. Make the most of your trip. After all, what happens in Vegas, well, you know.
Showcasing more local professional and amateur musicians is a great way to improve the customer experience and amp up the airport's ongoing community outreach efforts.
Terminal 1 is getting an updated look. The makeover has been divided into 3 separate projects that will modernize the facility once this work is completed in 2017. Here's a look at the improvements.
The $37 million project calls for upgrades to Terminal 1 baggage claim, ticketing, and the A-gates.
The end result will update the look and feel of these areas and enhance our passengers' travel experience.
Work is already underway in the baggage claim where the carpeting is getting replaced with poured-in-place terrazzo.
Not only will it be easier to maintain and clean for our staff, but it's also going to have highlights of multicolored patterns, very shiny, so it's really going to give us that wow factor for all our customers that come into the airport.
Decorative wall and column treatments will also be installed in baggage claim, and the restrooms will be updated.
We really need to have that great first impression and last impression. Almost 50% of our visitors come through the airport, and we need to give them a good impression, and this project's really going to do that.
Terminal 1's ticketing areas will also be transformed with new terrazzo floors and decorative column treatments. Customers in the ticketing area will see new entryways, doors, fresh paint, and new restrooms conveniently located in the center. Some in-floor electrical ductwork is also planned to increase McCarran's ability to support self-serve check-in kiosks. The A-gates will also get refreshed, similar to the improvements that were already made to the B-gates. When the entire project is finished, Terminal 1 will be easier on the eyes and easier to clean while helping McCarran serve Las Vegas visitors for decades to come.
Until then, please pardon our dust while we work to complete the project on time and improve the customer experience at the airport.
McCarran International Airport is located in the heart of the Las Vegas Valley and serves as a vital link for the local tourism industry. Here's a by-the-numbers look at why McCarran and its sister airports are such an integral part of the economy and community.
The Clark County aviation system includes McCarran International Airport, North Las Vegas Airport, Henderson Executive Airport, Jean Sport Aviation Center, and a small general aviation airport in Overton. Together, these airports have an estimated economic impact in the region of $28.4 billion. That amount equals approximately 30% of the gross domestic product in Clark County and is the result of the efforts of more than 200,000 employees that earn $8 billion in labor income generated from commercial aviation in the Las Vegas Valley. The Clark County aviation system is a self-sufficient business enterprise. No local tax dollars are used to fund any of the airports, which means all the benefits provided to the local economy come at no cost to the local taxpayer. But McCarran is more than just an economic engine that helps drive the Southern Nevada economy. It's also the first and last look for nearly half of all Las Vegas visitors. That makes providing great customer service a top priority. These efforts were recently recognized in the 2015 North America Airport Satisfaction Study, conducted by the prestigious international research firm J.D. Power and Associates. McCarran International Airport performed exceptionally well in the survey, ranking third overall among 30-plus entrants in the large airports category. Each day, McCarran handles nearly 3 times the number of passengers compared to number 1 ranked Portland International Airport, and sees more than double the passenger activity of number 2 ranked Tampa International Airport. Considering those numbers, McCarran truly ranked number 1 among large airports in North America. From top to bottom, our emphasis on excellence and customer service is paying off.
McCarran International Airport is a city within a city. From shops and restaurants to a police station and post office, it takes more than 16,000 employees to keep this airport running smoothly. Here's a look at some of the unique jobs and the employees who help passengers get where they need to go.
Maintaining a major transportation hub takes a team of dedicated employees working in various areas of the airport, including the terminals, airfield, and roadways.
Of the 16,000 total airport employees, Clark County employs nearly 1,400. The Department of Aviation has a broad range of positions for individuals with or without an aviation background. Whether the position is entry-level, technical, or managerial, an ability to work as a team and provide great customer service is a must.
Las Vegas is known for the hospitality. We have the highest standard, and we want that standard brought to the airport, and our employees are the ones that provide that standard. We want them to work together because that provides the best experience possible for the passenger.
The airport is a dynamic and exciting place to work. From custodians and communications network analysts to programmers and passenger service representatives, each employee is committed to making every passenger's trip through our airport a positive experience.
We're in circulation. We move people back and forth from into Vegas, to out to Vegas, to different destinations. We got to keep our operation moving, got to keep customers happy, because seeing them leave happy, I know they'll be back.
McCarran is the 25th busiest airport in the world and the 9th busiest in North America. All employees directly and indirectly assist passengers, and that effort ultimately helps the airport grow and prosper. There are a lot of employees, some who work behind the scenes, providing a vital lifeline for the systems and services that passengers, vendors, and other government agencies rely on.
We interact with other offices and other divisions at the airport. We also work with vendors, and we are basically the integrators between our users, the public, and the technical side.
McCarran's array of jobs is vast and unique. From a locksmith who maintains hundreds of door locks, to airside maintenance workers who use bulldozers and heavy machinery on the airfield, to electricians who keep thousands of motors and conveyor belts working.
I do like working here. I believe that the airport is the first and last place that a traveler gets to, so I like to make a good impression on that.
Everything they do on the job makes for a hassle-free airport journey for passengers.
Every day when certain situations arise, like weather, for instance, it's my job to work around it and to come up with a solution extremely quickly and to work with different agencies to make that happen as smoothly and effortlessly as possible.
With teamwork and dedication from airport employees, McCarran will continue to maintain its position as a global leader in aviation while providing each and every customer an experience on par with the community we're privileged to serve.
For passengers who need assistance navigating through McCarran International Airport, courtesy wheelchair service is available at both of our terminals. This valuable amenity is helpful to our customers and is why passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
McCarran International Airport is dedicated to providing convenient and comfortable service to all of our customers.
Are you Mr. Smith? Yes. Hello, how are you? My name is Melody. I'll be assisting you today.
If you or a member of your party need a little extra help, courtesy wheelchair assistance is available.
Yes, sir. I have the bag right here.
Friendly, professional, and knowledgeable staff are ready around the clock to help customers get where they need to go. These representatives greet customers at the gate or curb and then escort travelers through the entire airport process.
I get to meet new people, different people all day long, get to talk to them. They're traveling from different places to different places. It's always interesting.
And I'm going to have you get your ID out, okay?
Departing passengers get assistance checking in with the airline, processing through the security checkpoint, and boarding the aircraft.
All right, you guys are all set. Is there anything else I could do for you guys?
Passengers arriving in Las Vegas are greeted at the gate. Then they are escorted to baggage claim, where they can get help retrieving checked luggage. Representatives will even help travelers with shopping and other needs, all while ensuring the customer gets where they need to be quickly and safely.
We don't just take them to their gate. Sometimes passengers want to stop to get some food. We take them to the restroom, but our main thing is to drop them off on time at their gate so they can make their flight, their connecting flights.
Because these employees spend more time with each customer than most other airport personnel, this job requires great people skills and sturdy walking shoes.
A smile goes a long way. Always greet passengers with a smile, obviously. Make them feel comfortable. We always ask them if they have any special needs, anything that we need to know about before we proceed with assisting them.
Tablets and radios are critical tools of the trade for passenger service agents and mobility assistant representatives.
Oh, I gotta run. I'll see you later.
Who are quickly dispatched to the customer's specific location. Customers can request the service in advance through their airlines when making travel arrangements. Passengers who didn't plan ahead or just need last-minute help can simply ask any airline representative upon arrival.
You can reserve, when you're booking your flight, you can reserve a seat, but because we're always available, we're always here for them. So even if you don't reserve a chair, we're always going to have some PA standing by available to assist.
As one of the fastest growing segments of the traveling population, the number of those requiring a wheelchair continues to rise dramatically.
And when help is needed at McCarran, passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
Since the opening of Terminal 3 in 2012, passenger volume has significantly increased. To help keep the facility operating at maximum efficiency, the airport uses a state-of-the-art visual docking guidance system. Here's how it works.
In addition to ramp workers guiding pilots with handheld wands, a visual docking guidance system, or VDGS for short, has its electronic eye fixed on incoming planes.
Using laser technology, a sensor on the terminal display scans the incoming aircraft as it taxis toward the gate. The scan is compared to an aircraft database to identify the specific aircraft type. Precise guidance information is then automatically displayed on the screen so pilots can safely and efficiently park the aircraft.
It's so broadly used both domestically and internationally that pilots see this on their regular flying day.
As certain larger aircraft can only operate at designated gates, the VDGS checks the aircraft for compatibility before allowing it to park. A failure to match information against a predefined acceptable profile for the expected aircraft will result in an immediate stop message to pilots. The sensor also scans the apron, making sure there are no vehicles or objects in the way of incoming aircraft. In addition to enhancing safety, the VDGS can help avoid delays by keeping things moving in inclement weather. When the threat of lightning sends ground crews indoors, the automated system continues to identify available gates and allows pilots to self-park, enabling more passengers to deplane at the gate. The system makes every approach and docking at Terminal 3 as safe, smooth, and fast as possible.
Now the system does it itself and uses a series of lasers and mirrors to dock the aircraft within 10 centimeters of where it's supposed to stop.
Speeding up the docking process optimizes gate capacity and means that aircraft engines can be turned off sooner, saving valuable fuel. A win-win for McCarran and the environment.
McCarran hosts more than 120,000 passengers today, and it takes a lot of food to satisfy the appetites of so many hungry travelers. As part of the airport's ongoing sustainability efforts, when there's excess food, it doesn't go to waste. Some items are donated to the local community, which helps those in need and keeps McCarran growing green.
As McCarran's master food and beverage concessionaire, HMS Host easily meets that demand with a variety of airport dining options, but they're also doing their part to help feed those in need in our very own community.
It's actually something that HMS Host does corporate-wide. For HMS Host, this is important to do. It's a way that we can give back to our community.
Monday through Saturday, a refrigerated truck from the Las Vegas Rescue Mission pulls up to the loading docks at McCarran. They're here to collect packaged food HMS Host didn't sell at its airport concessions.
Well, there's two things. One, it prevents waste, and that's just good for the community as a whole. But maybe more importantly is the type of food that's donated. Because it's perishable, it's fresh produce. Those are things that are very difficult for us to maintain the kind of inventory to be able to supply for people.
Items include wrap sandwiches, prepared salads, packaged fruit, and other items that can no longer be sold to airport customers but are still fresh and healthy.
And so the for-profit world working with an organization like us and saying, let's share in this this together to make our community a better place. That's incredibly important, and we're so grateful to have that. But on a practical basis, when you serve 1,000 to 1,200 meals every day, from lunches to a community meal that may see as many as 750 to 800 people come in just 1 hour, the resources to be able to adequately feed are so important.
Would you like salad? Yes. You want dressing on your salad? Yes.
The value of that to be able to provide for people who otherwise may go hungry is so essential, and is such a huge help for us to be able to do what we do each day.
In my situation right now, there would not be a lot of options for me. I needed the help they provided. Whatever is donated through the community and through McCarran also is hugely beneficial. It's given me the new edge I need to have vision for the future for myself, to continue in it and be successful.
The daily donations help feed community residents in need, prevent food waste, and divert refuse from the landfills. And that's just one more way McCarran is growing green.
To reach out to the growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish written with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Miro to tell us more about McCarran International Airport's passenger service representatives.
El Aeropuerto Internacional McCarran tiene un equipo de representantes de servicios de pasajeros que ayudan a los pasajeros con muchas de sus necesidades de viaje. Usando chaquetas de color marrón, representantes de servicio de pasajeros son fáciles de identificar y han estado proporcionando excelente servicio al cliente en McCarran por más de 25 años. Representantes de servicio de pasajeros también se ubican en los puestos de información del aeropuerto para ayudar a los viajeros con preguntas sobre tiempo de vuelo, ubicación de las puertas, transporte, compras y opciones de dónde comer. Hola, ¿me puede ayudar, por favor? Para viajeros que no hablan el inglés, ayuda adicional está disponible.
Aquí en McCarran International Airport también tenemos un banco de lenguaje. Es un servicio donde tenemos una panfleta donde la sacamos, se las enseñamos a los pasajeros. Pueden verla, cualquier lenguaje que se les haga conocido. Nos enseñan. Después lo que podemos hacer, llamamos a un servicio por teléfono donde vamos a agarrar un intérprete.
Estos empleados valiosos también sirven como embajadores ambulantes, asistiendo a los pasajeros en el aeropuerto según sea necesario.
Es bonito el trabajo, es divertido, cada día aprendes algo nuevo.
La mayoría de ellos están certificados para administrar RCP, resucitación cardiopulmonar, y usar un desfibrilador externo automático. Cuando el aeropuerto está ocupado, los representantes de servicio de pasajero ayudan con el control de congestionamiento y ayudan a gestionar las áreas de entrada y en los puestos de seguridad. Trabajando con el público en los terminales, los representantes de servicio de pasajeros son a menudo el primer recurso para los pasajeros cuando se necesita ayuda adicional. La prioridad es de proveer el mejor servicio al pasajero.
McCarran International Airport is home to a variety of shops and restaurants. Recently, brand new or updated concessions opened their doors for passengers looking for a last-minute bite to eat or that must-have travel item.
To meet customer needs, McCarran provides an appealing variety of retail options that includes a mix of national brands and locally owned small businesses.
As part of McCarran's overall customer service experience, we're always looking to add new dining and shopping options.
At the B Gates, a new PGA Tour Grill offers healthy dining options, which include salads and made-to-order sandwiches.
Also at the B Gates, we've added a new Stella Artois Belgian beer cafe, which offers crafted beer and cocktails for the passengers waiting to board their planes.
The world-famous Belgian libation can also be found at the cafe's second location in the D Gates.
And over at the D Gates, we've added Sugar Factory, which is a locally owned business, which is a confectionery selling personalized candies, roasted nuts, fresh popcorn.
Also new to the lineup is Tumi. The world-renowned retailer opened in the southwest wing of the D Gates and offers a variety of luggage, duffel, garment bags, and other travel accessories.
A new offering at the D Gates is the Great American Bagel Bakery, which offers fresh bagels in the morning and made-to-order sandwiches in the afternoon.
For a complete list of shopping options at McCarran, log onto our website to view an interactive map where you can see what each concourse has to offer.
Ever since the Wright brothers' first flight over the dunes of North Carolina in 1903, aviation enthusiasts have loved watching man-made flying machines. But there are those dedicated few who have made plane spotting their life's leisure pursuit. Here's a look at some plane spotters and their unique hobby.
I'm a 1 Bravo Zulu.
There are different types of aircraft spotters with different tactics and goals. Some aircraft spotters record the registration number or VIN number of every airplane they've ever seen. Other plane spotters photograph as many planes as they can, paying attention to the different aircraft types and distinctive paint schemes. And they like to share their photos in online communities. But no matter the goal, plane spotters from around the world travel to Las Vegas in pursuit of their favorite pastime. And McCarran has proven to be an ideal venue for the growing hobby.
I think the variety here is very good. There's lots of corporate jets, there's lots of interesting airliners. And really enjoy the hobby, and that's what we're really looking for, is to try and enjoy it.
Most of these hobbyists have been to Vegas multiple times over the years to view aircraft.
I see quite a bit of the world as well, and when I'm with my wife, if it's a beach holiday, it's normally near an airport, so you can relax on the beach, get a nice tan, and get some numbers and photographs at the same time.
Spotters who like to photograph the planes prefer to shoot during the colder months when the heat haze and other visual distortions are minimized. For most of us, watching a 747 roar down the runway and effortlessly take flight is likely exciting enough. But for these aviation buffs, it's even more fun to know exactly what kind of an airplane they're watching, where it's from, where it's going, and what's its story.
And it's also it's a good meeting point with your friends as well. You know, when you're living 9 to 5 back in the UK and you come back to places like this, you can get up early in the morning, come and look up some aircraft. It's as much as a hobby as much as a holiday as well, so we try and combine as much as we can into it.
So the next time you're at McCarran, see if you can spot the plane spotters. And if you have time, take a minute to ask about their hobby. There's always an interesting story to hear.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Board of County Commissioners order. Good morning, Mr. Burnett.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. With us this morning to offer the invocation is Chaplain Victoria Campy with Messages of Faith Ministry.
Chaplain, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please rise.
For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the Board of Clark County Commissioners and the citizens of this great state. I pray you feed our leaders here today on your wisdom and your understanding for their good and for the good of all those they serve. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You did? You only have 10 of them. Mr. Burnett, this is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'll close this portion of the public comment, turn it back over to Mr. Burnett.
The second item on your agenda is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items, addendums, and deletion of any items. With the inclusion of one item in your addendum, we now have 60 items on your agenda. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff is requesting that item number 20 under the consent section be deleted from your agenda. And staff is also requesting that item number 53 under the commission recognition section be held until your April 5th, 2016 board meeting. And with that, the agenda is ready for your approval.
Number 20?
That would be, actually, it might be 28. Mr. Chairman, let me just...
20 is an airport item.
That would be 28. That's my poor handwriting. I apologize.
Okay.
28 and 53.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of item number 20 and 53?
That'd be 28, I'm sorry.
28, I'm doing it now. 28 and 53.
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Move to section 2. Items 3 through 47 comprise the consent agenda. Item number 28 has been deleted. To this point, no items have been requested to be taken separately.
Did anyone on the board wish to hear an item individually? Anyone in the audience want an item heard individually? I'm seeing that these people are... Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Now we can move to section 3, Commissioners, County Managers recognition. Item number 48 is to present a proclamation recognizing Gary Payton, former NBA basketball point guard, for his outstanding accomplishments.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Clark County. This morning I am so very honored to bring a gentleman to the forefront that I've had the blessings and honor of knowing for a number of years. This man here is one that we've watched over the years just entertain us on the basketball court. And one of the things we love about this guy here is that not only is he a phenomenon on the basketball court, but he's a gentleman off the court and has a big heart of gold, and we appreciate him so much. And so if you all would please join me, I'd like to bring up my good friend, NBA Hall of Famer, Pac-12 man of the hour, if you will. Yeah, bring up my good friend, Mr. Gary Dwayne Payton. Come on down, sir. Okay. Mr. Chairman, hold this for me here. Does that say Gary Payton on it? You know I can't see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man right here, I'm just so very proud of him, and I'm very honored that he's taken the time out of his schedule to be here with us today. We're very honored to recognize Mr. Payton, who, again, has just shown exemplary, wonderful performance in his basketball career. And I got to say, GP, watching you, man, this has just been an honor. And I thank you so very much. You've been a great supporter of ours in our community in District D, and we appreciate you so very much. But I don't know. I'm a little excited now for GP2 right now. GP2 is he's made it to the big dance, and it has to be so very exciting to see your son following your footprints. And so I'd like for you to share a few words and accept it. Well, I want to let you say some words, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Get ready. Yeah, all right, here we go. All right, Mr. Gary Payton, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of the committee up here in King County. When I came here about almost 20-some years ago in the early 90s, this city was nothing. It was just dirt. And I decided that it was a great city to come and live in. And then I made it my residence. I've been living here since 1992, 2 years after I got out of the pros. And ever since I've been here, my kids went to high school here. Everybody went to high school here. I live in Summerlin now, and it's just it's a joy to always come back and see the things that that Las Vegas and the whole Nevada is building up. I always encourage a lot of people. As you guys know, your city is getting bigger and bigger. A lot of people, more people are coming from my hometown in California, doing a lot of great things. And this city needs the guidance with the kids. I'm big into that. I get into a lot of that. I'm here to support all kids and everything to do to make them have a brighter future. A guy like myself who has made it in the NBA and bring back to the kids and bring back to the community, it just makes it better, because all it's going to do is motivate more kids to become like I am right now, standing up here talking to you guys and then going back, because they're going to have a goal to say, I want to be like Gary Payton and do this for our future generations. And that's what I want. And for me to get this honor, it's a big honor to be in Nevada and receive this. And I'm going to take this with a lot of pride. And I'm just going to go back and, like I said, Mr. Weekly, I've been knowing him so long now, and he's been doing a lot of great things in the community. And I go to everything he has, and I want to support it. And we need to support everything. Even though I'm not from Nevada, I am from Nevada. So I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to be here, and I'm going to have a great time as long as I be here. And I just want to thank you guys again for honoring me and having the pleasure of getting this honor here in Nevada.
Send a shout out to your son.
I'm always going to shout out to my son. I'm about to leave tomorrow. He's going to play in the NCAA in Oklahoma City. He goes to Oregon State, the university I went to, and hopefully he get drafted in a couple of months. He's been playing well. He played here at the MGM a couple of days ago and did very well, and they got the honor to go, and I'm very proud of him.
All right. Yeah. Well, before the chairman can present you with this proclamation here, say for me, Clark County.
Okay, Clark County.
Yeah, he has King County, Seattle on his brain. You are in, we don't want to get it twisted. You are in Clark County. And we're very happy to see he says Nevada and not Nevada. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Mr. Payton here. This is from the entire board. I want to thank you for what you've done for our community. You're also a Milwaukee Buck, and being from Milwaukee, I remember that very, very well when you played for the Bucks. But especially for these young men that are over here to the side, you can see an example of what someone can do. And if you guys just want to stand for just a second. Spring Mountain Youth Camp, these are some of our finest young gentlemen we have, and Mr. Payton should stand as an example and inspiration to see what someone can do with their life and with their careers. And we thank you for what you've done for this community and for the young men of this community. So thank you very much. We appreciate you.
That's okay. Hi. No, well, actually, Chase is Julian's best friend. So one of my grandsons is best friends with Mr. Payton's son, and so I see Julian a lot, known as JP. So thank you for what you do.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the glove. Gary Payton, everybody. Thank you so very much. I'm sorry?
Taking the pictures in the front row.
Oh, this is Lana Howard, his publicist, and we're very happy to have Lana. Lana, did you get a good photo? You did? Okay, all right. Gary, if you don't mind, stop over and say hello to our guys there from Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Everybody, once again, thank you, and please, once again, let's give a big round of applause to NBA Hall of Famer, Gary Payton.
Can we do, he wants to.
Chairman, with your indulgence, I'm going to just quickly move item 52 forward and hear it at this time, if that's okay. Item 52 is to present a proclamation in recognition of the life-saving efforts and teamwork of the emergency services personnel that contributed to the saving of the life of a sledder in Lee Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a lot of people to thank today, and as they make their way down, the first day of 2016 proved to be a traumatic day for a 16-year-old girl and her family. Sledding up in Lee Canyon, up at Mount Charleston, she hit her head on a tree at a high rate of speed and was knocked unconscious. The chain of events that occurred after this may have possibly did save this young girl's life. A consolidated and professional effort from emergency personnel of the Nevada Highway Patrol, Medic West Ambulance, Tri-State Care Flight, the U.S. Forest Service Law Enforcement Division, Metropolitan Police Department, and the Mount Charleston Fire Protection District greatly aided this young girl and her family in the critical time. From the direct roadside patient care on the mountain en route to the trauma center, traffic control, scene security, and providing the family with a safe ride to UMC, the coordination and professionalism demonstrated was remarkable. Although they are from many different organizations, the call went seamless, so much as the attending physician at UMC noted that had this young lady not received the direct patient care at the scene during the golden hour of trauma, her circumstances may have turned out much differently. And we've talked before about this golden hour. An accident victim, literally, that first hour is where the life hangs in balance. And the groups here before us today, they're going to be recognized as critically important to saving this young girl's life. Today we recognize Nevada Highway Patrol, Trooper Robert Bouchard, Trooper Clifford Fontaine, Trooper Chris Amadis, Sergeant Thomas Higgins. From Care Flight, Registered Nurse Thomas Cooper, Paramedic Alex Hoff, Pilot Richard Gieb. From Metro, Officer Michael Mitchell, Medic West Ambulance, Paramedic Michael Whitehead, Paramedic Jesse Shimalaski, you can hit me later. Paramedic Irene Barlow, EMT Marcia Hernandez. From the U.S. Forest Service Law Enforcement Division, Officer Jarvis Alexander, Officer Brandon Robinson, Officer Ira Smith, Captain Don Harris, and Commander Larry Hall. And from our Mount Charleston Fire Protection District, Firefighter Martha Law and Captain Damian Goose Marotti. Let's hear it for these lifesavers. Please stand.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Tom Higgins. I want to thank every individual up here. This was a consolidated effort. It was completely seamless out there. Everyone worked together. You could not tell we were from different agencies. It was just absolutely remarkable how well everyone worked together. I can't begin to thank you people, and especially from our family I've been speaking with. Thanks for everything you did out there. It was truly amazing. So, thanks. Anyone else? Captains, Forest Service, anyone?
They're all appropriately marked. Again, what value do you put on a human life? And those men and women that are in uniform each and every day providing us with public safety, this is an example where the end result was a positive one. On behalf of the County Commission, we thank you deeply for not only saving this girl's life, but what you do each and every day in protecting our community. Congratulations. And of course, behind every great uniform is a family member that supports them each and every day. Those family members remain standing and just give us a wave. Please be recognized. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item 49 is to present a proclamation recognizing professional boxer Jesse Vargas for becoming the new WBO welterweight champion.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners, this one's going to take a second here because we have some footage we want to show you. We are so very excited to have this young man here. Hold on, Jess, hold on. You act like you're on The Price is Right. You like you're going to run up here. Hold on. I'm just excited as you are. I was going to take off running to your seat. We're really excited. This young man here was born in Los Angeles, California, raised here in Las Vegas. As of March 5th, his professional record is now 27-1 with 10 KOs. Yes, he's a two-time world champion. He is the current WBO welterweight champion and the former World Boxing Association and international IBO lightweight titles that he holds. He is a two-time division world champion. And I want y'all to direct your attention to the screen, please. No, wrong video? No, this is this.
And far away from the noise of the city.
This is it.
Finalmente llegamos a la corrección. Finally, we arrived at the Youth Correctional Facility Spring Mountain Youth Camp to get to know the great social work being done by this great champion.
These are the dormitories. Here we have 5 different units, Zenoff, Wilson, and Lucero. And they're all somewhat separate, but basically beside one another. Down below is where the young men go to class in the barracks. And off to the side of the basketball courts for their free time. We have a nice football field here to the back.
And your specialty?
My specialty I will leave for last, which is to eat in the kitchen cafeteria. Just kidding.
In this forum, this star of the ring demonstrated his biggest project, a boxing gymnasium for youth that are being educated to reintegrate themselves back into society.
I'm going to go and shoot 4, you go and shoot 4. Con el short aquí, junto con
These boxing trunks are here along with the photographs in the trophy case because I feel as if I'm a part of the Spring Mountain Youth Camp.
There you go again.
It all started when I was young. I told myself when I become a world champion, I want to help out my community in any way possible. I wanted to be there for them, support them, help them in ways nobody helped me. I will be there for them. Our youth are our future, in my opinion, and I hope I can at least help one of them view life more positively and in a better manner.
The program has helped me not to get into trouble and has shown me discipline, as well as things no one has taught me outside of here.
Back down in the city, I've organized 2 different gymnasiums where these young men can continue to train and box if in fact they enjoyed it up here in the mountains.
He inspires me to become a better and humble person.
Without a doubt, this one, Jesse Vargas, is the example of tenacity and promise inside and outside of the ring.
We don't necessarily need them to become a boxing champion, but we do want them to become champions in life, to know how to come out ahead and do something positive with their free time.
And this young man here is now, with all of the titles that he holds, I'm telling you, previous WBO welterweight champions, Bradley, Mayweather, Pacquiao, Cotto, and De La Hoya, Jesse sits now with the elites. And we're really excited to have this young man here with us. Within days of winning the WBO welterweight belt, he went back to Spring Mountain Youth Camp to talk and work with our young people. And I can just tell you, over the last year or so, he's been up there just spending just a lot of time with the kids. And we really appreciate just all of your dedication that you've shown to us. And I want to show, do they have the other video? Because they kind of did it out of sync here.
As soon as they do, as soon as I have it up, they'll let us know, and it's worth showing. So.
Okay. So with that being said, if you don't mind, Champ, would you join us here and come up and say hello once again to the commissioners? Ladies and gentlemen, our champ, if you will, nice round of applause, Mr. Jesse Vargas. Okay, boy, and we get a belt. Thank you. Hi there. How are you? Good morning. Champ, we appreciate you so very much. And, of course, as you can see, give me a fist bump. Fist bump. There you go. As you can see, we brought some of your biggest supporters with us. Thank you to the staff at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Mr. Schreiber, thank you, our assistant director there, Mr. Jack Martin, in his absence. I just left him in Washington, D.C. He's working real hard up with workforce development, and we appreciate his tireless efforts as well. But we got a chance to see him earlier, but some of your biggest supporters and fans are here from Spring Mountain Youth Camp. So with that being said, we have some special gifts we'd like to give you today, but before that, we'd like for you to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. Thank you all for coming. Good morning. Could you believe that I actually get more nervous in front of the stage rather than inside of a ring? No. No, Lawrence. Well, first of all, I want to thank Chairman Steve Sisolak, Commissioner Weekly, the County Manager, Don Burnett, everyone here on the board. It means so much to me to get this recognition. I want to thank Gary Payton for being such a enormous part of our community as well. I think that we need more positive role models, people that have reached success in their own unique career, and show our youth that working hard, you can accomplish your dream, you can accomplish your goal. And that's all I try to do, with every day that I live by. And me being able to live my dream and accomplish my goals, I want to share that message with them, because as I said in the video, our youth now, our kids now are our future. And I think that it's very important to invest in them. And I'm happy that I'm able to help them in any way possible, because as a kid, that was my dream, not only to become a world champion, but be a positive role model and be involved in the most positive way in my community. And this recognition, in reality, is just as important as winning that WBO belt, because what we do inside of the ring is important, but what we do outside of the ring is just as important, because this is the world that we live in. This is our community. Clark County is where we live in, and it is so important to give back, and I'm glad I'm doing so. And thank you all, and I invite everyone and anyone that does have spare time and that can invest some time in any positive groups that we can interact with and get in contact with, especially the youth. That's what I always focus on, because there's so many different groups that we could invest our time in. I personally choose the youth just because I know that they go through tough times. As we were kids, we all know that you're a teenager and you're growing up, and you might want to be a rebel sometimes, but you need someone to say, hey, this is how you do things. And I want to thank everyone from Spring Mountain Youth Camp that came down. You guys are my boys, all right? And I want to see you guys succeed, have a lot of success, and that's what we're here for, and it's all possible. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
I'm very fortunate, if you will. I'd love to have Commissioner Brown. We kind of share this area, if you will. I have DJJS in my district, but Spring Mountain Youth Camp is in his district. How about that?
Thank you, Lawrence. Jesse, you couldn't have said it any better. So if you're that strong outside the ring, we know why you have that belt right over there inside the ring. And you're right. This community is a great one. It's getting better and better each day, but it's men like you, Mr. Payton, and so many other mentors that stay involved with our youth, because as you mentioned last time you were here, one youth at a time. We save one youth at a time. They become tomorrow's leaders. So on behalf of the commission, our friends from Spring Mountain, congratulations. It's an honor to have you up with this board.
Thank you, and I just add a few words, Champ. You are an inspiration to so many in this community, and you've got a room full of fans here. But I think you exemplify the saying that says, when you get where you're going, don't ever forget to turn around and look where you've been. So thank you.
As a school teacher, thank you for giving back to our youth. You're a wonderful role model. Too often, we have so many people that were discarded, so I think that's part of it. Our young men from Spring Mountain, my best friend's son wound up there years and years ago, and it was one thing that, because of the people that cared to come back and give them some ways to look at how to choose better, that's part of what you're doing. I even went and bought myself one of those bags after I met you last time, so I'm working on this part, but maybe you can give me some tips on it. But really, you're a role model. This community should be so very proud to have you and Mr. Payton and others like you that are truly giving something back. And then there might be a political future for you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, if you'd indulge me just one more minute, please. I'd love for you all to see how it all went down in the ring. Direct your attention to the screen, please. Can we get a little volume, please? A little volume.
Press these gloves up.
Jesse Vargas, yeah. And we have something very special that Commissioner Scal is going to drape you with on behalf of our management and the Board of County Commissioners as well. You are a county champ, man. Congratulations to you. I will not get in the way of that. We also would like to recognize, he's not here with us today, but he was a big supporter, and we appreciate just all of his hard work. Three-time world champ, Antonio DeMarco. Yeah, so we want to so we just want to say something real nice to him.
Of course, Antonio DeMarco and Zab Judah, even though they weren't able to be here today, but they've also been great supporters of Spring Mountain Youth Camp and also positive role models, and we thank them. And not only that, we thank everyone here on the board of commissioners for their help. A lot of people don't know what it is that each and everyone does to help, but they do so much. You know, we don't point that out enough, you know, but Spring Mountain Youth Camp, you know, Clark County is behind it 100%. And not only just behind that, it's behind anything that can help our community. And I personally thank you for everything that you do. You know, I personally see every single thing that you do to help the community and to make sure that it benefits, you know, the most that it possibly can. And I thank you for it. And I would like a big round of applause for them as well, if it's okay. Thank you.
And of course, we got to give big kudos to our county manager, Mr. Burnett. I was just there a couple weeks ago, and just all of the support up there. It means a lot to the staff at Spring Mountain Youth Camp, but more importantly, what I said to the young men some of them are here with us today, and I think I had all 89 of them when I was there a couple weeks ago. Don't get excited about all the great work that's happening at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. We hope that they are able to leave Spring Mountain Youth Camp and come back and tell a success story. What's the phone number you guys are going to call when you leave? There you go. We worked on that. Yes, sir. Oh, the belt holder. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, give the shout out to hello, belt holder. I'm not sure what your role is, but
Commissioner
you're holding the
Weekly,
belt.
I can do that. And though he is keeping a very low profile up there, I just want you to know that you are in the presence of a boxing legend, Mr. Rafael Garcia, the cut man. Has been in the business for a very, very long time, and he, in his own right, deserves a round of applause. So.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jess. Appreciate you, babe. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you once again. You want me to hold the bell for you?
No.
Okay. Listen.
It's plated. It's not like 1,000 pounds. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the following item, Mr.
You
Chairman.
dropped that left hand and that right came over the top, which was over, Jess. That was
I think the world knows Jesse Vargas now has a right hand.
He has a right hand. There was no doubt that one landed. There was no doubt.
Item 50 is to present a proclamation recognition of the Sandy Valley Food Share ongoing commitment to feeding those in need in Sandy Valley.
Thank you so much. If I could have Judy Johnson and Mary Tully join me up here, that'd be fantastic. And we have a few other people that are in Sandy Valley, but they're going to either come down or stand at the appropriate time. While they're walking down, I don't know how many of you have been to Sandy Valley, but it's quite a unique area of our community. It's very rural. It's about 50 miles from town, or from about 60 miles from actually my house. It's really grown more than what you could imagine. It's about, has a lot of farming. It has a very big heart for the community. The people really care about each other. And so this food share program was given a grant when we gave out our grants. And so what I'd like to do here, I'll let you come down here with me. What I'd like to do today is recognize the endeavors of the community, of the president, Judy Johnson and Mary Tully, that they work on this wholeheartedly. We have a lot of people that have disabilities, that are homeless, that are homebound, that are in the Sandy Valley area. And so the uniqueness of the community and the heart of the community shows in this food share program. It makes a huge difference out there. We now have transportation for our seniors, and when there's space available, others, is it twice a week now? Twice a week, so that's pretty extraordinary. When that started, they were able to get in for the doctor's appointments and other things that might need. So on behalf of the Clark County Commissioners, we really applaud the Sandy Valley Nonprofit Food Sharing Program, and all the volunteer organization consisting of 5 active board members has been feeding the communities hungry continuously since 1986. So here we are 30 years later, and we're really honored to be able to have you stand amongst us for what you do. The daily lunch distribution for the children during the summer months also makes a difference. And it's just really an honor. I really appreciate it. I love going out to your community. It really has a lot of fun. If you want to ride horses, it's a great place to go. If you want to own a house where you can have your airplane there, it has that availability. So it's kind of unique in its own sense. So to all of you, thank you so much. I'll give you this. And then we'd like you to share a little bit of what you do and how the grant makes a difference in being able to apply for that and get the food out there for your program. Thank you so much.
Hi, I am Judy from the Sandy Valley Food Share, and we feed approximately any given time 120 to 180 families. And we do it 3 and sometimes 4 times a month. We have a van where we come in town and pick up product and take out. We are very small when it comes for finances, so any help we can get from anybody would be appreciated. I don't know what else.
You're doing fine. If anyone else wants to share.
I'll turn it over to the treasurer. She can give more.
I'm the money person. Thank you. I'm Mary Talley, and I probably sound like I haven't been from around here for a while, but I love living here. I love living in Sandy Valley, and we do feed a lot of people with the help of Clark County, and we do appreciate being recognized for what we do. Our mission is to feed the hungry, and that's one of our basic needs. So we appreciate this recognition, and thank you so much. Anybody else?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate your good work, and we're glad that you applied for a grant. And this is how it works, and it's very positive, and it helps what they're able to do out in Sandy Valley. And thank you to Megan. Megan does a lot of work out there, incredible liaison for myself and Commissioner Brown, and keep up the great endeavors. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And Mary Talley. I'm sorry, somebody spelled it different. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Chair, we have one final commission recognition item, item number 51. It's to present a proclamation to Rebecca Grismanowskis in recognition of her outstanding service to Clark County and the Mount Charleston community.
Becky Grismanowskis. Duffy, come on up, join her. Come on. You're coming up also. Unless Becky says stay there, but both of you come on up. We're losing a legend on Mount Charleston. After 27 years of service on the Mount Charleston Town Advisory Board, Becky has decided to resign. First appointed in 1989, when she and her husband moved to Mount Charleston, she's not only performed the normal, challenging duties of a Town Advisory Board member and chair, but has gone above and beyond the call of duty in local and statewide public service. She served on the Mount Charleston Volunteer Fire Department as an EMT and a red-carded wildland firefighter for 10 years. She had an integral part in securing the building for Fire Station 81 and procuring the first four-wheel drive rescue unit and engine for the mountain. She was also instrumental in the implementation of the new Mount Charleston Fire Protection District and was part of the founding local membership of the original Nevada Fire Safe Council. We're going to have a few more words after, but first I'll have Becky and Duff say a few words. Let us know where you're heading, if you're heading. We know where to find you on the mountain, but here, you start.
Thank you for this honor, and we have worked hard for a lot of us, a couple great guys back there. Yeah, the time has come that we're going to have to move off the mountain. We can't do it physically. We knew this day was going to unfortunately happen for us, but anyway, we're going to move on, and we have a house in Henderson, and we're gardening, and I already have tomato plants in, and contrary to the mountain, I don't have to worry about the deer eating everything. and all the things that go with them, and miss everybody.
Well, thank you for the great honor. It's a wonderful thing. She's put a lot of time in and a lot of effort. Thank you, guys.
This is hard. When you were at the house, you said that you were thinking about it, and I didn't take you seriously. But you know what? You have to do what's best for you, and you helped shape and protect Mount Charleston, so you have that, both of you. I think Gary was on the town board in '87, and I was secretary for a period of time because Amy was out on maternity leave, so that's how far back, and then you came on to that. And as a homeowner on the mountain, it's just a jewel that needs to be protected. The volunteers in our rural areas are absolutely phenomenal, and what you've done for any of the traffic accidents, the stuff that goes on up there, it's we couldn't do it without you, and I know our fire department couldn't as well. But mostly, I'm just glad you're still going to be in town. I'm going to have to come down and visit you now over in Henderson, or have you up, and you can stay at the house. But I consider you part of our family, and so I'll miss you.
One last note. Those in the community that are familiar with Mount Charleston, it's fragile right now. We have there are millions of people going up there, and between our town advisory board and our fire protection district, our volunteer fire department, and so many other community activists that have taken this mountain to heart. It's their neighborhood, it's their community, it's the beauty of Mount Charleston that has attracted so many people. But with Becky, and few people are rewarded in life with what she's accomplished, because it's not only been the public service on the mountain, but her stewardship of Mount Charleston and the entire community. Becky, that's the legacy that you and Duff will leave for Mount Charleston, because very few people have contributed as much as the both of you have to the welfare of Mount Charleston. And we know you're in Henderson, but it's a little bit longer ride up there. We'll get you up there, because we can't lose your institutional knowledge, your commitment, your passion, your dedication to the mountain. And like you, there are dozens of people up there that share that same love for Mount Charleston. So on behalf of the County Commission, the Mount Charleston community, and certainly Clark County, sincerely from our hearts, we thank you for everything you've done for our county and our community. Thank you. Get in here for a little photo, guys.
Mr. Chairman, while they're saying their farewells, want to congratulate our IT guy, Mr. Luis, a new dad. He's not a new dad, but a new baby.
Ella's a dad.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Give us some details. How about some details?
I don't know that anybody needs to know. Everybody wants to know.
Yes, we do. Oh, we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
It's a beautiful 8-pound, 8-ounce baby girl. She's home with mom right now, and sleeping and
Congratulations.
Get ready. Eating.
He's like,
get ready for the life.
Very happy to have you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 53 has been held until your April 5th meeting. There are no items to be taken separately under Section 4. As you know, it's not quite 10 a.m., so we can move to the business section, item number 55. It's to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Thank you. Any commissioners have any items they would like to share? Commissioner Scow.
Just wanted to update you on the AB 394 Technical Advisory Committee for Division of the School District. The group is taking input now from the community on the importance of parental involvement and community involvement. And so each entity has been asked to report back. So I would just ask each of you, if you're having any town hall meetings, neighborhood meetings, newsletters, if you could ask for input from the community on what they consider to be important about parent involvement and community involvement and what that should entail.
Thank you. Commissioner Brager had a follow-up question.
Just to ask a question on that, there was a survey that was out there. I'm usually pretty savvy on the computer. 4 times, each time you got to a certain question, you couldn't get any further. So I don't know how well surveys are coming in. And I think it was on Facebook, and it did not work.
So it was the county?
No, it was something from the school district in regards to that.
Okay, I'll report that.
And it did not, I tried it many times because I wanted to give many opinions, and it would not let you do it.
I'll
so maybe you can take that back.
And we're doing a Survey Monkey through the county. And Sabra, could you give a few details on that?
Yes, for the record, Sabre Smith Newby. We also have a survey that's out there and available. I believe that it was put on our Facebook page and tweeted out as well. So I know that we are trying to target those in the unincorporated Clark County area, but certainly anybody can respond. We'll be compiling those details, providing it to Commissioner Scow for the Technical Advisory Committee, but also we will publish the results on our website so that those who have taken it can also view the various results.
All of the entities have had surveys. There was a prior survey on parental involvement, and they didn't ask the county to do that, just the other jurisdictions. So we feel like this is really important because we do represent half of the population of the county.
Also, I'm sorry, I neglected to mention it is on our main webpage, which is at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov.
And perhaps any newsletters going out could provide a link to the survey.
If we could pass that on to the newsletter preparers to get links in there, that'd be great. Anybody else have any emerging issues? Commissioner Kirkpatrick and then June Giuliani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things. First, I want to thank all of the folks that came out and played basketball at Bob Price. We had a great time. There were 30 more mature adults who played against 7 kids, and we still lost. So they told us going in that they got it, they didn't need us, and we were rotating 5 out at a time. And so I know that Katie played and Alex played, and we had Jeff Buchanan play, but it was nice to have the community involved. So, and we survived. No one got hurt. So, and Eric has tons of pictures if you ever want to really see what happened. But secondly, I want to bring an issue that, at least in District B, is becoming a bigger issue every day. So when we look at schools, we need to look at the middle schools because they don't have crossing guards. We're finding that they're putting them on major thoroughfares, and there's not any long-term planning about how roads come about. So I think that all of the jurisdictions are going to try and start working together so that we can look at that. You would think in middle school that you wouldn't necessarily need the crossing guard, but unfortunately, the littler ones get it quicker than the older ones. I think they forgot. So as we build schools, we've asked them to look at the 10-year plan of what the roads are going to look like so that we can envision what the traffic patterns are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner June Giuliani.
Thank you. I would have been at the basketball game, except we had Nevada Reading Week, and so I was at 3 of my schools. But that's part of what I wanted to acknowledge. Commissioner Scow and I did that book drive, and you did it far more. Over 60 1,000 books, I think, were donated to Safe Key. So they invited me to one of my Safe Key programs. So I read for the kids there, which I think a few of us did. And I just want to thank the staff. They did a very nice job. The books are being used. Part of it is now building in literacy into the program. So I think that I just wanted to acknowledge them on that part of it. There's a Southern Nevada Forum that I think we've all been participating in various subcommittees of. I'm doing the K-12 and higher ed, or at the pre-K, I should call it, and higher ed, but also the governance, which Commissioner Kirkpatrick's on. And hopefully there's a working group of business people that we need to rely on with regard to the property tax property abatement. And I know Yolanda's working with them as well. So there may be some legislation that moves forward on that part of it. But what we don't want to see is fractionalizations where cities go off into different directions. So I would just ask my colleagues, if you're watching this, is let's work through the process so that we have one voice for Southern Nevada that's speaking about some changes legislatively. Third, I wanted to take a moment to thank you, Don, for purchasing for letting Shane, and that's to Nancy too, work on the green chips. He's on our technical committee. I'm still chair because I left and went to the restroom, I think. But anyway, I'm at the chair. We had our convene for green. It was an excellent turnout. We had over 200 attendees. But more importantly, it's refocusing all the local governments on our sustainability projects that we've got going, all the things that we're doing to better the environment and the conservation component. And at that, we had a panel, and so I found out that the cities, bless you, all do something, a volunteer month or whatever for 3 Square, so maybe the county might want to look at something like that where we either do by departments or a group of us go down and stuff the backpacks and something along those lines. So I told them I would bring that up. I want to thank Jerry for starting the reseeding of out there. We've got more to do, but Jazz in the Park is coming up, and for those of you, your constituents love that venue, and I appreciate that staff is trying to bring that back up to Park. It's one thing the families can do together when they picnic out there and listen to good live music, and I think LVA the students will be back this year to open up the events. So they had to take a little break last session. So I just wanted to thank staff for working on that part of it as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, first of all, I want to thank the RTC board and its staff members on just many of the projects that's dealing with FRI. We're really excited that Simmons, long-awaited Simmons, will be officially opened on Thursday. And this is something that have really impacted a lot of the schools in our area, from Cheyenne to Swanston to Priest Elementary School over in the area there. We're very grateful, and we are having an official opening on Thursday of that street. So thank you, Vice Chair Brown and Chairman Brown of RTC and staff. Appreciate you guys very much for that, because the residents were actually going crazy over there trying to get the street open. Secondly, I want to definitely thank Mr. Mason Van Halen and his staff over at UMC for the incident, their response on the bus turnover the other night. Turns out that the young man that hit the bus that caused it to tip over was under the influence. And so we're very excited that, not so much excited, but very happy and feel blessed that we do have a level 1 trauma facility there that was able to get those patients in and treat them, and to be able to respond as quickly and be able to provide that service to the community. So when everyone again is putting UMC on the back burner, once again they rise to the occasion and serve as a blessing in this community. So I think it's again important that we recognize their works. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would be at a big fault if I didn't thank Anthony from Commissioner Weekly's office for all of the extra work that he did with the basketball, as well as my staff. The kids, for the first time since it started, were able to get brand new uniforms, which was a big deal for them. We want them to look good. We're going to challenge Walnut this summer, so we want them to look good. Commissioner Weekly?
We don't think you want to do that. Stay in your lane.
Give us some time. But I do want to thank Anthony, because every kid left with something, and that's really was the goal for them participating. So I apologize I didn't do it first.
Sounds like a challenge has been issued. That's what I heard.
It's a throwdown.
Anyone
It's
else?
going down.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it's not quite 10 a.m., so we can move to item 56 to discuss a possible ordinance to prohibit the possession of opaque bags, strollers, and related items on Las Vegas Boulevard, the Strip, on New Year's Eve, on the 4th of July, and during certain special events, and take any action deemed necessary. I believe we have representatives of the Metropolitan Police Department here this morning to essentially
We do.
present the item.
Who would like to handle this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Chuck Calloway. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Services for Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important topic. First of all, probably back, I believe, in November, right after the San Bernardino incident and the Paris attacks, we had some very hard conversations at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department about how we can best keep our citizens safe, especially during large events such as New Year's Eve. And with the volume of tourists that come in, with the number of locals that come in to attend that event, it's absolutely critical that we make that a safe environment for everyone that's there. One of the discussions that came up at that time was potentially asking you, the County Commission, to enact an ordinance that would allow us at these extraordinary events where roads are closed down, like New Year's Eve, to prohibit the carrying of backpacks and large bags, which could obviously be used to conceal weapons or explosive devices. As we all know from the Boston Marathon, that was how the attackers carried the bombs that were in pressure cookers were in backpacks to that event. So at that time, we reached out back in November. We had a conversation with a number of commissioners and staff at the county. And because it was determined we needed to put out a business impact statement, we were kind of delayed in approaching you and asking for this ordinance until now. So we come before you today happy to discuss this. First and foremost, our number one goal, as I said, is public safety. We're not looking at creating a new law that would allow us to arrest a bunch of people. In fact, I'm proud to say that on this last New Year's Eve, we only made 8 arrests. We had over 300,000 visitors on our strip during New Year's Eve, and only 8 arrests were made. So we want this to be a fun environment for everyone. We normally don't take someone into custody unless it's a last resort, but their safety at these events is critical. Now on that note, this last New Year's Eve, because we didn't have an ordinance, we asked our partners with the resort industry to help us message to citizens and visitors that were going to the Strip that we were going to prohibit bags. And for lack of a better term, in a way it was kind of a bluff, because without an ordinance, if we had no way to enforce it. So if people showed up with backpacks, there was nothing we could do about it. But what I'm told from the officers that were out on the street working that event, that overwhelmingly most of the people down there were cooperative, and the number of backpacks and bags that could have concealed weapons or other devices was very small. There was a couple of instances where someone had a backpack or a bag and they just refused to cooperate, but that was the exception rather than the rule. We also were very thankful that the hotel and resort industry helped us message. Also, the airport helped us message, and I think that was part of what made it successful, was the ability to put out the message to everyone that please don't bring backpacks, bags, and those types of items down to the Strip. So the ordinance that we're asking for, which your legal staff has drafted, would basically, number one, it's basically framed after the current policy the NFL has. And the NFL will allow a clear see-through bag to be carried, but no bags that are opaque or that you can't see into. And there's also dimensions that are allowed, like a small clutch purse, I guess is the term that's used, that often you see ladies carrying makeup in or personal hygiene items in. Those types of bags are allowed. Obviously, there's an exemption for medical folks that have oxygen tanks or some type of insulin or medical devices. There's exceptions for those types of bags. We're looking mainly at backpacks and bags that could conceal items that could cause harm to people down there. Also, it's important to note that in the ordinance, we're only talking about public events where the road is blocked off for a period of time, such as New Year's Eve, maybe a 4th of July event. private events can already, like Rocking Rio, for instance, they can already prohibit bags if they want because they're a private event. These would be public events with large crowds where the road is blocked off for a period of time for that event. And then finally, one of the things that we put in to ensure that this was properly utilized was the requirement that it be treated like trespassing. So you can't just say, hey, there's a guy with a backpack, you're under arrest, or you're getting a citation, a misdemeanor citation. They have to be duly warned first, and then after being warned, still refuse to cooperate. So if we had an incident where someone had a large bag, we asked them, sir or ma'am, it's not allowed at this event, please take it back to your hotel room or put it in your car. And they refused, then at that time, most likely they could receive a citation. But the main point is, the ultimate goal is to diminish the amount of bags that we're seeing there to a very few, because it's like with the See Something, Say Something campaign that we all hear about. The more bags you have down there, the harder it is to see something unusual. If we limit it to a very small number, and then those folks we can approach and say, excuse me, this is not allowed under the ordinance for New Year's Eve, please take it back to your hotel room. It gives us that ability to narrow those down and then have some teeth in the ordinance to take some action. So if there's any questions that you have, I'd be happy to answer them. I think the important thing is that from our perspective, we don't want to wait until something has happened and then try to have a knee-jerk reaction to create something to give us a tool or to help us stop that or prevent it. We'd like to have something in place ahead of time before something happens. And it's not obviously a magic pill that's going to solve every problem, but it does give us a tool to help ensure safety down there. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this back, because I think it's more timely now. We can actually get the language right. So are you also working with the resorts to make sure that if they're notifying people when they check in, those types of things, so we're giving them advanced lead notice, Convention Authority maybe having on website, those types of things as well?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman, through you to Commissioner Giuliani. I've had a number of conversations and meetings with Virginia Valentine and with the resorts. I know the sheriff has also spoken to folks with the resort industry. One thing we want to make sure that we make clear is we're not asking the resorts to be an enforcement arm in this, simply to help us put out a message.
Correct.
Very similar to the plastic cups and prohibited glass bottles.
Right.
They've been a very great partner with us in helping let folks know no glass bottles are allowed, please put it in a paper cup, and then the enforcement obviously is left to us. As we move forward, we'll have to have discussions on how we could possibly hand out clear bags to folks and come up with some solutions so that it's convenient and we're not upsetting guests.
Right, in case they shop at A&B
right,
Market or something
but at the same
like
time
that.
ensuring safety. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Breger.
Commissioner Giuliani stated most of what I wanted, but I think that the whole quarter has a responsibility. When you say they're not enforcing it per se as the police presence, but I think letting their consumers or their guests know ahead of time. They have so many recordings when you're on hold. That'd be the perfect place is to do that during that time. Just a friendly reminder, wherever anybody calls or does. We do a lot of campaigns. I think it would be upon us and every entity here, every city, every municipality, to do a campaign and to let businesses know. I think if we all address that, then all the better, because I think we've done an incredible job on the safety portion of that. I think that we have some other areas to go with pedestrians, understanding that they cannot beat a car, and work on that again. I think Commissioner Brown and I are going to work on a new safety campaign, and maybe we just have to get belligerent or ugly or scary or something. I'm not certain what it's going to take to make people aware of that, but I think 100% behind you. I think it will be tough to monitor, but I think as each year progresses, it'll get better. But I think the hotels have a responsibility, along with the rest of us, to keep our citizens and those 40-some million, hopefully 43 this year, safe when they come to our community. So I think that we need to move forward on this, and we may have to enhance it as time goes on, but I think we need to look at public service announcements starting in next month. I think we could ask the news stations to work on that. I think the hotels on when you're on hold or when they're answering. I think there's a lot of ways it could save people some incidences in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Scow, and then Weekly.
I think we're of like mind. I think the education component is perhaps the most important to stop it from happening before it happens. And the LVCVA has been so successful with some of the jingles. I was thinking that they probably could come up with some really powerful campaign, and the airport's been a great partner, as you mentioned, all the way from the first minute a person steps into the airport till they get to the resorts, that they know that's this is the ordinance.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I was asking Commissioner Brager here with the LVCVA that maybe that's something that the LVGEA could bring to the board to help in terms of a campaign. We'll get that message out because I think, again, the general public, I don't believe would be outraged or really upset with this if, in fact, we go about it in a very respectful way in terms of our approach. And the education, I think it would be extremely meaningful because everybody's into safety. Anytime we continue to talk about heightened security and things of that nature, people want to know what are some of your safety measures that you do have in place. And so I'd love to be able to offer that up as well, and working through Commissioner Brager and Commissioner Brown through LVGEA. I think that would be extremely helpful for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got just a couple questions, Chuck. First, what was the time frame we were looking at in terms of doing this on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's outlined in the ordinance. I think it's 6 to, let me check, sir.
Well, there
it's
is no
during the
ordinance.
normal time frame that's
There is
already...
no ordinance attached.
Oh, I'm
So,
sorry. It is...
We're going to direct staff to come back with one in a minute here, but for now we don't have
I'm sorry, I'm looking at a draft that I received, so I apologize.
So you have
it's
a draft?
during in the current ordinance, there's time frame for glass bottles versus plastic cups, and it would be that same time frame, like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., I believe it is, during that time frame where the road is closed. Once the road's open back up, then...
So do you have an ordinance?
I have a draft of an ordinance.
Could you share that with our staff?
Absolutely. I believe I received it from your staff, sir.
Well,
I
Mr. Chairman,
apologize.
I can jump in. There is a draft, but as you all know, this is not just your custom, but your requirement that there be a discussion. The purpose of the discussion item is to make sure that we get all the things that the commissioners want us to consider before we bring something back for your consideration. That's the purpose of the item.
Okay. So then how would we deal with the malls, all the shopping that goes on, all those shopping bags that are coming out of the...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that as far as the implementation on that, it's going to be incumbent upon Metro for us to reach out to those business partners and try to figure out a way where either A, they could give the customer a clear bag rather than the standard bag that you can't see through, or we'll come up with a method where, similar to the cups, where we have a large thing of hefty clear bags, and if they have one of the bags you can't see through, we could say, sir or ma'am, can you please put what you have in your bag into this bag and throw that bag in the trash? I think there's some logistics, Mr. Chairman, that we'll have to work out with it. Absolutely, we'll have to reach out to those businesses.
And I'm totally in support of the ordinance and the safety that goes with it, but I am concerned about the logistics, because you've got hundreds of retail outlets up and down Las Vegas Boulevard that are going to have to get into this giving out clear bags in order, and I don't know how we're going to... Yeah, all
And I
those
think
sort of
we've,
things.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not saying it won't be a task, but I think we've been very successful with the cups, having people use plastic cups rather than the glass bottles, and so I'm thinking a similar approach will be the way we'll go, but it will definitely be communication and educating our folks and working closely with those businesses.
Right. So we're planning, after we give the direction with the ordinance, we're going to plan some meetings with the strip corridor folks, the hotels, because I know they've expressed to me there's a little confusion. They've got so many entrances and exits that they've got to have security at every single one of these to be talking to people. And I know this past winter I went to a football game down in Arizona, and I was shocked they didn't let ladies in with purses. But they had a place that they check them there. There's like a locker, and you could put it in there, because people would have to go back 20 miles to their hotels, and that wouldn't work. So,
yes, Mr. Chairman, and we've, like I said, we've had a number of conversations with the NRA. Obviously, the smaller businesses, my hope was that when the business impact statement comes back, we could, number one, identify some specific businesses that had concerns and reach out to them. And then next step would be the retail businesses and association.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If we could direct staff to prepare and bring back an ordinance that Mr. Callaway already has, so.
And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I thought that you had the ordinance, so my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's okay. If you've got obviously the framework of one, the skeleton of one, we can work to add to the skeleton with Ms. Miller. I'm sure right here will. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, thank you. The logistics certainly is one thing, but let's not understate the importance of the safety issue here. When you look at this past New Year's Eve on the Strip and downtown, a perfect evening as far as safety goes. But the thousands of personnel and the tens of thousands of hours that went into that one evening,
yes,
that's what ordinances like this need to continue to come before this board to strengthen that safety net. So I certainly support it, and public safety on these big events, I think, supersedes someone shopping at the mall. I mean, we're going to have to educate, but certainly the greater good is in front of us here, and I certainly commend Metro and all our public safety personnel for the job they've done, and I hope this is just an added tool to increase that public safety.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Burnett, adequate direction to prepare an ordinance and bring it back and start on the business impact statement?
It is, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Callaway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Zulu, did you have anything you'd like to add to us with us today? It's always a pleasure to see you at our meetings.
With that, we can return to Section 5, public hearing items, in this case, public auction, item 54. Let's conduct a public auction of 0.73 acres of vacant real property and one 75,320 square foot building and one 15,600 square foot building on Clark County owned real property, such as parcel number 13934210061, located 225 East Bridger Avenue and 310 South 3rd Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, for not less than the minimum appraised value of $2,750,000. Approve and authorize chairman to sign a resolution of acceptance and sale of real property. Authorize the director of real property management or his designee to sign the quitclaim deed and any other necessary documents to complete the transaction or take other action as appropriate. And again, Mr. Chairman, you've been through this before. There are proceedings that we go through.
There are proceedings which I have been handed. We will now conduct the auction of this plus or minus 0.73 acre improved parcel, beginning with the opening of any sealed bids received.
Good morning, Corinne Williams, Clark County Road Property Management, and we have no sealed bids.
Okay. We will now take oral bids. Seeing that there were no sealed bids, we will now take oral bids for this parcel on the terms and conditions specified in resolution approved by the board on February 16th, 2016. The first oral bid must, since there's not a written bid, the first oral bid I assume must be at least $2.75 million. Therefore, subsequent bids shall be increased in increments of at least $10,000 above the previous bid. If anyone in the audience wants to bid on this parcel, please come forward to the podium now. And each time you bid, please state both your name and your bid amount. Are there any oral bids?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify, the first oral bid must be at least, what was the number?
$2.75 million.
I think it's 2887500.
No. No, there was no written bid. So the first oral bid has to be.
Therefore, the first oral bid.
I know, skip that part. Because there was no written bid, the minimum has to be $2.75 million.
We just lost $1 million.
Why
am I reading that? My apologies.
Okay, no problem. Are there any oral bids?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Derek Stevens. I would like to make the first bid, and I would put the bid in at $2,750,000.
$2,750,000. Do we have $2.8 million, $2.9 million? Do I see $3 million anywhere? Terry Murphy in the front row, I believe. No, I'm not joking around. This is a lot of money, so I got to quit fooling around here. Are there any other oral bids for this property? If not, we will end the bidding on this parcel, and this completes the bidding process. You get that part right?
That's correct.
I'm following the sheet here, guys, so I got to bear with me, please. The bidding is now closed. The highest bid received was $2.75 million, made by Mr. Derek Stevens. I need a motion to accept this bid, to approve and authorize the chair to sign the resolution of acceptance, to authorize the director of real property management or his designee to sign the quitclaim deed upon receipt of the total bid price, and to sign any other documents necessary to complete the transaction.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Congratulations, and we appreciate your bidding. Oh, I got something else I got to say. Hold on, sorry.
We did. Thank you very much. We look forward to how this will impact some of the development in downtown Las Vegas. Thank you very much.
I got one more I got to say here. The highest bidder must submit a 10% non-refunded deposit in the form of a cashier's check to the Real Property Management Department located on the 4th floor of the Government Center within 24 hours, starting now.
We have our CFO here. We'll make sure the payment is done and it's on time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanks for being such a great part of the community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think staff can, well, first, congratulations to Mr. Stevens, but this is now 20 years of effort that leads us to finally disposing of the Bridger building.
The Bridger building, yeah. There's a lot of history with the Bridger building, you're right. Awful lot of history. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, with that, we can return to the business section of the agenda. Item number 57, to discuss repairs, maintenance, and upkeep of the Welcome to Las Vegas sign and its surrounding areas, and take any action deemed appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. I asked for this item to be put on there, and the reason I did so, I'm passing out some pictures, and I really have nothing but respect and appreciation for Yesco, and they're putting the sign on Las Vegas Boulevard. But when we were there the last time for numerous events, I think it was colorectal cancer education, I walked back and looked at the sign, and there's some areas that it's starting to fall into. Yeah, just lay them up there. Somebody else look at it. A little areas where we need to do something. The actual, where it says Nevada there is cracked. I don't know what that is. Plexiglass or what have you is cracked, and the paint is chipping and peeling off of the sign in a lot of areas. And I know that, like I say, we have millions of pictures taken at this sign every year, and I think it's important upon us to take due care and make sure that it looks the way it's supposed to look. Now, Commissioner Brown brought up that since this is historic, we can only do certain things, which I'm not familiar with those rules, but I'm sure Mr. Cedarberg said that we just want to repair it. Huh, Jeff? Oh. So I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. Then I also want to hand out this one for this clean energy sign that was out there. For those of you there when we put in the solar tree, it's like ripped. The metal is broken, and in fact, it really even has a sharp edge, which I'm a little concerned that some kid could grab there and cut their hand or whatever on the metal is actually ripped in the upper left-hand corner here, and the information is all torn off the metal thing. So as important as this sign is, I think that it's incumbent upon us to do our due diligence and take care of it. And I don't know what's involved in terms of Dennis, if you got to sand it down, if you got to get somebody here who can tell me, whatever we can do, and how long that would take or how we do that, I'd appreciate that. So Mr. Cedarberg, and then, yes, sir, come on down.
For the record, Dennis Cedarberg, Department of Public Works. I understand we have a representative from Yesco here today, and we've been in contact with Yesco. To my understanding, they've agreed to repaint the yellow and also the blue post along here to update this or refresh the sign. So that's where we're at today.
Yes, sir. Ed Stagner from Yesco. The crack in this picture right here, or the center picture, that was a plug that was fixed once before, and it looks like either somebody's thrown something against it or one of the stiffeners from the back is broken loose. We have that plan to be fixed right away. The paint, we'll take care of that by mid-April. We've got to let it warm up enough to where we don't put it on there and we inherently have peeling problems from cold metal and paint that won't stick later. So we're on top of it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Now, you know, I don't want to be a devil's advocate, but, you know, sometimes when we take on these projects, it takes a long time. You know, we have to shut it down and notice it and all that kind of stuff. And so many people are going out there. I'd hate to see the sign like closed for a long period of time. How could you do this that it wouldn't?
We'll come in and plug this face from the front. That won't take very long. We'll do that, you know, off hours, early mornings. Painting, we won't have to close it, but we'll work around whatever hours we have to. You know, we'll get Dennis and these guys and figure out when the best time to be down there is. But you know, we'll work through that.
Okay. I would sincerely appreciate that. I know you've all been out there, and it just we got to keep it up.
I didn't see the picture of the sign, and it wasn't emailed to me. The one that you said that was the
solar panel
red.
informational
solar panel sign.
I don't think this is your sign,
It's
though.
not mine, but I was just wondering if there's something needs to be done.
Commissioner, I can address that. We've spoke to Bombard Electric. They're prepared to go forward and replace the sign. I understand it would be done within the next couple weeks.
Okay. Commissioner Giuliani and Brown.
Thank
They
you.
came out a little red. I don't know, my
Yeah,
phone
the
didn't do a
sign
good
was
job there.
actually through Green Chips through the Clean Energy Project. And so there was a 10-year maintenance agreement with Bombard for that there. But I believe it is the county's property then.
Yes, I
Correct.
emailed them yesterday after we spoke to confirm that they were on board. There was some misunderstanding with the idea that there might be a replacement plaque for that the county is installing. We've talked about the historic language on a bronze plaque that we would erect there to give some history to the sign. But that will be some time, so they're going to go ahead and replace the current plaque that they have there today.
Okay, so at least it's not dangerous for anybody in the meantime. And that's part of the understanding, Mr. Chair, for the 10-year piece where we did that project. But it does, in answer to Commissioner Brown, it does belong to the county. But they did agree to the 10-year maintenance portion of it.
Okay. Okay, and then, Dennis, the garbage cans?
The garbage cans, last year we had the comment that they were overflowing. We empty them daily, that the shift starts at 3 a.m. in the morning on a daily basis. They empty those trash cans. Last year we added 2 more trash cans. There's one at the south end of the parking lot, one at midpoint of parking lot, and there's 2 trash cans right before the entrance at the northern end of the parking lot where you go to the sign.
Okay. So if we could just stay on top of the emptying and the servicing of those trash cans.
We have stayed on top. We get our staff has commented last year that the turf around the sign was wearing out and getting holes in it. And in December, November last year, we placed the turf around the sign, also the artificial
Great.
turf.
That's
But
great.
if you have any comments that you would like us to take care of additional items, we'll be happy to do so.
No, sir, I appreciate you keeping the sign in good. It's amazing how many pictures are taken out there, Ed. So we appreciate what Yesco's done and keeping it and changing the bulbs. Seems like 4 times a month.
Absolutely.
For various events. Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Giuliani and then Brown.
Thank you. I think you brought up at last meeting about a section or an area where people that have had their photographs taken there, or was that something else?
No, we talked about at the future bringing it back about a wedding one.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry.
But we're waiting
Didn't
for
know if it
that
was-
other agreement to be done. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who owns the sign?
Yesco owns it. Clark County leases it from Yesco. We have a lease contract on that sign, has for, don't know how many years, but as long as I've been there, 36 years.
Okay. So is there, Ed, as this sign ages, does Yesco have a capital improvement plan to set aside money, or is it just when something's damaged, you go in?
We do, and we maintain it. We're out there probably 2, 3, 4 times a month, changing light bulbs, of course, but then also making sure the interior lights are kept running. So yeah, that's part of the maintenance program and the lease program.
How long's the lease for?
It's 5 years. It's in 5-year increments, and it's been going on since, like I say, I've been there 36 years, and so long before that.
That's great. Thank you, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
and you've been, I don't know who fixed it when somebody defaced it, spray painted up on the white part up there, and they were out there in a day, a couple hours, and cleaned that back off, which we really appreciate, because it's important to the community. Anybody else?
If there's ever any problems, you can call, any of you can call me at Yesco.
As long as Dennis can call you, that's all we
Dennis
really
can
need.
call me.
We get Dennis.
Dennis can call me.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you very much for being here.
Item 58 is to discuss the current proposal from the Nevada System of Higher Education to consolidate the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension with the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Natural Resources, and take any action deemed necessary.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just felt that somehow about 2-3 years ago, I was the one that signed through NACO to kind of work on this part of it. And as you all know, in the last couple of meetings, there's been some discussion from the UNR campus to consolidate the cooperative extension into the College of Agriculture, despite the fact that the cooperative extension is also its own college. There's been some discussion about that it has to be through UNR because it's a land grant designee. Well, UNLV is a land grant, bless you, as well as others. It just happens to be that that's the one designated spot. We contribute, I believe it's around $5.1 million out of the $5.8 million budget. So I thought it was important that they seem to be still pushing to have it consolidated from the north, from the provost and the dean up there and the college president. So I thought it was important that we have a discussion. I think it's a perfect opportunity if that's going to be the pursuit, whether they can guarantee us through a line item or whatever, it really comes down to what our constituents need and what they provide service-wise, and it may not be best for Southern Nevada. That maybe this might be an opportunity to talk about our conservation district to maybe partner with the cooperative extension down here, and because the missions are similar, it's the nutrition, it's the community gardens, it's the grants, those types of things, 4-H, and give them an opportunity as the conservation district to work, and there is money in the budget despite what we do on this, to maybe come up with a community plan jointly to expend those dollars, because those should not go north or to the agriculture. That's our dollars that are sitting in that fund. Have them come together with a true plan that they can come back to us next year to really look at an allocation with that tax basis or something along those lines. But that's just one thought. I know supposedly Sabre reached out to UNLV and they weren't interested, but I think maybe the phrasing has to be, you're not expected to do anything. It's really that you're the land grant. We want to call it cooperative extension, Clark County or whatever, and make sure that we're doing programming that benefits Southern Nevada rather than being consolidated and lost at the state level. So that was the discussion that I wanted to throw out there for us. Thank you.
Ms. Sabre, did you want to add anything? No?
Commissioners, for the record, Sabre Smith Newby. We have been doing some research on this issue, and per NRS, we are required to have an agreement with the state. We currently do not have an agreement with the state. We have found examples back in the 60s and 70s. The last one that we know of was in 1987, so we haven't had one for almost 30 years now. So at the very least, should we go forward and continue with cooperative extension, we would need to draft an agreement with them. And I'd be happy to take commission direction on what that agreement should include, what sort of emphases you want to put on programming and ask them to do. I understand that there are representatives from cooperative extension here. You may, if you have any questions, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, and we did call UNLV. Sabre came over, or Ms. Newby came over to my office, and I've got a long history with this one when I was on the board, and they even built that building out there. And it was specified that that building could not be used for recruiting purposes, and then there was an issue that UNLV said they were using it, and they give out the dictionary. I've heard the whole story there. So UNLV says they are not the land grant institution, that they disagree with this AG opinion, I guess it is. Somebody, that's what they're claiming, UNLV, and they weren't. Sabre, am I correct in my characterization that they weren't real excited about being given this responsibility? So where we go from here, I don't. What do you want to do, Commissioner G?
disagree about land grant. They are truly a land grant institution, but whether they want to be designated, because that's how the regions before you and I and everybody else was involved, they designated UNR as that place because the Department of Ag was there, and that was the linkage that was done back in the 40s and 50s, that you had to have that connection. Now that's changed. I do think Saber is correct. No matter what, we should have some kind of contract language as far as that. Secondarily, there's still questions that have to come up. To me, maybe we should explore the conservation district concept and have them, because they agreed to not put that tax on, but that might be a natural collaboration and just food for thought, whether we want to continue to send the money or not. But we also have about $13 million sitting in the fund that really should be used for local programming needs that we haven't been expended in the long run as well. So those are a couple other things that we have to deal with.
Do we have any questions for the cooperative extension? No? Okay. Do you have adequate direction, Ms. Sabersmith-Newby?
I believe I do. It's to go forward and craft an agreement with the cooperative extension, exploring the possibility of the conservation district partnering with them.
Okay.
Correct?
Good direction.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Apologize, but so at least conversations with NACO are still going on because this is a bigger issue across the board. So I'll continue to keep you in the loop because I gave you all of the things that we took to the chancellor. Some he's agreed to, some he has not. So it's still a little contentious, but we're making progress. So I'll make sure that I include that within. I'll remind him of what the statute says.
Progress is good. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Okay, Mr. Burnett.
Before we go into closed session, under item number 59, take care of the final item on your agenda. Item 60 is to receive a presentation from the 3 Square Food Bank regarding their strategic planning process and direct staff accordingly.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I'm very honored to have some of my friends here from 3 Square. Well, one of my friends here from 3 Square, if you will. 2 of them are here. Okay, I see the other one. There she is. To just give us an update of where we are today and just some of the things that we're looking to try and move forward with in the future. We were very successful in meeting with Virginia Valentine and the NRA group, and we have several other meetings talking about Restaurant Week 2017 and just a number of things that we're trying to bring on board in terms of how is it that as a county, Marianne, we can go out and help those that are in desperate need of help. How can we help feed the hungry? And so with that today, my good friend is here to give us a brief presentation, if y'all don't mind.
Great. I'm Brian Burton. I'm CEO at 3 Square Food Bank. I thank you for the opportunity just to give you a brief overview of hunger in Clark County and our strategic plan that's in the middle of development, so you can give us some input at the end of this or later to help shape that strategic plan. Our mission has not changed. It's to provide wholesome food to hungry people. And obviously we want a hunger-free community because so much is riding on that. Kids that are fed are more alert, they thrive, they do better in school, families are more stable and employable when that safety net is met. 3 Square, our core values, you see them there. I don't need to define them, but certainly urgency has been a top theme for us. Many of you were involved in our startup 8 years ago with the building that you deeded, and we have been on fire ever since then. We continue to be the fastest growing food bank in the nation. We are the Feeding America Food Bank for Southern Nevada. This is something only we have. Every other food bank has this food insecurity only by county. We have it by zip code here, and as you can see, the darker the shade, the worse the food insecurity. Food insecurity is a term that just basically means that you worry about where your next meal is coming from, at least once during the year. So the number is high. It's 1 out of 6. When you look at kids, it's 1 out of 4. The thing that's striking about this map to me is there's nowhere where it's 0. And even in some of the more affluent areas that you would think would have no problem, there is a certain level of food insecurity that's really unacceptable. This is a little hard to read, but basically this is how a food bank works. Some people think that hungry people come to Three Square. They don't. Our customers are those agency partners and faith-based charities. There's about 200 of them that do tremendous work out in the community. Catholic Charities, Salvation Army. You honored one of them here this morning, Sandy Valley, a great partner. And we basically take the headache and time and aggravation and food time and money spent food sourcing off their backs so that they can focus on developmental programs and helping people get back on their feet. And so a very efficient model, one food bank that goes out and sources food, a lot of fresh produce from California. 40% of our 40 million pounds is fresh produce. So that's really helpful to the people that need it. And then we have various programs to reach vulnerable population like kids and seniors. Basically, we're at, as of 2015, 32 million meals. That's about 38 million pounds. Our trajectory with this strategic plan is to take it up to 50 million pounds. We feel like at that point, we will have the quantity of nutritious food that's needed so that anyone can have access to it no matter what zip code they live in. Obviously, we have to get better and better at reaching all of those hard-to-reach folks, particularly the seniors, with that. I think you're familiar with the Safe Key after-school program. We partnered with them 2 years ago. That's been a big success story. We've got all sorts of kids that are getting an after-school meal. We pack about 10,000 a day with volunteers in our kitchen, and those meals are all reimbursed to us by USDA, and they're fun, good, nutritious meals. The kids love them. And now we're working on getting some of these Safe Key sites to be open sites so that any child, whether they're enrolled in that program or not, who's in need can come and eat before they go home. So finally, this plan will carry us to the year 2020. And we're here because we feel like you all know the community better than anybody. You're close to the ground. You see things, you hear things. And we would love to have your help in identifying partners, perhaps that Three Square is not already engaged with, that can help us move food out, churches, nonprofit organizations, schools. Obviously, like I said, we want to deepen these Safe Key partnerships. I think that's been a huge win for our community. And with volunteers, if you've ever been out there, that's the thing that excites people the most. There are so many people from this community, from all walks of life, that come there to give back. Some of them themselves are low income. 26,000 volunteers last year at Three Square. We need 10,000 more over the next 3 years. And so the LDS Church, many of the businesses in town, many of the faith-based groups have been really helping us to bolster that number. Plus, as Commissioner June Kiliani said, great idea a few minutes ago, if you all would like to come down and do that. It's a real team-building experience to do that. I'd like to take any questions or feedback or thoughts.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you, and thank you, Brian, for good to see you, Mr. Basset Hound rescue person as well.
Yeah, I'm a Basset Hound lover.
So if anybody ever knows, but remember at the Green Chips last week, I guess, remember the issue that came up about the expiration dates of food product and donations, that some of the grocery stores are not working with us. They're trashing the food. I was told that one company, I won't name them yet, but is bleaching their food so that they aren't able to give it away, which forces it into the trash. So I think part of what we have an opportunity to do is to educate people that just because an expiration date is there, the product is generally good for upwards of another year.
Yeah, unless it's baby food.
Exactly. And the Marcia de Braga, as an assemblywoman, passed the law to allow for casinos, grocery stores, restaurants, whatever, to give food away without any kind of liability issue. And I did find that law, so I may send
the
it
Good
on to
Samaritan
you.
law.
France has just adopted a piece of legislation, which I have a copy of as well, that deals with the expiration component. That's a third part. But what bleaching is, I'm told, a fairly new grocery market in town dumps the, like lettuce can be used again, carrots, carrot tops, beets, whatever it might be. Rather than donating it as a company, they're dumping it in a bleach concentration, which then ruins the edibility of it, and then it's trashed, which is just wasteful in and of itself. If
And
that's
it's dumped.
really, yes,
Yeah.
and dumped. So I think maybe some, and I know that Commissioner Kirkpatrick may have a group we can work with of the grocery retailers, and maybe that's some place where you can join us and we could talk to them about how to better educate all of those those places that are doing that. That's part one. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah,
part of it?
they've been so good working with us over the last several years, and we believe we're rescuing about 60% of the food that is good at these grocery stores. We have 21 trucks that go out every day to 185 grocery retail centers. However, we still think there's probably 6 to 8 million more pounds of food we could rescue. It is a difficult job to try to continue to engage staffs that are turned over, and many people make them minimum wage, and they're not incentivized to do the right thing. But we're staying after this. We do a lot better than most communities rescue about 5%. We rescue 60%.
That's awesome.
And so we're going to keep fighting that, and any assistance that any of you could provide.
So I think sometimes the national chains, you get it from
Yep.
Smith's, I know, you get it from Albertsons, but there are other ones that come in that are not participating, and we even heard that, well, we're not allowed to. Well, no, you are. We passed a law in the 90s to allow you to be able to do it without liability. So part of that is the education and reaching out, and maybe the retail industry might be the place to start with that part of it. A secondary issue was, it would be kind of fun to maybe organize a volunteer day from the county of some sort, or month or something along those lines, like our sister cities do. So that might be something as a board we might want to talk about. And then I believe, let's see, part of when 3 Square, before you got here, Brian, really was looking at, there's so many food banks that were out there that it really wasn't being orderly distributed. Food product wasn't being recycled fast enough to get it out to the people that needed it. Good ideas, well-intentioned folks, but maybe it just didn't affect the so this became really a true collaborative model. So if you still want to have your own church food bank or something like that, I believe they can come to you and get product.
Yes.
And then give it to their clientele.
That's what
so
we
to
do.
speak. Okay. And is there a small fee for that part of it, depending on?
Very small. Most of all the fresh produce goes out free. The rest of that product, it averages about a penny a pound. There's just enough skin in the game, so they're not just wasting the product. But then they pay, I think, $150 a quarter for us to send that truck out to do the food rescue and bring it directly to them.
Okay. And then Deacon Tom had raised the issue of some kind of a program, and maybe we need to follow up with him on that part of it, but to try to educate the community as well about not just giving food out on street corners and in parks and that for folks that may be homeless, that there's a better coordinated effort, because that actually undermines the ability to get food from the food bank and really participate in the right way. So if people are well-intentioned, take the food down to the food bank and they'll make sure they get it, because they don't want to continue to create problems in neighborhoods just because someone's well-intentioned and just starts giving food out. So I know he had talked about maybe putting a PSA or just some kind of educational program to folks that, if you want to contribute, there's a better methodology, either Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, 3 Square, that can really get the food to the folks that need it, so that we're not being wasteful in the long run.
Yeah, we support him on that. He's our number one partner, 3 million pounds. 5 years ago, we weren't talking to each other.
You're right.
So what a great success story of collaboration there. Salvation Army 5 years ago was spending $1.26 a pound on their food. Now they're spending 25 cents. And so this is the sort of silver lining that's come out of the recession, where the nonprofits are really collaborating and energized to help each other. Thank you for your comments and your advocacy. I also want to thank Commissioner Kirkpatrick for coming out for our inaugural food distribution in Moapa. Did I pronounce that correctly? And that was a fun time.
It was an experience, let me just tell you. I've never packed so many potatoes in my entire life.
So we do serve the rural counties Lincoln 9 Esmeralda, and I'm going up to Lincoln County next month to meet some of those folks and some of your peers. Commissioner Weekly has been an incredible advocate. As you know, he serves his district so effectively. We partner with him at Thanksgiving time and other times a year, and we really are excited about this restaurant week becoming hopefully a national event next year, because we are an international culinary destination here in Las Vegas. So thank you, Commissioner Weekly, for your help, and thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Commissioner Weekly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to thank the management office, Ms. Burnett, Ms. Saber. Thank you both for allowing me to have this on the agenda today, because I think it's really important as we talk about the food insecurities. You looked at the map that Brian put up on the screen there, and there are some areas that are worse off than others. But I go back to the days when Miss Bessie Braggs, when she was beating the pavement, and when she was reminding us the importance of hunger and people out on the streets that were hungry, and how we all had an obligation to do our very best to take care of those who were not in a position to take care of itself. And for 3 Square to come in and grow as it has today, and to see right here in not only Las Vegas and Nevada as a whole, but in this country, that we still have people dying on the streets because they don't have shelter or even have any food to eat. And we look at all the disgusting debate that's going on right now as we look at America preparing to select a new president of the United States, but the TV is so bombarded with foolishness, and it's amazing how it's turned into a reality TV show, and have taken the attention off of the real issues like this. And so I appreciate, Brian, the brief presentation that you had given here today, that you've given here to us. You look at churches like Second Baptist and Victory in Greater New Jerusalem and Grace Emmanuel Baptist Church, and a number of other institutions, church institutions, if you will, throughout my district alone, that are providing this service. The lines are wrapped around corners, folks. They're wrapped around corners.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can take you on a Saturday, and you can just watch, and it brings tears to your eyes.
Yeah.
And I just recall, and what makes me so passionate about this, and you guys, please forgive me. What makes me so passionate about this is I just remember, my mother having to go on welfare at one time in her life, and today to see kids go to school just to eat. We have a lot of kids that get up in the morning. This is probably one of the only meals that they're going to get all day, is that breakfast that they get when they get there, and they get the lunch, and then the Safe Key meals that you guys provide, not to even mention the backpacks that go home with the kids on weekends that help tie them over until they can get back to school on Monday. And so, folks, it's amazing when, having this opportunity to do what I do here today, but then I can leave here and go into some of these neighborhoods, and I saw a lot of my district in that dark brown with the food insecurities. It's heartbreaking. It's extremely heartbreaking for me to know that we live in such a vulnerable community, and, to meet the caliber of people that we meet. I just asked this board here, because this is probably one of the most influential boards in this entire state. We know so many people that could really make a dent in this issue that we have, and we have to really do a great job. And Commissioner G, I appreciate the comment about, maybe it's something that we can turn over to our manager's office. The staff here does a great job with community outreach efforts, from United Way efforts to you name it. I think it's something that they would love to do, knowing that we're all trying to do our best to make a difference. And so, Brian, this is good. I appreciate it, and
sure,
we're going to do our best to continue to forge forward.
Thank you so much. It is a solvable problem. We're very grateful to have leadership from First Lady Sandoval. We have the breakfast after the bell bill that's been very successful. It's brought millions of dollars back into our community from the federal government, and now we've got thousands and thousands of more kids starting off the day with breakfast. So thank you for all of your partnerships and friendship. Every one of you have been a blessing to us, and I hope you have a good rest of the day.
Sure.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes your agenda.
Okay, before I take a motion to go into a 241, 288, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, do I have a motion to go into 241, 288? We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Mary Beth. Motion passes.
For the month of March. Our big game tag application opens mid-March and it closes mid-April. So if you're looking to apply for a big game tag and you have never taken a hunter education course, or you're new to Nevada where you took a hunter education course somewhere else, you're going to need to take this course here in Nevada. You can check the dates and times of these classes on our website at www.ndow.org. When you're out at the complex, you can pick up that workbook free of charge. Those workbooks are also offered online through various vendors and do have a significant charge of $25. Once you register for this class and completed either the online portion or the workbook, you'll need to bring that with you to class. That will allow you to purchase a hunting license and apply for our coveted big game tags here in Nevada. While you're out here and you pick up your workbook, you can enjoy a round of trapper skeet at some of our fantastic fields. They're world class and you'll really enjoy them. I hope to see you out here. I'm Martin Olson at the Clark County Shooting Complex.
Hi, my name is Brent Holmes, and I am hurriedly preparing my work for my exhibition at the Winchester Cultural Center. It's called Ignominious Refuse. Quite frequently, the captured barbarian queen or king, was left to an ignominious fate of being paraded through the streets and then, murdered brutally in front of hundreds of people. So, and then refuse, of course, means trash or junk or stuff we leave lying around. And I like to go for a lot of hikes, but I don't like to go that far out of the city. So I end up going on hikes in, right around our kind of great garbage rim, as I like to call it. We have this kind of amazing trash ring around the city, like a bathtub ring, after you haven't bathed for a week. And it's superbly embarrassing. But then, working in my own garage, I have so much stuff that you just, as an artist, you're like, oh, I'll keep this in case I ever need it, which there's at least 3 things in the exhibition that are things that I'm I'm glad I kept that because it's going in the show. But in the same right, I have 6 more mountains of kind of this kind of embarrassing trash that every time I open up my garage door, my really distinguished neighbors go what is wrong with that man? 200 Polaroids, 7 large prints, 2 sculptures. Hopefully, if I finish these in time, 1 to 2 paintings. The Polaroids are a document of my experiences over the last 3 years. I take it almost every time I leave the city, or even sometimes when I'm just riding around town. So they're all unstaged, random photographs of things I find either out hiking or within the city. When I'm done whitewashing these will take on quite a bit more color in the long run. So what you're looking at now is not what you're going to see as the final product. Ignominious Refuse. It is running from January 19th to March 11th, and if you can come on down and say hi. Thanks.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and link, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepared to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Howdy, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, the administrator of the Clark County Museum, and today I'd like to take you behind the scenes in one of the exhibit houses here at the Clark County Museum. So let's take a look at the Gaumond House. So when you come inside the houses at the museum, you'll find often that we have these barriers up, and you might wonder, well, why can't we be allowed to walk in there? Well, let's take a walk through here and see what's actually in these areas. Part of what a museum does is it cares for the artifacts in its collection. That's actually the primary thing that we do. That's what we are in business to do, is to care for these artifacts. And you can see the artifacts are just sitting out as they would be in a house. And we have our flamingos up here on the counter. This is, of course, the Gaumond House, and this is one that is restored to about 1959, 1960. So this is very much the decor that would have been used at the time. When we picked wall colorings, we picked those from paint swatches from the time. So they are exactly what you would have had on the walls. And we try to make sure that it looks absolutely correct. But unfortunately, by having everything out like this, in order to care for it, we have to make sure people don't come in and sit on the couch or sit on the chair or try to eat the chocolate that's sitting out. By the way, those are not real chocolates. They are fake. So as we come in here, we have yet another wall, and we have another door here. Now, understand these doors are always closed, they're always screwed tight so you can't walk through. We have them open just for the filming today because we're caring for the artifacts that we have on display. And this is also how we change the artifacts. When you come out here, we have to have a way of getting in here, and climbing through the windows didn't work all that well. So we put the doors in. And you see Mr. Gaumond and his girlfriend are having a little meal. Obviously, she just gave him a Parker pen for Valentine's Day. Even in the bathroom, we have to have it set up to look like somebody's actually living here. And as you stand in the hallway and look through the door, you might not see it, but there is still a toilet in here, and it is green and black, just like the tile and the bathtub, all of this. This is all original to that time period in the house. This all came with the house when it was moved out here. Even the kitchen has little touches that would show you what would actually be in a kitchen of the time. We have some, these are actually reproductions, but these are coupons from that time period. We have the stove, but you notice how small the space is. This was a very nice house, but even so, to get the refrigerator in here, to get the stove in here, to get some workspace in here, this was not easy. You had to kind of fit your lifestyle around the size of the space that you have. So that's a little look behind the scenes in the Gaumond House here at the County Museum. I hope you'll come out and Take a look at all the houses here and all the exhibits that we have here at the museum. Remember, we're open 7 days a week, 9 to 4:30. It's only $2 a head, the best bargain in the Vegas Valley. So come on out and see us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. If you're like many busy adults, finding the time to meet the recommended physical activity guidelines may be challenging. Fortunately, squeezing in short bursts of activity throughout the week may be just as beneficial to your health as setting aside larger chunks of time. Studies show that short bursts of physical activity can contribute to increased physical activity levels, as well as improve overall physical fitness. The guidelines recommend adults get 150 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per week. But this doesn't have to mean 30 minutes 5 times a week. It can mean 15 10-minute sessions throughout the week, or a combination of short and longer bouts that add up. The point is to accumulate 150 minutes of physical activity in a way that works out for you. Here are some ideas to incorporate more activity into your day. Any time that you have to wait can be used to squeeze in some physical activity. For example, if you're waiting for your child to finish a music lesson or a ball game, take the time to walk around the block or walk around the field a few times. When stuck at home waiting for a package or a repair person to arrive, hop on your treadmill or exercise bike. Add more movement to your routine activities by getting creative. At work, move whenever you can, such as during meetings. While watching TV, during commercials, do a set of dumbbell exercises like shoulder presses or dumbbell curls, or do some cardio like jogging in place or jumping jacks. Do the fun things that you did as a child. Turn on some music and dance like nobody's watching. Shoot some basketballs in your driveway or take a short 10-minute bike ride. Every little bit of added movement helps. So give up the thought of all or nothing when it comes to making time for physical activity. Even short bouts throughout the week can add up to health benefits. And a great place to learn how to do exercises that you can do at home or when you can't make it to the gym is at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center. There you will find a variety of fitness classes and well-stocked fitness rooms at affordable prices and without a contract. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move more and get healthy at a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Bruce Isaacson, and I'm here today with Clark County Poet Laureate Representative Lee Mallory. Now, Lee, you've been in the LA scene. I know you were around the Bukowski scene in LA in the 70s. How does our Las Vegas scene, which you are relatively new to, compared to some of those interesting places you've been?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. Poetry is pretty universal the world over. It's less important perhaps in America than in Europe. So I'd say that poetry will carry the day in any city, but it's totally different here in the sense that, well, what can I say? Coming from the idyllic beach scene, Newport Beach, this is an escape place, very show-centric, the fantasy, the sensations, the stimulation of the senses. I think that's going to make poetry very, very important here in the sense that beyond the illusion, beyond the fantasy, poetry can serve as sort of a North Star, a grounding for us, more important than ever perhaps here because it can get us back to reality.
That's great, and we have a lot of professional musicians and artists and all that who are part of that community too. Will you read a poem for us?
Sure will.
Okay, go for it.
The poetry reading. I liked your stuff. I liked the trench coats and berets, the feel of it here, the feel of it there, where you put us. I liked your stuff. I liked your stuff. I liked what you said about the woman and man, how she bit into him and he lit into her. That felt good. I liked what you said about their wetness, the moisture of their kiss. But how did you mean that? And I liked what you said about trains, Barry Manilow, Thousand Island dressing, street gangs, the Shroud of Turin. I liked the woman crossing and uncrossing her legs. I guess this is all pretty good. Only when you're done, I can't find you. That's when you say it's a game, that when it works, the poet just goes away, fades. And that's your clever exit, your gangs and your shroud, your jailhouse nights, your suicide nights. Still, I'll shout, believe. I like your stuff. I like your stuff. And when you find me, I find you.
That's great, Lee. Well, what can we say? We like your stuff.
Well, I'm just
thanks for being here to Las
rowdy.
Vegas.
I appreciate it.
I just will give you a couple of updates on things that are happening here. On April 30th, we have Beat legend, Obie Award-winning playwright, and the guy who spent a lot of time with The Doors and wrote Mercedes-Benz, popularized by Janis Joplin. Beat legend Michael McClure is going to come and read in Las Vegas. He'll be reading at the Winchester Cultural Center at 7 p.m. on April 30th, and he'll do a 2-hour poetry workshop on May 1st at the Clark County Library on Flamingo. Meanwhile, we're having open readings every week at 2 o'clock down at Winchester, so come on down for poetry.
Hi, I'm Katie, and I'm here at Desert Breeze Pool to talk to you about being a lifeguard. Lifeguarding is a great summer job to have, and we're offering training classes right now, and we're also hiring right now. So if you're thinking about being a lifeguard this summer, now's a good time to look into training classes that Clark County offers. We do offer training classes at Desert Breeze Pool, Hollywood Pool, Paradise Pool, and Laughlin Pool, which is a rural facility. We do offer an employment contract, so for those who want to be a lifeguard for Clark County, the cost is only $70. We do offer training courses to those who do not want to be a lifeguard for Clark County, and the cost for those is $175. You do need to be 15 and a half years old to train in the lifeguard training program, and you do need to have your American Red Cross lifeguard training before you apply to be a lifeguard at one of the county pools. We do have pools all around the valley, so there is a good chance that there's a pool that's close by your house that you can work at this summer. So lifeguarding starts at $9.50 an hour. We do offer additional training classes so you can get your water safety instructor certificate where you can teach Red Cross swimming lessons or Clark County swimming lessons, and that starts at $10.50 an hour. To become a lifeguard, you do need to have the training first. So you'll get your training at a county facility or any other facility that offers Red Cross training, and then you can turn in an application at either Desert Breeze Pool or Hollywood Pool, and then we'll call you to set up an interview. And I'd just like to say that being a lifeguard is an excellent job to have for the summer. There's a lot of opportunities to meet people. It's physically challenging. You develop great customer service skills, and there's an opportunity for you to work year-round at an indoor facility, which is awesome if you're a student or if you have another part-time job. So to take the lifeguard training class, you do need to have basic water fitness level skills. So you do need to be able to swim 300 yards continuously without stopping. You'll need to be able to tread water for 2 minutes and also retrieve a 10-pound brick from 7 to 10 feet of water and swim 25 yards with it. For more information, you can call the Desert Breeze Pool phone number, which is 702-455-7798. You can also call the Hollywood facility, and their number is 702-455-8508. And you can visit us online at ClarkCountyNV.gov/parks.
Hi, my name is Rich Mueller, and I'm here to talk to you about one of the cool parts of Sunset Park, the Dunes Discovery Area. Located within Sunset Park, the Dunes Discovery Area is a recreational, historical, and geological gem. It's the site of the last remaining sand dunes in the Paradise Valley. The Dunes Discovery Area opened to the public in December of 2010. Several paths meander through the dunes, giving bikers and walkers a place for leisure in a unique setting. Unlikely in this desert environment, water continues to flow, providing irrigation to portions of Sunset Park.
This is a great place to walk the dog, and we walk and do the whole loop, and you would never think that in the middle of the city there's such a beautiful place to be, you know? It's lovely.
This section of Sunset Park is a preservation zone. Fencing lines the paved dunes Discovery Trail to protect the fragile landscape. The Sunset Park history is a rich one. Interpretive panels offer park maps, desert plant and animal information, and historical photos and stories that tell you how Sunset Park became the first regional park in Clark County.
I think it's really cool, and the people who donated this land, I went up there and read the stuff about it up there. It's very nice. It's nice to have something like this that everybody can use. I like it. I like it. They just opened it, I guess, a few years ago, because I used to always go around the lake. But now it's open. It's a good place to bike, a walk. Yeah, it's nice.
The Dunes Discovery area can be accessed in 2 locations. People can simply stroll into the park on Eastern Avenue near adjacent railroad tracks, and hundreds of parking spots are available in the Lot G near the south shore of the Sunset Pond.
It's beautiful. I mean, there's so much about the desert that people think is unattractive, but I love it. It was a natural area, habitat. I guess there is actually springs that run through here too. Yeah, that's what I know. It's been here my whole life. I've always come here. Not this part. This part's all new, but Sunset Park's been around since I've been around.
Known as Clark County's Central Park, Sunset Park is the county's original regional park. Located at 2601 East Sunset Road, open 7 days a week, Sunset Park hours are 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Hey, I'm Frank Caliendo, pretending to be Robin Williams, George Bush, and even Bill Clinton. Guess what? You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the men and women who selflessly dedicate and promote animal welfare and safety in southern Nevada. Our first story is about 2 sets of numbers that correlate to great news about the animal population in Clark County. The number of dogs and cats being spayed and neutered is going up, and the number of animals being euthanized is going down, way down. It's a true success story. Let's meet Harold Vosco from Heaven Can Wait, an animal organization on the front line of sterilizing our furry friends. Harold, we've talked about some of the economics and some of the numbers here. There's your folks here at Heaven Can Wait is doing spay and neuter, as are a number of other people in the valley. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, what has happened is, the numbers have gone down quite a bit, and a big reason is because spay and neuter today is affordable. There are a whole bunch of clinics that do it at, at a very reasonable, very reasonable price. And therefore, because it's the law, more people have gotten their animals spay and neutered. Therefore, less animals being born, less animals going into the shelter, less animals being euthanized. So that's really a key point. Well, that's the low-hanging fruit. People that can afford, $30, $50, maybe $100. But you see, what really people don't understand, this is a major surgery. And to do these surgeries, some clinics charge $300, $400. Totally understand it, because it costs a lot. You saw how many people we had there today. Well, we have 4 licensed vet techs, and then you have, 3 vet assistants, and we have 2 veterinarians. But you add that up at a clinic, that's going to cost a lot of money. That's why they charge a lot. But a lot of these veterinarian clinics have lowered their price to get these animals spay and neutered, which is a great thing, which has been a great asset.
And probably the most important number are the number of euthanizations in the Las Vegas Valley. That number has steadily declined in the past 6 years. We must be very proud about that.
Let me tell you, that's what you live for. You say very proud. I think everybody in the rescue community that has fostered a set of kittens, and they've done, even if they've done it one time, and they stayed up all night making sure that they lived through the night, and all the way to people rescuing animals in the desert and people preventing animals from going into the shelter, and in the shelter trying to do some reactive, care as well. In 2010, 32,500 cats and dogs are being euthanized here in the valley, the two shelters, Lead and Henderson. This year, it'll probably be close to 12,000. Now, that's 20,000 less. I don't even know many cities in the whole country that have lowered 20,000 less than what they had. So spay and neutering and target spay and neutering is really the key in Heaven Can Wait's opinion of lowering the overpet population problem and curing the problem. What you see here today, and today we're doing 18 dogs, and probably, I think 16 are either pit bulls or chihuahuas. And that's what we focus in on every day. And again, that's why we believe the numbers that have gone down a lot, because we've been spay and neutering so many. That's what we focus on. So where do we get these pit bulls and chihuahuas? Well, we go to less fortunate neighborhoods. We actually have people that go door to door. We advertise on Craigslist, and we try to put them on special. Again, if people don't have enough money, we try to work a way to at least get them done, because they go to the top of the list every day. Like if you call up saying, I got a pit bull and I got two pit bulls, a male and a female, we're going to try and get you in as quick as possible, either that day or the next day, because we don't want these things to happen.
What are some of the costs, and what are then obviously some of the main benefits for having the procedures done?
Well, the cost, it probably costs us, I figured it out, it probably costs us close to $90 a surgery. So, and we don't charge, very few people pay $90, they don't have it. And a lot of people have multiple dogs, 2 and 3. So we have to subsidize, have a sliding scale, or if it's really bad, we just have to, subsidize the whole thing. So Clark County, they give us $120,000, if you really look at Clark County and why the numbers have gone down again, you could give them a lot of kudos for it. Number one, they passed the spay and neuter law, which really helped a ton. And the other thing is they've been giving Heaven Can Wait $120,000 for spay and neuter probably for the last 5-6 years. So that's allowed us to do like 30,000 spay and neuters, and that really has cut down. So actually, Clark County, the commissioners of Clark County really can take a lot of credit for, all the good that has happened.
The county in general supports Heaven Can Wait with an annual grant, generally of $120,000. A portion of that money comes from the spay-neuter license plates through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and then the rest of that money is made up through impound fees that we collect when an owner reclaims their animal at the shelter. That money is used along with money that Heaven Can Wait raises through all their other charitable outreach, and they spay and neuter generally upwards of about 5,000 dogs and cats in unincorporated Clark County and in the various jurisdictions each year. It's been a long-standing partnership that the county and animal control has had with Heaven Can Wait, and it dramatically reduces the number of unwanted pets that we have on the streets.
Are there any other organizations like that the county works intimately with, whether it's for spay and neuter or for other facets of animal rescue?
Well, we do obviously have our contract with the Animal Foundation to house all of the animals that we or the public bring in. And the Animal Foundation does a certain number of low-cost spay-neuter surgeries and vaccine clinics throughout the year as well. But we don't specifically pay them just for those services. Heaven Can Wait is the one that we partner with as the largest nonprofit in town that actually performs sterilizations. We have a great program that we worked on with Heaven Can Wait. It's called our Fix-It Ticket program. That Fix-It Ticket program, when our officers find an intact animal, We can write a ticket, a citation, and give the person 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how busy Heaven Can Wait is. We give the person the citation, we give them a coupon to go to Heaven Can Wait, and they can get their animal sterilized for a very low price. In fact, for low-income people, it's a fraction of what they would pay at a full-service vet. There are other nonprofits that we work with. We work with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society and C5, the Community Cat Coalition of Clark County. They don't actually perform surgeries, but they do have the ability to help financially for people who cannot afford it.
It's been several years since Clark County has enacted or changed the spay and neuter laws. What are they, Jason?
So essentially what they are, currently every dog and cat in Clark County needs to be sterilized so that they cannot reproduce any offspring.
I believe a high in the valley was about 33,000 pets were put to death in 2010, and Heaven Can Wait is hoping by this year they can get this down to about only 5,000 animals. Is this feasible? And this is good news regardless.
It's great news. The number of intakes are going down dramatically, and that shows a reduction in the number of pets being out on the streets in all the jurisdictions, and the number of people adopting pets from shelters versus buying them at pet stores is going up, and the public is getting the message that there are a lot of animals out there, and the best place to get them is from a rescue or from a shelter, so that we can help reduce the pet population. Our very stringent breeder laws in Clark County require that in order to breed a dog or a cat, that dog or cat has to be a show animal.
Harold, when you talked about all spays and neuters aren't equal, these cats are prime examples, right?
Yes. In fact, yesterday, we came a day late. We had over 220 here in the lobby, and we did it in one day. And these are all homeless, and we call them feral community cats, whatever. And you can see, if you take close up, you see how healthy they look. You see how, they thrive outside. They do really well here. The weather, people feed them, people take care of them. So it's crazy just to catch them and have them euthanized, and that's what's been happening for years, and it doesn't work. So it's better. It's called TNR, trap, neuter, return. You spay and neuter them. Now we're going to tip their ears. They're going to be vaccinated. They're going to get their rabies. They're going to get pain medicine. It's really the only humane way to handle the cat situation. This is what probably has lowered the numbers more than anything else. In 2010, over 20,000 cats were being euthanized in the shelter. And this year, it'll probably be closer to 7,000. And this is the #1 target that we have focused on. So you take that 110, I bet you 70, 75,000 have been feral homeless cats, because obviously they're the ones that are going to reproduce the most. Heaven Can Wait has a 5-year plan, so you go, I believe it said at the end of 2018, we're going to be under 5,000 euthanasias. And I really believe with a few changes, that are being made, we'll probably have that under in 2017. And in outside chance, even next year. So how good is that? And yes, I couldn't be happier because, everyone here at Heaven Can Wait has dedicated their lives to solving this problem, and we're getting there. We're doing much better than we were in 2010, that's for sure.
To learn more about their great work, visit the Heaven Can Wait Animal Society website at www.hcws.org. The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the rescue and responsible pet ownership, primarily of beagles. Let's meet Regina Harmon, who introduces us to some of our cute, floppy-eared pals.
Regina, thanks for joining us. Tell us who your friends are.
This is Bull. He is about 11 or 12-year-old beagle. He's kind of large for a beagle. He's more or less our mascot now. He came into the rescue a few years ago. He was going to be euthanized for ear infections, and he was actually really, really thin at that time too. And he's doing quite well. He's got cataracts now, so he can't really see that well. And then these guys, this is Cash and this is Tango, and they are only 7 months old. They had kind of a little bit of a long journey to get here. They were chained to railroad tracks in Kentucky, and this lady saw them, and the guy who had them was a hunter, and he said, you can unchain them from those tracks for $50. Actually, I think he wanted more at first, but they talked him down, and they couldn't get the parents, but they were able to get these guys. And they made their way to Ohio, where they were treated for dehydration and worms and parasites. They were actually quite ill at that time, and this lady took her into her home and fostered them. And there was a rescue who was supposed to back them and take them, and they kind of let them fall through the cracks. So we were contacted by Colorado Beagle Rescue, who had dogs already coming out towards them, and they asked if we'd be willing to take these guys. So we paid for their transport, and they arrived this week. And they, he's a little more timid than Tango, but they've had a lot of changes this whole week with traveling and just everything they've been through. And they just got neutered, and we checked for heartworm, and they got microchipped, and they're actually really healthy now. So they're great little dogs. They've kind of come a long way.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation's been in operation since 2006. Is that a typical journey for puppies like this, or any of the beagles that come to you?
We typically get most of our dogs locally. We have gotten dogs, though, longer journeys than that. We don't have as many beagles here as they do on the East Coast. They're inundated in the Midwest and the East Coast because of all the hunters. They breed them, they use them for hunting, and then they dump them. After the hunting season's over, if the dogs don't come back, they don't care. If the dogs don't hunt, they don't want them. So, even though they're hunting hounds and scent hounds, not all dogs will try to hunt. So they want the ones that do. And sometimes they just use them for breeding, and they live in these little tiny boxes, and it's really quite horrid, actually. But they are just have a ton of beagles. So when we can help out and we have the means, we'll try. Our biggest thing is transport. Where are you trying to get down?
What? Obviously, these are such great dogs, and
they're great dogs.
What makes a beagle such a great breed to own?
Well, they're curiosity for one, but they're very loving dogs. They generally, beagles' temperament, they usually get along with other people and kids and other dogs, and cats generally too. But they're just all around great dogs to have.
You have a terrific website with a lot of great information. Tell me the procedure that if somebody wants to adopt or is a candidate to adopt an animal from your rescue, what do they need to do?
Well, they need to go to our website and click the Forms tab and fill out an application for adoption. We do not work on a first-come, first-served basis, so we go through all the applications that come in on any dog, and we could have several. For puppies, we do tend to get a lot more than some of the older dogs. And then the people that are fostering, because we are completely foster-based shelter. We don't have a shelter building. So they will go through all the applications as they live with the dog. They know the dog even better than I do. They know where it sleeps and how it eats, and its routine. So they go through and they decide right off, this could work, this could not work, and then we arrange meet and greets. They can also meet them at adoption events or at our park events. We go to the park pretty regularly. So, and then we try to determine who is going to be the best match for this dog, and then we'll do a home visit as well to make sure it's a safe and secure environment. The yard's all safe and secure, especially with beagles being scent hounds. They will take off if given the opportunity unless they've had some training. And once we find that this is a really good match here, then we'll complete a contract and the rest of the adoption. And the contract basically is to protect the dog. Don't leave them in an open pickup truck, in the back of it. Don't overcrate them. The most important thing on there, though, for us is if for any reason the adopter cannot hold on to the dog throughout the lifetime of the dog comes back to rescue. And that is the dog's safety net, so that they don't end up on the street, abandoned, or in the shelter.
I think Tango wants to ask a question about your swag here. You've got
Yes.
Beagle juice here. That's
We
actual
do.
wine and
We
some
do.
paraphernalia. I suppose that's kind of the lifeblood of any rescue organization. You're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so you need to raise funds to get these animals and then get them distributed, get them into loving homes.
Right, right. The rescue, it's a cost involved. I mean, we do charge adoption fees, but we far exceed that with our medical costs. I mean, all the dogs generally need something. These two needed neutering, microchips, heartworm testing. Bull's had, he almost died twice on us. So, I mean, he went into renal failure and liver failure, and he's had massive ear infections, and so all those things are a cost to the rescue. So yeah, we try to raise money any way we can. We have a ton of fundraisers, but this is another way, and people love our stuff. Why not? It's so really cute. Everyone loves Snoopy, so these are little Snoopy squeak toys. We have wine. We have six different bottles of wine that we sell. This company actually bottles them and ships them, and then they give us an amount back. It's like $6 on every bottle we get back. Sometimes when we can, we purchase the magnets. These are like all different kinds of breeds on here, and we have hats with our logo on it. We have t-shirts as well with our logo. This one is a different type, and then we'll just sell these ourselves to try to make the money back on some of this, and it gives people a way to support us without necessarily having to adopt a dog if they can't at that time. So, and we sell most of this stuff at our events that we have.
You've talked about some of your events. I know you have one coming up in December.
Right.
And tell me about some of your typical events that you do.
We try to do all different kinds of events. We've had popcorn fundraiser where, we sell the popcorn. We've had candle ones, and we usually try to do an Applebee's fundraiser where they open up for breakfast and we serve. And we sell tickets to that, and we get a percentage of that. Though we have one this coming up where it's a beer tasting. We've had a pasta dinner. That one was a really successful one where people came and they, for like $10, they got a lot of pasta and a lot of fun that night.
What are the benefits of adopting a rescue dog, whether it's a Beagle, a Boston Terrier, a Basset Hound?
Oh, rescue is the best. Most people think you cannot get a purebred in rescue, which clearly is a lie. These dogs are so thankful. They give you so much back. And not all the dogs, the puppies not as much, but a lot of the dogs that come into rescue, they're already trained. They have been house trained. They know a lot of commands and tricks, and people are always so surprised. They're really good dogs. They've just been tossed away by someone. And when you rescue, you're just kind of promoting that not from a puppy mill. The people that want all those really cutesy dogs from the puppy stores, they're supporting puppy mills, which are dogs not being taken care of at all. They live in a box their whole life. If something's wrong with them, no one fixes it. And then when they spend these outrageous prices for these dogs, I mean, I've seen Beagles anywhere from $800 to over $2,000 at a puppy store. They don't come vetted at all. Our dogs are always spayed and neutered, up to date on vaccines, microchipped, and then if they've had or needed anything else, we've taken care of that. When you get that expensive dog from a puppy mill, they're not vetted at all. So, you have that extra expense on there. Now, some people don't take care of that stuff, but, and a lot of those dogs are unhealthy. We try to follow the law, though, which is spay and neuter law, so we follow that, and we want the dogs spayed and neutered because we don't want people just breeding them, and those puppy mill dogs are a lot of times not healthy. But none of us have a time stamp on us about when we're going to go. But we try to really take care of these dogs, and these dogs know it. They really do give back to you quite a bit. They're very loving dogs.
And what are some of the myths, some of the quirks about this breed? Everyone seems to think that they howl and bay.
That's right.
And stuff
Everyone
like
said,
that.
a Beagle. Yeah. They just bark all the time and bay. And clearly, they don't.
Really loud, right.
That is a myth I hear all the time. And, yes, they will bay and bark when they hear something or people coming in. If they're playing mostly, that's when, or if they're out in the park and they're all chasing each other, that's when you'll hear that baying a lot, which is fun then, but they don't just sit there and all day long and they're not doing that. That is a huge myth amongst them. They are food hounds, but you can easily control that. I mean, some people just want to feed them and let them go, and as long as you don't do that, it's very easily under control.
And finally, for someone watching this to get a hold of your organization to see about these beautiful dogs, tell us all about it.
Yes, they can either go to our website, which is www.southernnevadabeaglerescue.com, all spelled out. They could see us on Facebook. We post a lot of the dogs on there as well. They can email us at snvbeaglerescue@gmail.com, or even call us 702-493-9779 and just see what we have coming up next, or where they can see the dogs. As I said, we are foster based, so they wouldn't be able to just come and see all the dogs all in one spot, but we are active enough and have the dogs out enough where they probably can then.
Thank you so much for being here, Regina, and bringing your beautiful pals along with you, and continued success for the Southern Nevada
Thank you so
Beagle
much.
Rescue.
We really appreciate coming down.
For more information on adopting, fostering, or volunteering, visit www.southernnevadabeaglesrescue.com. The Animal Foundation operates Lead Animal Shelter, the largest in Southern Nevada. The campus consists of a low-cost vaccine clinic and, of course, is the place for housing adoptable pets and all lost and found animals. The Animal Foundation hosts pet-related events year-round, including the popular Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K, a dog-friendly race that's positively fun. This year's race was at Sunset Park.
Welcome to the Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K. We are here today to celebrate pets and their people.
For several hundred hounds and their two-legged pavement pounders, the Sunset Park celebration was a howling success. Part road race and part Poochie Party, the Forever Home Family Picnic and 5K is an annual Animal Foundation mainstay, a possum event to raise animal awareness in Clark County.
I think it gives us an opportunity to really tell people our story, where we've been, where we're going, some really exciting times. And you'll notice that around the picnic area, we've got signs up with our new vision and new mission. And our new vision is a humane and compassionate community for all animals. And our new mission is to save all healthy and treatable animals in the Las Vegas Valley. So we're moving in such an exciting direction.
The Animal Foundation operates the Lead Animal Shelter, the largest shelter and pet adoption center in Nevada. The staff and volunteers care for more than 30,000 animals every year. It's their dedication caring for the unwanted and neglected pets that draw animal lovers to this race and support to the Animal Foundation.
Well, there's so many dogs that don't have homes, and it's important because you don't want. These are great animals because they give you companionship, and they deserve a home too. Thank you so much to them.
The Animal Foundation hosts fundraising and community events all year long. Community support is a key in their work, and reducing pet overpopulation is crucial, and it takes every animal owner in Clark County to assist. Responsible pet owners know simple steps can help improve animals' lives and increase the level of companionship between you and your best friend.
Well, of course, spaying and neutering, number one, make sure that dogs and cats are all taken care of and they don't get loose. Make sure your dogs and cats stay on their leashes, in their backyards, in their cages, especially during holidays like 4th of July where they get spooked real easy, and Halloween and these things. We gotta make sure our dogs and cats stay inside where they're safe.
The Animal Foundation is selling this Las Vegas to the Rescue calendar. Local stars including Wayne Newton, Carrot Top, pro golfer Ryan Moore, and many more posing with shelter dogs. Jamie Little, a Fox Sports racing reporter and local Las Vegan, is the driving force behind this effort. Visit www.animalfoundation.com to purchase your copy. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Animal Foundation. And we leave you with our feature pets on Critter Corner, Kaylee and Casey. Kaylee and Casey are adorable, inseparable 7-year-old Cavalier King Charles Spaniels who provide love and companionship to Erica Reynolds and Kimberly Shea of Las Vegas. Kaylee and Casey love Christmas, treats, walks, hanging out, watching their beloved Dallas Cowboys and New England Patriots football teams. Both are members of the Hydrant Club dog park in downtown Las Vegas, where they romp and play with their four-legged buddies. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane, only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' puppies can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources, but now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
The Clark County Wetlands Park offers thousands of acres for your recreation, learning, and enjoyment right here in Las Vegas.
There's something in us that needs nature. We can't just hope that people will drive hundreds of miles to go see something wild. We have to have nearby nature where people live in their everyday lives.
Visit to experience the diverse landscapes of the park. From sweeping desert vistas to lush aquatic wetlands. The park's many habitats are home to hundreds of species of wildlife, making it a great place to view animals and also do wildlife research.
Oh, who are you?
We're at a revegetation site just upstream of our Papco weir. We came through with volunteers back in February of 2002 and revegetated this area. Volunteers planted this and then Mother Nature helped us along. The plants are growing so nice and large and tall, creating shade, and that is so crucial for this wildlife. We had ourselves a southwestern willow flycatcher this year. They were federally listed in 1995 by the government as endangered, and that means that its population has declined to the point where extinction is quite possible if something is not done. What was so thrilling and did indeed lead to that sense of victory was the bird was here, but it stayed. It wasn't detected just one time. It was detected on multiple occasions, being very territorial, being very present in the habitat. We're creating the habitat that these birds really need.
Some animals are a bit trickier than others to study.
Bats are very difficult to study. They fly at night, and it's almost impossible to follow them around and get really any good ecological behavioral observations. This is an ostbat harp trap. You have this monofilament line that's about an inch apart on both panels, and then each panel, the strands are offset. They'll come along, they know they can negotiate this, they'll fly up, and they actually turn sideways and fly through the strand. They're perceiving this, but they're not really perceiving this second panel. So they'll get through, and then they bank right back up to continue flight, and now they're stuck in between these two panels. And so they'll flutter down and slide into the bag.
We have 17 species in the wash, and 3 that we normally find when we're doing capturing are pallid bats, pipistrelles, which are the smallest bat in North America, and Mexican free-tailed.
This is the bat detector right here, the broadband microphone that picks up the bat signals. We use sound to visually determine what the species are. You see my fingers doing this. The dry skin is rubbing. We don't hear anything. But we're producing ultrasounds, much like a bat's call. This has allowed us to now come out in the open without ever touching a bat. Well, there's a lot of things that we can find out from this technology.
Well, I've seen a few flying over the top of us.
Yep. That is a Yuma myotis, one of the little mouse-eared bats. And this particular fellow lives along these areas where there are bodies of water. There we go. There's a pallid again. Bats are the most interesting animal that I've ever studied. If you want to know everything about a given species, do 1 year of study. You'll know everything. You have your 4 seasons. If you go out and do a second year of study, you find out you know very little.
Tonight we have officially caught something. All right, so determine his sex. He's a male. He's an adult. From here, we'll go and key the bat out using all of their special characteristics. Their ears, their tragus, their calcar, their forearm length, their hind foot length. And that will indicate what kind of species this is.
The intensity of activity, the numbers of apparent individuals that are out here within each species seems to have increased dramatically.
Basing on all these characteristics, he has a forearm that's less than 40 millimeters, he has an ear length that's less than 20 millimeters, and he has a bald-looking face. So this is a Yuma myotis.
When I was a kid, my special place was the woods behind our house. I could go out my back door, through the yard, through a hedge, and then from there on into the woods and the fields. I spent much of my boyhood in those woods. And I found something large. All spiritual life begins with a sense of wonder. What is one of our first experiences of that awe? I think it's when perhaps we're at the edge of nature and when we crawl through the grass to where the weeds and the trees, the cacti begin. And we turn over a rock and we find for the first time that we are not alone in the universe.
I began photographing the Las Vegas Wash in late 1970. When you were in the Las Vegas Wash, even though you could see Las Vegas, you felt like you were a million miles from anywhere. It had its own odors, its own scent, the smell of the creosote in the morning. That sense of isolation and wildness that I greatly appreciated. More people for the longest time thought of the Wash as a dumping ground rather than as a place of getting back to nature. I mean, think of the term wash as in to get rid of anything you don't want anymore, to wash my hands, to be done with. The Las Vegas Wash had always that reputation to it. My interest as an artist is how we humanize landscapes. And I can't understand the humanization of nature by sitting in a studio. I have to be out there and observing and recording and watching. The 5th century Taoist poet Zhuangzi, who said, "The sound of the water says what I think." And I think that's pretty profound, as simple a statement as it is. Water speaks to a part of the human imagination about things never change. But within that, things are always changing. So it's always the same wash, but it never is. It's always a different wash. The change of the Las Vegas Wash is something that has a profound effect on the quality of life in this town.
Become a park volunteer. Join your community in saving this land for future generations.
Today is our semi-annual green up. Twice a year, we come out to the Wash and have a planting event that's open to the community. We're reaching record numbers. This year, we're expecting close to 700 people at this event.
What a great way to get the kids involved in, understanding our environment and appreciating our environment.
Part of the park's effort is to build a bridge for the community, a place for them to have a resource to see the history of Las Vegas, because the Wash itself is a part of Clark County's history. It's important that you have stewardship. And so we think by getting the community involved, that's exactly what we're doing. We're getting them vested in this project so that it can last for generations.
We're going to take these out and stage them by red flag. So grab 2 at a time.
That wasn't so graceful.
It's really important that you give these guys as good a beginning as you can, because you know it's pretty harsh out here. How'd you like to be growing out here?
Several acres of the park, once dominated by invasive species, are replanted with native plants in a single day.
I'm here with a group. It's called Las Vegas Kids for Saving the Earth. The supervisor here showed us some of the plants that we planted about a year ago, and they grew into huge saplings. And you can't live without trees and nature because of the greenhouse gases. Trees help with giving you oxygen, and you need oxygen to live. I want to come back here next year and see if I can find any of the plants that we planted. It would just be really awesome. It makes me proud to think that we planted all these trees.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower, and it's got a big open...
Experience the park in a deeper way by joining a guided tour. Learn about the abundant flora and fauna of these desert wetlands. The Wetlands Park offers education appropriate for all ages, including outdoor classes to engage kids and teens in science and the natural world.
So if we're looking for a spider, what maybe would you look for? He's right there. Oh, and now he's finally got the zigzag there. Do you see that guy?
Hey, that's the one I saw.
That right there is a Gambel's quail.
We know that kids learn better when they are outside. They learn to write better. They learn history better. They learn better when they are using all of their senses at the same time. We're hardwired to need the beauty and the immersion in nature. One of the great importances of urban parks is that they provide that nearby nature. Nature heals us in ways that we fully do not understand.
See that big one?
Explore the park. Come to relax, recharge, and leave the city behind.
It's very nice out there. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
Welcome to a special edition of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Best of the Badge. You're about to hear some amazing stories of officers who displayed extreme courage in the face of danger. Recently, 40 of these officers were given the department's highest honors, including the Medal of Valor, the Medal of Honor, and the Purple Heart. We'll begin with the story of Sergeant Tabitha Baker, who survived a brutal attack while on patrol.
I sustained 3 lacerations to the face. I took 7 stitches above the eye, 5 below the eye, stitches to my mouth. I lost 4 teeth. I was spitting out pieces of teeth where he broke my teeth. They diagnosed me with PTSD, acute panic disorder. I describe them as roundhouse punches, just left, right, right to the face, right to the face, right to the sides of the temples, just going at it like this. And I'm trying to call for help, and I can't get him off of me. And I recall at one point very vividly that I hold up my left hand in front of my face, and I say, okay, that's enough already, just stop.
My name is Detective Damon Young, and on June 1st, 2014, I became the case agent on the attempted murder of Sergeant Tabitha Baker. During the course of the interrogation, Omar Brisbane said that he was going to punish a police officer that day, and that's exactly what he did. And this comes on the heels of when Mr. Brisbane completed a whole series of felony crimes that day, to include binging on narcotics, sexual assaults. He was out of his mind. And when he was committing that burglary that day and Sergeant Baker found him, he was determined to kill a police officer.
And he kneels down, and he's face to face with me now as he's crouched down right next to me, and he starts pulling on my gun, and he's in my face saying, "I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch."
When he realized that his punches weren't going to knock her out, that's when Omar Brisbane went for her weapon.
And for that split second, I braced myself and wait for that shot to come, knowing that any second he's just gonna execute me. And the only thought I had was my little girl at the time, because she was only 11 when this happened, and I thought, what's going to happen to her if this man shoots me?
Detective Lisa Crane assisted me during the course of our investigation.
When a man his size is doing the kind of damage that he's doing to somebody, especially in the face area, there's so many bones and so many things that can be broken. It's going to be damaging no matter what. And then the fact that he's a professional boxer and he knows how to hit, and he knows how to land the hits, even a grown man would have been injured.
So I brace myself and wait for the shot to come, and by the grace of God, it didn't come. And I look, and I don't see him anymore, and I look down, and I see that he's running southbound. So I get up, and I get to my knees, and I feel that my firearm is still there, so I lock it back in its holster. I make it back to my car, and I get in my car, and I proceed to follow him south. We go about a half a mile to Bayancoa, which is a cul-de-sac. He gets to the cul-de-sac, sees he has nowhere else to go, so he starts to come back out of the cul-de-sac to find another escape route. He comes face to face with me again, so I'm like, it's just me, so I didn't know what else to do, so I took my patrol vehicle and I blocked the street diagonally with the vehicle, and I got out. And I was thinking to myself, here we go, round 2, just him and I. So I just start doing a circular roving pattern to keep him from going to the north, so we could keep him contained to the south part of this housing complex until some other units could get there. And the first unit that got there was Officer Tim Gross, and I can't even tell you what that was like to see his face when he pulled up, and I knew, okay, they're here, they can finally get this guy and identify him, because in my whole mind I kept thinking, they'll never believe me if I don't find this guy. They'll never know who this guy is if we don't find him. So I was very relieved to see his face, and I'll never forget it. And they got him.
Tabitha Baker saved her own life that day by fighting back, by being resilient, by using her head, by using her tactics, and sheer determination.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I know I'm not the same person as I was, but I'm hoping to take that and make myself a better person than I was. And it's just a journey. It's going to take some time, but I'll get there.
Our next story involves a search for a murderer who killed with a butcher knife. When officers found him, he tried to use that knife again.
The knife was really big, looked really flat, and really shiny. And he raised it up towards his ear like this, in like a downward motion.
It was very surreal, and it was crazy.
Action News reporter Denise Long is live at Rainbow and Alta, where that suspect was found last night. And Denise, he did not go down without a fight.
That's right, Beth. Police had been looking for 27-year-old Nathan Benson since early Sunday morning. They say that's when he stabbed a woman and left her to die. But this morning, this is where Benson was shot by officers.
I always knew that policing was a dangerous profession, but I saw it firsthand that night.
I thought that if I didn't react, he was going to stab my partner. And if you know anything about knife wounds, they can be more deadly than actually gunshot.
Officers fired a couple of shots. We know 2 officers were involved. Benson was taken down.
The part I remember afterwards was when they did the walkthrough, they actually pointed at this other knife, which was like a pocket knife. And I'm like, that's not the one I saw. And I guess he had it in his other hand, so he was carrying 2 knives.
Police are not releasing Benson's condition at this point, but a lot of people here feeling safer this morning knowing that a murder suspect is now off the streets.
Oh yeah, definitely. We already knew that he was willing, ready, and able to kill somebody.
And now, to one of the saddest days in the history of our department, when 2 of our own and a heroic citizen who tried to fight back were gunned down in a cowardly ambush attack. Lieutenant Sasha Larkin helps tell the story of the officers who quickly devised a plan to stop the 2 killers from taking more lives.
I remember the sun was shining, it was warm out, and the call comes out that there's shots fired at CC's Pizza.
Receiving a 415A at Nelson Store at CC's.
Officer Brett Brosnahan arrives at CC's Pizza first. When he does, the people that are standing outside immediately start telling him that the bad guy has run across the street towards the direction of Walmart.
I need it at the rear of the store, rear of the store.
I ran south across Stewart, past a little strip mall where more people were standing and screaming and pointing, south again, which then brought me around to the backside of the Walmart.
Officer Brosnahan arrives, and when he does, he gets to the rear entrance of Walmart, and he has numerous people pointing him in direction of the rear door saying, the bad guy's in there, the bad guy's in there.
We have an active shooter inside the business, 201 North Nellis.
It was at that point I was able to finally grab an employee of Walmart and ask, who is it, where are they, what's going on? And he goes, man, someone's inside killing everybody. Here, I'll show you where. And without further conversation, that employee just took off and ran back inside Walmart, so I ran in with him.
He did a great job of using the walls that he had as cover and the aisleways as concealment to then find his way where he encounters the female.
In that moment, her left hand started to raise in my direction, and I could tell this is a gun. There's not just one person, there's 2, and I found number 2. I'd already swept past her with my weapon, anticipating that long shot. So at that point, I started to sweep back towards her. As I did, I started to fire. Simultaneously, she started to fire.
While that's happening, we have other units then arriving at the front doors of Walmart.
We made entry into the front of the store. As soon as we made entry into the front of the store, that's when we heard the first volley of gunfire going off. Later on, we found out that that's when Officer Brosnahan was engaging with the female in the back. I told Officer Huff, I got to get to the camera room.
I know that I can't stay in a 2-on-1 gun battle and succeed. So I chose to disengage at that moment. I went back the same direction that I came,
I pull my police vehicle up to the back. I jump out. At this time, you know, I run Officer Brosnahan.
We came up to make entry into the camera room. I remember reaching down and grabbing my radio, and I got on the radio, and I, you know, said on the radio, I need somebody with the key to the surveillance room. And that's when Ryan Fryman said, I have your key. And he commenced to kick in the door.
That's all I knew at the time, that we're going in.
When we went into the double doors, I covered down what I guess would be to the far northwest corner.
I grabbed a hold of the camera and zoomed in, and that's when I found that it was Sergeant McKenzie.
They located me in the store, and I kind of motioned to where the suspects were.
Sergeant McKenzie had a very tough job because as he went the other direction, he runs into a whole group of civilians that were sheltered in place, and he didn't know if they were good guys or bad guys and how he was going to get them out in a safe manner as well. As
I confront them, I show them, I'm going to tell them, let me see your hands. You know, I could see the fear of God in these people. At this time, I realized that they're not the suspect. They're just caught in a store just like everybody else. I told him I'm going to get them out of here as soon as I can. When they went into Walmart, he makes the tactical decisions that they are also going to split in the directions that they go. We go in between the aisles, so we're in between the two end caps of the aisles, inside the aisle, and my radio blares. It goes shh, and as soon as that happens, we start getting gunfire.
Hey, give me the radio. We have shots fired inside the store. Hold your radio traffic.
Two officers had long guns. Officer Tim Gross and Officer Zach Beal.
So basically where the suspects were at was at the intersecting part of an L, more so, with Corbin and Bethard on one side, me and Tim on the other, and then Sergeant McKenzie right in the middle. So they pretty much had nowhere to go. By this time, my guys are up and running the camera room.
Officer Nickel and Officer Fryman are able to work those cameras and give immediate real-time updates to our cops inside Walmart as to where the threat is, what they're doing, and in what direction they're shooting.
We have to be calm. We have to be cool and collective on giving this information out.
I was sitting in the double door, and he shot a couple rounds, sucked back in real quick. As soon as I had sidestepped and I had a clear view of the aisle, he starts firing, and as soon as he started firing, I had my EOTech, which is my optic, rested right on his chest, and I squeezed the trigger.
The shot is taken, and really it's the shot that saves the day.
All right, copy. We have two suspects that are down.
Every day before June 8th, I was really excited to be at Northeast because it's a great place to learn and develop as a new supervisor or a new officer because we get action calls every day.
On June 8th, I've talked to many people about it. It was devastating, obviously, and it felt, for me, like I lost my innocence in a way.
No leader ever thinks they're going to send out 12 and bring back 10. And on that day, not all of my men got to come home.
We hurt. Like I said, we hurt as a department, as an agency, as a community. But I could only imagine what their family feels like.
I think mostly about Alan and Igor. I think about their kids, their wives, their families, how this is just completely devastated.
It's tough. But both Alan and Igor were great friends of mine.
Truth be told, they will live in our hearts forever. But I couldn't be more proud of the actions that my men and women took on that day. From training to the way they conducted themselves, to just truly the things that they did to support each other to get through those moments.
They were great warriors. And I know that in my heart that they would want me to continue to fight.
The bonds and the friendships that were born on June 8th will never die. And Alan Beck and Igor Soldo will motivate us, will help us strive to reach a new level of excellence, and will keep our agency remembering their legacies forever.
I'd give everything back right now so those two dudes could be walking the face of the earth again.
We salute everyone who responded on that day. Officers Beck and Soldo will live in our hearts forever, along with Joseph Wilcox, the citizen who fought back and was killed inside the Walmart. It's not uncommon for officers to arrive at the scene of a fire before the fire department. In this next incident, seconds mattered when a woman was trapped inside of a burning home.
I was operating on patrol in the gang enforcement detail in the area of Jay and Washington when I observed smoke coming from a building not too far from me. So I made an approach to check if there was occupants. And as I approached, there was a female standing behind a wrought iron gate, and I was unable to open the door. So at that point, what I did is I got on the radio again, asked for a code red and additional units, and some type of breaching tool.
I could see the flames on the roof from the other side of the buildings or the houses.
When I got out of my car, I got information that there was possibly another subject trapped in the back.
And I could hear the female screaming inside.
I ran up to the door and I tried to grab the door and pull on it, and I ended up burning my hand. While I was doing that, Detective Prager ran to the trunk of the vehicle and he retrieved these bolt cutters. We were then able to get the bars bent out of the way and reach in and pick her up and pull her out through the door as the flames were making it to the front of the house. It was then that Detective Prager and myself got her by the arms and the legs and carried her through the front yard and down the street to an awaiting ambulance.
It was definitely gratifying. Like I said, the screams of somebody burning is something I'll never forget.
For me, it felt excellent. It was a good feeling. I'd been in a situation like that before where we lost victims.
At a certain point, you're willing to risk your safety for others.
Anybody in my position on this job would have done the same exact thing. It just happened to be that at that night, at that time, we were in the right place at the right time, and Detective Prager had the right tool for the job that night.
She was in grave danger. If we wouldn't have been able to get her out, she wouldn't have made it. She would not have made it.
Metro's K-9 team is always on patrol, but when Officer Dwayne Layton saw a woman crash her car on Russell Road, it was truly like something out of a Hollywood script.
I got out of the car and I could see going across all three lanes this like S trail of a firewall that was about 6-7 feet tall. I mean, it was like something right out of Indiana Jones. It was crazy. And the fire trail went all the way up, straight up to the car, and I could see that the car was starting to get engulfed on the back as it was coming up on the hood. And I'm yelling into the car. I couldn't get any response from the person inside. You know, I don't know if this car's going to explode or not. The gas tank obviously had a leak in it from the fuel, but fumes are what causes it to blow, and I didn't know if there was fumes in the gas tank, so I'm thinking, we got to get this lady out of the car. So I grabbed this guy that was standing on the corner. I said, I need your help, come over here, and I gave him the rest of my fire extinguisher, and I said, I'm going to get the door open. As soon as I open it, I need you to spray underneath the car to keep the flames out. So I manipulate the door. I finally get the door open, and he starts shooting the fire extinguisher underneath there, and I'm yelling at the lady. Now I can see it's an elderly lady. I'm like, you need to get out of the car, get out of the car. And she's just sitting there. Well, now the fire extinguisher's empty, and the flames are starting to come back up underneath the car. Now I got the open door, so I'm like, we got to get her out of here. So I climbed in over the top of her and undid the seatbelt and grabbed her, and we yanked her out and drug her over to the curb away from the car. And she was just in a daze. She was completely unaware that her car was on fire and that she was locked inside it. My fear was that this lady was going to either get burned alive and that we wouldn't be able to make it. I was scared. I mean, we could have got hurt, but that's what we do. But she ended up being well. They took her to the hospital, and as far as I know, everything turned out okay with her. And so I think it ended well.
Suicide by cop is a danger our officers have faced too many times. In our next story, the safety of the public was at risk as well.
Metro says it appears the suspect fired several rounds before officers arrived.
There were 3 officers who returned fire. They were confronted by a man holding 2 rifles.
When we first parked, and as I was getting out of my car and as Officer Coons was getting out of his car, dispatch announced over the radio that the suspect is possibly armed with a rifle.
After hearing his plan of going on a shooting spree until officers stopped him,
My first thoughts were the close convenience stores, the bars, and the large stores like the Walmart that's right there.
As we were making our approach, we heard one gunshot from inside the apartment.
We heard the first shot. It sounded extremely loud.
The first thing that went through my head was, this is it. This is a call. This is the life or death call that we trained for.
He fired one. His first round went through the front window as we were making an approach, and it ended up hitting an apartment across the parking lot and lodging in a child's bed, who, thankfully enough, just by chance, was actually sleeping with the whole family on the couch in the living room.
Then we heard the two follow-up shots as he came out. And then I remember thinking how weird it was that when our shots went off, it just sounded like a popping noise compared to the loud thundering noise that we'd heard from his shots.
Everybody immediately moved to cover in different directions. Officer Coons ended up to my left. Officer Geis ended up slightly to my left. And then I was kneeling behind a power box for cover. 2 more shots came out from inside the apartment. As I was giving out some radio traffic, that's when the suspect ran out of the breezeway. As soon as he was hit with verbal commands by Officer Coons and I believe Officer Raposo, his immediate reaction was to turn and raise a handgun at Officer Coons.
And as soon as the gun started coming up, the first thought in my head was, nope. I didn't want him shooting me, trying to kill me, or Officer Marzak, or Officer Geis, or Officer Rada that were there. I just knew that he had to be stopped.
Officer Coons engaged, and Officer Geis engaged, and I engaged with my rifle.
From his statements and the statements from his family, it sounded like he wanted to go out on a killing spree and take as many people out as he could.
But we were just glad that we got there and stopped him before he had a chance to actually hurt anyone.
So it seemed like an eternity in the moment, when in reality it was only a few seconds. Personally, I think we saved a lot of lives by being where we were that night.
Our next story involves another example of extreme bravery. Pinned down and under fire, officers were face to face with a wanted man. Fortunately, Detective Scott Thomas was there to address the threat.
The individuals that we generally target, they're inherently dangerous. The fact that we're able to go after these career criminals, these are the individuals that are, destroying the community. He drew the firearm out of his pocket. He pointed it and aimed and started firing at Officer Parra and Villanueva.
I remember the look in his eyes, the suspect's eyes. And the look that he gave me was that he was not going to comply. He wasn't going to do what we told him to do. He had this look of anger in his eyes.
He not only put the lives of the officers in danger, but those citizens that were in the immediate area. He had the option to put down his weapon, to give up peacefully. He chose the other. Opportunity became available for me to have a clear line of fire. I began addressing Mr. Torres with my firearm.
The DA says the actions of the officers were reasonable and legally justified.
I don't think of myself as a hero. I think anybody else, given the same set of facts and circumstances, would have done the same thing.
Detective Thomas is a hero in my eyes. For what he did that day, I mean, he did what was necessary, not only to stop a threat, but for all of us to go home.
Our final story involves a bizarre set of circumstances, including the death of a worker, explosive railroad tankers, and an approaching lightning storm that could have sparked disaster.
It would have been a 1.7-mile standoff. It was a pipe bomb waiting to go off. So that means any spark, any flame, and also at the same time we had a lightning storm coming in. Any lightning strike near the area could have set it off. An ethanol tanker nearby of about 28,000 gallons of fuel in it, and then another racing fuel tanker right there next to this one. So if this had went off, those would have sympathetically detonated, and everybody that was there wouldn't have been there anymore.
You know, when you're in the moment,
there's a mission to be accomplished, and we worry about the threat, but we don't worry about the threat. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but there's a mission at hand, and we're all about the mission.
It was something that we had never done before. That being said, I think each of the individual pieces that were being accomplished, we had trained in some way or another for.
I know once we came out, we kind of looked at each other and said, man, that was crazy. It's something that will go down in the history books for us as far as armor, because we get all kinds of different crazy calls, and that's one that's going to go in the books.
Sending two of my good friends on top of that tanker was not the best idea at the time, but it was the right thing to do to accomplish the mission.
The diameter of the hole of basically being able to get inside that tanker is too small for us to get in there with a self-contained breathing apparatus that's on our back, so we couldn't fit inside the hole. We basically made a noose out of some rope gear that we have. We attached it to a pole.
The beautiful thing about armor, our task force, is this synergistic relationship that we have amongst all of the law enforcement agencies in the Valley. And it's that relationship that caused us to be as successful as we are. It's that teamwork, and it makes everything finish up 100% success rate.
I can't say enough about the guys in armor and how much they really do care about solving whatever mission that's put in front of them, whether it be this kind of mission or whether it has to do something with chem, bio, rad, nuclear explosive that could hurt the general public.
Well, you can imagine how proud I am to be the head of an agency that has those kind of individuals working for it. So I really appreciate their effort. I really appreciate your support here. There was a common theme that you noticed there, hopefully you noticed. There was a lot of fire in a lot of those calls, and I didn't see any firemen going in. So. That's a common joke. I'm sure I'll have to pay for it later. So I have a lot of fire extinguishers at my house because I know they won't show up. As you see tonight, policing is a proud and honorable profession. We hope that you learned a little more about our men and women who proudly serve you and the community.
There are countless stories of bravery that take place every day. Thanks for letting us share a few of them with you today. We appreciate your support. And remember, the force is with you, always.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where prehistory comes to life beneath your feet. We believe a dream garden is an achievable goal. Wildlife is raised to its higher state, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. The original and prominent natural features of the preserve is our spring mound, a constant source of mystery and discovery that yields information about the peoples and animals of the past with every artifact uncovered by our archaeology team.
Well, we have this very unique resource here at the Springs Preserve and in the spring mound. And there's probably about 26 or so spring mounds found throughout the Las Vegas Valley. And to have one on our property is a special and unique situation.
And it loomed even larger in the life of this environment when it was a verdant and spring-fed setting.
Because they were a source of water, there was a lot of attraction to animals, a lot of attraction to people to these spring mounds. So there was always a lot of cultural activity, not just by people, but also by animals and the plant growth. And so it was quite an attraction to bring people to these spring mounds.
Still today, the surroundings are rich with evidence of the spring mound's role as a hunting and picnic ground, practically paved with pieces of tools and weapons, pots and fire pits left behind by historic and prehistoric Native Americans.
There was activity happening on the spring mound going back thousands of years all the way through probably to contact with European settlers. The oldest artifacts that we've actually recovered from the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, from our property here, come from the surface of the spring mound. And these are things that are mostly late Archaic period.
But as old as the site and its artifacts are, both are worth surveying for new finds again and again.
We've done surveys on these spring mounds before, and like anywhere else in any sort of cultural area where people have lived for thousands of years, you're going to find artifacts on the surface. And so every few years it makes sense to go back and resurvey areas that you've already been over, because over time, as rain falls, as wind blows, more and more artifacts become uncovered. So the last time we did a full-scale survey of the spring mound was probably about 2007. And so we're looking to update our maps, update our information, and update the types of artifacts that we find on the spring mound here.
And the current survey benefited immensely because a team of eager archaeology students were able to use tried and true methods, along with the latest technology, to map the artifacts they found.
I'm teaching an archaeological field methods class at UNLV, and mostly it's classroom-based, but we wanted to have an opportunity where we could bring the students out into the field and actually do some real archaeological work. So none of the students had any experience really in the field before. So this was the first time that they were able to find archaeological remains in situ, so in the ground. We started off by spacing ourselves out along the edge of this survey area here, and each student had a bunch of flags in their hands. So we walk across the terrain, looking at the ground to see if we find anything. A student just found a projectile point, so an arrowhead, just a few minutes ago. So we'll flag that, and then what we do, once we have a whole bunch of flags in the ground, we'll use the total station up here, which is basically a mapping tool, so we can map in the location of each artifact that we've encountered in survey. But this morning we found about 350 artifacts in about 20 minutes. So that tells you how dense the material here is. And it's going to be a big job, but the students are having a really good time, so that's what it's all about.
For the archaeologists as well, the array of structures and utensils provides a rewarding view of the ancient humans who lived here.
The artifacts that we found during the survey are exactly what you would expect to find from a habitation of people living in a spot for a long period of time. We have projectile points, of course, that we found. We have the hearths, the roasting pits, the thermal features. We also have pieces and parts of ceramics from different time periods, going back to the ancestral Puebloan all the way through to the Paiute period. We also find parts of grinding stones that would have been used for processing seeds, mesquite pods, corn, any other sort of vegetable matter that you would have ground into a flour. We find some of those here as well.
But they've still only scratched the surface of the spring mound's potential revelations and are hoping to dig deeper into its hidden possibilities.
We know that other spring mounds in the valley, they've found mammoth, bison, camel, early horse have been recovered from those. And we don't exactly know how old our spring mound is. We don't exactly know if we have any of these large megafauna that are located in there. And so ultimately, the survey that we're doing now will lead us to future work, hopefully some larger scale testing so we could actually do some excavations into that spring mound and answer some of those questions.
But for now, they're looking forward to showing these artifacts to modern visitors, who will undoubtedly find in them a greater understanding of the people who used to make the spring mound one of the earliest gathering places at the preserve. In many ways, we may seem about as far from the Earth's polar regions as you can get, except that the Mojave and the Arctic are both environments of extremes with dramatic tales to tell and lessons to share.
The newest traveling exhibit coming to the Springs Preserve will be Arctic Voices. So the exhibit introduces the visitors to the circumpolar north, which is the area around the globe that the Arctic, we think of the Arctic Ocean, but it also extends, in Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Denmark, Norway, Finland, places like that. So Russia, all the way around the globe. It looks at the effects of global climate change. It puts everything in context in terms of geography. It also gives people an idea of how the Arctic affects traditional global weather patterns. Visitors will also have an opportunity to learn more about the research that scientists are doing and how Native peoples are contributing to that research using traditional knowledge. In addition, it introduces to some of the animals, so folks will have an opportunity to interact with some of the animal specimens. We've also got a very large polar bear taxidermy specimen that will be coming down with this exhibit. Visitors will also have an opportunity to experience an under the ice opportunity there, and then also learn more about how Native people's culture is affected by the Arctic. Visitors to the exhibit will also learn more about the adaptations that animals have to survive and thrive in the Arctic. For example, whales or seals have a thick layer of blubber or fat that helps keep them warm. So there are a lot of different kinds of things that animals do to survive in the Arctic. Same with some of the plants. Some plants may go dormant at certain times of the year, may have other ways to keep their seeds in such a way that they're still viable for the next season. It's really geared towards families of all ages. There's content in there which is appropriate for adults as well as children.
On display now in the Big Springs Gallery, you can view an astonishing variety of the prize-winning artworks and literary creations submitted by local students to the prestigious Scholastic Awards. For more information, visit springspreserve.org. The incredible variety of native and desert-adapted plants that flourish throughout the year here in the Mojave yield so many landscaping possibilities. We wanted to offer some practical tips to help you design your own dream garden.
So you want to ask the questions of how will you use the space, when will you use it, is it primarily during the cooler months, are you going to be here year-round using the space, which will dictate a need for shade and some other considerations. Do you use it primarily at night or in the daytime? Who will be using it? Do you have pets, children, some considerations for safety? Are you entertaining? There's a lot of factors to consider. So once you've decided some of those things, that's useful for your own planning and to give to a designer that could assist with that.
Early on, you'll have to consider what your dream is worth and how much beauty you can afford to buy.
Some other factors to consider would be what your budget is primarily. So this could determine if you're doing a lot of the work yourself, if you're going to do the work in phases, and what size plants you start with, for instance. Larger plants are going to be a little more costly, a lot more costly in some cases than smaller plants. In addition to budget, you want to consider what the aesthetic that appeals to you is. There might be a certain look. If you're out using the space year-round, you might consider year-round color, foliage interest. Are you drawing wildlife to the space? Are you growing edibles? So a lot of factors on what the aesthetic that you desire and what the use will be are really key to having a successful plan.
A successful plan that's designed from the beginning to complement the major existing structures and attractions in your yard.
Do you have hot tub and water features? Some things that might be a little more costly and that need some planning before you're actually designing around those features. So do you have hardscape? Are you installing a paver patio? Barbecue, seating features, large shade structures, things like that need to come into place first. And then we work down to trees and larger plants that might be much larger succulents, and then smaller shrubs, working our way down to smaller and smaller plants. And so we're working from the larger more expensive in many cases features down to some of the smaller, more manageable things that we could do ourselves.
But even the most inspired dream garden will never come to life without good soil and the right amounts of water for the needs of the plants in our arid conditions.
So when you're considering your soils, in many cases the plants are going to want a little bit of amendment depending on if you're going with full natives or if you're going with plants that might appreciate a little bit more organic matter. It really depends on your plant palette. But if you do choose to amend your soil, this can be done year-round really. And we can do this by adding compost, fully composted manures, leaf molds, things like that, turning the soil in. Adding that amendment any time of the year is fine. In most landscapes, 3 zones is a pretty safe amount to account for in irrigation. So we want to have a tree zone, a shrub zone, and then either a succulent zone or a turf zone or an edible zone. You just have to put things on the same zone that are going to have the same water requirements.
And planting a xeriscape with water-smart and desert-loving plants will be easy on your budget and your eyes.
Xeriscape can actually save you in a lot of ways. It can save resources of irrigation and maintenance. It saves a lot of time if you're planting wisely and putting the right plant in the right place. Sometimes they are going to be the best suited for a space because they are well adapted to the desert conditions, so you're not going to have a lot of loss. If you make some smart choices with frost tolerance, you can really well match them to a site and have very low maintenance, very low key, beautiful plants that also take very little of your time and use a lot less water than other plants could. So it's a really smart decision overall for a very beautiful landscape.
Of course, we can help you make that leap from designing to doing if you visit the preserve for a class or a tour of our own dream garden in the process of coming true.
The Springs Preserve is a great resource to actually find out some of the next steps that you need to take, whether you're starting from scratch or you have a little bit of experience under your belt. We have a lot of classes and a lot of hands-on workshops that we offer here that can really take you through all the steps that you would need, starting from the basics and working all the way through design and installation of plants in your landscape. But to know what they actually look like once they're planted and what they look like as a mature plant is very helpful. So coming to visit the Springs Preserve, other gardens and homes, and seeing what the mature plants look like in all the stages and phases of their life is really critical.
If you're a homeowner or professional landscape designer who's made the most of our precious water resources in creating a lush and colorful outdoor living space, then you can share your accomplishments and be rewarded for them as well by entering this year's Southern Nevada Landscape Awards. Log on to springspreserve.org for more information. There's no doubt about the compelling case Sharon K. Schaefer is making as an artistic and scientific advocate for the natural world through her powerful black and white photographs now on display at the Nevada State Museum in an exhibit eloquently titled Becoming Animal, Standing Witness for the Sentient Wild.
I always say I'm a wildlife biologist by education and an artist and photographer by passion. I think my skill as a biologist gives me the ability to observe very closely, and for me to feel like I'm doing a complete good work, I want it to be accurate, scientifically accurate, and so that's where the obsession with detail comes from, I think. So part of the show was just to represent and at least have us consider that they're sentient beings. And we should afford them respect for that and not treat them as objects. And then much of the rest of it was devoted to kind of looking at ecological issues that are going on. And part of that reflects on how we treat the animals. So it's portraits in the beginning, and then there's a number of pieces that kind of are meant to challenge a person. And I hope that people take the time, and this is a show that takes some thought and time, but I hope they take the time to read what I've written and to consider the image and think about some of these environmental issues and how we relate to animals.
We're about to enjoy a new beginning as every living thing at the preserve welcomes the warmth of the longer, sunnier days and greets the eager guests and members who are ready to attend our signature spring festivals and events. The schedule offers an entertaining and educational mix of experiences for people of all interests and ages. From May's Brews and Blues Festival for adults who want to sample down-home music and a whole world of beers, to our spring plant sale for current and future desert gardeners. And these are anchored by two of our most popular seasonal events, Runaway with Cirque du Soleil and our Ice Cream Festival.
The spring plant sale this year will be in early April. We'll have thousands of native and desert-adapted plants available for purchase. So these are great plants for people who have desert landscapes and are looking for plants that maybe they can't get somewhere else. They're more unique. And then the members at the plant sale, they get, in addition to the 10% discount, they also get early admission at 7 a.m. So they're getting an hour to themselves to get first pick on the plants, which is, I think, something that they really enjoy. The Cirque Run actually is a 5K and 1 mile fun walk. It's a family event, super fun, a really special morning. The Cirque characters are out in costume, in makeup. They're interacting with the guests. There's a children's play area, photo opportunities. There's a great warm-up with the Cirque characters. And then the 5K and the 1 mile walk are actually out on our trail. So it's really unique, really interesting, and a cool thing to do. Ice Cream Festival, one of my favorite events. Every year, people just flock out with their families. It's a great day. We're open from 10 to 4. You pay admission for the Ice Cream Festival event, and then it's all-you-can-eat ice cream all day long. We have an ice cream eating contest on the main stage. We have everything from chocolate, vanilla, strawberry ice cream cones to root beer floats, ice cream sundaes. We have games and crafts for kids, a bubble play station. It's just a fun day to get outside, come down to the Springs Preserve, and just enjoy some family time and ice cream.
Also throughout the spring, we have a continuous parade of our cultural events for our diverse community, including February's Mardi Gras Vegas and Black History Month festivals, followed by our very popular Dia del Niño and Ohana festivities in April and May.
Mardi Gras Vegas, 3rd year. We are doing it this year actually in time for Mardi Gras, so that's exciting. We are doing it a daytime event this year, so we want to really emphasize the family aspect of it. It's not just for adults. This is a great opportunity to expose the entire family to Mardi Gras traditions, Southern foods. We do have a beer garden for adults, so we'll have Louisiana beers and Hurricanes for sale from Divine, and then children's quarters with a juggler and fun games and crafts, so really good entertainment. Black History Month Festival this year, it continues to grow. It's another fun family event. Lots of great food vendors. We have Soul Delicious, Divine Cafe will be here, 7 Seas, and great entertainment on the stage, carnival games, crafts for the kids.
But what makes our lively variety of festivals most worthwhile for all of us is their contribution to creating an essential and enduring crossroads of culture and community here at the Springs Preserve.
2015 was a really successful year for us. Attendance increased at events significantly for all of the events across the board, which is great. For us, that just means adding more activities and expanding the footprint and continuing to offer the best events we can.
Here at the Preserve, there are plenty of educational opportunities on every trail, throughout our gardens, within our museums and living collection. That's why we're working with local Boy Scouts to earn merit badges that have more meaning, because we're getting them out where they can learn about everything this natural and historical setting has to offer.
In the past, we've done a Scout Quest where it was like a one-day event where the Scouts would come in and go through several different programs so they could get their badge. There are several badges that take more than just a 2 or 4 hour course. Like, for instance, gardening, you need to have a lot of prerequisites and learning how to germinate plants and things like that. So instead of just trying to jam it all into an 8-hour time, we decided to spread it out. And so there will be different badges offered on different weekends. And it depends on the badge. One badge, the scouts might only come one Saturday for 2 hours, or maybe one Saturday for 4. But like with archaeology, you have so many hours of class, and then you have so many hours involving the actual field work. So it just depends on the season as well, and just whatever that badge might be. Since we have such a wonderful facility here, it's not going to be just sitting in a classroom. Like, for instance, the archaeology, you'll be actually on a site doing some hands-on digging. Our horticulture team will be doing things like plant science, landscape design, water conservation, that type of thing. So we will be able to use the whole facility, which I think is even greater than it has been in the past. So we'll be kind of out and about, depending on the badge. It's youth education, adult education, families, so it all kind of works in together. So I think it's a perfect fit.
What kid wouldn't want to come to camp with us during spring break when they could spend the week traveling the world and enjoying its coolest, greenest, eco-funniest features while exploring our exhibits and experiencing our new live bug show? Register them online at springspreserve.org for the active education of a lifetime. Chef Cicely is on a roll with a beautifully simple technique that will bring more flavorful herbs and spices to your meal by changing the traditional billing of bread and butter into a better one of butter and bread.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and I'm joining you from the Divine Cafe in the Springs Preserve in Las Vegas, Nevada. Today, we're going to be exploring the compound effect of making compounded butter. So everybody loves bread and butter. It's a wonderful hors d'oeuvre. So today, we're going to be making a compound butter with garlic, with onion, and also with parsley. So in order to make a compound butter, the first thing we have to do is prepare all of the ingredients. So the first ingredient we'll prepare is going to be the garlic. For the garlic, these are whole heads. They've already been peeled. They've already been cleaned. All I did with them was take them, toss them in some vegetable oil or canola oil, put them in the oven at about 350 degrees for 10 to 15 minutes or so. And when they come out, I have these nice roasted heads of garlic. To prepare the ingredient all the way, I want to chop these up and smash them so that they'll incorporate nice and fluidly into the butter. So the way I'm going to do that is actually to first kind of press them out onto my board, and then I'm going to chop them. And that just makes it a little bit easier so that I'm not chasing them around as they run away from my knife on the cutting board. All right. So I'm going to take this garlic and add it to a bunch of other garlic that I've got already prepared. The next thing I want to do is prepare my onion. Fairly straightforward process. An onion can be sweated or it can be caramelized. My preference is to caramelize it. Here I have some onions that had been caramelizing for a while. I just put them in a saute pan over medium-low heat with canola or vegetable oil to coat the bottom of the pan. And I put them in, and then as it's cooking, all I do is every time I walk by, every time I think about it, I just go around and I scoop the edges, making sure that there's no onion strings stuck to the side of the pan, bring it into the center, and then press it out so that the onion is in a nice singular layer over the bottom of the pan. Once those onions are done, I take them, give them another rough chop just like the garlic. And now I have garlic, I have onions, and I have some chopped parsley. This is all going to get mixed into some butter that has been held or allowed to bring up to room temperature so that it's not melted, but that it's nice and soft. So what I'm going to do now is simply just mix all this together so that it's nice and homogeneous Homogeneous meaning that it looks the same. If I picked up any little spoonful of butter, I'd see the same amount of parsley, I'd see the same amount of garlic, and the same amount of onions in each little teaspoon. So now my butter's all starting to look the same, so I don't have bits of butter without any flavor in it. I've got onions, garlic, and parsley throughout. And now here comes what I think is the really fun part. So I've got my cutting board here, or my surface. I'm going to get that all nice and clean and squared out, and take a large piece of plastic wrap. Any type of plastic wrap will do. I'm going to spread that out, and on the bottom I'm going to put a little bit of a mixture of some pink finishing salt mixed with some smoky paprika. Then on that, I'm going to take my butter, just a bit, sprinkle a little bit more on top. And now I'm going to begin to fold it over and press what's in the back toward the front to get rid of any air bubbles that are in there. Fold it over again, rolling it nice and tight. And now I'm going to begin my spinning. So I'm rolling it into nice round shape in the plastic wrap, pressing that paprika, pressing that salt into it, or whatever else I might have decided I wanted to put on there. And now I've got a nice round shape with two beautiful little bounties on the end. Tie those off, and now I have compound butter. This little guy could sit in my freezer for up to 6 months, or in my refrigerator. And whenever I was ready to have a little bit of a dish where I wanted some bread and butter that was maybe a little bit extra special, all I've got to do is get out my compound butter, and I can take just a nice little slice, and I have a perfect pate of compound butter to serve. So thank you very much for joining me here at the Divine Cafe in the Springs Preserve. My name is Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where ancient history, the farthest horizons, deepest mysteries, and daily adventures of the human, animal, and plant worlds mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year, because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
Take the weapon out of their hands. Take the criminals off the streets. Make them pay for their crimes. Graffiti is a crime, and you're paying for it, with lower home values, up to $30 million in cleanup costs, and neighborhood blight. It's time to hold these criminals accountable. Call 385-5555 and turn in a tagger. You may get a $500 reward from Crime Stoppers and help prevent other crimes. Together, we are targeting area graffiti.
Kath and I knew that Jenny had been partying a bit. Found out she tried heroin.
Most people don't know what to say about drugs, but we do. Visit us at drugfree.org.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
The Regional Flood Control District was created in the late 1980s. For most of this time, Gail Frazier was the general manager and chief engineer. Although you might not know his name, he has been the head of most projects in flood control in Clark County for the past 27 years. Today on the Flood Channel, we're going to talk about his legacy and what's next for the district. Before the district was created, there was no regional approach to flood control. In 1987, when Gail Frazier started his job at the district, he didn't know his job would become his legacy.
When Frazier retired this spring, those who had worked with him over the years came to pay tribute to his career.
Recall in the early days of the district, it was pretty controversial trying to get that initial master plan in place or just get the district created. We had people coming forward and protesting almost every meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, I think of all those projects, Virginia described a lot of them. You know, think of what it took to make it where the Charleston underpass doesn't flood, the multi-year Twain Avenue storm drain project, huge detention basins, projects in Mesquite, Boulder City, Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Moapa Valley, Laughlin, Searchlight, it just goes on and on, where we had massive flooding before. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that you will lead the board in singing the district fight song, because due largely to Gail's efforts, now the rain on Twain falls mainly in the drain.
The district's first general manager was Virginia Valentine. Turns out she was also once Gail Frazier's boss.
Under his stewardship, over 90 detention basins and 590 miles of channel were completed. 50 square miles were removed from flood hazard areas. That's 50 square miles that otherwise could not have been developed or housed our residents who live here today. And remember, all of this happened during a period of phenomenal, unprecedented, and maybe growth we'll never see again here in Clark County.
During Frazier's last meeting, a number of national representatives came to offer recognition. Frazier received honors from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, representatives from U.S. Senator Harry Reid and Representative Joe Heck came with proclamations and certificates. Frazier also received an award from the National Association of Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies. Local governments each thanked Frazier in their own distinct ways, with proclamations, facility name, and other recognition.
A powerful influence and a change agent for Southern Nevada, and clearly best practices in flood control came into place because of the hard work that you did. And so our mayor and council and the 280,000 residents in Henderson have deemed this Gail Frazier Day in Henderson, so you have free parking in Henderson today.
He made a remarkable difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Southern Nevadans over the many years that he has served. I am grateful to him for doing that and keeping my family and other families in Clark County out of harm's way.
Now that we've taken a look back, we want to introduce you to our new general manager and chief engineer.
Steve Parrish may be the new general manager of the district, but he's been working his way up to this position for quite some time.
I began my career at the Clark County Department of Public Works. I worked as an engineer there, reviewing drainage studies for private developments. And then I chose to move over here to the Regional Flood Control District and began here as a senior engineer, worked up to principal engineer and engineering director, and eventually was promoted to assistant general manager, and now I'm general manager. I've been living in Las Vegas since 1978. I went to elementary school here. I went to junior high and also high school here, and then I went to UNLV and got my degree, my bachelor's degree in civil engineering at UNLV. Las Vegas has changed a lot over the years since 1978. I remember as a kid, driving with my mom and dad around town and seeing the flooded areas even back then. And, we've come a long way since then, made a lot of progress, and a lot of those problem areas that used to exist have, now been taken care of and aren't much of a problem anymore. So it's been good to see the changes over the years.
The district has worked hard to complete the projects over the years. With so many projects built already, Parrish knows exactly where he wants the district to go in the future.
We've made a lot of progress over the years. We've built many facilities. We just surpassed the 600-mile mark on the channels and storm drains, on links of channels and storm drains. And, so we've got a lot of momentum, I think. And I think one of the main goals of my after I got promoted was to continue that momentum and make sure that we continue building these facilities as quickly as we can.
Building on that momentum, Parrish also wants to continue the tried-and-true regional approach that's made the district so successful.
All of our projects are important to us. It doesn't matter if it's in an outlying area or if it's in the city of Las Vegas. I think every project that we do is important to Southern Nevada as a whole. And so, our philosophy has always been to do everything regionally, to build up the system throughout Southern Nevada and not just focus on one location and try to fix that one location. And so I think that served us well over the years.
Environmental concerns are some of the immediate challenges the district is tackling.
That's the main focus right now. We do have a lot of challenges ahead of us, particularly on the environmental side of the house. Trying to make sure we're in compliance with the Clean Water Act and with, staying in the good graces of the EPA. We need to make sure that we're handling our NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, well, and we just got audited on that permit from the state, and so we got to deal with the results of that audit, and also we got to deal with getting that permit reissued here in the near future.
Despite the challenges, Parrish has found his job to be rewarding.
We see it every day that we get these projects completed, and people that have dealt with flooding issues for years and years and years, suddenly they don't have to worry about flooding anymore. It's not something that's on their radar anymore, and they don't have to think about it and just go on with life. And it just improves the quality of life for the people that live in Southern Nevada. We're constantly hearing from people thanking us about, we were able to get removed from the flood zone, and beyond that, we're not going to get flooded anymore, and we don't really have to worry about that. It's just a great thing.
Hey, my name's Katie, and I'm in the 9th grade. I'm an A average student, and I'm an athlete working towards a scholarship. And everybody tells me how much potential I have. But I just wish someone would tell me where my next meal is coming from. Katie, how'd I do?
Do you have to be so serious?
Well, I mean, I did like a crazy dance in a movie, if you want me to do a little, no.
Play a role in ending hunger. Visit feedingamerica.org/hunger and find your local food bank.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
I'm Agent Smith.
And I'm Agent Jones.
We're busting people who pollute Clark County.
Uh-oh.
Sir, your dog left a little gift for us.
He did?
Sir, pet waste can wash off lawns down storm drains untreated into Lake Mead.
Oh.
Sir, when Fido leaves a gift, do your duty. Scoop it and toss it.
Oh, okay.
Do something positive.
Don't trash Clark County. It's our home, too.
As you just saw in that ad, pollution continues to be a problem in the district, and we need to try to find new ways to address this. Today on the Flood Channel, we are debuting our new commercial with the animals of Lake Mead.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The animals of Lake Mead are a great way to teach children about pollution. We also go right into the schools and bring the message of flood safety.
The district's school outreach program is critical to get youngsters aware of flood dangers from an early age.
So that when it rains in Bedrock, all the water goes right here, and then it goes into one of these channels, like this, and then your houses and roads don't flood. Isn't that cool?
Children learn the reasons it floods here in the desert and learn ways to keep both themselves and their families out of harm's way.
How many of you guys have been to Lake Mead? Yeah, that's cool. So when it rains in Mount Charleston or Bedrock, which you guys are really close to, all the water wants to go from Bedrock to Mount Charleston to Lake Mead. But guess what's in the center? Who's in the center? Yeah. We are in the center. So we do all of that and a little bit more.
District engineers also visit schools to talk the science of flood control.
What happens is the channels then all drain into a detention basin, right? So they'll flow into the detention basin, and the water's coming in just like we saw on that where it was coning. It's coming in really hard. If you put it across the river, then it's actually called a dam, right? But the levees run alongside so that as the river rises, the water doesn't come over here and flood this area.
This year, we had a successful flash flood season with no fatalities and only a few problems. Here are some of the ways we communicated flash flood safety to the community.
Monsoon moisture was already in the air when the district held its Flash Flood Safety News Conference in late June at the Cal Canyon Detention Basin.
This is one of 90 detention basins that have been built throughout southern Nevada and Clark County. It's designed to capture flows that are coming essentially out of the mountains, detain those flows, and release the flow at a much more controlled flow rate downstream.
Numerous television, radio, and print reporters were on hand to help spread the message. And local leaders stress how important the district's construction project on nearby Grand Teton Drive is making Northwest Las Vegas safer.
And we know as we have Sky Canyon being built out, this will in fact protect them as well. Mother Nature certainly has issued her challenge to us, and we have responded quickly and specifically as possible. But each one of us, and you too, need to think and act responsibly. Stay out of compromised and probably dangerous driving and pedestrian roadways. It's up to each one of us to make sure that those we know, we spread the word, stay away from flood waters, don't go around barricades, and be mindful of the flash floods.
Another big focus of our communication this year was making sure the public knew about Senate Bill 156. The new law, which took effect on July 1st, makes drivers liable for their rescue or the removal of their vehicle from floodwaters if they enter a barricaded area.
If you drive through a flooded roadway or drive around a flood warning barricade and you need to have yourself, your vehicle, and the other occupants of your vehicle rescued, if the danger of getting swept away and the possibility of being killed by floodwaters doesn't resonate with you, maybe the expense of having to pay for your rescue will.
Another way the district reaches out to the community is through our smartphone app, FloodSpot. Here you can get up-to-date information about flash floods in your area, and there's a game for your kids to play. This year, the district also moved some of its advertising to smartphone apps like Pandora and to electronic billboards with live flash flood watches. Of course, our flood safety advertising was also all over television.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
If you want to learn more about the district or flash floods, you can like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter. You can also download our smartphone app, FloodSpot. It might be the safest thing you have on your phone.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Clark County Wetlands Park contains many kinds of landscapes for you to explore, while never having to leave Las Vegas. Whether you visit to see the beautiful desert expanse or the cool, shady wetlands, you'll find an array of plants and animals unique to each habitat.
We don't have very many places in the Mojave Desert where we have a corridor with running water in the middle of it. The biggest variety of habitats, of course, in the valley occur here in the park. Our rarest habitat probably has to be the aquatic wetlands, which is the water and the water's marshy edge. There just isn't that much aquatic wetlands in southern Nevada anywhere. We have the riparian zone, which we kind of call the ribbon of green. Desert washes are places where we have little trees and small shrubs. They have to reach way far down for water, and they get watered periodically when we have storms.
Because life depends on water, you'll find an abundance of wildlife in the park's wetlands. Dragonflies and damselflies make their homes here. Although they look delicate, dragonflies can fly up to 35 miles an hour. You'll find them skimming the water in search of mosquitoes to eat and perching on tips of grasses while guarding their territory and looking for mates. Although they look similar, they're easy to tell apart. Dragonflies hold their wings flat and off to their sides when perched. Damselflies have thinner bodies than dragonflies and hold their wings together above their backs when resting. The desert habitat of the park features many native plants of the Mojave Desert, including cacti, an ancient plant family estimated to be 30 to 65 million years old. Many clever adaptations allow them to thrive in the hot, dry desert. During rains, cacti expand to grow temporary roots to absorb the water. During dry spells, cacti stems contract, allowing them to survive drought. Cactus spines shade their stems and deter predators, while their colorful flowers attract pollinators.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower. And
The park features native plant species found in both wetlands and desert environments.
Come in and land on that. This is what they call the screwbean mesquite. You've got sugar and honey coming out of the flowers, and then you get this bean. A native plant is the plant that evolved and grew in the place. So it's in the habitat that has had the longest time to evolve together, so that it's a much nicer kind of marriage to the land. And an invasive is something that either we've brought in as a human race or has moved in through wind or dispersal agents. The worst invasive for us in the park itself is the salt cedar. It goes by the Latin name tamarisk. There are many hundreds of acres in the wash here now that are nothing but just solid tamarisk.
Tamarisk removal at the Wetlands Park will require work for years to come, so the beauty and diversity of the native plants, like desert willow, globe mallow, and yerba mansa, can flourish. You'll find that the Wetlands Park offers different experiences during different seasons. Cottonwood trees, typically found in riparian areas near water, are seasonal indicators. When the bright green leaves of summer turn golden in autumn, winter frosts will not be far behind. The park is home to hundreds of species of birds. Many make their home here year-round, while others stop here during seasonal migrations. Some birds change their looks with different seasons. In breeding season, American avocets change the color of their plumage, and the bill of the male ruddy duck turns a bright blue. The park's urban location provides critical habitat for wildlife, something not always found in city environments. Biologists monitor the park's wild creatures to measure their numbers.
Baby animals, hands down, have got something over all the rest of us, some indefinable sway. But what from a biologist perspective is so wonderful about it is it means that that bird has been able to successfully complete reproductions, to successfully nest out here at the Las Vegas Wash and to hatch their young. And the odds against that are actually pretty steep. Hopefully now it'll be able to raise those young up to the point where they fledge. And fledge just simply means that they're ready to strike out onto the big bad world all by themselves. That's one of the key reasons why people often conduct bird surveys, is because they're an indicator of what's going on in your environment. We've identified more than 200 species now in the some 10 years of monitoring out here on the Las Vegas Wash. Yellow warblers, if we hear them sing again, which I expect that we will. That's the yellow warbler right there. The tone's always there. It's very, very sweet. One of the descriptors for their song is "Sweet, sweet, I'm so sweet." Yeah. Or "Sweet, sweet, I'm so very sweet." And also what's fun about the yellow warbler is, okay, indicator status, riparian habitats, all fine and well, but the yellow warbler is what Tweety Bird is based on. Birds are such a diverse group. There's just always something to learn, and I love that. They always offer something new. You can never know all the answers, and they're always going to throw a curveball at you. They don't read the same guidebooks that we do. They don't know where they're supposed to be.
Visiting the Clark County Wetlands Park offers a rare glimpse into Las Vegas's origins.
This was one of the kinds of meadow that you would have found originally in Las Vegas before the entire city was urbanized. The one that we're actually sitting in right now is probably the largest piece of saltgrass meadow that we have left. When the town began to grow and we began to have suburbs developing, a lot of the meadows began to depart. I think to me, conservation means trying to hang on to as much as we can of what's natural in an area. Sometimes you can't be perfect, but you try to keep what you can keep as a heritage for the people who are going to follow you. It's wonderful to be part of actually being able to hold on to a large parcel of land with so many diverse habitats in it, and to make that available for everybody that lives in Las Vegas and everybody that visits from around the world. We're hoping people will be able to come to the Wetlands Park to fall in love with nature and to be able to take the things that they learn here and apply them in other wild places.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand. The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Team Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, the Clark County Wetlands Park is a community jewel. We'll explore this place from all directions. A Swedish import is soon to hit town, and furniture fans are excited. And 2 new directors will continue their long tradition of serving some of our most fragile residents. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles right here on Clark County Television.
I am for the child who lives in motels, cars, and shelters, now in foster care, a group home, where he sleeps not on a bed, but on a temporary cot. He is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages.
There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Hi, I'm Louis Anderson. You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. A groundbreaking project to secure our community's water supply is operational after 7 years in the making. Intake number 3 was one of the world's most challenging tunneling projects and the largest infrastructure endeavor ever attempted by SNWA. The Water Authority documented the construction of the third intake over the years and debuts it here on Waterways.
Water. Without it, life as we know it would cease to exist. No one understands this better than those who live in the desert. Southern Nevada's water supply originates in the Rocky Mountains. Snowmelt drains into the mighty Colorado River, which winds its way through the southwest states to Mexico. Along its course, a series of dams and reservoirs manage the river's flow, delivering water for nearly 35 million people and more than 5 million acres of irrigated cropland. Many communities are dependent upon the life-giving waters of the Colorado River, but none more so than the city of Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is located in the Mojave Desert. Without a reliable water supply, Las Vegas simply can't exist, so there's nothing more important than being able to guarantee that.
Nearly 90% of the Las Vegas water supply comes from Lake Mead Reservoir, fed by the Colorado River. But Lake Mead's water level has been dropping, putting Southern Nevada's water system at risk.
Since 1999, the Rocky Mountains has been going through a very severe drought. We've always known that droughts are part of the natural cycle. What's most concerning about the current situation is that we're seeing a natural drought combined with the beginning of climate change.
The lake is now at less than 50% of its capacity, the lowest level since the reservoir first filled in the 1930s. The low water levels of the lake threaten critical infrastructure used to access and deliver water to Southern Nevada.
If the lake continues to drop, our upper two intakes will no longer be able to pull water. So in the face of these declining reservoir elevations, we're constructing a third intake into Lake Mead in order to access water from the coldest, deepest part of the lake.
With the drought continuing unabated, construction of the third intake is a race against time.
I feel pretty honored to be down there, you know. It's not easy work, you know, but by the end of the day, you feel like you've accomplished something, and you know, a little sweat never hurt nobody.
Intake number 3 will draw water near the bottom of the lake. Its construction will be one of the most challenging tunneling projects ever attempted. To build it will require excavating a shaft more than 600 feet deep. A tunnel boring machine will be lowered to the bottom of the shaft and excavate a route 3 miles long under the lake. The intake structure will be built suspended from a barge near shore, then tugged out on the lake, lowered into a pit, and secured with concrete. Finally, the tunnel boring machine will connect with the intake structure, allowing the lake water to flow through tunnels and pumping stations to reach the water treatment facilities. Each phase of the project is a daunting challenge, made all the more difficult by the intense pressure working so deep underground and below Lake Mead. The tunnel boring machine will face up to 15 atmospheres of water pressure, higher than any previous tunneling project has ever encountered. The geology of the area poses another great challenge. Unstable rock conditions riddled with faults act as conduits for water to travel into work areas.
This concrete, this semi-concrete,
to overcome the obstacles of the harsh environment, it will take ingenuity and creative solutions. But it is the perseverance of crews working day and night over the course of 7 years that will lead the team to success. Working underground is dark, dirty, and wet. It takes an exceptional mindset to do this work.
I like this kind of job. I love being underground. Drilling and shooting dynamite, TVMs. I like it.
To excavate the shaft, workers apply a drill, blast, and muck technique. The first step is to drill long holes into the rock face. Workers then insert dynamite into the holes. After the dynamite charges detonate, the crews muck out the rock debris and load it into buckets for removal to the surface. Bucket by bucket, the workers slowly make their way deeper into the earth. Each bucket holds 8 cubic yards of rock and weighs 35,000 pounds when loaded. Working day and night, it takes over a year to reach the full depth over 600 feet below ground. At the bottom, workers excavate a large chamber and starter tunnel, which makes room for the incoming tunnel boring machine. Then, on June 28, 2010, the workers get a shock.
You know, it was like 5 of us down here, you know, working on the ground. And I seen the water changing color. That's what I knew something was gonna happen. You know, so I called the guys on the top. I had that basket ready.
A torrent of mud, gravel, and water surged into the work area.
I'm a little bit scared. You know, I won't deny it. You know, everybody was scared. You know, but thank God I got my guys out. Everybody's safe. That's what mattered.
Over the next 4 days, water and approximately 6,600 cubic yards of mud and gravel flowed into the starter tunnel, bearing equipment and bringing the project to a standstill.
I personally have never seen anything like this myself.
Engineers launched studies to investigate and identified a series of near vertical faults that channeled the material into the work site.
This just goes to show that despite your best efforts and the best information you have on hand, that things that are underground are almost impossible to completely predict. And Mother Nature is a powerful entity, and sometimes she wins.
The inflows are a major setback. Crews spend the next year recovering and pursuing a new route for the tunnel that skirts the problematic fault zone. Meanwhile, crews excavate another tunnel to join the shaft to the existing tunnels and pumping stations that convey water to the treatment facilities. On the surface, the German-made tunnel boring machine is assembled.
This machine is named Kokopelli, which is a southwestern Indian spirit, or god, if you will.
Kokopelli is a technologically advanced and robust piece of machinery designed specifically for the conditions of this drive.
Normally a tail shield could be as little as an inch thick. This one happens to be 3 inches thick just because it's got to be able to withstand that pressure. And that goes throughout the machine. All the steel structure of the machine has to be built in order to take that pressure. So this machine weighs about 900 tons.
Lowering the TBM sections down the shaft requires precise maneuvering.
The shaft is a 30-foot diameter, and the TBM is 23.5, but if you look at it as a square from above, it's only got about 1 to 4 inches of clearance. So it'll take about 12 hours to descend to the bottom.
While underground crews prepare the TBM at the beginning of the route, marine crews are busy working at the intake site. 2 miles offshore, they are excavating a deep hole in the lake bed where the intake structure will be placed. Working out on the lake comes with its own set of trials.
Part of the challenges that we face is the weather, the high winds, which also create 3 to 4 foot seas when it's 30-mile-an-hour winds like it is today.
Marine crews have removed 14,000 cubic yards of overburden from the lake bed floor and are now blasting away the bedrock. Over the course of a year and a half, they will detonate 24,000 charges. Throughout the marine work, a remotely operated vehicle acts as the eyes of the crew working above. The ROV makes it possible to avoid dangerous deep water dives during the intake operations.
It's basically a camera platform that we can fly around and observe what's going on. It has a small manipulator on it that allows us to do a certain amount of operations with it.
Today, that comes in handy.
Okay, get ready to drop the charges.
We're going to be checking the detonation cords and make sure that they're all connected, that nothing came loose while we were coming down. Whoops.
A detonation line of one of the charges has become caught on an edge of the transport frame. If the ROV can unhook it, the crew will save hours.
This should go pretty easy.
Mike, is it wrapped around it or just hung up on the little lip?
Okay, it should be clear. Let me creep up it a little bit.
You ready?
Fire in the hole!
Every day, the hole underwater becomes a little deeper and wider. Off-site, crews are manufacturing the concrete ring segments that will be installed by the tunnel boring machine and serve as the final liner of the tunnel. The segments are manufactured to tight tolerances. They must vary in size by no more than 1.5 millimeters. The precise size of the segments is crucial to the performance of the tunnel, as the rings must fit together and create a watertight seal that is strong enough to withstand the intense hydrostatic pressure. In all, over 14,000 segments will be cast for this tunnel drive. "600 feet underground, the TBM Kokopelli has begun mining. The concrete ring segments will make up the tunnel liner, installed within the protective shield of the machine. When ground conditions are favorable, meaning the rock formation is cohesive and groundwater minimal, the machine will mine in open mode. The material is carried through the machine by a screw conveyor and deposited on a conveyor belt to transport it through the tunnel. When ground conditions are poor and groundwater is flowing at high volumes, the TBM can switch into a closed or slurry mode. In closed mode, bentonite slurry is pumped to the face of the machine, and the excavated material mixes with the slurry and is pumped back to the surface where the bentonite is extracted and reused. Every 6 feet, the TBM stops and crews work to install another concrete ring. The tunnel boring machine pushes off the newly completed ring to move itself forward, then excavation begins again.
Right now we're having problems with our water.
Dwayne West is one of 3 qualified operators of the TBM.
The hardest part of this job is watching everything all the time. I mean, you've constantly got to be watching your pressures on everything, your grout, your thrust cylinders, your articulation, your cutter head. Then you're looking at the VMT to make sure that you're staying on line and grade. So you're steering and making adjustments there. And when there's problems, trying to figure out the problems. Interpreting the pressures on your screens will tell you what the ground conditions are like outside. Sometimes it's very hard to interpret that information. Hello.
Even under ideal conditions, the TBM operator's job is stressful.
There's a restriction somewhere because we're flooding everything down here. It's blowing off.
And on this drive, conditions are proving to rarely be ideal.
Yep, people are working on it, Chris. It's been very difficult because of the pressures. It's the highest pressure machine's ever been at in the world to mine through the ground. Normal jobs I've been on before were anywhere from 3 to 6, 7 bar. We were encountering up to 13.8 bar. So it's definitely abnormally high.
We had to mine at average of 12.5 to 13 bar to 13.9 and 14 bar for a long stretch. All these mechanical parts and hydraulic parts and structure of the cutter head, they've never been tested at this kind of pressure, like in the field.
Due to poor ground conditions and high pressures, the team is unable to access the cutter head for routine maintenance, forcing the cutters to work much longer than they were designed for. Finally, the TBM enters better ground conditions, allowing for an inspection of the cutter head. Groundwater flows through at a rate of 4,000 gallons per minute. Working in these conditions requires heroic effort. The team makes a shocking discovery.
The center part of the cutter was completely destroyed. Some of the structure of the cutter head was bended and damaged from the overheating and the pushing. This machine pushed a lot.
Workers excavate a narrow niche to access the front of the machine, and welders are able to rebuild the cutter head. On the water, marine crews are building the intake structure, which the TBM will eventually bore into on the bottom of the lake. The structure is suspended in the water from a barge around its perimeter. Long cables attached to each corner and threaded through strand jacks will serve to lower the structure to the bottom of the lake. The intake structure is complete, and the marine crew gathers before dawn to prepare for a big day.
We're bringing the intake structure out today. It's 2 years worth of planning, 2 years worth of work, 2 years worth of digging a hole 60 feet deep at the bottom. It's a pretty significant thing.
Maritime tradition requires a dedication before the voyage begins.
If that bottle doesn't break, I have to go for a swim to reverse the bad luck.
I've got all the trajectory on it I can get on it, see?
The anchors are cut, and it's time to push off. At more than 90 feet tall and 1,400 tons, moving the structure in the lake presents quite a challenge. All eyes are on the weather.
The barge is a big sail, and the wind will push you off course. And if it pushes you off course, then you run a risk of running aground.
As the barge rounds the cove, the wind suddenly picks up, forcing the tugboats to operate at full power to stay on course. Despite the wind, the intake structure safely makes its way to meet up with the crane barge on the lake.
Great job on bringing this thing out. Wasn't exactly the best conditions, and y'all did a great job.
The intake structure begins its slow descent to the bottom of the lake. To secure the intake structure to the lake bed floor requires pouring 11,000 cubic yards of concrete at a depth of 350 feet. The logistics of such an undertaking require new techniques.
The project is unique in itself. It's never been done before anywhere in the world. It's at a depth that concrete has never been placed, not in a trimming system. We had to take everything in and put it into one system and then fix problems as they came along to make each phase work.
Engineers worked for 18 months to develop a method of delivery and a specific concrete mix designed for the unusual environment.
The concrete, it has to stay very fluid during the transportation, and getting it out to the placement barge with the ready mix trucks is very difficult because it takes around 2 hours to get it there. So after the 2 hours, the concrete has to be workable so that it will flow down the 350-foot trimming pipe.
The pour itself is a marathon, running around the clock for 11 days straight. 3 barges loaded with concrete trucks rotate continuously from the shore to the site on the lake. As if the task was not challenging enough, Lake Mead throws in one more trial for the crew to overcome. 5 days into the pour, the wind picks up.
It's supposed to be 75 miles an hour. The tugs can't push the barges like that. It's too much weight. Today's going to challenge us. All right, guys.
Crews wait out the worst of the storm, and the barges are soon back to work. Finally, the base of the intake structure is fully submerged in concrete. For the marine crews, their job is complete, and they depart knowing they've had a hand in something momentous.
Being a part of this job has never been done before, so it's going to be like the crowning moment in my career. That's kind of special to me. I like it.
After 3 years of tunneling, the TBM Kokopelli is approaching the end of her journey.
Took so long. We're right in the end now.
All right, good morning, guys. Right now, we are halfway through push 24-25. When we hit ring 24-27 is when we should be pushing through the intake structure.
Very close, very close.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's do this.
The hole through has been a long time coming.
You know,
Thinking about this project, you know, the end seemed so far away. It never really seemed real.
The crew below advances the TBM at a cautious, slow pace.
We'll pull a couple up and lay them back up there so we look at them.
Above and below ground, on land and from the water, all eyes are watching for signs. At the separation plant, pieces of fiberglass rebar prove that the TBM is boring through the soft eye of the intake structure.
I'm kind of waiting for this total force. That should drop down about 5,000 kilonewtons when we haul through. That's when we'll know.
A call comes in from the marine barge on the lake, where workers report seeing bubbles rise up through the water.
Did you get some more bubbles?
Almost there.
Almost there.
At last, there is no denying.
That's it right there.
The TBM has holed through into the intake structure.
Yes, sir. We're broke through. It's a done deal. Yep.
Along the top. Good job, everybody, guys.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over. Finished.
After 6
Game
years,
over,
it's
man.
over.
Okay. Game over. It's over. Long time coming, but it's done.
Yeah, good job.
Good job to everybody.
Very proud of what they've accomplished. After all the hard obstacles that we had on this job over the years, people that work together to get it out, to get it done. Like, so without them, we would go no place. Feels great. Feels real good.
All of the preparations that went into excavating the tunnel are now reversed.
All this structure will be cut out. The cylinders, the main bearing structure, everything will be for the outer ring of the shield. The outer ring of the shields will be welded together and it'll actually be part of the tunnel.
The TBM pieces, miles of pipe, utilities, and rail lines are hauled up the shaft. The tunnel is ready. To equalize the pressure from the lake, the tunnel is filled with water from the surface. There is just one last milestone left in the project. A temporary bulkhead in the intake riser is all that separates the lake from the new tunnel. Today, it's coming out.
So, you ready to bring her out?
Let's do it.
Hey, Mike, go ahead and come on up slow. You're about a quarter of the way out.
Got her coming up.
She's clear, Mike. You're clean to the surface.
All right, Carrie.
Today was a big milestone. Finally, after almost 7 years, we can call it complete.
This was a very difficult project. We've set the world record for mining at the highest pressure with a tunnel boring machine in the world to date. We encountered variable ground conditions, unstable ground, and very high pressures. So we had to really fight for every inch along the way. But it was really the workers, the contractors, engineers, everybody that's involved coming to work and bringing their best and putting their heads together and working through these challenges. That's why it was such a success.
Uncertainties of drought fueled by climate change will undoubtedly continue to challenge the arid Southwest. But by looking ahead and planning for the future, the Southern Nevada Water Authority is mitigating some of its impacts. For the people of Las Vegas, the years of hard work and ingenious construction of the third intake have secured a reliable delivery of water to their homes, the very lifeblood for a community in the desert.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hey, I'm Frank Caliendo, pretending to be Robin Williams, George Bush, and even Bill Clinton. Guess what? You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
First edition of this season of the Research Files. I'm your host, Gary Waddell. Thank you for being with us tonight. Tonight we'll talk about how stereotypes develop in childhood, the current economic standing of the United States, and how immigrants adapt to life in America. A lot to get to. First, I want to start, as we always do, with Tom Piota. Thank you for being here.
Great to be here.
We appreciate it. You'll be hosting this next month, the Spring Undergraduate Research Forum in the Student Union. Tell us a little bit about what that is.
Well, you know, undergraduate research has been a real priority. Over the last year here, we've actually established an office for undergraduate research, which just highlights the students, and particularly undergraduates, their role in promoting research on campus and their involvement in research on campus. So it's a priority for us. This forum is just an opportunity for students to showcase their research and the work that they're doing, and we're partnering with a lot of different groups to put that on.
Yeah, we think of most of the research being done by grad students.
Right.
And is that changing, or is it just that we're getting a look at the undergraduate students?
I think it's part of the growth of research is what it is. I mean, certainly graduate students do a lot of the research, but I think as part of a campus with 28,000 students on it, and many of them undergraduate students, we want to be able to grow who's involved in research, and having undergraduates involved in that is a big part of it. And, you know, part of that is keeping students on campus here, too. And one way to keep them on campus is to involve them in research.
CSUN is co-sponsoring this event.
Right.
What's their role in it? What's UNLV Student Government's role in it?
So I mentioned earlier, you know, we've had a lot of great partners in this, and student government is one of those great partners. CSUN is really the undergraduate student government, and they've expressed great interest in terms of involving undergraduate students in research. They have funding that they can direct to support students every year in terms of what they do, whether that's scholarships or student events. And what they've expressed over the years is, how do we support undergrads involved in research? So we partner with them in terms of how they can be part of this, how they can be as an organization support undergraduate research also. So they've been one of our best partners in terms of growing that.
Is this just for undergrads or for other people as well?
Well, we're working with the Graduate College on this also. So in that same day, the Graduate College at UNLV is also putting on a complimentary graduate forum to highlight the graduate research going on also. So it should be an exciting day where there's a lot of research that's being shown.
Should be. Cool. You got a radiochemistry program, got a 5-year grant funded by the U.S. Department of Energy. You're going to be part of a national consortium doing research and all. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So this is really, it builds off of one of our world-class programs at the university, our radiochemistry program. And, you know, radiochemistry is one of those programs that it's grown out of the test site here, which is now called the Nevada National Security Site. It's grown out of that being here as an asset, and us working closely with the partners out there. And now we've grown this great program here on campus. What we've done is we've partnered with institutions, and the institution that's taken the lead on this is University of California, Berkeley.
Oh, wow.
Working with a lot of other institutions
I've
national.
Heard of them.
Yeah, they're kind of big.
In science and all that.
Yeah, they do some work.
They do a little bit.
But we're working together with national labs also, and working on work that's around nuclear forensics. And a lot of this is really, how do you handle these highly sensitive materials, nuclear materials, that can be really, an important issue, both in terms of, weapons, but it's also on the medical side of things too, that they're used. So it's an important issue for the national security, but it's also an important issue around economic development in the medical industry too. training students in this area is really important, and that's a big part of this. So it's a really big grant. It's around $25 million total for the consortium over 5 years. UNLV's portion's around $2 million. So we're really just fortunate to be working together with partners like this. You know, at the end of the day, as we grow research at the university, it takes these type of partnerships to be, for us to grow as a top-tier institution. It's these types of partnerships that we want to form.
Real quick, you just opened a new office at Switch, the major internet hub here in Las Vegas. That must be exciting.
Yeah, it is. You know, Switch has been one of our great partners, both in terms of adding our computational capabilities, but they have an innovation center too, and we've been able to set up our Office of Economic Development there, which is just a great place for us to be, because that puts our Office of Economic Development, which is working in the community, out in the community, and working with one of our great partners who's been so supportive for us in terms of growing our capabilities at the university.
Quite a city we live in, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Tom, thank you very much. We
Great
appreciate
seeing you.
Okay,
Right.
Jennifer Reynolds will join us when we come back.
Oh, hey, bud.
Oh.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna hang out.
It's a school night. With Gary and Todd?
Yeah.
Not sure about those two. I've been meaning to ask you. This is tougher than I thought. Is there any drinking going on in this crowd?
No.
I hope not, because alcohol can lead you to say things and do things that you really wish you hadn't. Isn't this what you're supposed to say?
I know.
So if any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't. I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Okay, I will.
I hope this is working.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
Ryan.
Yeah?
So start the conversation even before they're teenagers.
Good idea.
For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. A message from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Welcome back. On set with us now is Jennifer Reynolds. She is Associate Professor in the Psychology Department and Director of the Baby and Child Rebel Lab. Well, welcome, Jennifer. Thank you very much for being here.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Much of your research revolves around children and how they process facial features and their biases. How did you get interested in that?
Well, as a junior and senior, during my undergraduate years, I really got interested in actually how the media played a role in affecting our perceptions of others. And I took a seminar in the psychology of television, and I became really interested in how the media influenced how we judged others based on appearance. But then I entered graduate school in Judy Langlois' lab at the University of Texas at Austin, and they were studying reasons as to why 2 to 3 month olds showed preferences for attractive faces. And given that 2 to 3 month olds are not looking at fashion magazines or watching much television, I started getting interested in what other factors could be influencing, how we judge others based on appearance.
A couple of questions on that. One is, how are they, how do you find out that they are more interested in that? I mean, how do you, they can't talk to you.
Sure.
So how do you get the information from them?
Sure. Well, we rely a great deal on infants looking time to study infants. So there's something just known as a visual preference paradigm, where you just pair two faces next to one another and you simply measure how much longer they look at those faces. So what we'll do is you get faces rated by adults for attractiveness. There's very high inter-rater agreement. Usually there's 0.90 or higher agreement. So, and you pair those faces together. They should be the same sex, of the same age, the same race, similar hair color, just the main difference being their attractiveness. And you just simply measure how long infants look at those faces.
And what does this tell you as you head down the road? Does it change as they grow up, or is this something that starts then and stays with them?
It seems to persist.
Wow.
Yes. The preferences for attractive faces persist through childhood and into adulthood, at least for most people.
They do. The adults and children vary, though, in their perceptions of each other. What is that? I mean, how do you? I mean, if will adults look at it the same way as children do?
I haven't actually studied how they scan the faces per se, but a similar paradigm, like a lot of times you have adults rate faces, but there have been some studies that have had adults look at them and they will look longer at high versus low attractive faces, or they might push a button. So they've done studies with males where there's a female face that's high or low attractive, and they can push a button to keep it up longer, or push a button to minimize the looking time, and they will push the button to keep it up longer if they're high attractive.
So how does this develop in people? Do you know yet?
We have some ideas.
Okay.
So first off, before you can form biases about groups, you have to categorize them into groups. So one method one theory was infants might be categorizing faces based on their familiarity or unfamiliarity. And so one of the things we looked at was what's going to be familiar is based on their experience with faces. So one of my students and I collected data on infants' facial experience from 2, 5, 8, and 11-month-olds. Their facial experience for a week. Their parents were kind enough to do that for us. And pretty much what we found is that across the first year, infants have 2.5 times more experience with female than male faces, so that about 71% of their social interactions are with females. Now, I know this might seem different from getting away from biases, but what this means is that it affects how we form what's called a summary representation or a cognitive mental representation for faces. Just like you might have a representation for what a typical chair looks like, would be, a desk chair and not necessarily a beanbag, for example. What does the typical face look like? Well, the way we experience faces, we actually average them together and form a summary representation. And as you can see in this picture, when you average about 32 faces together that are females, about the same age and race and all that, the resulting face is very attractive, and adults will rate that as highly attractive. So the idea is that after just a little bit of time with faces, we've formed a summary representation that's attractive. And so when we see faces that are attractive and female-like, they're easier to process, they match that representation. And we actually, because they're easier to process, experience positive effect.
Wow. Is there race involved in this as well?
Sure. So in the picture, it's an average of 32 Caucasian females, but for an African-American baby, their facial representation would be more like, it would be an attractive African-American female instead. So race definitely draws in the picture, and we actually have about 92% of our experiences are with a race similar to our primary caregiver the first year.
Everybody wants to be a good parent. We don't want our kids to grow up with biases and things like that. How do we keep that from happening? How do we make sure that they don't strictly judge people on facial features? Or is there a way to do that?
Well, there's a couple ways to do that, or at least some ideas of how to do that. So one is that biases tend to be automatically activated, but if you have some awareness that you have that bias and you have the time, there is a more controlled component, and we can cognitively overcome that and act as we want to respond. Now, of course, sometimes you don't have that time to do that. Another thing is that using labels, pretty, ugly, girl, boy, black, white. As soon as I say one of those labels, you start to think you have associations with those. If you just refer to someone as a person, however, they're just a person.
That's a good
idea. So trying to individualize versus categorize someone. There's also something known as cognitive flexibility, and starting around 7 months of age, children start to gain more of this flexibility, which is an understanding that people from different groups can have similar traits, that just because we're from different groups doesn't mean we have to be different. And so that increased understanding, if we emphasize then that there's similarities, that person enjoys doing the same sorts of things as you, that person can be sad and happy just like, that can be helpful as well.
Wow. Jennifer, thank you. Fascinating field.
Sure, thank you.
Hope you make a lot of progress in all this, and nice to be level the playing field a little bit on a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
If you keep tanning, indoors or out, the effects of harmful rays will show up on your skin. wrinkles, age spots, and an increased risk of skin cancer, including melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, and the second most common cancer in women 15 to 29. Stop tanning. Time may not be on your side. Learn how to protect your skin at spotskincancer.org. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
You always made sure I brushed my teeth.
You told me that smart was cool.
You always told me to dream big.
To all of those parents who took the time to make raising their children their most important job, we'd like to say,
thank you.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, thanks, Mom and Dad.
This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. Our next guest is Professor of Economics Stephen Miller. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
There's a lot to talk about in economics. Let's see. Let's start with the gas situation. The price of oil is at record lows. It's been there for a long time. I bought gas today at less than $2 a gallon. As a consumer, we look at this and say, oh my gosh, this is a great thing. And it's just destroying some other things. Tell us about the gas situation and how it affects us.
That's an interesting question, because for the average consumer, the real issue is, are they going to spend that money or are they going to save it? And the evidence suggests, at least in the short run, they're probably going to save it because they're not sure it's a permanent change. And over time, as we've gone along...
You mean consumers are going to save it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're going to save it. Well, maybe they'll reduce their debt, which is really saving. Right. But over time, as it stays low, then they're going to start consuming more. Now, on the flip side, in the short run, we have the lower oil prices are hurting the oil industry itself. A lot of activity up in North Dakota is being shut down or slowed down, so employment and investment is being reduced. But over time, probably the positives are going to outweigh the negatives. At the moment, the negatives are outweighing the positives. But it may be a year or two, but at some point in time, if prices stay low and people expect it to stay low, the positives are going to outweigh the negatives.
How so?
In that consumers will be spending and the economy will be moving forward, and we'll pass by this downturn in the oil industry itself.
But the jobs in the oil industry probably won't.
They won't come back. Yeah. Of course, then when the price goes up, then it'll start up again.
Yeah, then it will happen. Another one, obviously, is the recession, the depression. You have written about both the Great Depression, the 1929, the 1930s, and housing then, and about the recession, recent recession and the housing situation then. How do they compare in your estimation?
Well, they both were pretty bad events. I would say the biggest difference is that the Federal Reserve learned their lesson, and they did things a lot better this time around than during the Great Depression, when really they were just learning their how to do things in monetary policy, because the Fed's only been around since 1913. I would say we probably would have been in depression again, although there are people in Las Vegas today that probably say we're still in depression if they're out of work and their homes are underwater. But the Fed did a good job in preventing a worse downturn.
The movie The Big Short just came out based on the book. I saw it. There were a lot of warning signs in there, apparently, that some people got and most people didn't. Is a lot of that still going on? Are the things that were in there that we saw that could have given us some warning still in effect?
Well, I would say the main problem was greed. Greed on...
That's always a bad thing.
Greed on everybody's part. You know, the home buyers, the mortgage bankers, the ratings agencies, the insurance companies, everybody has a bit of blame to share. Now, since the Fed prevented the depression, in my opinion, then sort of opinion is varied about have they done a good job since then. They're currently in a situation now where they're holding $4.5 trillion in assets. 40% of those assets are mortgage-backed securities of unknown quality.
Oh, wow.
Not that that's a big problem for the Fed, but they have a problem of trying to unwind their portfolio over time. And they have a strategy for doing so. The question is, can they do it successfully?
And Can we prevent an event like that from happening again?
Well, the business cycle is something that's going to continue, and we can do our best to try to moderate it. But the Great Recession was a financial crisis. So we had the bubble in housing prices, energy prices, stock market, and when things turned around, we were in the soup.
You get off topic a little bit, but just over a year ago, you co-authored a paper exploring the GDP downturn and predictable factors that went into that. Are we seeing some of those predictable factors in other parts of the world now?
Well, China is sort of an interesting example, and I'd say most of the emphasis at the international level is looking at China. They're slowing down. Of course, as they get bigger, it's harder to maintain a double-digit growth rate the larger you get. So naturally, we should expect that. But they have a real estate problem in that they've had huge expansion in construction, and the typical person in China, about the only way they have of saving is through buying rental properties. So a lot of rental properties were purchased; they're just sort of lying vacant. And housing prices continue to go up. So, you know, if that bubble pops, then China could be in the soup as well.
Wow. Steve, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We've solved all the problems in the world here today. Thank you for being here. It's really interesting to hear your insights on these.
My pleasure.
Too. Thanks for coming. We'll be right back.
Lazy bones, loafing through the day. Always seem to find the easy way, moving like you're rolling waves. Never heard a word I say.
All over America, entire families are backsliding. We're no longer just sedentary, we're stationary, and that's bad news for your bones. At any age, bones need weight-bearing activity to grow strong and stay strong. So go outside, take the steps, play with the dog. Just get up, get out, get moving.
Never keep your bones that way. Never heard a word I say.
A public service message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons.
The United States Air Force has a proud history of leading our nation in embracing diversity. We've been reaching new heights for years by understanding it's our individual experiences which make us strong. You can share in this success by seeking opportunities to learn and grow as a member of a diverse team. We are the world's greatest Air Force, not because of what we do, but who we are. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That changed my life.
At that moment, it hit me. This is why I joined the Guard. We're soldiers, always ready to protect our country. But we've also got communities. Family, friends, neighbors who count on us. I couldn't believe it. I just saved a life to somebody from my hometown.
See what it means to be a citizen soldier at NationalGuard.com.
Welcome back to the show. Our final guest tonight is Reagan Petrua, a communications specialist with the Division of Research and Economic Development here at UNLV. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What does a communications specialist do in that?
As it turns out, quite a bit. There's a lot of research going on here. There's also a lot of economic development. So, and how the two intermingle is kind of, well, actually, it's very intriguing. But as far as my job goes, I'm really here to tell the stories. And as you know, the stories aren't just TV. Right. It's not just
It
web.
Should be just TV.
It's
I have a bias.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not just print. It's not just social media. It's a combination of all these things, and so that's what I do.
And it's more than just getting the word out to the community. It's getting the word out to people who would be interested in projects that are going on here, other schools, people across the country, right?
Yes, and to form partnerships, but also to really educate people on what research is and why it matters. I think a lot of people get the sense of, well, research is just microscopes, right, in a lab. But research solves real-world problems. I don't think we solve anything without actually getting down to the nitty-gritty of, somebody asking a question, how can we fix this? And that's across the board. That's anything from being behind a microscope to figuring out, how to engineer a stage so that Cirque du Soleil dancers can perform and entertain.
Wow. After doing the show for 3 or 4 semesters or whatever we've been doing it, I'm amazed at the amount of research that goes on at UNLV. What intrigues you about all of this and being in this position?
I think that it seems boundless to me. There's no limit to discovery. There's no limit to the questions that people have. And particularly at UNLV, we're so new, and it just feels so, we're pioneers in a lot of ways, I think. Learning about a lot of different things, looking at a lot of different things, particularly with respect to our community, because our community has very unique battles and very unique needs.
And we also have very unique resources here too, which I'm sure help all of the research, a lot of the research.
Oh yeah, the supercomputer, alone is huge, has already been used for several projects.
How important is it that the community know about this?
Well, the community, we help the community at the end of the day. The research that happens here and the partnerships that we make within the community, whether it be another nonprofit or a private company, these are the ways that we can make Las Vegas grow. We can make Las Vegas sustainable in a way that it never has been before.
One question, we don't want to talk about politics, but we're going to be the location site for a presidential debate this year.
Yes.
How does that work in with research? How are you going to highlight research in that?
We have so many faculty on campus that are experts not only in anything politically related, political science, to the issues at hand that are being discussed. And I think it's going to be really important to hear those voices and get that expert opinion on all of these matters that actually will be shaping our country in the next 4 years and beyond.
Interesting. I look forward to that. I look forward to all of the more shows we do, the new shows, and all of the research at UNLV. Reagan, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. That is it for Research Files for tonight. Have a good evening. We hope you'll join us next time on Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Have a nice evening.
I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, poop already. You're making me nervous.
Of all the choices of water available to you, only one must meet all federal standards of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Do you know which it is? The answer may surprise you. Your tap water. For objective information about water quality and water treatment products, ask the authority. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. This is our first lecture of the spring semester, so you can pick up a printed schedule outside. We'll have 4 or 5 more. You can always see it on our website, and if we have your email, you'll get announcements of our lectures and other programs from us, so see me if you'd like to do that. And let me introduce our speaker, our colleague Philippe Lacour, who comes to us from the Brookings Institution. He's a visiting fellow in the Center on the United States and Europe at Brookings. His research focuses on Asia and Europe, their political and economic relations, China's foreign policy in Europe and France. And we originally were going to have Philippe talk a lot about that, but with the Paris attacks now of not even 3 months ago, still seems even shorter, we asked him to incorporate that topic into his talk tonight, larger issues of global terrorism and also America's role in this, what we do or don't do here, how it affects that part of the country. So I'm going to turn it over to Philippe, and we'll follow our usual format of about a 30, 40-minute talk. We'll have some time for questions and conversation at the end. Philippe?
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you for having me. Thank you to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm sorry I misspelled the name of the university in this slide. And I came to this city 37 years ago, so I was barely a teenager. And it's changed a lot, obviously. Those of you who've been living here all these years would tell me more about it. But not just Las Vegas has changed a lot. The world we live in has changed a lot. And tonight, I mean, normally it's good to start a talk with a joke, but I'm not going to make many jokes, I'm sorry. Since we're going to talk about something quite serious and quite dramatic that is taking place in today's world, and in particular in France and in Europe. There's a lot to say about this subject, really, and I'm going to cover a sort of wide range of angles, so to speak. And what I'd like to do is perhaps not to talk for too long, so that you can ask me questions afterwards. So, well, we were just in January, and January is the month of greetings, and it's quite a big deal in France, and that's the time when you celebrate and you wish people all kinds of good things for the year to come. And this year, there have been fewer greeting cards and emails coming, and those who wrote didn't have perhaps the same cheerfulness about it. There's a sense of gravity, perhaps, and all the official ceremonies that normally take place in January were marred by this gravity. Now, obviously, the year 2015 will be remembered for France having faced an unprecedented wave of terrorist attack. And it started in January the 7th, when, as you may remember, 10 journalists were killed at a satirical magazine called Charlie Hebdo, 2 police officers, and then a kosher supermarket was attacked, and also several customers and staff were killed randomly by people who had not only automatic rifles, but also bombs and all kinds of weapons that are presumably forbidden in France. And the year ended, as Bill just reminded us, on November 13th, with the random killing of 130 people in Paris. One of them outside a stadium, but many of them inside a theater called the Bataclan, which is an old theater of Paris, and where in fact, an American rock band was performing. And last but not least, people were also shot on the streets, and some of these people was a sort of not too cold nights for Paris, and there were a lot of people sitting outside in bars and restaurants, and they were shot by people who really wanted to shock the French, shock the Europeans, and shock the world. So, you know, it's a lot of people have compared this to 9/11. Now, obviously, it's perhaps less people killed, but of course there were hundreds of wounded people, and very badly wounded people, dare I say, and thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people traumatized by this action. Because in fact, the victims were mainly young professionals, people watching a soccer game, people going to a theater, and people just having a drink or dinner. So that's, you know, it's not the first time a free and democratic society has been targeted by terrorism, but it's certainly the first time in Paris. And of course the Americans know about this, because 9/11 is not so long ago. So the question many people have been asking me is, why France? And in fact, these are some of the issues I'll be covering in my talk. And it's not a very, I mean, you won't have 30 slides to watch, I'm sorry, but I will refer to a number of graphs that you will see later on. So the question is, why France? Why not Spain? Why not Britain? Why not Italy, Germany? Well, in fact, it's not just France. It's London, Madrid, it's Turkey, Lebanon, Mali, Indonesia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and many other countries, just to name a few. And of course, they were targeted by different groups, by different organizations. And of course, I don't want to forget something that took place not far away from here, in the western part of United States, San Bernardino, a mass shooting. But as for France, it appears as, of course, one of the countries symbolic of free speech, one of the birthplaces of democracy, Western democracy, and a country that also has had a long, complex history of relations with the Middle East. And historically, it also has, as a consequence, one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest Muslim population in Europe, and the biggest Jewish population. And, you know, the system is what it is. It's a secular country. It's been a secular country for 200 years. And a country that's been coping with globalization, sometimes with difficulty. The colonial past keeps haunting France. And of course, you know, economically, it's been less good lately than it was due to all kinds of factors, globalization, the debt crisis, and the deindustrialization, perhaps. But what I could add is perhaps that the mainstream French perhaps thought for too long that you know, we were living in a happy multicultural society, and you know, there wasn't any problem. Immigration, of course, has come primarily from former colonies, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, but also more recently from other countries. Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and sub-Saharan Africa, and even Syria. I'll come to that in a moment, as you can imagine. And immigration was encouraged by the successive governments, because unlike some other European countries, France has always considered that immigration is a good thing, just like here in this country, and that it helps the demographics. But the problem is, at a time of high unemployment, the second and third generations of these immigrants have been finding it much more difficult to adjust to this environment, where with a high unemployment, and some of these young men in particular are facing unemployment rate of perhaps 25%. It's better for young women, but many of them have been resentful of a system that doesn't integrate them the way they would like. And they think it's to do with Islam. They think it's to do with their religion, with their name, with their origins, with the fact they are not really French, they're not really European, and in other words, that the system does not allow them to be what they are and to be part of the mainstream at the same time. Now, of course, we're talking about people who have acquired French nationality. And it's the case also in Belgium and a number of other European countries. I'm going to focus mainly on France because, you know, there's enough to say, and obviously towards the end of my talk, perhaps I'll speak more about Europe. But it's very difficult for these young people, and some are not that young, really, they're in their 30s now, to believe in, you know, the French luminaries of the 19th century or 18th century, Voltaire, you know, Montesquieu, these people. They don't really, it's not a reference to them. And many of them have not really achieved enough academically and do not really find that useful. And the principles of the French Constitution, the right to vote, the right to express yourself, irrespective of ethnic background and faith. I mean, these are parts of the French Constitution, but they don't really believe that it's for them. Many of them are angry, they feel ostracized. And perhaps the most worrisome part of all this is that most of these terrorists that committed these attacks are European passport holders. French, Belgian mainly, but Dutch also, and several countries. And as you know, you can now circulate freely within the Schengen area, the European Union, without having to show your passport. This is one of the great achievements of the European Union. So there, you know, a professor called Gilles Kepel recently demonstrated in his book that the current wave of jihadism meaning, you know, going for halal, the, you know, Islamism, the concept of achieving a closeness to Allah, is a complex mix of social dereliction, colonial pasts, political disillusion, and Islamist intensification. And it started gradually about perhaps 20 years ago. Actually, Keppel talks about 2005 as a critical year. I was myself in the French government at the time. And it's a year very important in the sense that it's the first time large groups of second or third generation immigrants would actually take some kind of violent action on the streets against the establishment. And of course, it wasn't terrorism. It was really people coming out of their suburbs and wanting to demonstrate that they were unhappy about the system. And it started with two youth being killed, being electrocuted by mistake, really, because they were trying to escape the police. And it started all this, really, the 2005 movement. And somewhat the Salafism, which is an extreme Islamist movement, started to grow in France. I guess it started before 2005, but it became more pregnant, more intense. And of course, social media have helped this phenomenon to increase. Meanwhile, of course, the situation in the Middle East has also helped to convert people who were somewhat lost in their lives, didn't have jobs, didn't have a future, to get involved in some fairly extreme sides of Islam. Because you ask 95% of Muslim people, they would tell you that this is not Islam. Several hundreds of these young jihadists who have committed crimes have moved to Iraq and to Syria over the past few years. They joined Daesh, which is what people call the Islamic State, but I call it Daesh. And to find this sort of holy war against well, it's not necessarily the West, but it's all the people they call corrupt. So the corrupt regimes, we're all sort of more or less corrupt in this sense. The Western governments, the capitalism. So it's some kind of anarchies, really. And of course, a handful of them came back and committed these horrendous crimes, mainly through these random attacks, and also suicide bombing, which is unfortunately something very difficult to handle, as you know. So the response, of course, has been striking Iraq right after November 13th. Striking Syria, even more so, trying to build a coalition of countries. That's what the French president, François Hollande, has been doing. And also trying to sort out the situation internally in France. Talking about, homeland security. Those of you who were in the US, I guess most of you, after 9/11, know that this whole process of Homeland Security was started in the years following the Twin Towers attack, and of course it was at the time very complicated to enter the U.S. to as a foreigner because there was all these restrictions. But now, of course, you could argue that this system is working, and in Europe, meanwhile, we were sort of opening our borders and behaving in a way like we were going to live in this peaceful world, which obviously is not the case. And somewhat now we're regretting, especially as Syria has become such a messy place. And we've also had hundreds of thousands of refugees. And And meanwhile, the extreme movements I was referring to has been striking in different countries, not just in Europe, but also in many Muslim countries, in fact. So the consequence of that, of course, is that people are scared. And so the government, and I would say not just the French government, but also the German government and the British government, and, have been putting more police forces on the streets, more military. They have passed a legislation, anti-terrorist legislation in parliament, in the respective parliaments, and have really started warning people that it may happen again. Because being defensive is one thing, protecting people is one thing, but finding solutions, that's more difficult. And interestingly, the current president of France, Hollande, has become quite popular, just like President George W. Bush after 9/11. Wasn't always the case, but he became popular because people rally behind the president. He's the symbol of the nation. In some ways, a situation like that makes a country, a nation, stronger. The French are resilient, and they have long seen multiple races and colors becoming part of their society. And it has the country has a long history of immigration, and perhaps it's even better prepared than some other countries to face this kind of situation. If you think about Scandinavia, for example, which is now panicking, very extreme reaction from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, these places which were, sort of models of social democracy, and that are now sort of, the police is now protecting the immigrants because they're worried about some counter-reaction from the mainstream Swedes or Danes. Or just to tell you what a different world we live in. I mean, Sweden hardly has a Ministry of Defense. I can tell you, I worked in the Defense Department in my country. And Sweden thought, why should we have a defense ministry? No use. Maybe they are rethinking. Of course, another problem, a consequence of this situation, is the future of the European Union. I was referring to the Schengen Agreement, which is basically what's allowing people to cross borders. That's one of the two achievements, really, of Europe over the past 20 years. Actually, there are more than that, but two symbolic achievements. The European currency, made a big difference, really, for a number of countries, and even for visitors, tourists. They could just, use one currency, the euro. And the other achievement is Schengen. And Schengen means no borders. So when you say, all right, I'm closing the borders, what does it mean? Nothing. Impossible. Unless the European Union decides to reinstall a real sort of control of the borders, of the European borders, which may actually happen again due to the dramatic situation of these 1 million plus refugees that have come from Syria, a country that has more or less emptied itself of its population, or is in the process of doing that, and that is fully at war with itself. One reason being, of course, the terrible Assad regime that's been in power for several generations, but basically one ethnic group has been controlling the country, the Assad family, the Ba'athist movement. But there are also other groups, including the extremist jihadists I was referring to, who of course want to get rid of Assad in order to control the whole country. and possibly merge it with Iraq, a place that was once attacked by the United States. And that obviously had consequences. So one of the other consequences is this populism. What do people do in a democratically elected system when they get attacked by terrorists? What do they do when they feel, you know, there's also some injustice, perhaps, as having immigrants getting social benefits or, you know, having access to schools without speaking French, or, you know, well, people vote for the extremes. And the extremes are either left or right. And the left is not as popular as it was in France. You might remember 1968, but that's a long time ago. That's even before I came here. And unfortunately, the movement that has been quite popular over the past few years, and that could have been even more popular after the November 13 attacks, is the far right. And the far right is called the National Front. And so that's the dark blue one for you. And that is the result of the first round of the French regional elections that took place 3 weeks after the Paris attacks. You can imagine what the result could have been. That's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major regions being won by the far right. Now, fortunately, what happened was that the red is left. That means the Social Democrat Party, the one in power, and blue is the center right. So none of the region in the end, because we have a two-round system, none of the region in the end, none of the executives was won by the far right. Having said that, 6.8 million people voted for the National Front between these two rounds of election. That's quite a lot for a country of 65 million people. And obviously, a lot of voters would say, well, you know, we've tried the right, we've tried the left. Imagine here, we've tried the Republicans, we've tried the Democrats. Why don't we try something else? And something else is a movement that is basically anti-immigrant. You can imagine the risk for a society, a free society, to go into this kind of rhetoric. Now, the situation is like that in Europe. It's not just France. Pretty much every country now has a populist movement that would really play with this threat of having badly integrated immigrants, people who take the locals' jobs, you know, who don't have the same culture. I mean, it's all about culture, integration, and often Islam, although, you know, very few people would actually use Islam openly, as, you know, in the political language. But, you know, National Front, 27% of the votes. United Kingdom, UKIP, which is not exactly the same, it's more sort of pro-independence, but 12.4% is a populist movement as well. And all of those, you know, I mean, including in Italy, 27% for the Five-Star Movement. So, so we do have a problem. We are facing a Middle East that is in complete disarray. And Europe, which was this peaceful place with a fantastic project of, you know, everybody being friendly with each other and, you know, a democratically elected union with a European Parliament, a European Commission, and so on and so forth, now is facing the problem of some of these countries there towards the east, criticizing Germany, obviously, for being so open about for refugees from Syria, and are now threatening, or in fact, not just threatening, they are building walls, literally, to prevent more refugees to come. Right, it's just giving you an idea about the situation of unemployment. The figure under 25, of course, shows that France is much higher than in the other parts of Europe, the dark blue one again. And of course, among this under 25, there are a number of immigrants. But I have to tell you that France has a very peculiar system. We do not distinguish people by religion. France is a secular country. You do not claim your religion when you vote, or when you answer questions from a pollster. This is not part of the French system. Therefore, we do not know how many of these under 25 are actually from, second or third generation immigrants. I'm conscious of the time, but what I'd like to say, perhaps, also is, despite all this, and by the way, the EU in 1957 was only 6 countries. And today, 28. Most of them belong to this Schengen agreement, which means you can cross borders, and obviously it's much more difficult to ensure any kind of security or control. So there are all kinds of discussions at the moment whether borders should be reinstalled, whether a sort of European border police should be implemented. That would be, of course, very costly and very complex. But at the end of the day, Europe is not going to be disappearing. You can hardly ask countries that disagree with some of the measures to leave the European Union. So it's either going to be a two-tier Europe with a core Europe made of the sort of these founding members, perhaps. But then what will happen to the others? Will they become pro-Russians? Probably not. Will they sort of close themselves with their small economies? Probably not. Will they become more pro-American? I doubt it, because America is far away, and it's not the Cold War anymore. Will they welcome Chinese investments? Probably. But at the end of the day, what will save us from this situation is, perhaps the French can set an example, the collective bravery that people demonstrate, and also the values that the Europeans have demonstrated over the past 50 years, since World War II, really. For example, I've never noticed that many French flags in Paris. People sing the national anthem. I mean, they seldom do that. There was a movement. I was in Paris briefly in January, as Bill said. I live in Washington now. But there were signs. Help your bistro, go to the local bar to encourage people to show they are not afraid. I mean, of course, it's difficult to say you're not afraid. I have friends, they are on medication. A friend of mine, his wife is on medication because she's become, paranoid about this. And we know that terrorism could happen again, could strike again. I still think that France, in particular, will manage to reinvent itself with this diverse population. I think the answer in many ways is to do with the economics, creating jobs, and trying to find long-term answers. and celebrate the fact we have, one of the best education systems, one of the best health systems, one of the luckiest geography, strong demographics, and a dynamic population that is overall willing to fight for its quality of life. And as far as the future of the EU is concerned, I do believe the obvious solution would be for France and Germany to strengthen their cooperation, their partnership, because at the end of the day they complement each other. You have France, which is good at diplomacy, defense, we have a strong military, that's why we've been striking Syria, and Germany is an economic powerhouse, definitely the most powerful economy in Europe. And the chances that the two countries will continue to work together on all the difficult issues are very strong. Europe was created on the ruins of World War II. Eventually Germany joined in, even Britain joined in, although that may not last for very long. There's a referendum coming up for those who have been following. But it's now an obligation, really, for Germany and France to act, of course, with the support of the United States. I think one of the solutions, really, would be to try to sort out Syria. That would certainly prevent more people fleeing out of the country. The Middle East is in a very messy situation. It's only a handful of people that have been training themselves as jihadists. The social media have been very damaging, but there's not much we can do about it. And unfortunately, this situation, the security situation, will be sorted by having more intelligence sharing, more security, and also trying to maintain the society. So, in other words, a mix of repression and security, and also of more positive feelings, and especially protecting the Muslims of Europe. 5 million Muslims in France. Now, do you think that would help if there were more anti-Muslim sentiments, anti-Muslim riots? Certainly not. That would just make things worse. So that's what we need to prevent in order not to steer the passions and the anxiety. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, and I'd be happy to take any question on anything you like on France, Europe, Syria, whatever is on your mind. Yes, please.
Just a couple of questions related to French politics. What do you think currently of the state of emergency and its recent approval of being extended in France? And second question is, what do you think, more of a broader international question, what do you think might have been the impact of the coalition in the first place in attacking, because it's not really French history to align itself with the United States and attack regions in the Middle East. You know, just a couple of questions I was interested in finding out what you thought about that. Domestically the first, and international the
right.
second.
Well, the state of emergency, I don't think it changes anything. The problem is, you know, when you have a situation like this, which is once again, you know, random attacks against citizens in the middle of the capital city or anywhere, people expect the body politic to take action, to make a decision. So when you're an elected politician, what do? You know, you send jet fighters to where the origins of the movement presumably are, Syria, Iraq maybe, but you know, it's such a complex movement with different sides, different factions, that it's obviously complicated. I mean, you have Yemen, Libya, Sub-Saharan Africa, and there are different groups. There's even a group that strikes in Asia, the Central Asia, Chechnya. And some of these people all go to Syria to be trained, because that's where one does jihad, presumably. So there's a risk that the movement might actually move towards Libya or somewhere else. And certainly one of the countries that is actually in the most critical states is Tunisia, which is the only country that came out of the Arab Spring with a democratically elected government, but it's also on the border of Libya, and doesn't really have a strong government at all. So to answer your question, I would say state of emergency. I mean, in fact, France has been under some kind of state of emergency for quite some time. There were terrorist attacks in the 80s and in the 90s, and not of the same scale, not suicide bombing, but just bombing. That's probably enough. So since that time, they've been police patrolling the streets, and sometimes military also. They're not allowed to use their weapons, but you see a military presence, which is of course not the job of the military. Job of the military is to fight wars, protect the territory, things like that. So I think it's just a way to show people that we live in a very dangerous world, and try to reassure them about this environment. As far as the geopolitics are concerned, now obviously a lot of these people who have been committing these crimes and have been joining these extremist groups have been using some geopolitical arguments. For example, the state of the Palestinians in the Middle East, who are presumably oppressed by Israel. That's an excuse for them to attack, some countries that are presumably friends of Israel. The fact that France, as a military power and as a friend of a number of African countries, have come to the rescue of the government of Mali, which was under attack by a jihadist movement. It's another reason to attack France. Things like that. And of course, this has been explained through a wave of propaganda in the Arabic language, in French, in English, and it's come to the ears of young people who basically have nothing else to do, and who see, and some of them are criminals, spent a lot of time in jail. Some of them tried to be even soldiers or policemen, police officers, and were rejected. Their application was just rejected. You're not suitable to be a policeman. So some of them actually ended up being criminals. Can you believe that? So unfortunately, a sovereign nation cannot stop its foreign policy, and especially when it has international agreements with a place like Mali. In fact, there are many people from Mali living in France as well. So there are many French people living in Mali, and many Malians living in France. If the government of Mali, a friendly government, asks France for some help because they don't want to be overthrown by some radical faction or party, well, France, decides what it has to do, and in this case, handled that operation fairly well, I think, and it's been recognized as such by the Pentagon and other countries. And of course, there are a number of countries on this map where people don't have a military. I was referring to Sweden. And of course, they don't play a role in the Middle East, and they don't have the same history Of course, the UK has a history with the Middle East. And of course, the US has a history, more recent. But as you know, the reputation of the United States in the Middle East is appalling. Since the war in Iraq and since, before, and, whatever the Bush administration tried to do, whatever the Obama administration is trying to do, the result is the same. People don't like the United States. And they see France, they see the UK, they see Germany as allies of the United States. So therefore, we have a choice. Either we give up, we just close ourselves, a little bit what some of the presidential candidates are advocating here in this country, but I won't go in that territory. Either you engage with some situations where you think you can actually improve the geopolitics, and especially in the case of Syria, where we've really messed up as a group of nations, because there are just thousands of people leaving Syria every day, including babies. There are babies dying on the beaches of Greece and Turkey. How long can we take that? Nobody can sustain this. It's just horrendous. And meanwhile, one could hope that the Syrian situation will be sorted through diplomacy. That's what the current process is about. And at the same time, of course, there's a military action taking place with a coalition in Syria and in Iraq. Yes, sir.
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it? And my second question is, you talked about second and third generation extremism. Is that a trend, or is it solely based off unemployment statistics in the early portion of this decade?
On the latter, obviously there are people. I mean, it's not like every Muslim in France cannot find a job. I mean, 5 million people, that's a lot, I mean, they are really, we have ministers who are, Muslims. The former justice minister was a Muslim. There are people who are doing well, but there are also people, because of the current economic environment, and I would say it has increased since 2008, because there's been a word crisis, as you're all aware. Therefore, when there's a crisis, when the unemployment is rising everywhere, of course the weakest parts is in even a worse situation than it was before. So I cannot give you statistics, but what I know is that in some parts of France in particular, the unemployment rate is very high, whether it's for young people or middle-aged people. And sometimes it is true that there's been some discriminations in the way people are being hired, and that's created a lot of resentment. But it's difficult to fight, and sometimes there is actually a law which was established, kind of affirmative action, a little bit like here, to prevent this to happen. That means you can send your resume to an employer without giving your name or having your photo or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's complicated. There's a cultural thing, and also many of these people are not educated. They didn't go to university, and therefore it's harder for them to find a job, and so they would end up with blue-collar jobs, which is fine. But for some of them, it's obviously not enough. Sorry, what was the first question?
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's perverted it, because it's a great idea. I mean, it's the idea first of all, economically, it was a great idea to have this continent unified, especially when you think about World War II, which wasn't that long ago, where you had Germany basically taking over most of Europe, and you had Britain with the help of the US, and what remained of France trying to fight the Nazis. So 60 or 70 years ago, you have a unified Europe with a kind of unified government, which is mainly sort of on the trade and economic issues. And Schengen was meant to help, this sort of internal trade situation. So the problem is, of course, many of the countries on the eastern part of Europe, central and eastern part of Europe, are now, which are former socialist countries, if you want, which were part of the Soviet bloc after World War II, are now behaving like they don't want refugees. They don't want to have anything to do with this because the countries are small population, and I mean, I can give you several examples: Hungary, Slovakia, even Poland now, which is obviously one of the biggest countries, the biggest of the new wave of EU members. These countries have elected populist governments, right-wing governments, that basically are restricting refugee arrivals. So I don't know whether I'm answering your question. I think it was a great idea, but the problem is the reality we're facing now is questioning this concept. Yes, sir.
Have the military and police forces for the French experienced an increase in enlistment from the immigrant populations to perhaps erase the suspicion that surrounds them?
Well,
kind of signal that they are in fact on the French side rather than potential enemies?
Well, I don't really know the answer, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure they are, just like anywhere. I mean, the military has its own ways to recruit people and make sure that once they belong to the military, they just, fight for the same master. So I don't think there's any problem on that side. Having worked myself in the Department of Defense, there are even imams. There are priests, of course, and there are imams for the Muslim soldiers in the French military. Now, obviously, I don't believe those people fighting in Syria. First of all, there are no ground troops, as you're aware. No Western country at the moment, in fact, no Middle East country either, has offered to send troops on the ground in Syria. So at this stage, it's mainly airstrikes. And as far as the French troops in Africa or in Lebanon or in other parts of the world, I mean, I don't think there are quotas or anything like that. I mean, there may be some Muslims, there may be not. I mean, we don't really ask people's religion. And that's, as I said, it's part of the French system.
But they don't they look a little different than someone who's clearly French, a North African?
Sure, but I mean, they have a French passport, so they're as French as the others. I mean, they can be white, black, they can be of any religion, as long as they have the French nationality. There's nothing preventing them from joining the military. I mean, otherwise, it would be the end of the system, really. I mean, if you start selecting people based on their race, their religion, their identity, their sexual preferences, whatever, of course we don't have any of these. Yes, in the back.
Has there been any shifts in immigration policy in France since the attacks in 2015?
You mean recently? Well, actually, France has not had that many refugees for the past year compared to Germany. And the big story has been Germany because, I mean, that's another, yes, I'll come to you in a moment. Obviously, Chancellor Merkel had made this stunning offer to welcome 1 million refugees to Germany, which the French didn't do. One reason is we already have a lot of refugees, I mean not refugees, but immigrants, and the economic situation in France perhaps doesn't allow to have 1 million refugees. It would be a very complicated thing to do, even even 200,000 would be a problem. So I think we're talking about 60,000 or 70,000, something like this. I mean, there are constant waves of immigration coming from pretty much everywhere in the world, including Asia, including a lot of people from sub-Saharan Africa, and many of the countries I mentioned. I mean, there are different processes like asylum seekers, some family reunion. It's not an easy process. I would say it's slightly easier than here, but it takes less time, but still, it's a very lengthy process to become French. And even if you marry, if you're a foreigner, you marry a French national, it takes you at least 5 years before you can apply for French nationality. And asylum seekers, I'm sure it takes at least 5 years as well to become French. But once you've got the passports of any of these countries, you can basically move from one place to the other. And if you're Estonian, you can go to Portugal and live there, work there. You can even go to the UK, unless they leave, of course, the European Union. I don't think that's going to happen, but. So that's also, I mean, when you open the borders in that way, it has led to a lot of opportunities, business opportunities for a lot of people. For example, I mean, there's a high unemployment in France, but many of these people, maybe they are in London or in Spain. It's economically, Europe has become a unified market, job market, which is very interesting in itself. But politically, and that's where our British friends disagree, politically it is still a kind of association between countries. Now there's an elected European Parliament, there's a commission, there's even a kind of foreign ministry in Brussels. But at the end of the day, in a crisis situation like this, national governments take the lead. And in fact, Bill was mentioning the US. I mean, when Ash Carter or John Kerry, go somewhere, in Europe, they tend to go to Paris or Berlin or perhaps London. But they don't waste their time in Budapest unless, there's a big issue there or a big meeting. But, I mean, you remember this joke about Henry Kissinger, who was asking which phone number he should use to call Europe. Well, I mean, for a while it was Brussels. And it's turning to be Berlin and Paris for all kinds of reasons, but certainly on the security issues and the foreign policy issues. France has become the sort of best partner to the United States because the two countries are cooperating on intelligence and Syria and all kinds of issues that where France has become a big player, and of course that's offering more dangers to the French and leading to more dangers perhaps. But on the other hand, there's no choice. I mean, France is not going to sit there and wait. There is a very dangerous organization called Daesh, which is based in Syria and in various countries, and someone needs to tackle it and to prevent more terrorism and to prevent more Europeans to go there. And that's another issue, tracking these people.
Thank you, Philippe, for helping us better understand a very complex and changing situation in the world. And I'll invite you all for our next lecture, which will be 3 weeks from tonight, which would be the 24th. Thank you. We'll turn to a domestic topic. We'll have another colleague out from Brookings of ours, Elizabeth Kneebone, who's written a fascinating book on the changing demographics of poverty and is going to look at a phenomenon called suburban poverty, and particularly with its applications in Nevada. So I hope you can join us for that, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Thanks again for your great questions.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hey, it's Carrot Top, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk District E issues and county issues with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. So we're here at the Clark County Wetlands Park in District E. District E is the county's most central district. Generally bounded on the west at Decatur Boulevard, this district stretches across Las Vegas Boulevard all the way to Frenchman's Mountain, including parts of Henderson near Lake Las Vegas and east of Lake Mead Boulevard. District E stretches through some of our more mature neighborhoods and includes the Clark County Wetlands Park, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and a large part of Las Vegas Boulevard. Commissioner, this is a fantastic day out here. A typical day, really. There's bus loads of kids out here. Beautiful outdoor classroom at one of the most ecological, very important places in the valley.
Absolutely. It's a huge conservation issue. The county invested millions, as well as the federal government. Most of it was actually funded through the SNPLMA, or the land sales that were done back about 10, 12, 20 years ago probably. But this has been now open and it's well used. Unfortunately, we still have issues with vagrants and graffiti and shooting and just a mess. So we've actually been convening with Metro, with school police, Parks and Rec, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation to try to figure out how we can get a handle on this. They've torn down most of the fencing out along the trails. They're setting those on fire, so we're trying to find out how we can handle that part of it. We've had shootings. I want it safe for people that are bicycling or hiking. There's no shooting allowed out here, and people are out there just driving up illegally up the washes and just letting gunfire go, not realizing, I think, that there are people out there using the trails as we want and putting them at risk. So we've been meeting with Metro for about 6 months now, trying to lay out some agendas, and they've been wonderful. We've actually asked the county for additional park police to designate them here, and I believe that they're going to comply with that or that request. So we're trying to do some other things as well to make sure that we have more community policing out here.
What else can be done, Commissioner? I mean, it is 2,900 acres, and I know a lot of what you've been talking about is on the one end. There's basically only one access way in off of Hollywood on the far side, right?
Yeah, the Sunrise Trailhead is where a bunch of it happens, but it's all up and down there. There's behind the Las Vegas High School, there's a group that meets called Little Mexico, so that's their party time, but they've had shootings there. We've had students we had a young man die. Another one was out here just last week I read about that flipped his truck and got caught with guns, got caught with, one person is still in critical condition. Part of it has to do is I want to ask the parents, there are curfews, and you need to make sure you know where your young man, woman, child, whatever are at, number one. Number two, anybody that wants to use this, we need to share it in a very conservation way. We shouldn't be driving up big trucks up and down the washes. It degrades the land. It affects the animals that are out there and the plant life. So part of what we're trying to do is ask the community to protect this jewel. You spent millions and millions of tax dollars that went to this. We should respect it and make sure we respect each other.
And obviously the ecological part of it, controls our water that flows into Lake Mead, purifies it.
It purifies the water. We have, I don't even know how many weirs. I know that there's 3 to 5 weirs that we still have to construct, that we have to work with Bureau of Rec on. But in the long run, this is a jewel. It is the wetlands. It's where all your water comes to. We filter, clean it through the Water Reclamation Department, which is just down the street, and then repurpose it. And so, we shouldn't trash things the way way that people have been doing. It's unfortunate.
Commissioner, a little bit further up the Wash area is Desert Rose Golf Course. All of us golfers are getting quite excited that that is going to open, I believe, hopefully sometime in March. Can you just bring us up to date on that
Sure, they're
project?
just about done. We were waiting for FEMA to finally approve the maps so I can get my folks out of the floodplain. They don't have to pay that insurance anymore. They've submitted everything. I got an email that they're about a week out, and then once they do that, we'll begin the notification process. That's part one. Part two, though, we had a stakeholders group, the neighbors, the golfers. They renamed it. They wanted to go back to something that was more historical and traditional. So they've come up with the club at Sunrise. And then we have the Winterwood Grill, which will be there. That'll be available not only for eating, but also for leasing out. So if people want to do weddings or graduation parties, it's a beautiful setting. I think they'll be very happy. So we're looking at the opening now around the first week of April is where we're at.
And again, you mentioned the flood control component talk a little bit about that, how vital that is to the overall flood project.
It was huge. This was the most expensive flood project ever done in the history of the state. It was over $101 million, and that's part of it is not just the flood channel at the golf course and rebuilding it, but it was also all the sewer lines that had to go between the county and the city were being redone at the same time. So unfortunately, we had a gentleman that died during that last round of flooding. So the flood, FEMA puts them into a flood zone. When you do the project, then once you have redone it and they accept it, then they can take the people back out of the flood zone and they don't have to maintain the flood insurance, which saves them hundreds of dollars. So that's what we're still waiting on from FEMA. We did everything on our part in a very timely manner. We've been waiting since December, I believe, to hear one way or another. So FEMA, I just saw an email a week ago, and they're within a week or so of making the finalization on that. Then they'll notify the neighbors once they take it out of the floodplain. There may be some additional ways to get them credit for their insurance because some folks have already paid for the year, so that's part of what we're waiting for.
And then on the recreation part of things, us golfers are,
Yes.
I played there many times, and it was, in mixed conditions, but now it looks beautiful. It's going to be a magnificent course.
I'm so excited about it. It is an asset to the community. I made a commitment when I first ran for office that we would not convert that, we would keep it green. And the golf course, they wanted it natural through the wash. We only did a concrete at the bottom of it so it's easier for them to clean. The main thing is we're trying to make sure that we don't have the trash that comes down the flood when we have a flood patrol. There used to be times when I would be out there and there'd be grocery carts and mattresses and everything else. So I just ask people, stop the illegal dumping, be respectful, because that does impact it. But the golfers are going to love it. I don't golf, but I've had golfers on my committee working with the developers all the way through this, so their input's been very well taken. We've resited where some of the courses were so that the houses have less impact with the balls in the long run. So we tried to really learn from it. The mobile home park that's along there, we rebuilt their fencing and did it so that we could protect from the raccoons being able to get up and under and get into their mobile home park. So we've tried to do everything we possibly could based on what the constituents have said that they wanted out there while that project was going on.
Commissioner, Maryland Parkway is a large part of District E and something I know you've been working on for a long, long time. And there's several different components now. There's a Southern Nevada Strong, which has helped on strategy in Maryland Parkway. You've also had a number of stakeholder meetings and public meetings at Winchester and other places. Bring us up to date on what's going on on Maryland Parkway.
Maryland Parkway is another jewel, in my opinion. I mean, I've always lived off of Maryland Parkway, so that's kind of my neighborhood. But when we're really looking at revitalizing it, and without a redevelopment area, the county doesn't have one. How do you redo that? Part of it came just from private sector because Mr. Sansone and his business company bought the Boulevard Mall. They've been revitalizing that. It looks marvelous. They've done a fantastic job. They're about 80 to 90, I think 90% rented, maybe even more so by this time. The Nevada Hispanic Museum is located in there. We just opened John's Incredible Pizza. Goodwill is there. It is just changed the whole face along that corridor. That said, you have also then you have the airport, you have then the university area, you have the retail, then as you move further down you have Sunrise and the behavioral hospitals, so that's kind of a medical component, and then it naturally leads into the city of Las Vegas, down almost to the Bonneville station. I have been promoting since I got here that we should really do light rail. we're in the middle of EIS. We have to secure the money. It's very expensive. But RTC is working very closely with our business group that we formed almost 4 years ago now to really give us good guidance. So as they work through grants for that, how do we at least get rapid bus transit down there until we can actually get light rail to interconnect the airport all the way to downtown North Las Vegas? I think it's absolutely key. It's pivotal in and of itself because it revitalizes, but it'll be a different way to show people that we can move resources, people around. We want them safe. We want bike lanes. We want the buses. We want the transit component to come in because that adds to the beauty of it. You can get to the hospital, you can get to the airport, you can get to the university, you can get to retail. So all of that is part of what we're looking at. We even got a National Endowment for the Arts grant that was written by Nevada Strong, Southern Nevada Strong. So they got $50,000 grant. We had a neighborhood meeting to really identify the planning part of that because we want to incorporate public art throughout as well. And in the long run, we just had a meeting last week. Art Prize may select us for, and that would be a wonderful corridor to do that. So that's another exciting venue. We had over 100 people that showed up for that meeting, so that was pretty good.
And what other cities? I know we've studied some Tempe's and Portland, Salt Lake cities. You're looking at other models to not reinvent the wheel, but to cherry pick some of their terrific ideas.
Exactly, and there's a trip. I think Commissioner Brown's going to Denver this week. I was not able to go, but I was there for convention back in 2008 and quite familiar with it. I rode public transit everywhere. Boise, they went to Salt Lake City. So we've been looking at where do we glean ideas. So as you said, not to reinvent the wheel. I want to beautify Maryland Parkway, for example, but there's other areas as well that we're working on. If you'll notice, the orange cones, be patient, because that means that that's people working. That means that we're actually putting those dollars, those fuel tax dollars, back into infrastructure. So we have over 132 projects out right now through RTC. There will be a November ballot question, and hopefully the public will support that because that continues the program. That means we get more resurfacing, more rebuilding. We just had Eastern's being done, McLeod's being done right now. Hollywood is slated to be redesigned. We're going to, we just let a RFP to look at a roundabout up on Hollywood. I know some of the constituents may not care for that, but you have to really look at traffic calming devices. We built our roads, some of our roads, way too wide. It's a drag racing. The kids are speeding up and down. So we'll do a temporary one to model it, to see what happens with the school buses, what happens with traffic before we make the final decision on that. But I do think it's the right way to go.
All right. We must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
You can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail. Go to the Clark County Election Department website, enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
District E is home to the Clark County Wetlands Park. A massive 2,900 acres, the Clark County Wetlands Park is one of the largest remaining wetlands areas in the Southwest. Home to nearly 300 plants and animal species, the wetlands is more than a nature conservatory. It's also an ecological boon, providing a filter for water purity as it flows to Lake Mead. The 13 miles of outdoor trails are open from dusk till dawn. The Wetlands Park is located in District E near Sam Boyd Stadium, and that's where we are. We're talking issues with your Commissioner, Chris Kiliani. Commissioner, the Las Vegas Strip, Las Vegas Boulevard, there's been a lot of, which is part of District E also, there's been a lot of talk there. And you were, I think, the one that brought to the table perhaps making it a mall, pedestrian mall. One way to improve traffic is to eliminate it.
Exactly.
Talk to me.
It was somewhat rejected but that's okay. You don't ever change anything if you don't have the conversation. And maybe I'm a little bit ahead of my time, but I think a pedestrian wall makes good sense on the Strip. I still recognize we would still maintain public transit lanes with taxis and emergency vehicles. So it's not completely pedestrian free, but in the long run, it saves money. It's safer for people. You have different venues that you can do. We already close it for New Year's, so it's not like we don't do this from time to time, but you can complement it where you're still allowing for that public component for travel, but the majority of it becomes pedestrian. There is a big problem though, and that how do you get to the back of the house where your employees are going and then where your deliveries have come in? And so part of this was to ask the casinos to start thinking that as they're developing or redeveloping, that you make sure you don't landlock yourself, that you have good circulation on your property, you have ingress and egress on both sides. Some of the properties only have access off of the Strip, which is ridiculous. So, and then we have to do a better job when we approve zoning to make sure that we've got the right lanes, that they've got the proper ingress and egress instead of just, this is the design, go for it. We have to look longer term. This could be something 10 years down the road. That's fine. I want Maryland first. I want Dennis from Public Works just came up with a brilliant idea on Harmon to do a flyover off of Tropicana. It would complement the university. If they did do the university stadium, we actually have a meeting this afternoon on that. What traffic do you need to deal with there? So those are the more important pieces. Looking again at Swenson and Paradise, maybe being one way again. Different things. So low-hanging fruit that we can actually put into place now, we're moving forward on. We just approved 2 new bridges on the Strip, pedestrian bridges. No matter what, you still need that access until you need to, people need to be able to safely get back and forth. So those were approved last week by the County Commission. But I do think that the conversation should not be lost, that we have to do a better job on planning, we have to do a better job on how we utilize that public property that is the Strip. It belongs to the public, and we need to think differently maybe 10 years down the road. Hopefully sooner, but in the long run, it's safer. You don't have cars driving up on curbs, running people over. As long as you accommodated then your TNCs and your taxis and your bus, then you should be able to really do a blend. And we should look at other areas that have been able to put that together.
And of course, light rail and other public transit systems are all part of the conversation as well.
Correct.
Give me your opinion on light rail or any of those others, how much of a boon they would be, Commissioner.
I think it'd be awesome. I mean, if you look at Denver, for example, or Salt Lake City, or even Phoenix, it's a phenomenal program that they put together with light rail. It revitalizes an area. It gives people different access that they don't have. And what we have to start to remember or think, I mean, I travel, so I've been to many of these places. I don't talk about it if I haven't seen it. Our tourists that are coming in are from Asia and Europe. They are used to public transit that is completely different than what we have here. We're very antiquated, as much as we had the monorail, which is a mono, but it's got a purpose. It's here, so we got to make it better. But we don't need to extend a monorail. We really should look then at light rail. And that was always my frustration with when that came into play 20 plus years ago, is it kind of ruined people's minds for what light rail really is and can be. We need that interconnectivity. It's no different than I-11. We need to make sure that we're allowing for goods and services to be able to move around. So logistics ports are what are needed still that need to be out there for planning. If we can get trucks to offload before they come into the city, it saves wear and tear on our roadways. So there's different ways to distribute your goods and services, and that's part of the conversation as well. And then if I-11 actually goes on the backside more closely, actually closer to get to Nellis Air Force Base and onto Apex, if they're now talking about running it up here on this side, the most extreme east side, that lessens traffic, that gets the trucks out of the mix in town, but it also can connect to a logistics port at Apex. You could also have a logistics port on the border of California near the Sloan area. So those are things that are still being discussed as well.
Let's go back to the Strip again for a little bit, Commissioner. The North Strip, obviously, SLS is there, Resort World's broken ground, Alon, and now the Convention Center looks like it will probably be taking over the spot where the Riviera is. Is that really going to rejuvenate the north end of the Strip?
Absolutely. MGM just was successful in getting the Country Music Awards. That'll be on the old Rock and Rio site. Then next year, Rock and Rio comes back, so that foot traffic helps. Fontainebleau, there's a company that's looking at the purchase of it. They're doing their due diligence right now, but that would be exciting if that happens. Jackie Robinson still is working on his all-net. You've got Elan, which is going to be a wonderful boutique-ish more kind of hotel. You have Resorts World, which they're working right now. They're doing their underground utilities. So all of that, once that mass, they just have to be careful not to roll out too many rooms too fast. You need to make sure, again, that you have access back and forth. So there's lights and bridges that may be needed. Councilman Coffin and I share. He's on the south side, or the north side of Sahara. I'm on the south side. So we actually left footprints on both corners so that if we ever have to do a pedestrian bridge to join the two, that we're prepared for that part of it. SLS I was just there for the Dash and Dine with KMPR. It was phenomenal. I mean, Jose's, the meats, incredible. The Mediterranean restaurants there. I didn't get to eat at the Japanese restaurant, but so you've got some jewels. My neighbors actually, because we can walk to that. So I'm hoping they can hang in there until we get that more. You need a critical mass, and then it flows to the downtown. It helps Stratosphere. It helps all those other pieces going down that route. But I'm excited about it. You know, money's been tough for everybody, private sector as well as public sector. So they have to do it right, but they've been approved, and so I'm excited to see what comes out of all of this.
Another smaller component, I know last year we named a street after Mr. Sammy Davis Jr., and we've got another one coming up. Riviera Boulevard is changing its name to somebody.
Elvis
I can't believe we had never named a street after that gentleman to begin with,
I know,
Commissioner.
isn't that? I'm so glad Westgate brought that up. Mr. Siegel and Mark Waltrip, his son-in-law, they've been very progressive. If you have not been inside Westgate, you really ought to. They've done a phenomenal job of redesigning and bringing some life back. But yes, with the Riv gone, I hope we save the sign in some way. But that will become Elvis Presley Drive. And then the Sammy Davis, long overdue. I'm so thrilled that I was able to put that together in a very, very quick time. Even though it's been approved for like 8 years, nobody ever told us that they hadn't moved forward. So they came to me, and I thank you, Public Works. We did it within about 3 months. So I'm excited about that. But the best thing is our Public Arts Committee that we formed when I got the public art funding money has decided that they want to do a public art piece where the three come together. Sinatra Drive, Sammy Davis Jr., and the Rat Pack, basically. So I don't know if it'll be a mural there or a statue or what, but I'm excited that it'll have a public art component as well.
Commissioner, since the last time we talked, medical marijuana is now a reality in District E and across Clark County. Are you satisfied with how the rollout has been and how this privileged licensed business is taking shape in Clark County?
So far, I've not had complaints. There's one right down the street from my house in Yo, but you have Euphoria that was the first one that opened. You have we have one here on Boulder Highway that just opened, Nevada Pure. Their cultivation, but they just got their dispensary. The main thing is I think the state will have to go back and make some tweaks to a couple of things, such as the volume that you have to test to prove your growth is awful lot, and so it really removes, for those folks that were trying to get up and running, they really didn't, it took like half their product that you could use to stock rather than for the lab testing. So they need to review that part of it. But again, the voters will have an opportunity to decide if they want recreational in November this year.
Most people seem to think that that will probably pass. Are business people coming to you already and, you know, coming with business ideas for that, or has that not yet?
No, I think they're going to see what happens, and I think those that have already been approved will probably be the main people in the market. You don't want to, again, flood that market either, so they're going to have to be careful. I just hope that Metro will start focusing on the illegal deliveries, because those folks are not legitimized. They don't have a business license. They're competing with the business people, and we need to shut them down, and they know where they're at. You can go on your website right now and do weed something, and it shows you every place they're at. Just go in and bust those people. They're not doing business correctly. They should not be competing with those that are properly licensed.
All right, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
District E is home to the Hollywood Regional Park, Recreation and Aquatic Center. The Rec Center often offers dozens of classes, programs, and events every month. Their well-equipped gym gives workout fanatics a sparkling place to sweat and run and lift while enjoying a magnificent view of the valley below. The Aquatic Center is the newest in Clark County, with year-round swimming inside and an outdoor pool designed with more than a nod to Tinseltown and popcorn in a gorgeous outdoor setting. The Hollywood complex is located in the far east part of District E at 1650 South Hollywood Boulevard. And speaking of District E, we're talking with your elected representative, Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Commissioner, coming into the Wetlands Park today, driving down Boulder Highway, a lot of activity going on there.
A lot of
Tell me
activity.
what's
We've
going on
had
there.
too many deaths, and that is, again, it's a state highway. So NDOT came together with our Public Works and with Metro. Metro called, Captain Owen called a meeting. We have to do something. It's too wide. So actually our Public Works staff have come up with a plan where we can actually narrow it, get some crossings, upgrade the lighting so it's safer for people. But people need to then use those crosswalks and not cross midway. So that's part of what we're working on to save them. You also mentioned Hollywood. That was promised to be a regional park. It's been on plans for 20 plus years. I've been here 11 years now, and it's very frustrating to me. So I've asked Parks to go back and get me a map with what's currently on it and take all the other stuff they promised to people. We resurvey the neighborhood and start putting back in then other program areas that the neighborhood has asked for. I did get some SNPLMA money to add to lighting and bathrooms for the ballparks. We'll have more ballparks. That actually generates revenue for parks so that we can put it back in. But people want other activities that are out there, and they were promised a regional park. The problem is the county, all of our regional parks, not one of them is finished because we didn't finance it as a regional park, and I think that's misleading to folks. So I'm going to do my last 3 years as much as I possibly can to make sure that our parks and recreation areas are redone and revitalized and added to and really reflect what the community around them want. Especially after 20 years, it's changed. So I don't want to put something out there that nobody really cares for any longer. So that's what I'm working on. And in fact, Commissioner Kirkpatrick and I have a town hall to just discuss, because we share property lines basically. We thought, let's do that. We've never done that before. She's only been on the commission for a year, but she's a go-getter. And so we're going to have a, talk with the community about what their needs are, Bob Price, a community center, Hollywood, zoning issues, traffic issues, lights, where do you need those types of things. So that's, I try to do town halls in all the quadrants of my district. And so this will be my next one that I'm having coming up.
Awesome. Well, our time is up. I know we could talk for another hour or two on District E and everything else. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Pleasure.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Special thanks to Commissioner Chris June Kiliani for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District E. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend. Now, where's a girl going to find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride can help you find people to carpool with. Visit their site at rtcsnv.com.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources, but now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
When I was 15, I became homeless because my mom was battling an addiction.
My dad was very abusive.
Dad was kind of intolerable.
I was taken away at age 2.
Came homeless at the age of 14.
My mom was a meth addict. She couldn't take care of me.
Drugs and different men in her life were more important than my well-being.
Drugs, prostitution.
A lot of days I went hungry.
Some nights I would just be so emotionally torn up that I would just walk.
You're so alone. There's no one
You
there.
don't know if you're going to have food to eat.
Felt unsafe.
It's hopeless. Everything you do is hopeless.
You don't know what's going to happen next.
How am I going to eat today?
It was never a choice. It was just how it happened.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4.
Just ahead on UMC Digest, we'll take you inside one of our operating suites to show you the latest in surgical robotic technology. Then a vest saved this man's life during a heart attack. We'll tell you how it works. And we'll introduce you to a teenager who survived devastating burns after a campfire explosion. Her outlook on life now is sure to make you smile. The UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen, and we're very glad you're with us. UMC offers the highest level of care in the state. We're home to Nevada's only Level 1 Trauma Center, Nevada's only designated Pediatric Trauma Center, Nevada's only Burn Care Center, and the only transplant center in Nevada. Our teams are able to take care of the most ill and injured patients in Nevada with the highest amount of skill and technology. That level of expertise ensures we're able to care for patients who may not survive anywhere else. Patients like Andrew Lynn. When Andrew Lynn was rushed through the doors of this trauma center, it was a case not even our trauma team had ever seen before. And they've seen just about every kind of injury imaginable. But with Andrew's case, well, people usually don't survive this kind of injury. Take a look.
Here, throw here, bud.
Throw to Daddy. I want mine, Daddy. Throw it.
Andrew Lynn had already survived a tour of duty in Iraq and being hit by a drunk driver. Then, while driving late at night, he fell asleep at the wheel and hit a chain link fence. A fence pole went through the windshield and then through his mouth, narrowly missing his spine and puncturing clear through the back of his neck.
They started taking him out of the car and they put him on a stretcher, and as they came around the corner, my wife says, "Hey, he's got a pipe sticking out his head."
When the paramedics came, I guess they thought I was deceased, and I wasn't, clearly. So they started working to cut the pipe to get me out. When I was cut free, from what they've told me, I actually climbed out of the car and hopped onto the gurney all by myself, which I'm sure was a little trippy.
Andrew was transported to the UMC Trauma Center with the pole still going through his head.
He had a hard time kind of wrapping his head around it, no pun intended, about what had really happened to him and what he had been through. And, when I had talked to him about the part about how he was trying to text on his telephone, he couldn't remember any of it.
Dr. Coates had to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew's mouth and neck. Not something doctors learn in medical school.
the minute you pull this pipe out, all hell could break loose and they could start bleeding profusely.
So we called in a team of specialists only on call at UMC to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew. In fact, the whole team at UMC came together in trauma OR, even down to a hospital engineering team who had to bring a saw to sever a smooth edge, and a nurse who ran ice-cold water through that pipe so it didn't heat up in Andy's head while they were sawing.
So that was really the concern, was, whether or not he was going to have permanent injury from lack of blood flow to his brain, and we were very fortunate that he didn't.
Dr. Nancy Donahoe and Dr. Jeffrey Moxley assisted Dr. Coates during a case none of them could believe.
If Andy's car had been going in any of 3 different planes of space, he would likely be dead at the scene. If the pole had ever been coming in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene. And if his head had been positioned inside of the car in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene.
The specialists were able to get the pole out of Andrew, left unscathed except for some oral issues, but alive.
It took a long time to be able to open my mouth again, because with the damage to the muscle and the tissue, it's almost like my mouth healed shut because it was wired shut. And those muscles healed in the shut position. So I actually had to pry my mouth open over time with popsicle sticks, or the tongue depressors. You'd stick them in, a stack of them in between my teeth on this side, and then I would wedge another one in between the middle and pry it open.
Andrew's injuries now were cosmetic. Miraculously, he was able to stand up and walk just 2 days after that pole came out of his head.
Especially if I felt horrible sitting in the intensive care unit, because you see people who are really in bad shape. And I remember, feeling really bad about seeing people in that bad a shape.
Andrew's case made national attention because of his incredible injury and the superb team who saved his life.
I tend to believe that there's just a higher power at work there. I remember Dr. Moxley, one of the things he told me was he couldn't have surgically put that pipe in any better than it was.
How do you explain that he's even alive, Doctor?
It's a miracle. It really is.
Andrew attended our trauma survivor celebration that is hosted by Caesar's Palace every year. Another patient who joined us that day was Casey Nita. You might remember her story in the media after she was involved in a campfire explosion last summer. That explosion nearly took her life and caused her an extremely painful recovery. But she refused to let it ruin her soul, because as you will see, Casey is one of the most positive people you will ever meet. It was supposed to be a celebration, a graduation party with friends, enjoying a bonfire on the outskirts of Henderson.
And so we set up our bonfire and we were hanging out, and I was paying attention to my friends, and within 10 seconds it exploded. And I remember being on fire and then being out, and then going up to my friend and telling her I need help. So we all piled into the trucks and we drove.
Casey was the most severely burned of 7 teens who suffered injuries. The kids drove themselves to the closest hospital, where they were quickly transported to UMC's Burn Care Center, the only burn care center in Nevada.
I wasn't aware of how badly I was injured because I told my mom to bring me a spare set of clothes like I was going to go home.
Once at UMC, Casey was heavily sedated in a coma for 15 days.
When I first got Casey's consult, she was in the pediatric intensive care unit. She was intubated, she was sedated, and the prognosis was no one really knew. She was burned almost her entire body, so 85% of her body had sustained 2nd and 3rd degree burns. So no one really knew what was going to happen.
Casey slowly came to, and family therapist Kara Goodman was also at her bedside.
My first visit with Casey was in pediatric ICU, and when I first came to see her, it was the most amazing visit. She was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in, the most excruciating pain, and had to be It was a horrible circumstance, but our visit, she brought tears to my eyes because she was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in this terrible circumstance and in this terrible accident. But she talked in the most beautiful way. It was just, I couldn't believe that this 16-year-old girl could take this circumstance that she had been in and want to be positive and she wanted to make an impact on my life.
Casey would have an excruciating road of recovery ahead of her, with sometimes twice daily debridements, where her burned skin had to be scrubbed in order to clear infection and promote new growth.
All of the physical things that they face, the debridements, the dressing changes, are incredibly painful, but psychologically also. They're here, they're burned, so they face some sort of trauma, whether it's a fire, a car accident, some sort of trauma that they've been through. So a lot of times they're facing some sort of, maybe they're going through flashbacks or they're having nightmares. They're facing some sort of maybe post-trauma. So it's psychologically very difficult for them as well.
A lot of emotional support, talking her through it, giving her the confidence that she can overcome. Music was a big coping mechanism for her. We would, turn the iPad on and turn Pandora on, and she would sing through dressing changes, and that was kind of just a way to connect with all the nurses too. It's, oh, have you heard the new, Taylor Swift song? And so that was kind of just her way of kind of escaping from the pain and just being able to sing and get her mind off it.
UMC trauma and burn surgeon Dr. Terry Lewis understands his patients are enduring physical and emotional pain.
The injury, the pain, the potential changes in how you look, and she saw the other kids that were hurt all get better more quickly and get back to school, and she was still hurting, and it was really a struggle.
Casey's road wasn't easy, and she would go home and return to UMC a few times more for her care. But her strength came from within, a will to live and a fight to survive.
And I really believe that that's what got her through everything that she's been through. Because it was horrific what she had to do, and I don't know how she did it, but I believe it's because she had that strength inside of her before that she was able to do that.
Get better every day, look better every day. That's what I want to keep doing. Getting better every day, improving every day. And I hope to impress other people, to make them want to move forward and hope that they can do better with their lives.
Surviving a burn injury with unimaginable pain, recovery, and the physical and emotional scars patients will always carry with them is only made easier with a strong support system.
She's had Kim and Kara, and they take real good care of her. She's a good patient, but they go out of their way to really help her, and it has helped her.
The Burn Center, it's a team effort, and there's a lot of people involved in. And a special shout out really goes to Kim, because her therapy, whether it's distraction or being with Casey at every operation, coming in and meeting her to help with the anxiety of the surgery beforehand and afterward, being there when she woke, and she really helped her prepare herself mentally for the operations and all the therapy she did, and that has been her help in getting Casey on the road just can't be underestimated.
Casey regularly participates in UMC's Burn Care Support Group, hosted by both Kara and Kimberly.
I'm not a burn survivor, and I've never had a burn injury, so I don't know how it is. But when Casey's met other teenagers that have been in the same spot, and they can talk about what lotions works, how their physical therapy has been, what exercises help keeping the skin flexible.
Casey also went to burn camp with other pediatric burn survivors and is now back in school with a painful past behind her as she looks ahead to her senior year.
I was elected by my student class to be on the homecoming court this year.
She's making remarkable progress. She still has some work to do. She got some scar tissue work to do, some rehab and physical therapy that's going to be a lot of work, but she's going after it now, and I have no doubts that she'll get back to 100% here very shortly.
She continues to surprise me every day. I mean, everyone that has ever met her knows she's courageous. I mean, to face situations that you're fearful of and to come in for a dressing change that may be an hour, maybe 2 hours, and you have a smile on your face, like, not everyone can do that. So, I mean, she was just awesome and strong and courageous from the start.
That it's never as bad as you think it is. You can always find the bright side of something. You can always make it through it. Always.
The UMC Lions Burn Care Center is the only one in the state. We treat patients from a 10,000 square mile radius and offer community education on how to prevent burns. Some tips include make sure you have smoke alarms in your home on every floor and near sleeping rooms. Test those smoke alarms once a month. Cook with care and never leave children alone in the kitchen. And check your water heater's temperature to make sure it's at 120 degrees or lower, especially if you have little ones. When we come back, another amazing story of survival, this time from a man who drowned and was under the water for 10 minutes before he was pulled out. His story on the other side of this break.
When you make a wish for yourself, you fulfill the wish of another. Coins from the Front Caesars Palace Fountain are collected and donated to the trauma and burn care units at University Medical Center, Southern Nevada's only public hospital. Our trauma and burn care centers provide the highest level of care in all of Nevada, right when people need it the most. So far, your precious pennies have done a lot of good. We encourage you to keep those good wishes coming. Thank you for your generosity. Together, we shine.
I survived because of the transplant center.
I survived because of the burn care center.
I survived because of the trauma center.
UMC. Together, we shine.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We take you now out to Lake Mead, where Quincy Davidson's fight to survive began. It was a day on Lake Mead with friends until something went terribly wrong for Quincy Davidson.
We were just hanging out, like, on the shore, playing around, and then decided to go out into the water and started paddling out just near the shoreline at first, and then progressively made our way out, and I fell off of the raft into the water and was trying to go the opposite direction of the current, but I was swimming towards the current instead, and it pulled me back, and my friend Candace pulled me up, but she started falling down with me, so in order to get herself back up, she had to let me go.
He had fallen into the water and was maybe submerged for as long as 10 minutes. And that his family members and friends got him out of the water and started resuscitative measures, which is CPR on scene. And then we had heard that he had received probably about 45 minutes of CPR, both from family members and the EMS staff when he was en route.
Quincy was transported to another hospital and then came to UMC for a higher level of care.
And then when he got to us, he was completely supported with the breathing tube, with IVs, and was unresponsive. So wasn't opening his eyes, obviously couldn't speak, wasn't really doing anything for us.
The prognosis wasn't good. Quincy's lungs had become polluted with the water from Lake Mead. He had a pulmonary contusion and liver injuries.
Away from the drowning, just the fact that he had CPR for so long, typically those patients don't really regain much, brain function after they haven't had good blood flow to the brain for such a long period of time.
Quincy was in a coma in UMC's trauma intensive care unit for nearly 6 weeks, totally unresponsive.
We weren't very optimistic when he came in. The fact that he was completely unresponsive when he got here is also a pretty bad sign. So usually if the ones that do have some function come back, they usually come to us with a little bit of an exam. Maybe they can open their eyes, maybe they can do some posturing that gives us some idea that there's some brain cells that are still functioning there. We didn't have any evidence of that with Quincy.
For weeks, the trauma intensive care team looked for any sign of response from Quincy.
There was members on
the respiratory team that were just awesome, because we spoke and I needed to know what he needed to do and where he needed to be at in order to get off the ventilator, which he was on for almost 2.5 months.
Then one day, out of the blue, Quincy woke up.
So I could hear what everyone was saying, or I think I was talking, but I really wasn't, and there were just thoughts in my head or what I wanted to say.
Quincy had to learn to walk and talk, how to read and write again, and he had a great support network to motivate him every step of the way.
Love of my family and my friends and them wanting me to get back to normal. I really think that helped push me.
There's no rhyme or reason for Quincy's recovery. After weeks in a coma, the textbooks say it shouldn't happen, but it did.
Miraculous.
I was able to lose something that was precious to me, but yet it was given back to me, not only for my second chance, but also for my family. And it allows others to see the work that where doctors never treated a case like this before. Now they have some idea on what to do if the next case should ever come through.
Just so glad that Quincy's doing well, and it's just so encouraging for us to see our patients after they're at the end of their course and they're recovered and back with their families, and it just makes us feel like we're really doing good work here.
And don't ever take anything or anyone for granted, especially yourself or those around you. And you never know what role someone is going to play in your life, so just try to be nice and open to everybody.
At UMC, we have the most advanced technology in the state in use in our surgical suites. Our surgical robot takes minimally invasive procedures to a whole new level, cutting down on recovery times and improving outcomes. Take a look. It's state-of-the-art equipment that actually allows for surgeons to have one more hand during a procedure. Controlling the robot from a console, UMC surgeons are able to do very intricate work for patients using minimally invasive techniques, allowing for quicker recovery times, less pain, less bleeding, and shorter hospitalizations. UMC's Da Vinci Xi is 3D and HD, giving surgeons a highly magnified view, virtually extending their hands and their eyes right into the patient.
Little differences make a big difference in a difficult scenario. So if I have a patient who, again, had recurrent cancer, I would usually say in the past, well, the easiest way to do this is open surgery, just to be on the safe side. But having this advanced technology right now, I can still offer minimal invasive approaches at the same time dealing with very, very difficult scenarios.
Heather Richardson is just that kind of patient, dealing with multiple surgeries for a variety of health issues over the years. This time was for gallbladder surgery.
My surgeon, who had done prior surgeries, told me he was going to use the robot this time. So how it worked out incredibly. This was actually my 7th abdominal surgery, so I have a complex surgical history, and I have to say that it worked out incredibly.
The surgery was a success, and she had a much shorter recovery time than in the past.
The recovery time is incredibly different. I was able to get up, walk around. The level of trauma to my abdomen is significantly reduced with the robot. So, and the complexity of what they were able to do with the robot and the precision is amazing. It's state-of-the-art equipment. I'm shocked what they were able to do.
The UMC robot has what's called an endowrist, which makes it very flexible. Conventional laparoscopy utilizes instruments similar to chopsticks. The robot here at UMC allows the surgeon to control 3 arms with a switch on a foot pedal that is assigned to either the left or the right hand, rather than relying on an assistant's hands. It also has a 3D camera, much like the difference between watching a movie from a VHS tape or watching it on a 3D movie screen. All advances that show UMC's commitment to providing the highest level of care in Nevada.
We appreciate all surgeons, and they're trusting of us to take care of their patients. This is great for the surgical residents, for the community, and it's teaching them to have the latest technology when they come out of schools.
UMC saved my life a few years ago. I've received great care here. The staff here is amazing, and the surgeons that practice here are amazing, and I always trust my care here at UMC. So.
For more information on UMC's surgical robotic technology, please visit our website at umcsn.com/robotics. When we come back, we'll explain how a vest saved a man's life while he was having a heart attack. That's next.
If something's got you down, then get up and get to UMC Quick Care for aches, sneezes, blahs, and breaks. Get in, get out, get better. UMC Quick Care. There's one near you.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. When a patient is having a heart attack, time is obviously of the essence to get them to a hospital. Mere minutes can make the difference in survival. For patients who have had a previous heart attack, their physician may advise them to wear a life vest. That life vest saved one of our patients' lives. Kevin Stockton didn't know he had heart problems until he started to feel the symptoms.
Originally, it was a heart attack, chest pains. Went to the emergency room. They diagnosed that I was having a heart attack.
Kevin had angioplasty and a stent to remove the blockage, but something still wasn't right.
They were monitoring my heart the whole time, and they felt that something abnormal had gone on. I remember at one moment the nurse ran into my room, said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, fine." I didn't notice anything, but apparently something registered. And so when I asked my new cardiologist, Dr. Wesley, "Can I go home?" he said, "Well, we saw something abnormal." I said, "But I feel fine, let me go home." And he's like, "Well, only if you go home with the life vest." I said, "Life vest? Okay."
So life vest is a wearable defibrillator. It's geared to treat patients who are sort of in limbo between indications for permanent ICD.
Kevin wasn't too sure about this vest. Could it really save his life?
During the training, I told the representative, yeah, you already told me that part. And he's like, no, look, sir, you have to understand how important this is, how vital it is. And, they really impressed upon me to take it really seriously. But still, when I left the hospital, I said, this is never going to be necessary.
He couldn't have predicted what happened just a few hours later.
I just had gotten home and went to bed, hoping I'd get a first good night's sleep now that I was at home in my own bed and everything. And 6 hours after I got home, I was awakened by being defibrillated.
So it actually shocks you?
Yeah, and in fact, when I became conscious, I realized what had happened, and it was actually making the noise that it makes prior to doing it. Again, it looked like it was getting ready to do it again. And
then he received a call from Life Vest, who was monitoring Kevin.
I told them that I was going to the emergency room. They asked me where I was going. I said I was going to UMC. They said, okay, in a half an hour, have them look for a fax of the transmission of the data that we collected. And sure enough, I came down here. I was admitted again to the emergency room, and they received the information from the company, and then they came to show me the tape that basically portrayed exactly what happened to me, and it was pretty frightening because I saw where my heart stopped, and I thought about this situation. I was in bed alone. My wife wanted to let me sleep, and I thought, God, if my heart had stopped, no one would have known. And my wife would have just come in and found me in the morning. And I thought, that's amazing.
Kevin is right. Without UMC and the vest that instantly treats a patient in cardiac arrest, Kevin wouldn't be alive to tell his story.
It's kind of a misnomer because it's kind of not like a vest. It's more like a sling. It's very unobtrusive. If you wear a T-shirt it basically obscures that the patient has it. So there's an electrode on the back that adheres to the skin, and then there's an anterior electrode that's very, very small and can't really see it. And then there's a belt and a little battery pack and logic center which recognizes these rhythms and then treats them automatically.
Even if I didn't have the vest, but somebody knew something was wrong, gosh, everything would have happened so fast. I don't think I would have had a chance to even get help from somewhere else. So I'm convinced that if I hadn't been wearing the life vest, I wouldn't be here today.
Thank you very much for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on any of the unique service lines we offer, trauma, burn, transplant, or children's hospital, please visit our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on Facebook. We'll see you next time right here on UMC Digest. Until then, take care.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, the Clark County Wetlands Park is a community jewel. We'll explore this place from all directions. A Swedish import is soon to hit town, and furniture fans are excited. And two new directors will continue their long tradition of serving some of our most fragile residents. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. Two veteran county leaders are shifting to new challenges in new departments, and both men are well qualified and motivated to continue to serve some of the county's most fragile residents.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Burch.
The Board of County Commissioners recently ratified two department appointments, approving County Manager Don Burnett's choices for leadership roles in family and social services.
Showing these young people.
Tim Birch, who has served as the interim director, now becomes the permanent person in charge of Clark County's family services. Mr. Birch has more than 2 decades serving local residents and is the ideal man to lead the Department of Family Services.
At this time, the court finds that Patrick and Donna Smith are fit and proper persons to have the care, custody, and control of the minor child.
Local government affairs guru Patrick Smith is a family services supporter, an adoptive parent, and has been a friend of Mr. Birch for years. He says the county picked the ideal candidate for this most vital job.
Tim's leadership in helping our more fragile members of the community has always been outstanding, and I really appreciate that. And I enjoyed watching him grow in that role.
DFS oversees adoptions and foster homes, provides parenting classes, and is responsible for caring for as many as 3,400 children at Child Haven and in other facilities.
It's very humbling to be considered for this type of leadership position. It is such an important thing we do to come to the need and rescue of children who are unsafe in their own homes, parents who are struggling with their own issues and addictions and histories of abuse and violence in their own childhood, to come together as a team to be able to support those children, help rebuild those homes and reunify those families.
Motion passes unanimously, Mr. Pollock. Congratulations.
And Michael Pollock is now the director of the Department of Social Service. The devoted social service employees are dedicated in delivering health, welfare, and community responsibilities
services typically targeted for childless adults. This department is a figurative safety net, ensuring financial assistance, shelter, and medical care to a segment of residents not covered by other local, state, or federal programs. Mr. Pollock previously served as the manager of the Community Resources Management Division and helped house tens of thousands of people by overseeing the county's obligation in developing affordable housing projects.
It's sort of full circle, coming back to being able to do the thing I love to do is housing and community development and helping people to receive resources and sort of, we talk about social service as being the county's safety net. Well, we hope it's a trampoline, sort of we can, move people up and provide them with resources so that they can be sustainable.
Clark County's most recognizable sign was given a red light bulb change recently to promote awareness for heart disease and stroke for women. Commission Chair Steve Sisolak and District G Commissioner Mary Beth Scow joined a number of red-clad boosters and flipped the switch to turn the usually yellow lights red in support of National Red Day, a nationwide effort to educate all on the perils of heart disease and stroke for women.
It's very important to increase awareness of heart health in our community, especially among women, because rates of heart disease and stroke are increasing among women, so it's particularly important to help everybody remember healthy habits.
But thanks to the Heart Association's Go Red for Women movement today, about 285 fewer women die.
Representatives from the local American Heart Association chapter are all too familiar with the deadly stats for women.
Heart disease is the #1 killer of women.
Heart disease and strokes cause 1 in 3 deaths each year, more than all cancers combined. But they also preach medical checkups and cardiovascular health consciousness to improve prevention of this fatal disease. A new traffic signal here at Warm Springs and Tenaya will help improve arterial transportation in this fast-growing southwestern portion of District A. Until recently, pedestrians and motorists faced flashing red lights at this intersection, until Clark County Public Works pros installed a number of area improvements for traffic, walkers, and drainage. The traffic signals at Warm Springs Road and Tenaya Way, and new sidewalks and pavement were paid through the fuel revenue indexing. FRI receives a few pennies from all of us when we gas up our vehicles, and those monies are used to fund critical transportation projects, including this one in a rapidly expanding residential and commercial corridor. For more information on the fuel revenue indexing and the most current roadway construction projects, visit www.rtcsnv.com/FRI. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll bring you out here to the Wetlands Park and give you an IKEA update. This is Clark County Chronicles.
I'm Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. The Family Support Division from my office is committed to assisting custodial parents in our community with obtaining a court order for child support and collecting money already owed on an existing child support order. I want you to know that we are here for you. If you need help with a child support case, please contact my office at 702-671-9200 or visit our website to learn more.
So what's new?
It's the flashing yellow arrow.
Tell me more.
Say you're going to make a left turn. On the green arrow, you turn left. A yellow arrow means the signal is going to change to red. A red arrow means you stop. Next, you'll see a flashing yellow arrow. The flashing yellow arrow means you must yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Any other questions?
I got what I need.
The new flashing yellow arrow signal will be installed gradually throughout the valley. For more information, visit rtcsnv.com.
Your car weighs thousands of pounds. It's no match for someone crossing the street. Whether you have the right of way or not, you have the responsibility behind the wheel. Last year, almost 700 people were hit by cars in Clark County. 172 of those accidents involved a child. In 42 cases, pedestrians died. Slow down and watch out for pedestrians around our schools, playgrounds, and intersections. Don't add to our statistics. Give pedestrians a break.
The Clark County Wetlands Park and all wetlands worldwide received a splash of publicity and participation during a two-day February celebration.
Since the early 1900s, we have lost 64% of wetlands worldwide.
More than 1 billion people on the planet depend on the wetlands for their livelihood, gathering food, fish, and vegetation.
Like I would use on an aquatic bird count, but you could...
And a team of local biologists, hydrologists, and scientists taught an outdoor lesson to a couple hundred high school students at the Clark County Wetlands Park.
Big food supply for fish. We're talking about mayflies and stoneflies.
As part of the World Wetlands Day activities in February, the 2,900-acre Wetlands Park is one of the largest urban wetlands in the southwest United States. Just a few miles east of the Las Vegas Strip, the wetlands provides a vital role in our desert ecology. Much of this place is shaped by water flowing from our valley to Lake Mead, and a couple hundred birds and mammals call this place home.
Since 1998, we are proud to say that the Las Vegas WASH Coordination Committee has been responsible for not only enhancing the wetlands, but restoring them and creating more wetlands in Las Vegas. And it's really unheard of to have such a wonderful committee that is comprised of local and state agencies who have worked together to not only increase the habitat, but also provide knowledge and education programs to various students and communities throughout the valley.
This year's World's Wetlands Day theme is Sustainable Livelihoods for Our Future. And these teens were given a hands-on education in a most unlikely outdoor classroom.
This year, we will have approximately 250 students from grades 9 through 12 attend the World Wetlands Day event.
The Clark County Wetlands Park offers visitors more than 13 miles of trails and an excellent nature center that provides indoor information on the flora, fauna, and functionality that is the Wetlands Park. Located at 7050 Wetlands Park Lane near Sam Boyd Stadium, the Nature Center is open daily from 9 a.m. till 4 p.m., and the outdoor park is open from dusk till dawn.
And I recently had a chance to learn a lot more about the wetlands with the woman in charge out here, Program Administrator Liz Bickmore.
Liz, thanks for having us out here to the fabulous Wetlands Park. 2,900 acres out here. We're just a few miles from the Strip and actual civilization kind of thing, but tell me what we're looking at right out here.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I always love an opportunity to talk about the park. And so here at the Nature Preserve, which is 210 acres within the Wetlands Park, we have miles and miles of trails. There's cement walking trails, there's also dirt paths. We have more than 300 species of wildlife, more than 700 species of reptiles, small mammals, invertebrates, etc. There's really a lot to see and do out here.
Besides the amazing geography that we see, this plays an important part of our ecosystem.
You know, it really does. What's really special about this place is its function. The whole valley is shaped like a bowl and it's tilted on its side. So the Las Vegas Wash flows through the Wetlands Park and actually drains all of the flows from our watershed. And what's great about the Wetlands Park is we have taken some of that water and created a natural flow system, a series of streams that actually creates opportunities to create habitat, but also opportunities for birding, wildlife watching, etc. And then we also bring an educational component with many, many educational programs, bird watching opportunities, art programs, etc.
Tell me about your educational program. I know recently you had World Wetlands Day out here and had some high school and some university students out here, but there's always kids coming out here to visit this living laboratory.
You know, it really is. What's special about this place is its beauty and all of the natural offerings that we have. It's an outdoor classroom, like you said. And so at World Wetlands Day, we were able to bring out high school students with our partner SNWA. They coordinated all of the activities. But then we also have a year-round program that we partner with the school district. We've been doing this for more than 15 years. So before we actually had a wetlands park, we were bringing students out here. So we do this all throughout the school year. We also have many additional programs, and we're excited to add new programs. We've added new staff, and so we actually just completed our Valentine's Day special, which was Nature's Romance. We had a special hike in the evening, and we talked about all the different nesting activities and all of the wildlife special interactions that happen this time of year, and it was a great success.
Tell me about some of the other new programs coming out here, Liz.
We're really excited to offer some new programs. We have new staff and we have great ideas. So coming March 23rd, we're going to have the International Migratory Bird Day. We partner with many different agency partners, many nonprofits to make this come true. So on Friday night, we're going to actually have different booths out here with scientists and experts in their field. We're inviting the public to come out. We hope to get school kids as well. And we're going to go in the field and try to observe as many different plants and wildlife that we can find. We're going to have a bird station, we're going to have a bat station. It's really going to be special. And then on Saturday morning, we're going to do the same thing, but maybe with just a little bit different focus. Where the previous evening, we were looking at more of the dusk type species you would see. In the morning, we'll focus on what you would see in the morning out here. And then we're all going to collect data, either in paper form or put it into an iNaturalist app. And we're going to have experts here to help you use that particular app. And then we're going to have a data viewing party at the conclusion of that. And we're really very excited. One of our partners is National Geographic Society. They're going to come out and they're going to bring a world map the whole week preceding that. And we hope to bring out many different school groups and children to come and participate in that activity. And we're very excited about that.
You've talked about volunteers, community partners, and efforts. This place truly is for the community, and it is helped being run by people in the community, right?
You know, what's really special is this is a community park. It was formed because the community wanted it. Back in the 70s, people knew how special this place was, and so they worked with the county commission, and we got this place dedicated as the Clark County Wetlands Park. And since then, we have dedicated volunteers. Some of our volunteers have been here more than 15 years participating in activities, and so they are really truly special to us. Right now, we have more than 104 volunteers that are active and participate in various ways. They do the school outreach programs, they help man our facility in the exhibit hall, they help pick up trash, and we actually have a really great stewardship program called the Wetland Watchers, and that's where people come out when they want to. You know, if you like to walk in the morning, they come out in the morning and they help pick out trash. They help identify areas that need assistance. You know, they identify the graffiti for us. Just recently we found some trails that were impacted, and so they let us know, and then in turn we can go and we can repair those and we can help rectify those situations. And they're also really great because they just provide extra eyes and ears out in the field when we can't be out there, and they help park visitors, provide information. They are truly a wonderful part of this wetlands park.
Liz, I think one of the last times we were out here was last summer, last fall, and the Sunrise Trailhead. You talked about some of the graffiti and some vandalizing situations and things like that. How is that situation? Has it been resolved? You've been working with Park Police and Metro?
You know, the Sunrise Trailhead was an issue for us, and it will continue to be an issue. Anytime you have a park on the outside of town or near the outskirts of town, you have a lot of different activities that happen out there. There's not a lot of people out there watching. So we have been working with Metro. We've been working with Park Police. We've been working with our federal partners to help address this issue. It's going to be ongoing, but we're making great strides. We've had a lot of stewardship programs out there. We partner with Outside Las Vegas Foundation. They've had some cleanups. Our Wetlands Hands-On program has been out there many times to help clean up the trash, clean up the graffiti that's going on. And so it's going to be an ongoing issue, but I think it's something we're up to deal with. And I think it's only going to get better out there.
And this place continues to get better. I think if people hadn't been out here in a few years, they wouldn't have seen the fantastic nature center. And tell me about what you're planning for just over my shoulder here.
You know, we are absolutely thrilled that we recently were notified that we're going to be receiving money from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act to create a natural play area. It's the latest thing in parks and recreation. And so Years ago, when we were kids, we'd go out in the desert if you grew up here, and you'd play with whatever items you found out there. I would go out and catch lizards, you'd build forts, etc. But now a lot of times the kids are more in the urban area, and you've got these playgrounds. You climb up the ladder, you swing on the swings. Here we're going to create a play area with natural elements, sticks that they can make forts out of, but it's not going to be structured. It's going to be up to their imagination and what they want to do with it. So we're really excited for this opportunity, and we're looking forward to planning that in the coming months.
When can we expect that to break ground and or then get finished?
Well, you know, it is a really big project, and so the planning that's going to go into this, we're going to bring in different partners to help us with it. We're going to include interpretive signage and wayfinding, etc. And so we're really looking forward to all of that. But it is going to be a bit of a process, so it'll be a few years before it's actually completed.
And I know something else as we're heading into the beautiful spring and summertime, you're looking at extending your hours here. Tell us about the hours and tell us how people can come out here and enjoy the Wetlands Park.
You know, the Nature Preserve has been here for a few years. The Nature Center was actually funded by PLMA, and it was constructed in 2013. And since then, the hours have always been 9 to 3 for our exhibit hall and Nature Center. But now we've got more staff, we've grown a bit, there's more demand to come out here, and it really is a beautiful facility. So right now we've extended our hours from 9 to 4, so you're welcome to come out during the winter for that time. And then based on the visitor usage, we're going to expand those hours even more, because we know people want to be out here all day, and so we hope to extend those hours even more over the summer. And the park hours, you can come in and hike anytime from dawn till dusk, and we hope to see you out here.
And finally, if people are planning on coming out here, what should they bring? What shouldn't they bring? Give us some do's and don'ts.
You know, again, like you said, the whole park is 2,900 acres. This Nature Preserve area is dedicated for nature and wildlife. A lot of wildlife are shy. They don't want to be around dogs. They don't want to be around bikes. They don't want to be around skateboards. So we try to reserve this area for just simply hiking and walking. Strollers are welcome. You should always bring water to the site. That we do not allow picnicking out here, again, because feeding wildlife can become a nuisance. We do have areas where you can bike, and we are encouraging all of our bikers to use our new Monson Trail, which is located just to the north of the Nature Preserve, and it connects to our North Trail loop, and you can actually do a loop all the way around the Wetlands Park. And so that is where we're encouraging our bikers to go. Our friendly dog walkers, we love them as well, but again, we try to keep them out of the Nature Preserve to protect our wildlife. And so they are encouraged to go to Duck Creek and some of our other trailheads like Padco Trailhead and Wells Trailhead. And again, there's a series of trails that connects all of these areas where dogs and bikes are welcome.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Savvy shoppers are already counting down the days till summer when this place is scheduled to open. And you know furniture fans will flock to Nevada's first ever IKEA store.
To my left is Amy Jensen, who will be the store manager, or is the store manager of this future
IKEA
store.
executives hosted a hard hat tour for Commissioner Susan Brager, proudly parading through their massive under-construction store set to open this summer. The Swedish company is the world's largest home furnishings retailer. IKEA's iconic blue and yellow colors reflect their nation's heritage, and their 26-acre footprint and construction progress at Durango and the Beltway is already eagerly anticipated by a legion of local IKEA aficionados.
When we broke ground, we already had 101,000 customers in this area. So that meant they were either ordering online or they were driving to California and shopping.
A vast array of sun-soaking panels situated on the rooftop will be the state's largest single-use solar display and provide power to the 351,000 square foot store.
This is where all the merchandise will be stored.
All of IKEA's products, from meatballs to Billy bookcases, boomerang hangers, and everything needed to outfit a bedroom, kitchen, and dining room are exclusively designed, and most are ready to assemble. IKEA customers typically take a 2 to 3 hour journey during each shopping excursion.
Makes it very sustainable.
It does.
Each of their 379 stores worldwide have a standard layout with 3 key components: showroom, marketplace, and the self-serve cafeteria. In Clark County, the development of IKEA has provided a much-needed influx of construction jobs The company is a well-respected employer, and when they're ready to hire staff, the permanent jobs will be in high demand.
They had about 300 people on this front end of working, and then about 300 employees, full and part-time. And IKEA pays part-time people benefits. And I just would not want to miss that, because that's so important for a portion of our society that needs maybe 20 hours, or it's a, mother and father that one works one time and one works another. So they've really met the need of our community, and that says a lot for what a company does. So we're really pleased to have IKEA be here.
Work will continue for a few more months at IKEA Las Vegas, and the company has not yet announced a grand opening date. But store manager Jensen is eager to bring her family and the Swedish IKEA culture and values to Clark County.
We've been looking in this area for quite some time. One of the criteria to open a new store is that the area has grown to a number of 2 million people in our primary market area, and Las Vegas hit that. So that was really exciting for us. And then we came looking for a location, and this location is amazing.
And Chronicles will be at the opening of Nevada's first IKEA store later this summer. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at www.clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
The Nevada Site-Specific Advisory Board is accepting applications for new members. The Community Board provides recommendations to the Department of Energy on cleanup activities at the Nevada National Security Site. Members meet 6 to 8 times per year, and no technical experience is required. Reimbursement for authorized travel expenses for eligible members is available. Apply online by March 31st.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
And there was a time you couldn't give away the land. Couldn't give it away.
It was during the Depression. They came in 1931 in November. They left everything behind. They didn't tell anyone they were coming.
People were terribly, terribly poor.
So hot and no business to be had.
Very few people, no families that I knew really had cars.
There was many a Sunday we'd be sitting there eating a big meal, and he'd wonder if there's going to be a meal next Sunday.
There really wasn't much of a boom until the construction of the dam, and that's when lots of laborers really came here from all over the West, all over the country, to work on the dam.
When they came here, they were broke, and of course there was no money anywhere else. There was soup kitchens and everything else all over the country. The dam was being built, and this is where the money was. So people migrated in here.
And they were sleeping down past the graveyard. They had what they called a Hooverville.
There was probably a couple of thousand people living out under the mesquite bushes.
It was a tragic thing. The number of people here come here hoping to get work and couldn't find it.
The most important thing in life for most of us was to have a job. We did put that extra amount of effort always to keep our jobs.
One of my biggest memories was for every job on Boulder Dam, there was 10 men came here to try to get it.
There were about 5,000 of us working on the dam at all times.
I worked one stretch without a day off for something like 10 months.
So you had to wait till somebody got bumped off before you got a job.
I made this promise to myself. You're not going to walk off of this job. The only way that you're going to leave this job is they're going to fire you. That's how much it meant to me.
We went down there, and when it was all dirt, they blocked it off.
They had men that would suspend themselves from ropes and bosun's chairs on the side of the cliffs. These high scalers would jump back and forth on this big long rope and drill in there and put dynamite in and blow these rocks off. And
I remember seeing the first blasts where they were going into the canyon wall to make room for the dam.
We would go out and watch the big crane that would let the cement down and the concrete down into the dam when they're pouring the concrete.
The thing that fascinated me were the cement buckets that they would fill up on top. And then they had a string of cables that ran across the canyon, and these buckets hung on those cables and ran over to where they wanted to dump the cement.
But that was probably the worst job I've ever had in my life. I was 17. Us puddlers would get in. They would come in with their high lines, dump the concrete into the form, and then we would get in there and stomp around with our feet until we forced all of the concrete into every crevice to where there was no bubbles, no bit of a weakness in that thing.
And we went every couple of months and watched the full construction of it.
Yeah, I actually helped build that dam. I was a part of something that was pretty darn important.
Hey, I'm Frank Caliendo, pretending to be Robin Williams, George Bush, and even Bill Clinton. Guess what? You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. On December 17, 1991, the Clark County Department of Aviation celebrated the grand opening of what was then dubbed the Charter International Terminal. In 2012, Terminal 3 replaced this aging facility, which in later years had become known as Terminal 2. It wasn't the greatest facility, but it did play a vital role in McCarran's history. Here's a look back at Terminal 2.
Early this year, excavators and other heavy equipment began tearing down Terminal 2.
With the increase in our international traffic, the facility was too small and no longer met the needs of our airlines and customers.
In 1968, McCarran Airport was officially renamed McCarran International Airport, and in 1971 it became an official port of entry for U.S. Customs, allowing for direct international charter flights. But without a full-service terminal, McCarran was not yet truly international.
Before we had an international terminal here, basically people came into Phoenix, they came into LA, they came into San Francisco. Then they had to transition to a domestic flight if they were going to come here. It didn't make it easy to come to Las Vegas.
In the 1970s and 80s, what would become Terminal 2 was two separate facilities. One housed PSA Airlines and the other American Airlines. Later, the PSA building was transformed into a small international terminal. But as Las Vegas became a destination for travelers abroad, the facility needed an upgrade.
And so the airport looked at, in its planning, what could they do to better handle charter flights, international flights, And what they ended up doing was redesigning these two buildings and putting them together into what became the Charter International Terminal.
Later, the facility was renamed Terminal 2. The 183,000 square foot building had 2 stories and featured 8 gates, 7 with wide-body aircraft capability. The terminal housed all federal inspection services and included a duty-free shop, a few eateries, and a news and gift concession. In the early days of its operation, this small facility served our passengers well and was admired for its easy access.
Passengers could get dropped off at the curb. Ticket counters were just inside, and with only 8 gates, once they got through security, their gate was just steps away. They just loved it.
Terminal 2 had a VIP lounge that catered to international travelers, but some employees remember a less than first-class experience.
Unfortunately, every time it rained in Las Vegas, for some reason, it always rained in my particular office. No matter what they did to fix it, it just seems to always rain in my office. So we always had plastic tarps to throw over my desk every time the forecast was for rain, which was rare in Las Vegas.
Another downside to the humble terminal was its lack of amenities, especially dining options.
There was Pizza Hut and Burger King, and that was your choice. And that's what we ate every day. And I never brought lunch, so Burger King and Pizza Hut was my daily routine.
All salvageable building materials are being separated and hauled off for recycling. Once the miscellaneous concrete and other products are cleared, the site will be graded. Regardless of Terminal 2's quirks and modest size, many who work there say it deserves its place in history and in their hearts.
No matter who you worked for, everybody knew everybody because you saw their faces every single day that you came into work, and that's something we're going to miss dearly.
It was like a little family because everybody was so close and you saw everybody every day.
I spent probably 10 years in Terminal 2, maybe a little bit longer. So yeah, to me it was home.
For more than 25 years, Terminal 2 served as Las Vegas's gateway to the world. Soon the old structure will be gone, but with convenient airfield access, the site gives the Department of Aviation options for future development and new memories.
McCarran hosts thousands of arriving passengers each day. Once on the ground, these travelers are ready to experience the sights and sounds of Las Vegas as soon as possible. New technology and a team of dedicated transportation specialists make taking a taxi a convenient option.
Number 12, please, this way.
For many travelers, getting out of the airport means getting into a cab. On average, more than 3 million passengers move through these lines and into the back of a taxi each year, making this airport loading zone at Terminal 1 likely one of the busiest in the United States.
Well, we monitor the convention schedule from the LVCVA on a monthly basis, so we know exactly what days are going to be our peak days for that month. We add transportation specialists to our taxi operation on a needed basis so we can maintain a high level of customer service.
Most of the time, passengers can catch a cab in less than 10 minutes, but during peak periods on Thursdays through Sundays, average wait times can increase.
Number 18.
To keep the lines moving as quickly as possible, McCarran's friendly transportation specialists assist passengers, adjust the queues, and direct cabs to the appropriate loading space.
19.
McCarran recently implemented new technology that allows the airport to track taxi wait times. Computer monitors are strategically placed before the queue and show passengers approximate wait times, which are often less than expected.
Well, previous to the sign, a passenger would come out and see a line, and it can seem daunting at times. They don't really understand that it does move quickly with the help of our transportation specialists, but we want to give them more real-time information so they can judge accordingly.
Big conventions translate into busy curbs at McCarran. On January 6th of 2016, during the peak of the Consumer Electronics Show, transportation specialists loaded 830 cabs an hour, or 14 per minute. That's more than 16,619 cabs during the course of the workday.
I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and there's no place I want to be.
From time to time, we'll even provide entertainment for passengers while they wait. We'll tell you more about that later. In spite of the high volume, McCarran's taxi curbs are also some of the most efficient, giving Las Vegas visitors a convenient choice for getting to their final destination.
To help welcome our passengers as soon as they get to the airport, we've launched a new campaign we like to call Voices of Vegas. Let's take a listen.
Voices of Vegas is a new program focused entirely on the Las Vegas music scene.
Rather than playing generic music throughout the terminals, we are broadcasting songs from the Rat Pack, Elvis Presley, Shania Twain, other resort headliners and artists with a Las Vegas connection.
Faces of Vegas also includes live performances in the airport to help welcome visitors to Southern Nevada.
You know, I think they've really liked it here. We've had a lot of great compliments, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of iPhones out recording, a lot of people dancing.
During community events and popular conventions such as the Consumer Electronics Show and the National Finals Rodeo, the music is a big hit with passengers.
Oh yeah, while you're waiting on your baggage, waiting for your bags to get off the plane, and nothing better to hear some country music.
My mom's coming in to help me with my twin girls, and we got here early, so I thought I'd have the girls come in, and thank goodness there's entertainment for them.
The program also expands the existing partnership with the Clark County School District.
It's just cool seeing like all the people around here like enjoying the music.
Local students perform during special occasions such as Mexican Independence Day and the annual tree lighting ceremony.
Come on now, let's celebrate, the season is here.
Hi, I'm Marie, and I'm a little bit...
If you listen closely, you'll also hear audio messages from local fan favorites Donnie and Marie, Imagine Dragons, and Britney Spears.
Hi, it's Britney Spears. Make the most of your trip. After all, what happens in Vegas, well, you know.
Showcasing more local professional and amateur musicians is a great way to improve the customer experience and amp up the airport's ongoing community outreach efforts.
Terminal 1 is getting an updated look. The makeover has been divided into 3 separate projects that will modernize the facility once this work is completed in 2017. Here's a look at the improvements.
The $37 million project calls for upgrades to Terminal 1 baggage claim, ticketing, and the A-gates.
The end result will update the look and feel of these areas and enhance our passengers' travel experience.
Work is already underway in the baggage claim where the carpeting is getting replaced with poured-in-place terrazzo.
Not only will it be easier to maintain and clean for our staff, but it's also going to have highlights of multicolored patterns, very shiny, so it's really going to give us that wow factor for all our customers that come into the airport.
Decorative wall and column treatments will also be installed in baggage claim, and the restrooms will be updated.
We really need to have that great first impression and last impression. Almost 50% of our visitors come through the airport, and we need to give them a good impression, and this project's really going to do that.
Terminal 1's ticketing areas will also be transformed with new terrazzo floors and decorative column treatments. Customers in the ticketing area will see new entryways, doors, fresh paint, and new restrooms conveniently located in the center. Some in-floor electrical ductwork is also planned to increase McCarran's ability to support self-serve check-in kiosks. The A-gates will also get refreshed, similar to the improvements that were already made to the B-gates. When the entire project is finished, Terminal 1 will be easier on the eyes and easier to clean while helping McCarran serve Las Vegas visitors for decades to come.
Until then, please pardon our dust while we work to complete the project on time and improve the customer experience at the airport.
McCarran International Airport is located in the heart of the Las Vegas Valley and serves as a vital link for the local tourism industry. Here's a by-the-numbers look at why McCarran and its sister airports are such an integral part of the economy and community.
The Clark County aviation system includes McCarran International Airport, North Las Vegas Airport, Henderson Executive Airport, Jean Sport Aviation Center, and a small general aviation airport in Overton. Together, these airports have an estimated economic impact in the region of $28.4 billion. That amount equals approximately 30% of the gross domestic product in Clark County and is the result of the efforts of more than 200,000 employees that earn $8 billion in labor income generated from commercial aviation in the Las Vegas Valley. The Clark County aviation system is a self-sufficient business enterprise. No local tax dollars are used to fund any of the airports, which means all the benefits provided to the local economy come at no cost to the local taxpayer. But McCarran is more than just an economic engine that helps drive the Southern Nevada economy. It's also the first and last look for nearly half of all Las Vegas visitors. That makes providing great customer service a top priority. These efforts were recently recognized in the 2015 North America Airport Satisfaction Study, conducted by the prestigious international research firm J.D. Power and Associates. McCarran International Airport performed performed exceptionally well in the survey, ranking third overall among 30-plus entrants in the large airports category. Each day, McCarran handles nearly 3 times the number of passengers compared to number 1 ranked Portland International Airport, and sees more than double the passenger activity of number 2 ranked Tampa International Airport. Considering those numbers, McCarran truly ranked number 1 among large airports in North America. From top to bottom, our emphasis on excellence and customer service is paying off.
McCarran International Airport is a city within a city. From shops and restaurants to a police station and post office, it takes more than 16,000 employees to keep this airport running smoothly. Here's a look at some of the unique jobs and the employees who help passengers get where they need to go.
Maintaining a major transportation hub takes a team of dedicated employees working in various areas of the airport, including the terminals, airfield, and roadways. Of the 16,000 total airport employees, Clark County employs nearly 1,400. The Department of Aviation has a broad range of positions for individuals with or without an aviation background. Whether the position is entry-level, technical, or managerial, an ability to work as a team and provide great customer service is a must.
Las Vegas is known for the hospitality. We have the highest standard, and we want that standard brought to the airport, and our employees are the ones that provide that standard. We want them to work together because that provides the best experience possible for the passenger.
The airport is a dynamic and exciting place to work. From custodians and communications network analysts to programmers and passenger service representatives, each employee is committed to making every passenger's trip through our airport a positive experience.
We're in circulation. We move people back and forth from into Vegas to out to Vegas to different destinations. We got to keep our operation moving, got to keep customers happy, because seeing them leave happy, I know they'll be back.
McCarran is the 25th busiest airport in the world and the 9th busiest in North America. All employees directly and indirectly assist passengers, and that effort ultimately helps the airport grow and prosper. There are a lot of employees, some who work behind the scenes, providing a vital lifeline for the systems and services that passengers, vendors, and other government agencies rely on.
We interact with other offices and other divisions at the airport. We also work with vendors, and we are basically the integrators between our users, the public, and the technical side.
McCarran's array of jobs is vast and unique. From a locksmith who maintains hundreds of door locks, to airside maintenance workers who use bulldozers and heavy machinery on the airfield, to electricians who keep thousands of motors and conveyor belts working.
I do like working here. I believe that the airport is the first and last place that a traveler gets to, so I like to make a good impression on that.
Everything they do on the job makes for a hassle-free airport journey for passengers.
Every day when certain situations arise, like weather for instance, it's my job to work around it and to come up with a solution extremely quickly and to work with different agencies to make that happen as smoothly and effortlessly as possible.
With teamwork and dedication from airport employees, McCarran will continue to maintain its position as a global leader in aviation while providing each and every customer an experience on par with the community we're privileged to serve.
For passengers who need assistance navigating through McCarran International Airport, courtesy wheelchair service is available at both of our terminals. This valuable amenity is helpful to our customers and is why passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
McCarran International Airport is dedicated to providing convenient and comfortable service to all of our customers.
Are you Mr. Smith? Yes. Hello, how are you? My name is Melody. I'll be assisting you today.
If you or a member of your party need a little extra help, courtesy wheelchair assistance is available.
Yes, sir. I have the bag right here.
Friendly, professional, and knowledgeable staff are ready around the clock to help customers get where they need to go. These representatives greet customers at the gate or curb and then escort travelers through the entire airport process.
I get to meet new people, different people all day long, get to talk to them. They're traveling from different places to different places. It's always interesting.
And I'm going to have you get your ID out, okay?
Departing passengers get assistance checking in with the airline, processing through the security checkpoint, and boarding the aircraft.
All right, you guys are all set. Is there anything else I could do for you guys?
Passengers arriving in Las Vegas are greeted at the gate. Then they are escorted to baggage claim, where they can get help retrieving checked luggage. Representatives will even help travelers with shopping and other needs, all while ensuring the customer gets where they need to be quickly and safely.
We don't just take them to their gate. Sometimes passengers want to stop to get some food We take them to the restroom, but our main thing is to drop them off on time at their gate so they can make their flight, their connecting flights.
Because these employees spend more time with each customer than most other airport personnel, this job requires great people skills and sturdy walking shoes.
A smile goes a long way. Always greet passengers with a smile, obviously. Make them feel comfortable. We always ask them if they have any special needs, anything that we need to know about before we proceed with assisting them.
Tablets and radios are critical tools of the trade for passenger service agents and mobility assistant representatives.
Oh, I gotta run. I'll see you later.
Who are quickly dispatched to the customer's specific location. Customers can request the service in advance through their airlines when making travel arrangements. Passengers who didn't plan ahead or just need last-minute help can simply ask any airline representative upon arrival.
You can reserve when you're booking your flight, you can reserve a seat, but because we're always available, we're always here for them. So even if you don't reserve a chair, we're always going to have some PA standing by available to assist.
As one of the fastest growing segments of the traveling population, the number of those requiring a wheelchair continues to rise dramatically.
And when help is needed at McCarran, passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
Since the opening of Terminal 3 in 2012, passenger volume has significantly increased. To help keep the facility operating at maximum efficiency, the airport uses a state-of-the-art visual docking guidance system. Here's how it works.
In addition to ramp workers guiding pilots with handheld wands, a visual docking guidance system, or VDGS for short, has its electronic eye fixed on incoming planes.
Using laser technology, a sensor on the terminal display scans the incoming aircraft as it taxis toward the gate. The scan is compared to an aircraft database to identify the specific aircraft type. Precise guidance information is then automatically displayed on the screen so pilots can safely and efficiently park the aircraft.
It's so broadly used both domestically and internationally that pilots see this on their regular flying day.
As certain larger aircraft can only operate at designated gates, the VDGS checks the aircraft for compatibility before allowing it to park. A failure to match information against a predefined acceptable profile for the expected aircraft will result in an immediate stop message to pilots. The sensor also scans the apron, making sure there are no vehicles or objects in the way of incoming aircraft. In addition to enhancing safety, the VDGS can help avoid delays by keeping things moving in inclement weather. When the threat of lightning sends ground crews indoors, the automated system continues to identify available gates and allows pilots to self-park, enabling more passengers to deplane at the gate. The system makes every approach and docking at Terminal 3 as safe, smooth, and fast as possible.
Now the system does it itself and uses a series of lasers and mirrors to dock the aircraft within 10 centimeters of where it's supposed to stop.
Speeding up the docking process optimizes gate capacity and means that aircraft engines can be turned off sooner, saving valuable fuel. A win-win for McCarran and the environment.
McCarran hosts more than 120,000 passengers a day, and it takes a lot of food to satisfy the appetites of so many hungry travelers. As part of the airport's ongoing sustainability efforts, when there's excess food, it doesn't go to waste. Some items are donated to the local community, which helps those in need and keeps McCarran growing green.
As McCarran's master food and beverage concessionaire, HMS Host easily meets that demand with a variety of airport dining options, but they're also doing their part to help feed those in need in our very own community.
It's actually something that HMS Host does corporate-wide. For HMS Host, this is important to do. It's a way that we can give back to our community.
Monday through Saturday, a refrigerated truck from the Las Vegas Rescue Mission pulls up to the loading docks at McCarran. They're here to collect packaged food HMS Host didn't sell at its airport concessions.
Well, there's two things. One, it prevents waste, and that's just good for the community as a whole. But maybe more importantly is the type of food that's donated. Because it's perishable, it's fresh produce. Those are things that are very difficult for us to maintain the kind of inventory to be able to supply for people.
Items include wrap sandwiches, prepared salads, packaged fruit, and other items that can no longer be sold to airport customers but are still fresh and healthy.
And so the for-profit world working with an organization like us and saying, let's share in this together to make our community a better place. That's incredibly important, and we're so grateful to have that. But on a practical basis, when you serve 1,000 to 1,200 meals every day, from lunches to a community meal that may see as many as 750 to 800 people come in just 1 hour, The resources to be able to adequately feed are so important.
Would you like salad?
Yes.
You want dressing on your salad?
Yes. The value of that to be able to provide for people who otherwise may go hungry is so essential and is such a huge help for us to be able to do what we do each day.
In my situation right now, there would not be a lot of options for me. I needed the help they provided. Whatever is donated through the community and through McCarran also is hugely beneficial. It's given me the new edge I need to have vision for the future for myself to continue in it and be successful.
The daily donations help feed community residents in need, prevent food waste, and divert refuse from the landfills. And that's just one more way McCarran is growing green.
To reach out to the growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish written with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Miro to tell us more about McCarran International Airport's passenger service representatives.
El Aeropuerto Internacional McCarran tiene un equipo de representantes de servicios de pasajeros que ayudan a los pasajeros con muchas de sus necesidades de viaje. Usando chaquetas de color marrón, representantes de servicio de pasajeros son fáciles de identificar y han estado proporcionando excelente servicio al cliente en McCarran por más de 25 años. Representantes de servicio de pasajeros también se ubican en los puestos de información del aeropuerto para ayudar a los viajeros con preguntas sobre tiempo de vuelo, ubicación de las puertas, transporte, compras y opciones de dónde comer. Hola, ¿me puede ayudar, por favor? Para viajeros que no hablan el inglés, ayuda adicional está disponible.
Aquí en McCarran International Airport también tenemos un banco de lenguaje. Es un servicio donde tenemos una panfleta donde la sacamos, se las enseñamos a los pasajeros. Pueden verla, cualquier lenguaje que se les haga conocido. Nos enseñan. Después lo que podemos hacer, llamamos a un servicio por teléfono donde vamos a agarrar un intérprete.
Estos empleados valiosos también sirven como embajadores ambulantes, asistiendo a los pasajeros en el aeropuerto según sea necesario.
Es bonito el trabajo, es divertido, cada día aprendes algo nuevo.
La mayoría de ellos están certificados para administrar RCP, resucitación cardiopulmonar, y usar un desfibrilador externo automático. Cuando el aeropuerto está ocupado, los representantes de servicio de pasajero ayudan con el control de congestionamiento y ayudan a gestionar las áreas de entrada y en los puestos de seguridad. Trabajando con el público en los terminales, los representantes de servicio de pasajeros son a menudo el primer recurso para los pasajeros cuando se necesita ayuda adicional. La prioridad es de proveer el mejor servicio al pasajero.
McCarran International Airport is home to a variety of shops and restaurants. Recently, brand new or updated concessions opened their doors for passengers looking for a last-minute bite to eat or that must-have travel item.
To meet customer needs, McCarran provides an appealing variety of retail options that includes a mix of national brands and locally owned small businesses.
As part of McCarran's overall customer service experience, we're always looking to add new dining and shopping options.
At the B Gates, a new PGA Tour Grill offers healthy dining options, which include salads and made-to-order sandwiches.
Also at the B Gates, we've added a new Stella Artois Belgian beer cafe, which offers crafted beer and cocktails for the passengers waiting to board their planes.
The world-famous Belgian libation can also be found at the cafe's second location in the D Gates.
And over at the D Gates, we've added Sugar Factory, which is a locally owned business, which is a confectionery selling personalized candies, roasted nuts, fresh popcorn.
Also new to the lineup is Tumi. The world-renowned retailer opened in the southwest wing of the D Gates and offers a variety of luggage, duffel, garment bags, and other travel accessories.
A new offering at the D Gates is the Great American Bagel Bakery, which offers fresh bagels in the morning and made-to-order sandwiches in the afternoon.
For a complete list of shopping options at McCarran, log onto our website to view an interactive map where you can see what each concourse has to offer.
Ever since the Wright brothers' first flight over the dunes of North Carolina in 1903, aviation enthusiasts have loved watching man-made flying machines. But there are those dedicated few who have made plane spotting their life's leisure pursuit. Here's a look at some plane spotters and their unique hobby.
There are different types of aircraft spotters with different tactics and goals. Some aircraft spotters record the registration number or EN number of every airplane they've ever seen. Other plane spotters photograph as many planes as they can, paying attention to the different aircraft types and distinctive paint schemes. And they like to share their photos in online communities. But no matter the goal, plane spotters from around the world travel to Las Vegas in pursuit of their favorite pastime. And McCarran has proven to be an ideal venue for the growing hobby.
I think the variety here is very good. There's lots of corporate jets, there's lots of interesting airliners, and really enjoy the hobby. And that's what we're really looking for, is to try and enjoy it.
Most of these hobbyists have been to Vegas multiple times over the years to view aircraft.
I see quite a bit of the world as well. And when I'm with my wife, if it's a beach holiday, it's normally near an airport, so you can relax on the beach, get a nice tan, and get some numbers and photographs at the same time.
Spotters who like to photograph the planes prefer to shoot during the colder months when the heat haze and other visual distortions are minimized. For most of us, watching a 747 roar down the runway and effortlessly take flight is likely exciting enough. But for these aviation buffs, it's even more fun to know exactly what kind of an airplane they're watching, where it's from, where it's going, and what's its story.
And it's also it's a good meeting point with your friends as well. You know, when you're living 9 to 5 back in the UK and you come back to places like this, you can get up early in the morning, come and look up at some aircraft. It's as much as a hobby as much as a holiday as well, so we try and combine as much as we can into it.
So the next time you're at McCarran, see if you can spot the plane spotters. And if you have time, take a minute to ask about their hobby. There's always an interesting story to hear.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the fire department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is where fun happens. Love is in the air for some happy seasoned citizens. We'll tell you about the Cupid Connection speed dating events. Poet Vogue Robinson shares her hopes for longtime love and companionship. And Aurora says to take a hike to get in shape this spring. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
My name is Krista Laura Jackson. I'm a cultural recreation specialist with Clark County Parks and Recreation. And we're very excited about a new volunteer program getting started at Sunset Park. We're starting a new program called the Sunset Stewards, where we'll have volunteers who come visit the park on their own schedule, and they'll just kind of walk the park and check it out and report any issues that need to be taken care of. And they'll also engage visitors and share some information, share some education about the wildlife and about the park, and engage people in a positive way.
Well, I read about the program in the paper, and they're looking for people to help out, I guess, 4 hours a month minimum. And I've been coming here since '93, and I just love the park. It's beautiful. I mean, it's a real nice place. And I thought maybe I could help out. Since I come here so much, I thought maybe I could give back a little bit.
Anyone with about an hour a week to spare would be a great volunteer. The park, of course, is open 7 days a week. And we have people of all ages that are coming in that want to volunteer. The minimum that we're asking for is for about an hour a week or 4 hours a month. We have a lot of people that spend a great deal of time at the park who will be volunteering for many hours a week.
We love to go around the lake and look at the ducks, and they've got road runners out there, and we've seen turtles in that lake. It's just a nice, relaxing day to come and walk around the lake and just bring the dogs. The dogs love it down here.
The volunteers will walk their favorite part of the park. That could be the area around the lake, that could be the historic dunes area, or even the area near the playing fields here. And if they choose to make it part of their volunteer service, they'll pick up trash, which can be a huge help. Also, one of the issues that we want to educate people on is regarding the birds and all the wildlife in the park, that it's really a bad idea to feed them. Unfortunately, human food just doesn't give wildlife the proper nutrition, and it's much better for them to find the food that they need in nature. So just when they come, they'll wear an identifying vest, and they'll have an ID badge. But also, they get to have that extra level of ownership in the park. We're calling it Sunset Stewards because they're truly stewards of the park. It's a real opportunity to be involved in your community in a unique way. So for anyone interested in becoming a volunteer, you can email sunsetstewards with an S at ClarkCountyNV.gov or call 702-455-8200 and ask about the Sunset Steward Volunteer Program.
My name is Chris Bowder, and this is my show at the Clark County Government Center entitled The Gathering. Well, the show is called The Gathering, and a couple things are happening with the show. One is I like to think of artists as gathering and collecting materials. So when I go to LA to collect art and art hando, I've been collecting these tumbleweeds and gathering them up over the past maybe 6 to a year. But the idea that the tumbleweed is an object that gathers itself too, whether or not it's dispersing and gathering seeds or trash or whatever, and at the same time the tumbleweeds gather together. So a lot's happening with the title of Gathering in the show. We have a select group of tumbleweeds that are consistent to the southwest, which are bushes that were basically alive. They either die and uproot themselves, or they uproot themselves and die, and then they tumble, they roll based on the wind. So any bush can be a tumbleweed. So I find that interesting too, that you have a plant and then it becomes something else. The tumbleweed is a general category, you know, and then in the Midwest and the South and Texas, there's different kinds of plants that will do this. But, you know, it's got to take on a certain shape, and with that, the wind and the way it tumbles will shape these. So you can tell in some of these that the branches have been bent, and I modified them in no way aside from painting them. As far as in terms of the color, this isn't the first time I've done the tumbleweeds. I've had multiple pieces on a smaller scale. They've usually been in singular form or in small groups, 2s or 3s. So this is the first time I did the larger one. So I wanted to incorporate a color that kind of made them take away from that individuality and almost create this giant mass of them, because these do build up out in the desert, and you see these and you wonder what happens to them. So I wanted this to look as one giant entity that could actually move, or I don't know, it's taken on a quality of like it wants to grab you or something, it wants to come alive. Balloons are an object, and the latex paint is a material that I've been using in my work for a long time now. The balloons are an object that's created for a very short life expectancy. It's there for a peak kind of celebration, and then it dies or disintegrates, and then it's lost. But yeah, one of the original pieces I did was kind of a white, really, really bright white, and it almost looked like a flocking, you know, like you would at Christmas. But this particular color, I had to deal with the fact that the space doesn't have electricity. Usually some of these are lit within, so I have to deal with the lighting coming through. So like you said, you saw this piece the other day, and at certain sunlight it starts to glow this green inside, and throughout the day it'll kind of change on its own. And that was just a trial and error with using different color and finding out what color can do, because color is an important part of my work as well. Come on down and check it out.
Hi, my name is Russell Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different special events for people of all ages.
Okay, ladies, go ahead and get up. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
But today we're focusing with senior citizens and active adults, and we're here at the Paradise Recreation Center, which is located near East Tropicana and McLeod, for our first annual Cupid Connection. I have no And what this event's all about is for Valentine's Day. It's for speed dating for seniors, and it's a great way, obviously, to connect with other people. And obviously, sometimes it's hard to meet people in Vegas because everyone's so spread out in different parts of the valley. And especially with online dating being the rage for many people, speed dating is another great thing, and especially too for senior citizens. They might not be super tech savvy. They might actually have an opportunity to meet someone special and at the very least make a new friend.
Everybody, that round is over. Ladies, go ahead and get up, rotate to your right.
With the speed dating event, what happens is that everybody will be set at a certain station, and the ladies that are in the room will, every 2 minutes, will move from one table over to the next table and get to know another gentleman. And at the end of each round, what they'll do is the participants will mark down who they liked, and then from that point, it is their decision whether or not they would like to further communicate outside of the Paradise Recreation Center.
Yeah, I like football, soccer.
And so for more information on all of our different special events, again, we have several different recreation and senior centers across the county that do provide different events throughout the year. At the Cora Coleman Senior Center, which is located in the northeast part of the valley, their telephone number is 702-455-7617. For more information on all of our different special events that are coming up throughout countywide, please give us a call on our main hotline number as well at 702-455-8200, and check us out at our website at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov/parks. And once again, the Cupid Connection, we're here today at the Paradise Recreation Center. It's a good way for seniors across the Las Vegas Valley to come together in a fun, safe environment to perhaps, once again, whether it's not to necessarily meet their soulmate, perhaps make a new friend along the way and enjoy the ride that is life. So we hope to see you at one of our recreation and senior centers in the near future, and thank you very much.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gaffey, and I'm here to tell you about some events that are coming up at Winchester Cultural Center. And on March 19th, which is a Saturday, at 2 p.m., we're having the quartet of the really wonderful jazz guitarist Jake Langley. It's going to be an afternoon of some really hot jazz. On Saturday, April 2nd at 2 p.m., we will have a recital by the Winchester Starcatchers. The Starcatchers are an exciting young dance group that grew out of the dance classes here at Winchester. And they'll be performing a lot of work that they choreographed themselves. And so this is their ballet showcase, actually. Here at Winchester Cultural Center, we have our own young theater company called the Winchester Headliners. And on April 15th, 16th, and 17th, they'll be presenting William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Tickets are $7. You're going to see some great young talent. Saturday, April 16th, in Winchester Park, we have the longest running event that Clark County has ever presented. It's going to be the 23rd annual Clark County Children's Festival. It's always lots of fun. It runs from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Admission is free, although there are some charges for some rides and food. This year, the theme of the event is art and children's art experiences. We're going to have a hands-on art exhibit created by 2 local artists that I think is going to be quite exciting. So, both in Winchester Cultural Center and in Winchester Park, April 16th, the 23rd annual Clark County Children's Festival from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and admission is free.
Welcome to Winchester Cultural Center. My name is Erica and I'm here to let you know about a couple of shows coming up. First off, on April 9th, Itzel Ballet Folklorico will be here presenting a tribute to Juan Gabriel, a great Mexican musician. The show is at 6 p.m. Tickets are $10 in advance, $12 on the show day. Also, if you like mariachi music, join us on Sunday, April 10th at 2 p.m. for Viva el Mariachi. This is a mariachi celebration concert. This is going to be presented by the Las Vegas Institute of Advanced Mariachi Studies. It's a combination of all Clark County School District mariachi groups that will be here bringing on the music. So join us again. Tickets will be $10 in advance and $12 day of show.
I'm Steve Carmichael, Program Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. With all the warm weather we've had lately, all of our activity is geared up. We're now open again at all centers on Wednesday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Along with all this activity, a lot of new leagues. Wednesday night, we have a historic trap league. It's a 5-person team, starts at 6:30 on Wednesday nights at the Shotgun Center. There's an archery league at the archery area. These are both very family-oriented. On Thursday night, we have a rimfire league at the Rifle Pistol Center, and we also have an archery basics class at the archery area. Both of these are very family-oriented and very affordable. The archery basics class is only $10 for adults, $5 for the kids, and that includes rental equipment. There's also a trap league on Friday mornings for 2-person teams. We have monthly events in trap and sporting clays, the 3rd and 4th Saturday of the month respectively. All kinds of activity, no matter what level of shooter you may be. Also want to mention the corporate challenge events. The range event is March 20th. Trap and skeet is April 24th. Get your teams together, come out and practice beforehand. We have a lot of youth programs out here at the shooting complex, and the 4th time this is going to happen this July is the U.S. Open National Championship. This is for kids, high school age and junior high school age, for trap, skeet, and sporting clays. All kinds of activity. We've got all kinds of rental equipment. You just need to bring yourself. Come out and see us real soon. We got great food. Come hungry. The Roadkill Grill, always something that you'll enjoy. So we're the only 5-star outdoor rated facility in the state of Nevada. Come out and see us real soon here at the Clark County Shooting Complex.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife with some information for this month at the Clark County Shooting Complex. This month our big game draw opens the middle of March. So if you haven't taken a hunter education course, you'll need to do so in order to purchase a hunting license. Now once the big game draw opens, you have until the middle of April. So there's plenty of time to take a hunter education course before that deadline comes. And there's no benefit to being the first person to apply in the big game draw. And with that big game draw, we're going to have an application workshop here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. This workshop is about 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on how many people show up. and it's the do's and don'ts and all the information of how the Nevada big game system works. So if you're new to hunting in Nevada, this class is a must for you. And if you're an experienced Nevada hunter, you'll certainly pick up some good information and some good tips at this workshop. There's no reservations required for this, but I recommend you do come early to reserve yourself a seat. Remember, March 30th is this date's class, so don't forget, 6:30, March 30th, here at the Clark County Shooting Complex for the Big Game Application Workshop. Hope to see you there, and remember, take that hunter education course. Don't delay, because those classes do fill up quick, and I hope to see you out here.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Pettin. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. As you know, we're out here on Boulder Highway and we have 30 acres. We have a great deal to see. But one of the things we always do is change out the exhibits. We have a new exhibit in our changing gallery now. From ancestral to contemporary, a brief history of Pueblo pottery. I want to introduce you to the curator of exhibits at the Clark County Museum, Malcolm Vuksich. Malcolm is the designer of the exhibit and will give us a quick look around here, give you an idea of what you might see.
This case represents 1,000 years of Pueblo pottery, from the very first pots that were made from these small globular little bowls to the classic black on white and the most popular trade pottery, the polychrome red clay with black interior and white on the outside. In the contemporary pottery, in this case, we have 9 different Pueblos represented, and although we consider the Pueblo people as a homogeneous group, there's 10 individual Pueblos speaking 6 distinct languages, and the pottery tradition is unique to each Pueblo based upon the types of clay they have, their cultural traditions, the isolation or lack of isolation that each Pueblo has. If you're close to a railhead during the railroad years, you'd sell to the tourists. If you were more isolated, you'd have more utilitarian wear. All this clay is built by hand. The clay is coiled into long snake-like strands. They're pinched together to form the pot. And after the pot has been shaped, it is sanded with a polishing stone. Then it is polished, soaked and polished to get a smooth finish. After that has dried, the paint or the glaze is applied, and it's fired open and over an open flame with sheep dung, because the sheep dung burns extremely hot and very consistently. The red clay, for example, from Santa Clara Pueblo is interesting. We have the black on black and the white and the red clay. The red and black clay are exactly the same clay. The difference is in the firing method. This exhibit area is dedicated to Anna Roberts Parks. She's the matriarch of the Clark County Museum. Her collection forms the basis of the collections here at the museum. And in fact, all of the pottery that we have in the exhibit is from the museum collections. And this is pretty much how the collection came to the museum, in jars and bags and boxes and sacks. Some of this is being displayed for the very first time. This exhibit talks a little bit about the railroads and the importance to Pueblo life. The railroad came to the area in around 1882, bringing tourism and goods for the Pueblo people. Because of the railroad and the influx of population that it brought, the Pueblo started buying porcelain, ceramics, tinware for their utilitarian use and started losing a lot of the Pueblo traditions. Because of that, many of the Pueblo crafts declined. There were a handful of people that were responsible for the resurgence in pottery. We put this exhibit together because we wanted to show that this pottery has been made by the same people in the same place, the same way for 1,500 years. And it's an important touchstone from the past for the Pueblo people and an important guidepost for the future pottery.
So you can see there's a lot to see out here at the museum. We hope you will come out and join us. Remember, we're only open 7 days a week from 9 to 4:30, and it's only $2 a head. We are the best bargain in the Vegas Valley. So come on out and join us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist here at the Sunrise Trailhead. When the weather is beautiful outdoors, it's a great time to get out and get active. Hiking is a great way to enjoy the outdoors, get a good dose of sunshine, and increase your physical activity levels. Our great city of Las Vegas is known for its neon, but did you know it's a great place to stay physically active for its trails? From its surrounding mountain ranges and national recreation areas to its urban trails and parks, opportunities abound. Although you may have developed a regular walking routine, hiking may demand a bit more from your body, depending on the difficulty level of the hike that you choose. Hiking trails are often rated according to their difficulty. Easy trails may have uneven ground but are fairly level. Moderate levels include a mix of steep grades with level sections, and strenuous trails have steep grades, uneven terrain, and long, steady climbs, making it the most physically demanding level. Other things to consider include weather conditions, distance of the hike, and the extremely high temperatures, especially in April through October. Be sure to never hike alone and let others know where you are going and when you plan to return. You'll want to be sure to take at least 2 quarts of water with you on hikes over 1 mile. Drink a half to 1 cup every 30 to 45 minutes. And remember that humidity, wind, temperature, elevation, exertion levels, and your level of acclimation may increase your water needs. Bringing the right equipment will make your hike more enjoyable. Wear sturdy walking shoes and long pants to help protect you from rocks and cactuses. Protect yourself from the sun with a hat, sunscreen, and sunglasses. Carry a day pack that can hold water, food, a first aid kit, a map, your jacket, and a flashlight. And don't forget to bring a camera to take pictures. A great mobile application to locate trails near you is the Southern Nevada Health District's Neon to Nature app, which provides information on urban, street-side, and rural trails all over the Southern Nevada area. However, you should still carry a map in unfamiliar territory, as many places don't have good cell phone reception. Finally, know that hiking confers many health benefits, both cardiovascular and muscular. Clark County has completed over 50 miles of multi-use and equestrian trails all over the Vegas Valley, with an additional 23 miles under development countywide. Many trails are great for visiting with young children and include such amenities as wildlife viewing, picnic areas, and of course all of them have great views. So remember, being physically active isn't just about being indoors and exercising in a fitness class or a gym. It can also mean getting outdoors and enjoying a hike or a walk. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move more and get healthy by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility or trail near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Bruce Isaacson, Clark County's Poet Laureate, and I'm here with Vogue Robinson, who is a fabulous poet. She's the author of Vogue 316, which I know is an Amazon book, and she's the co-host of Words in Motion, which is an open mic that runs here in town on the 3rd Thursday of each month. She's also an organizer of the Battleborn Poetry Slam, which runs on the 2nd and 4th Fridays. So, Vogue, why don't you tell me what you like best about Vegas poetry?
That there's so much of it. I feel like there's so many different places where you can share your art. You can workshop in some places, you can just open mic in other places, and then if you really want to dig your heels in, you can compete at the slam. So.
That's great. That's great. Will you read a poem for us?
Sure.
Okay, good.
This poem is called Denture Love. It's for my grandma and my other half. I want to be with you long enough to notice newly formed moles on your face and trace them back to our lineage. Long enough to sit on park benches facing the calm ocean and have the sunset say that we are the most beautiful thing it has ever witnessed. Long enough to fall asleep in the middle of the day, quilted beneath piles of unread newspapers, I want to be with you. Long enough to accidentally put on your prescription bifocal glasses and still see through them clearly because of how well I know your perspective. Because one day, both our chests will sag lower than we ever imagined. When hair starts and stops, shit. Don't put that part. Because one day both our chests will sag lower than we ever imagined. When hair starts and stops sprouting in awkward places, when Bride of Frankenstein streaks of gray and white stretch across the majority of my crown and bald spots form landmarks on your scalp. Showcasing places we've both seen and forgotten, and that's okay, because I'm ready for that denture love. Yes, remove portions of our bodies and place them in containers for cleansing so we can be together in two places at the same time, the bedroom and the bathroom. I want to pick out my first cane with you. I want us to go orthopedic shoe shopping together, baby. We can kick it old school, in wheelchairs with baseball cards attached to the spokes of our wheels with clothespins so we can make that rhythmic clackety-clack sound whenever we roll around. I want to trace my arthritic fingers along your desert-cracked and wrinkled flesh until I find an oasis in your cataract-filled eyes and remain there. Nothing will obstruct our double vision. Our love will never be a mirage. I just want to lead a life with you where every small daily action I perform is a testament to our love, tried and true. From giving you the extra pillow on the bed, to plugging your nose when you snore, to sacrifice. Because I think I'm ready for that denture love. Are you?
That's great, Vogue. You can tell Vogue is a great performer of her poetry, and that's a skill that you can develop at places like her Words in Motion open mic, which runs on April 21st this month, and also at the Battleborn Slam, which is on April 8th and 29th. That's at the Beat Cafe, 520 East Fremont. The Words in Motion is at 1800 Industrial Road. And I want to give you just a couple more special events we have coming. We have beat legend Michael McClure will be here on April 30th, and he will be reading at the Winchester at 3130 McLeod and at 7 p.m. He's a fabulous poet who was there at the beginning of the Beat generation, an Obie Award-winning playwright, and it promises to be an event that'll connect us to lots of to a great tradition. He's doing a writer's workshop on May 1st at the Clark County Library, and you know what? We'll be doing a seminar kind of thing, open, free to the public, on his poetry on April 9th at the Winchester, just so we're all kind of familiar with his work. So I hope I'll see you guys all out at poetry.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
The vast majority of children in Clark County can depend on their parents and family to protect them. But some children cannot remain with their parents when adults are struggling with issues. Substance abuse, mental health concerns, domestic violence, and insufficient resources are just some of the underlying conditions that affect the safety and well-being of families. We need your help by being foster parents when a family is in a time of crisis.
My pride got in the way, so I didn't ask for help, so that was the reason why.
Angel Smith's 3 youngsters are home now, but they needed to be in foster care for 11 months while she worked hard to straighten out her life. At first, she was upset at everyone, but then she realized she could only blame herself.
Good things fall apart so better things can come together, you know. So I think of it as not a bad experience, but as in a learning experience. And now when I know better, I do better.
There are more than 3,000 children in Clark County care. We have approximately 1,000 foster homes. We remove an average of 230 children from their homes every month due to safety or well-being concerns. Janelle Maza is a young artist with dreams and aspirations about her future. But when she was 16, a family crisis resulted in Janelle being in Clark County foster care for 2 years before she aged out at 18.
Looking back on it now, I was extremely blessed to have been where I was. I mean, I couldn't have chose better places. I mean, the mentorship and the compassion and love that I received from the people that work there, it's tremendously vital to me now as I look back. I mean, at the moment, I was a bit shaky, a bit scared. However, it turned out to be a good experience for me. I mean, I believe that I'm such a stronger person because of it, and that if it wasn't for the people that worked at those facilities, that I wouldn't be where I am today.
Foster parenting is about being a family support system. Foster parents are specially trained and licensed to provide a safe, stable, and nurturing environment for children until they can be reunited with their families. Being foster parents is not about rescuing a child. It's helping a family to be reunited once again. It's being the extended family for parents who may not have had anyone else to help them in their time of need. We embrace foster parents as respected partners in our journey to provide homes for children.
This is just a treasure to me to be able to do this, to have the opportunity to work with these children and see them blossom and know that you're getting them through an issue for their natural families that they have not been able to care, that they haven't been able to handle. And that you know you're getting them back on the healthy track and at least where they're able to thrive. And know that the parents are going to have those same options and facilities in place to help them. It's the most rewarding thing we've ever done.
We encourage foster parents to partner with child welfare staff, and especially the biological parents. This collaborative relationship provides fosters with emotional support, community resources, and the tools needed to provide appropriate care for the children.
It took us a while to realize most of the biological parents that we're dealing with haven't had that opportunity. They probably come from dysfunctional homes, an issue of, usually the ones that we've dealt with, drugs have been an issue, lifestyle has been an issue, and they haven't had a support system to rely on, and we have. And we have come to the realization that we can be that support system for them. We can help them through this reunification process. I've never doubted with any of the children that we've had that the biological parents did not love their children. They do. They're just out of their depth. They just don't know how to deal. And if we can help them, that's our responsibility.
I felt like I can never tell her how much I appreciate what she did for her, because she went above and beyond too for the kids and stuff. She always made sure I had contact with the kids and that the kids had contact with me and that the kids knew who I was. And that was my biggest fear, that the kids wouldn't know who I was, I wouldn't love me anymore. So she made sure that the kids still knew who I was, and we both worked together on getting me back on the right track.
Reunification is always in the child's best interest, because no matter what their situation, children always want to be with their families. Family is family.
Parenting doesn't come in an instruction manual, and people make mistakes all the time. And we provide the parents with those tools and those resources to make the home and the environment safe for the child and all parties involved. You know, we have parents that have maybe given their child up or abandoned their child at a hospital just because they're homeless and they don't have the financial resources to take care of that child. And it's not that the family doesn't love that child or the birth parent doesn't love that child, but they're trying to do what's in the best interest of that child because they don't have anywhere to go.
A lot of people say that they might have a tough time having a child reunify with their parents after they've been in their home for a year and a half or 2 years. But that is our goal, and that's what we're going for. So we need people to understand that we are very grateful and thankful that they provided that service for however long, but when it's time for the child to move on to their home, it's time.
In the case of the one that just recently was reunited with Bio Family, she went to a grandmother out of state. And it was really hard to let her go. You keep thinking that your heart gets smaller every time they leave because they take a piece of it with them. But actually it gets a little bit bigger because you see that family is so important and that they're able to continue that bond.
Foster parents must be at least 21 years old and a resident of Clark County. Prospective parents must complete an orientation, background check, 30 hours of training, and have their home licensed. The entire process takes about 3 or 4 months.
Anyone who can be a foster parent can be of any particular race or gender. You could be single, married, live with a significant other, gay and lesbian. You can own or rent your home. It could be a condo, a townhouse, it could be a mobile home, and you can have an income level where it allows you to take care of yourself and your current situation, and then you can bring on foster children. So we will look at your income to make sure that you're stable right now in your situation before you bring in foster children.
I think it's important that foster parents take into consideration where they are at this season of life, including the children they already have in their home, what their support systems are, so that it can be a family decision as opposed to just an individual decision. I think it is a decision that we don't walk into haphazardly. It does require a lot of introspection and thoughtful introspection. And again, not just among yourself, but with others who are part of the circle who will be caring for the needs of this child.
Most importantly, foster parents must have the passion and commitment to want to make a difference.
And the itsy bitsy spider went out again. Yay! Yay!
Foster parents need to respect each child as an individual. They need to be able to have sound judgment and good decision-making skills. They need to be able to work as a team member with the child and family transitions. And they need to understand child development and the care of children. They need to be able to live in a family.
You know, when you see these kids go from scared to death to comfortable in your home, when you see them get to go home, when you see their parents make that step to overcome drug and alcohol addiction or to learn to be better parents, that's really exciting. When you get to sign on the dotted line because a child becomes yours forever, that's really exciting. When you know that whether they're in your home for 3 days or 3 years or for a lifetime, you changed their lives. It's just the richest experience you can have.
Try and plan and try and pick the best fits for our family, but ultimately when we bring them in, they become ours. And hopefully in some respect, we become their parents. And that's what we hope for. We really strive for the family atmosphere, the family traditions, the family feeling. And there's no greater feeling.
Foster parents do not receive payment or income per se, but they do receive a reimbursement or stipend every month to cover expenses such as childcare, food, and clothing.
A lot of foster parents may come in thinking they're going to do it for the money. It's not a business. Foster care is not a business. It's changing the lives of children, taking care of them at a time when they're struggling, when they're away from their family, when they're hurting and scared. It's an experience and a fulfilling experience. And so if you're going to do it for the money, it's really better to go get a part-time job. And it's actually easier to go get a part-time job.
Foster care is not designed to make money. You need to be in it with your heart. You need to be in it with the idea that you want to make a difference in someone's life and that you're going to impact future generations.
When reunification cannot work, there is the secondary goal of adoption. If a child is already in a loving environment, bonded and attached with the foster parents, then there is no better home for a child. Josh was 10 days old when he came to live with Mary Ann Pachowski and her husband. Ultimately, his biological family was unable to cope with his health issues. At age 2.5, Josh was in the system as a potential adoptee.
In his case, we thought the race was an issue for him, not for us, but he did not need old white parents when he's 15, and but as it turns out, he did. No one else wanted to come forward to adopt somebody with his pretty significant health problems. And we just realized he needed permanency more than he needed to wait in the system for somebody else. And by this time, we thought he needed us. And then we realized we really needed him. And it just felt right. It was just the right time, and it's the greatest joy of our life right now.
Two fundamental keys to successful foster parenting are training and resources. A 10-week, 30-hour parenting training program gives potential foster parents new perspectives about foster care, beginning with Clark County's goal and role as a fostering agency.
What we see when foster parents come into the class is that they have this expectation that they are not going to have any contact with the birth families. And that process of shared parenting is not that realistic to them. They don't understand that concept. So we have to tell them from the beginning that no, birth parents are a major part in the child's life. Birth parents are a major part in foster care. Birth parents are a major part in reunification, because that's what we are about as an agency.
When reunification simply can't be achieved, adoption is an option. But adoption is the next step. It's not the first step. We've had